Chapter 1. The Blade Forging Boy. The entire world is an endless abyss of blackness at first glance. It seems devoid of any other hue. Billowing black mist permeates the realm, an interminable darkness that appears to forever shun the light. Within this obscurity, indistinct silhouettes of countless terrifying creatures move slowly, their forms colossal and grotesque. Occasionally, they emit sharp, piercing roars, perhaps in a moment of fury. They engage in a fierce battle with another fearsome beast, flesh and blood flying in all directions. The air is thick with a desolate silence. In Liangzhou, Yunnan City, at the Su family estate, a crimson-hued blade blank emanates astonishing heat, warping the air around it. A boy, approximately 1.50 meters tall, stands bare-chested, his muscular physique glistening with beads of sweat. With both hands, he deftly maneuvers a pair of long tongs, submerging the blade blank into the quenching pool. Shhhhhhh. The searing blade collides violently with the cold water, steam billowing upwards, enveloping the surroundings in a dreamlike haze. Amidst the swirling mist, the boy's figure stands tall and proud, akin to a solitary pine tree. His hair is a tousled mass of raven-black locks, and though his features are well-defined, there remains a hint of youthful innocence that seems somewhat mismatched with his muscular form. A bit like a muscular boy. At this moment, he is intensely focused, his gaze fixed firmly on the blade blank submerged in the pool. His eyes shimmer with fervor, his lips pressed together slightly, betraying his inner tension and anticipation. After a considerable duration, having completed all subsequent tasks, Su Zhe, without even donning his clothes, swiftly exits the forge, clutching the newly crafted Tang sword as if fleeing. It's sweltering, absolutely sweltering. Why have I never noticed how hot this forge is before? Upon entering the courtyard outside the forge, Su Zhe fans himself vigorously with his hands. Even under the relentless rays of the late August sun, he feels a wave of relief. The external temperature must be at least 40 degrees. Inside the forge, the furnace blazes, making mere presence within feel like torment. Yet, Su Zhe must persist in his knife forging. He feels as if he is on the verge of being roasted alive. After a moment of respite, his peripheral vision catches a glimpse of a figure standing upright nearby. The corner of Su Zhe's mouth twitches. This is the personal steward his grandfather arranged for him not long ago, named Zhou Zhen, who is reputed to be quite skilled. A man who appears to be in his 40s, tall and imposing. Over 1.80 meters, he possesses a gentle demeanor, adorned with gold-rimmed spectacles, exuding an air of cultured elegance. Dressed in a well-fitted white short-sleeved shirt, now dampened with sweat, his robust arms are exposed, while he wears black trousers and impeccably polished shoes. He stands there respectfully, his expression unwavering. Su Zhe recalls that he had instructed Zhou Zhen to wait outside the forge a few hours prior. He has remained in the same spot all this time, unperturbed. Who would be foolish enough to stand under the scorching sun for hours without moving? After spending several days together, Su Zhe has always found Zhou Zhen to be rather meticulous and rigid. Now, it appears he is not only meticulous, but somewhat inflexible. All in all, Su Zhe feels somewhat uncomfortable in his presence. Life at the old residence was far more pleasant. The maid was beautiful and kind-hearted, with an admirable figure, gentle demeanor, and melodious voice, unlike now, where he is constantly accompanied by this stern man. Yet, he refrains from voicing his thoughts, knowing that even if he did, Zhou Zhen would not heed them, nor would he alter his behavior. This is not the first instance of such a scenario. Noticing Su Zhe glance in his direction, Zhou Zhen's expression remains unchanged. After all, he is the steward meticulously chosen by the head of the Su family to attend to his grandson's needs. His duties include ensuring Su Zhe's well-being and safety, as well as complying with his requests. Redirecting his attention, Su Zhe grips the hilt of the Tang sword, scrutinizing the newly forged weapon with great care. The 20-centimeter-long obsidian hilt is bound with a crimson cord. The blade is long and slender, glinting under the sunlight, its edge shimmering with a cold radiance, reminiscent of distant, chilling stars in the sky, exuding an aura of unparalleled sharpness, as if it could effortlessly rend asunder any obstacle in its path. A blue flame-like pattern winds along the blade, akin to a lively fire serpent dancing upon its surface. The intricate designs deep in color, emanating a mysterious glow, lending the sword an air of perilous allure. It appears exceedingly sharp. I wonder how it performs in actuality. At merely 10 years of age, Su Zhe is at an age where even if a boy finds a stick on the roadside, he would test its sharpness against the surrounding flora. Not to mention, he is now wielding a genuine, honed longsword. Despite Su Zhe's consistently mature demeanor, a man's soul remains youthful until death. Uncle Zhou, could you please fetch me a piece of 1,000-year-old ironwood from the storeroom? I wish to test the blade. Turning to the ever-respectful Zhou Zhen, standing nearby, Su Zhe spoke with determination. Upon hearing this, Zhou Zhen looked up, astonished at the request to test the sword with thousand-year-old ironwood. Very well, young master. Nodding respectfully to Su Zhe, Zhou Zhen departed the courtyard, his steps steady. Not far from the courtyard's exit, a small girl in a pink princess dress, sporting an adorable hairstyle, roughly 1 meter 20 in height, eagerly approached, her hands clutching her skirt. A maid followed closely behind, holding an umbrella for her, looking somewhat exasperated. Hey, Uncle Zhou, spotting Zhou Zhen. The little girl's eyes lit up with joy, her cherubic face breaking into a radiant smile as she called out in a bright voice. Uncle Zhou, where is Brother Su Zhe? Her tone was cheerful, her eyes darting around in search of him. Miss Liao, Zhou Zhen acknowledged her with a respectful nod before responding. Young master is in the forge up ahead. But, the forge? Catching the key phrase. Thank you, Uncle Zhou. Before Zhou Zhen could finish, Liao expressed her gratitude and dashed toward the forge. She had visited the Su family estate numerous times before, so she was quite familiar with the surroundings. However, it seems Brother Su Zhe does not particularly enjoy her visits. Watching the little girl sprint away, Zhou Zhen mentally filled in the words he had yet to say and shook his head. Never mind, let the young master handle it himself. His young master possesses a maturity that far exceeds that of his peers, making it difficult for him to engage with others his age. Though they had only interacted for about a month, Zhou Zhen had already discerned this fact. Nonetheless, given the long-standing relationship between the Su and Lu families, Zhou Zhen felt it inappropriate to intervene. Politely nodding to the maid trailing behind, who awkwardly responded, Zhou Zhen resumed attending to the tasks assigned by the young master. Brother Su Zhe, Lu Yao appeared at the courtyard entrance, her eyes sparkling as she gazed at Su Zhe's silhouette. In the courtyard, hearing her cheerful exclamation while he inspected the long sword with satisfaction, Su Zhe's countenance darkened instantly. One annoying little nuisance, why is she here again? The Lu family and the Su family share a long-standing friendship, forged through deep bonds established since their grandfather's generation for decades. The two families have cooperated and flourished together, their ties unbreakable. Thus, despite his irritation, Su Zhe cannot ignore her. Otherwise, she might return home to complain, and his elders would surely chide him. Liao, what brings you here this time? Turning around, Su Zhe instantly adopted a more cordial expression, his lips curling into an artificial smile. Let me make it clear, I have important matters to attend to and cannot accompany you on a shopping spree. Recalling some rather unpleasant memories, Su Zhe continued. The last time, he was compelled to accompany her on a shopping trip from dawn until dusk, carrying countless items, nearly exhausting him to the point of collapse. As Lu Yao sauntered into the courtyard, her gaze landed on Su Zhe's bare torso, his well-defined muscles causing her eyes to widen in awe, her mouth watering involuntarily. Slurp! She wiped the corner of her mouth. Lu Yao's bright eyes sparkled mischievously as a playful grin spread across her face, and she blurted out, Brother Su Zhe, don't be afraid having seen your physique. Lu Yao will take responsibility. With that, she pretended to be bashful, twisting her body playfully. The maid who had accompanied her promptly rushed forward to cover her mouth, her expression one of embarrassment as she offered an awkward smile to Su Zhe. Children speak without restraint. Children speak without restraint. Chapter 2. A New World of Living. What audacious words are you uttering? Responsible? Nonsense. Su Zhe shot her a withering glance. This little brat has always been quirky, her mind a whirlwind of odd thoughts. Her surprising remarks have led to countless amusing incidents. Since he helped discipline a few children who had snatched her lollipops when she was 5, she has clung to him ever since. Whenever she has free time, she rushes over to play with him. While she's indeed quite adorable, Su Zhe has never particularly enjoyed playing with children. What he truly cherishes, well, never mind, even if he did, this body cannot partake in much. However, how could a mature soul possibly engage with a child? Even though he appeared impatient, Liao seemed to derive endless enjoyment from her pursuits in an effort to curtail his leisure time. Suzy, who had initially intended to meander through this world, began to learn the art of forging from his elders by immersing himself in his work. He found a legitimate excuse to forego playing with her. As a result, the mere 10-year-old Suzy, wielding a hammer to forge iron, developed a physique of remarkable strength, of course. This transformation was also aided by the refining potions available at home, which contributed to his perception that this world was somewhat distinct from his previous one after all. In his last life, it was inconceivable for a child of 10 to possess over 200 pounds of strength. However, such power came at a cost. While his strength increased, it also rendered him somewhat aged in appearance. While his peers stood at around 1 meter 23, he had already reached approximately 1 meter 50. Coupled with his well-developed physique, many would readily believe he was 15. Consequently, Susie found himself devoid of friends. Often reflecting on his solitude 10 years prior, he had inexplicably arrived in this unfamiliar world, bewildered and disoriented at his birth. The midwife, noticing his silence, initially mistook him for a stillborn. Just as he attempted to inquire about his situation, his cries filled the air, revealing he was very much alive. It seemed this child's reflexes were somewhat delayed after all. He had only begun to cry half a day post-birth. Once he grasped the situation, he felt a sense of resignation. This must be the popular trope of transmigration found in novels, yet how had he crossed over? He had neither leapt from a building nor been struck by lightning, nor had he experienced any stroke of luck. All he remembered was camping with 5 friends, falling asleep in a tent, and suddenly awakening to a bright light in the middle of the night, only to find himself in this new world. Despite the upheaval, living in a different place was not without its merits after all. In his previous life, he was merely a freshly graduated university student. Having emerged from an orphanage, he could live wherever he worked, and lacking family ties made every location feel the same. However, transitioning to a new world was an entirely different matter. Moreover, this world was extraordinary, or perhaps, one might say, primitive. It bore some resemblance to certain regions of Earth, but was fundamentally distinct. The most glaring difference was the apparent absence of the laws of physics, chemistry, and biology. For instance, the gunpowder he meticulously crafted from memory merely resembled a pile of black powder, which could only burn slowly as a general combustible material, rather than serve as explosive. In this realm, there existed a type of tree known as ironwood, capable of absorbing metallic elements, even thriving atop mineral deposits. Not only was it unsuitable for firewood, but it was also harder than a typical axe. Moreover, many creatures here were capable of speech and even shape-shifting into human forms. These talking animals were collectively referred to as demons. Compared to other peculiarities, the existence of demons, beings commonly found in television and novels, was somewhat easier for Susie to accept in this world. The status of demons was equal to that of humans, with no notion of exterminating these creatures. In summary, this world challenged Susie's preconceived notions, yet the overarching similarities in lifestyle facilitated his gradual adaptation. However, this world was fraught with peril. It was said to be shrouded in a dangerous black mist, forcing humanity to reside within 5 safe zones devoid of this ominous vapor. The region where Susie lived was one of these 5 safe zones, known as the Western Realm. He was uncertain of the true size of the Western Realm, but the area of Liangzhou was quite expansive, comparable to Sichuan province in his previous life. Within the Western Realm, there were approximately 50 districts of Liangzhou's caliber originally. The Western Realm boasted over 70 districts, but due to the encroaching black mist, only around 50 remained. One could foresee that if no efforts were made to counteract this calamity, the entirety of the Western Realm would ultimately succumb to the mist. Yet, this concern seemed irrelevant to him. After all, in all these years, only 20 districts had been consumed. It was improbable that the remaining 50 would fall before his demise. As for what transpired after his death, it mattered even less to him, for in this world, he was merely a transient visitor. The black mist not only corroded minds, but also induced grotesque mutations, transforming individuals into hideous monsters. Within the mist lurked creatures known collectively as black beasts, which were exceedingly bloodthirsty and devoid of reason, frequently launching coordinated assaults on the borders of the Western Realm in a world devoid of firearms. Humanity could only rely on cold weapons to confront these monstrosities at close quarters. Fortunately, this world was rich in a force known as source power. This energy was versatile and underpinned the technology that bore similarities to Earth's advancements. All powered by source power, although the functions bore resemblance, the underlying principles were entirely different, something Susie found perplexing and did not seek to comprehend. Moreover, source power could be absorbed by individuals. By harnessing this energy, one could enhance their physical prowess. Those who could absorb source power were referred to as warriors. However, not everyone possessed the innate ability to absorb it from birth. Individuals were gradually transformed by the ubiquitous source power until around the age of 10. Those with the aptitude naturally completed the process of awakening their source reservoir. Through diligent training, they could become warriors. Those who did not naturally awaken their source reservoir had one opportunity for a man-made awakening. Unfortunately, Susie had neither awakened naturally nor succeeded when his grandfather attempted to unlock his source reservoir 3 months ago. Without an awakened source reservoir, he could not convert the source power permeating the world into the energy required for bodily enhancement. At that moment, Susie felt he could afford to be indifferent. After all, his family was wealthy beyond measure, with resources that could sustain him for generations. Living a life of leisure and indulgence seemed an acceptable fate. Yet his grandfather had a different perspective. At an unknown cost, he forcibly enrolled Susie in the Yunnan Central Martial Academy, which only accepted students with awakened source reservoirs. His grandfather argued that even if Suzy could not become a warrior, he should still make acquaintances within the academy, as they might prove beneficial in the future. Thus, Suzy found himself questioning whether forging friendships with a group of 10-year-olds could genuinely aid him. The third-generation heir of a family that supplied the largest metal resources and weaponry to the border armies of Liangzhou, Yinzhou, and Jiangzhou nonetheless. Suzy had no intention of declining. He recognized his grandfather's good intentions and perhaps perceived his loneliness, prompting him to encourage Suzy to cultivate friendships. His grandfather rarely interfered in his decisions, so he resolved to acquiesce. This time, a month ago, Suzy, accompanied by his devoted steward Zhou Zhan, left the ancestral home in Su Town for the Su family estate in Yunnan City, eagerly awaiting the commencement of the Yunnan Central Martial Academy. However, he had not anticipated that Liao, the persistent companion, would follow him the very next day. With a mere wave of her hand, she rented a neighboring estate, frequently intruding upon his solitude. The crux of the matter is that he cannot afford to show her any disdain. After all, his aunt, uncle, and even grandfather hold this little rascal in high regard. If he dares to express any discontent, Liao would not hesitate to report him. Ever since she was 5, whenever she complained, he invariably faced dire consequences, ultimately having to personally soothe her. It remains a mystery why this little imp is so drawn to him. He simply cannot shake her off. It is quite exasperating. Brother Suze, you're being mean to me. Liao removed her hand from her mouth, not even glancing at the maid behind her. Her lips quivered, and her eyes began to glisten with unshed tears, a thin veil of moisture threatening to spill over. Suze gazed at the scene before him, a pang of bitterness filling his heart. This dramatic performer, can you truly shed tears on command? Chapter 3. Auntie. Suzerain felt completely overwhelmed. He certainly understood that Lu Yao was not genuinely crying, yet he felt an earnest need to console her. For if he did not provide comfort, her feigned tears could easily transform into real ones, leading to dire consequences. This was particularly true as he noticed his aunt's figure approaching slowly from outside the courtyard. Suze immediately bent down, placing his hands on the little girl's shoulders, a forced smile appearing on his face. Yao Yao, dear, brother wasn't angry with you. How could I possibly be upset with someone as adorable as you? You must have misheard. As he observed his aunt approaching closer, Suze felt compelled to console her, his tone softening, though he lacked the finesse for such matters, his words coming out somewhat awkwardly. Oh? Upon hearing Suze's unexpected willingness to soothe her, Liao's previously aggrieved expression faltered. What was happening today? To my surprise, Brother Suzy took the initiative to comfort me, which brought a flicker of joy to my heart. However, I have yet to fully perform. I haven't even shed a tear, which renders my actor's self-cultivation meaningless. Does it not? This is rather dull. Liao's bright, twinkling eyes began to dance mischievously, and the rosy hue around her eyes vanished as if it had never existed. In the blink of an eye, a bashful expression graced her delicate features. She clasped the hem of her dress with both hands, exuding a shy demeanor, gently swaying her shoulders and subtly twisting her body. In a sweet, crisp voice, she asked, So, Brother Suzy, does that mean you will take responsibility for me? With a reassuring smile, she added, Rest assured, I shall be a good wife in the future. Yao Yao is very obedient, and our family will surely be filled with happiness. After speaking, Leo cast a shy glance at Suzy and covered her little face with her hands, embodying a bashful pose. Suze, what nonsense are you spouting? Why are you getting more and more animated? He cast a silent glance at his little aunt, who had arrived behind Lu Yao, her eyes glimmering with playful intrigue, as if she already anticipated the unfolding events. In Suze's eyes, his aunt's personality resembled that of a merry jester, reveling in amusement. Unlike Suze, she took great delight in teasing children, specifically referring to Lu Yao. At that moment, Su Mu Shui, who had just approached the courtyard, overheard Lu Yao's explosive remarks word for word. With a twinkle of amusement, she regarded her nephew, who had noticed her arrival and wore an expression of helplessness. Then her gaze shifted to Lu Yao, who was oblivious to her presence, covering her face and fidgeting. A smile of unexplainable delight graced her features. Lu Yao's maid also caught sight of Su Mu Shui's arrival and was about to greet her, but upon seeing her gently shake her head, she promptly closed her mouth. Come now, let us have some fun with my little lady. Su Mu Shui crouched down, leaning in to whisper in Lu Yao's ear. Her voice soft yet electrifying, instantly jolting Lu Yao's mind. What? Lu Yao gasped, hastily removing her hands and tilting her head to see Su Mu Shui squatting beside her, wearing an enigmatic smile. Shui, Lu Yao exclaimed, startled and flustered. In an instant, a crimson blush spread from her cheeks to the nape of her neck. When did you arrive? Lu Yao's eyes instinctively darted to the side, where her maid was gazing elsewhere, her head tilted at a 45-degree angle, seemingly oblivious to her glance. Lu Yao shot her a discreet glare, irritation flickering in her eyes. Why didn't Tishi give me a heads up? But with Shui Yu right beside her, she felt compelled to swallow her frustration. The recollection of her earlier bold declaration lingered in her mind, as if Shui Yu had overheard it. Oh no, oh no, oh no. How utterly mortifying. In an instant, Lu Yao's small face flushed deeper, her cheeks resembling ripe apples. And she felt as if steam might rise from her head. Just moments ago, she had declared her desire to become Su Zhe's wife. Sumu Shui wore an expression of playful mockery. I am not. I did not. You must have heard wrong. Lu Yao instantly launched a triple denial. Stamping her foot, Lu Yao lowered her gaze to the ground. Too timid to look up, her small hands clasped tightly together. It seemed as if she were searching for a crack in the earth, wishing to burrow in and never emerge again. Although Su Zhe felt somewhat embarrassed, he couldn't help but smile at Lu Yao's current expression. Now, has he learned his lesson? Let us see if he dares to speak carelessly in the future. Meanwhile, observing Lu Yao, who was utterly flustered, Su Mushiwei continued to tease her. If Yao doesn't wish to become Su Zhe's wife, then Aunt Shui will find someone else for him. No way. Brother Su Zhe is. Lu Yao immediately looked up, her urgency evident as she clenched her teeth and met Su Mushiwei's teasing gaze. Her expression faltered, and she quickly lowered her head again. It's mine. With her head bowed, Lu Yao's final words were barely audible, almost indistinguishable. What was that? Speak up. Sumu Shui wanted to continue teasing her, but was interrupted by Su Zhe. All right, Auntie, stop teasing her. Can't you see that the child is so shy she wishes to burrow into the ground? Su Zhe sighed with a hint of exasperation. As for the girl's whimsical declarations about wanting to be his wife, he paid them no heed. At merely 10 years of age, could she truly comprehend the meaning of such a title? A child? Is she not still a child herself? What pretense of profundity is this? Sumu Shui cast a glance at Su Zhe, gently ruffling Li Yao's hair before rising to her feet. Well, I have matters to attend to at home, so I must take my leave. As Sumu Shui stood, Li Yao finally found an opportunity to evade. Hastily stepping to the left, keeping her head down, and departing the courtyard without a backward glance, her devoted maid softly bid farewell before quickly following suit. Why has my aunt come to visit today? Watching Li Yao vanish into the distance, Su Zhe resumed his examination of the long knife in his hand and casually inquired. Their family was quite affluent, with business interests spanning 3 provinces. His aunt was typically very busy, making their meetings throughout the year quite rare. If there were no pressing matters, she certainly would not have come to seek him out. Aren't you supposed to report to Yunnan Zhongwu tomorrow? I came to deliver the necessary materials for your registration. Everything has been arranged. You simply need to go to the head of your grade. Su Mushiwei smiled lightly and produced a file folder, handing it to Su Zhe. So this is how it is. Su Zhe then shifted his gaze from the knife to his aunt. In Su Zhe's eyes, his aunt was a stunning beauty, standing at a height of 1.70 meters. She possessed an elongated figure with graceful curves. She wore a white camisole paired with a light blue jacket, complemented by light blue flared pants and high heels. Her long hair was elegantly gathered at the back, and her features were exquisitely delicate. Her skin as smooth as jade, radiating a porcelain-like fairness. A gentle, approachable smile graced her face, and her eyes sparkled with brightness, yet held a serene depth akin to autumn waters. Coming from a wealthy family, his aunt, despite being in her 30s, maintained a youthful appearance reminiscent of a 20-year-old girl, embodying an aura of refreshing elegance. Su Mushiwei extended her right hand, presenting the file bag to Su Zhe, her delicate brows gently arched, resembling the soft curve of a crescent moon. If one were to assign a score, considering Su Zhe's 30-plus years of accumulated experience, his aunt would undoubtedly merit at least a 9 out of 10. One wonders which fortunate soul will benefit from her in the future. Thank you, Aunt. He casually accepted the file bag and placed it upon the stone table beside him. Is this knife the one you forged today? Su Mushiwei directed her gaze towards the Tang Dao, which Su Zhe had yet to relinquish since her entrance. She was aware that Su Zhe, having found Liu bothersome since the tender age of 5, had sought to learn the art of forging as a means to evade her incessant pestering. At that time, however, he was still quite young and lacked the physical strength, confining him to the realm of theory. Yet, with the subsequent nourishment of various elixirs, his strength swiftly became comparable to that of an ordinary adult. By the age of 8, he successfully forged his first weapon, showcasing his extraordinary talent. Now, at the age of 10, he had nearly mastered the ancestral forging techniques of his family. Thus, Even if he could not become a martial artist, he could still aspire to be a master craftsman. Even in the event of the Su family's downfall, he would not find himself destitute. After years of dedication, forging had transformed into his cherished hobby. However, to engage in such laborious tasks in this weather seemed rather masochistic. Indeed, Suze nodded, a hint of pride in his expression. The blade he had just forged utilized a novel alloy formula. I had instructed Uncle Zhou to fetch the ironwood, and I was just about to test the knife. Chapter 4, Perfectual Level B. A new alloy formula? Upon hearing this, Sumu Shui was taken aback. In their family, aside from mining and weaponry, researching higher strength alloys was also a primary endeavor. Lacking firearms, even as humanity absorbed source energy to become warriors, it remained exceedingly difficult for them to combat the formidable monsters lurking within the black mist using merely their physical prowess. Ordinary cold weapons struggled to penetrate the defenses of these creatures, thus creating a pressing demand for superior weaponry. In this world, the quality of cold weapons is classified into 4 tiers: heaven, earth, mysterious, and yellow. The distinction lies in their hardness and their capacity to endure the enhancement of source patterns. Source patterns are enigmatic lines imbued with unique powers, in a state of rest. The average person cannot perceive their existence. Only those with extraordinary talent, whose mental strength resonates with the world, are able to discern source patterns. Through diligent study and mastery of engraving techniques, one can imprint these patterns onto weapons, thereby augmenting their potency. Weapons that have not been inscribed with source patterns, or cannot withstand such engravings, are merely classified as yellow grade. The more source patterns that are engraved, the mightier the weapon becomes. The capacity for engraving is solely contingent upon the weapon's hardness. Consequently, the pursuit of higher quality alloys has become imperative. Over the years, the Su family has managed to develop only 1 formula for a heaven-grade alloy, 3 for earth-grade alloys, and 15 for mysterious-grade alloys. While the yellow-grade formulas have proliferated to the point of being unquantifiable, yet now, her own nephew dares to claim he has discovered a new alloy formula? Even if it is merely yellow grade, it is still quite remarkable. Let me see. Sumu Shui hastily took the tang knife from Suze's hand. Grasping the hilt with her left hand, she flicked her right fingers against the blade. The sound of the blade ringing was exceptionally crisp, causing the blade to tremble slightly. The quality seemed rather impressive. Sumu Shui raised an eyebrow in appraisal, her expression tinged with admiration. She merely sensed the strength of this blade and felt that it did not seem to possess the inferior quality of a yellow grade. However, she was not a machine and could not provide an accurate assessment. Was she not? Suze smiled with satisfaction and remarked, I have employed 13 different metals. I believe this blade should possess a quality of terrestrial grade. Su felt a profound sense of pride, thoroughly satisfied with his creation, to the point of being somewhat reluctant to part with it. He had crafted numerous weapons of superior quality before, yet they were all forged from the readily available alloy formulas at home. However, this particular blade was not only of earth grade but also composed using a formula he had devised himself. A deep sense of accomplishment coursed through him. Were it not for the fact that the person before him was his beloved aunt, he would have been loath to present her with this exquisite dagger. Earth grade? Sumu Shui was taken aback, her mouth opening in surprise but words failing her. Deep down, she found it hard to believe. Even if Suze claimed that the knife possessed a mysterious grade quality, she might have entertained the notion. However, a terrestrial grade? If her nephew could casually concoct a terrestrial alloy formula, then what purpose would their Su family's alloy research department serve? Sumu Shui deemed it improbable. Upon reflection, it made sense. Suze was merely 10 years old and likely did not comprehend the classification of alloy strength. She hesitated, fearing that her words might dampen her nephew's enthusiasm. However, upon observing her expression, Suze discerned her thoughts and directly inquired, "And, do you not believe me?" Sumu Shui did not respond, yet her expression spoke volumes. It was as if the words "I do not believe" were inscribed upon her countenance. Although she remained silent, her disbelief was palpable. Humph. Since my aunt is skeptical, it matters not. I have already dispatched Uncle Zhou to retrieve the millennium-old ironwood. Soon, when I demonstrate my sword skills, the truth shall be laid bare. Suze shrugged indifferently. Although utilizing specialized instruments designed to test the strength of alloys would yield more precise results, the current conditions were rudimentary, necessitating the use of traditional methods to experiment with the millennium ironwood. As long as he could cut through the millennium ironwood, the strength of this blade would undoubtedly be at the earth level. Well, fine. Seeing that Suze was determined to proceed, she felt it inappropriate to dissuade him, though she secretly hoped not to discourage him too much. After speaking, Sumu Shui handed the tang knife to Su Zhe and casually surveyed the courtyard outside the forge. Suddenly, an idea struck her, and she instinctively inquired, Zhe, there is no smelting furnace here. How do you plan to fuse the 13 metals together? This. Su Zhe's expression shifted dramatically, and he stammered, unsure of how to broach the subject. For it pertained to a closely guarded secret of his. In that moment, his mind raced frantically, seeking a plausible excuse to momentarily placate his aunt. Yet, before he could concoct a suitable rationale, he beheld Zhou entering, clutching a thick, black ironwood beam that was even broader than his own waist. Su Zedong immediately breathed a sigh of relief and deftly shifted the topic. Uncle Zhou has returned. Let us first test the blade. Miss San. Zhou entered the courtyard and respectfully nodded to Su Mushui, then gently placed the ironwood he was holding on the ground, as if he were merely setting down an ordinary piece of timber. Although the term ironwood contains the character for wood, its density and structural integrity surpass many metals. This millennium-old ironwood weighs at least over 100 kilograms. Su Zhe found that he had to exert himself fully to lift it. In contrast, Zhou managed to accomplish it with apparent ease, prompting Su Zhe to regard him with newfound respect. It seems that this Uncle Zhou indeed possesses considerable strength. Brother Zhou, it has been a while since we last met. Su Mushui nodded slightly at Zhou. Then let us proceed with the trial of the blade. The question that slipped her mind was swiftly overshadowed as Su Zhe deftly redirected the conversation, gripping the hilt of the sword firmly. Su Zhe positioned his legs slightly apart in a stance reminiscent of an 8, his gaze fixed solemnly upon the dark, dense ironwood before him. At this moment, a flicker of anxiety coursed through him. The outcome would soon reveal itself. Taking a deep breath, he raised the tang knife above his head and brought it down with great force. With a sharp sound, he felt a modest resistance as the blade sank 3 inches into the ironwood, becoming lodged in place. Su Zhe's complexion flushed with exertion. At last, he exhaled a breath of relief. This is a success. Su Zhe's expression grew animated. This. Su Mushui's expression momentarily froze. The hardness of the millennium ironwood is roughly equivalent to that of the lowest grade of earth-level alloys, although its wooden structure cannot bear the sword's patterns. Otherwise, it could be utilized for weapon manufacturing. Generally speaking, as long as a mark can be left upon it, it meets the standards of earth-level alloys. Each class of alloy is divided into 4 grades, A, B, C, and D. A tang knife, like the one that has penetrated 3 inches into the millennium ironwood, is already considered one of the better types within the earth-level alloys. Based on grading, it can be classified as earth-level grade B quality. Su Mushui gazed in a daze at the exuberant Su Zhe. She had not anticipated that delivering a file to her nephew would yield such a delightful surprise. Among the 3 regional alloy formulas developed by the Su family over the years, only one has attained the quality of a second-class regional standard. Are there detailed parameters for the formula? I need to take them back to the Research Institute for replication. Suppressing her excitement, Su Mushui could not help but inquire. Does this convince you now, Aunt? Su Zhe cast a triumphant glance at his aunt, then leisurely made his way to a nearby low table. The recipe was fresh in my mind, and I promptly began to jot it down for you. Su Zhe casually took out a pen and a notebook, swiftly filling an entire page with his writing. He then passed the notebook to his aunt, saying, Here, take this. Don't worry. I will promptly deliver it to the Research Institute for experimentation. Su Mushui solemnly accepted the small notebook from Su Zhe, her gaze briefly flitting to the tang knife still embedded in Taimu. She felt a flutter of intrigue. Su Zhe noticed her subtle movements and then spoke. This knife can be taken by you for inspection, but it must be returned to me once you are finished. Additionally, please create a more aesthetically pleasing sheath for it. No problem, consider it done. Su Mushui immediately patted Ao Ren's chest, assuring him. She then approached Taimu, extending her long leg, placing her stiletto heel upon him, while her right hand grasped the hilt of the sword. With a swift motion, she effortlessly drew the tang knife, as if extracting a shallowly buried twig from the snow. As Su Zhe observed the scene, his eyelids twitched slightly. If he were in that position, he doubted he could extricate himself even with both hands. His aunt's strength seemed to transcend her seemingly delicate appearance. It was uncertain whether she surpassed Uncle Zhou in prowess. Chapter 5. Special Abilities. After extracting the blade. After earnestly advising Su Zhe on several important matters to consider for his registration the following day, his aunt hurriedly departed with the Tang Dao and the formula in hand. Once she was gone, Su Zhe finally exhaled in relief. He had successfully navigated the conversation without revealing the secret of how he had produced that alloy. Otherwise, he would have been at a loss for words. He pondered whether this extraordinary ability he now possessed would be deemed heretical by the inhabitants of this world. 3 months prior, following his failure in the awakening process, his mind had become clouded. However, he concealed this turmoil, becoming even more reticent. The maid who attended him in the ancestral home assumed he was merely grappling with the disappointment of his failed awakening and thus paid little heed to his behavior. It was not until a week later that he returned to his usual self. Yet, upon regaining his composure, he sensed a profound shift in his perception of the world around him. After a period of exploration, he realized it was he who had undergone a transformation. Initially, he discovered that even with his eyes closed, he could perceive a vast expanse of his surroundings, albeit devoid of color, merely silhouettes. With focused concentration, he could even see through various objects in his vicinity. Suze could not help but recall the descriptions of mental prowess and consciousness found in various novels. It took him several days to master the technique of activating this ability. Otherwise, he would have struggled to find rest. After a few days, he discovered that when he closed his eyes, the expanse he perceived grew increasingly vast, and his vision became ever clearer. Eventually, there was no distinction between what he saw with his eyes open and closed. Suze believed that this should be a manifestation of his increasingly robust mental strength. However, he was perplexed as to why it was growing stronger despite not having intentionally cultivated his mental prowess. Suze found himself perplexed, yet he dared not inquire of anyone. However, after a few days of idleness spent perusing books, he discovered a remarkable enhancement in both his cognitive abilities and memory. Numerous questions seemed to reveal their answers at a mere glance, and he found himself endowed with an exceptional capacity for retention. Did the elevation of his mental faculties confer such benefits? Suze was elated for several days, pondering how, had he possessed such an ability in his previous life, he would undoubtedly have been an academic prodigy. A few days later, while practicing his swordsmanship, he discovered that his vision could autonomously pinpoint the weaknesses of his opponents. Initially, he required direct confrontation to mark these vulnerabilities, but within a short span, he found that even when observing people casually moving about, he could discern their weaknesses. This revelation caused Suze to involuntarily focus on the flaws of anyone he encountered. Just a month prior, upon arriving in Union City, he had noticed that everything he observed, aside from stationary objects, was accompanied by a series of phantoms. He soon realized that these phantoms represented the trajectories of their movements in the seconds to come. Was this a glimpse into the future? Suze was somewhat taken aback. This phenomenon known as future sight took him a week to acclimate to. In light of this, he contemplated a plausible explanation. It was likely that his mental prowess had inadvertently gathered intricate details of his surroundings, and then his enhanced cognition passively deduced these details. Ultimately, this culminated in the manifestation of future sight within his visual perception. However, 20 days prior, his abilities evolved once more. When he casually glanced at a leaf, he found himself immersed in its essence, unraveling the atomic structure of the entire leaf. At that moment, he felt as if a mere thought could decompose it into its atomic form. This notion startled him. Upon regaining his composure, he resolved to experiment. Fixating intently on the leaf, he concentrated and witnessed it transform into ash before him. Yet, within the realm of his mental vision, it was evident that a force had disassembled the leaf into atomic form. His mental energy was capable of capturing these atoms. Recalling the structure of the leaf he had previously observed, he concentrated once more, and the leaf restored itself to its original state. Similarly, at the instant he focused, a mysterious force intertwined with his intent. After several attempts, Suze ultimately concluded that this force was the ubiquitous source energy of this world. So, my mental energy can actually manipulate source energy? Though incredulous, he swiftly accepted this realization in the face of undeniable evidence. In the following days, through deliberate experimentation, Suze finally perceived what was referred to as source energy. It floated throughout the world, a myriad of vibrant, colorful specks. He could even observe that as Jojin inhaled, these specks of source energy would enter his body through the respiratory tract, only to diminish upon exhalation. Suze speculated that the vanished source light points had likely been absorbed by Uncle Zhou's body. Even his breathing seemed to be a form of cultivation. Indeed, Uncle Zhou was a master. Witnessing this, Suze's impression of Jojin improved significantly, although he was uncertain about the extent of this master's prowess. Having such a formidable figure by his side provided a profound sense of security. After several days of experimentation, Suze fully grasped this ability. Essentially, his mental energy merely acted as a switch, while the true process of material decomposition and fusion was driven by those source light points. Decomposing and fusing fragile materials like leaves required merely 10 or so source light points. In contrast, breaking down and merging harder substances like metals would directly extract a substantial number of source light points. Once extracted, these source light points were promptly replenished from the surroundings. Having mastered this ability, Suze contemplated utilizing it to fuse metals and synthesize high-quality alloys. Consequently, he instructed Zhouzhan to gather various metals. After approximately 10 days of fusion experiments, he finally succeeded in creating a Grade 2 alloy. With great anticipation, Suze eagerly crafted a Tang Dao from this newly forged material. Suze harbored a profound admiration for blades. Since the tender age of 5, he not only delved into the theoretical aspects of forging under the tutelage of his elders, but also honed his skills in the art of swordsmanship alongside them. In addition to his fascination with knives, Suze was also drawn to wielding the staff. For within every man resides a deep-seated aspiration akin to that of the legendary Monkey King. Nonetheless, the staff, being a blunt weapon, lacked the lethality required in combat. The majority of martial artists in this realm favored the blade, as its expansive cutting area and formidable destructive power rendered it superior to other types of weaponry. With minimal barriers to mastery, it proved exceptionally effective in the struggle against the dark beasts. Yet, there were those who preferred alternative arms, such as Uncle Zhou, who trained in the art of unarmed combat. To him, weapons were but an extension of his own being, akin to an armoring gauntlet worn at all times. After bidding farewell to his aunt, Suze returned to the villa within the estate, carrying a dossier. This luxurious 4-story villa, adorned with a soft, elegant sheen from its cream-colored marble faade, radiated a sense of opulence under the warm embrace of the sun. Suze's room is situated on the 3rd floor. It is spacious, featuring an expansive layout and an oversized floor-to-ceiling window that opens up to a breathtaking sea of crimson roses within the estate. The king-sized bed, measuring over 2 meters in width, is adorned with the finest cream silk duvet cover, exuding a luxurious softness and smoothness. Suze took a brief bath and crafted that Tang sword, leaving him drenched in perspiration. Upon exiting the bathroom, clad in a bathrobe, he reclined onto the plush bed, gazing up at the pristine white ceiling, allowing his mind to drift. Tomorrow, he would report to the Martial Arts Academy. What would the forthcoming days hold for him? Suze found himself lost in thought. As he pondered, he reflected on his abilities. It had been 20 days since his last evolution, and he had yet to perceive any signs of further enhancement. Could this be the limit of his potential? Yet, he wavered over whether to confide in his family. Although his relatives in this world treated him well, he felt an inexplicable sense of wariness towards them. It was a secret of another kind. 4. He might not even possess the bloodline of the Su family. After his birth, Suze had glimpsed his mother's face, though the memory now felt hazy. It was certainly not the visage of the woman he currently called mother. He was uncertain how he came to be with the Su family. In his early infancy, his consciousness often drifted. Moreover, before the age of 5, he frequently experienced a haunting nightmare. There were no images, only disembodied voices. They were filled with despair, pleading, fury, and pity. No, please. I beg you, take my child away. Is this my son? Impossible. That wretched woman is worthy of bearing him? Has Tishi tormented me enough? Get away. Dispose of him. Throw him out. Huh? Is there a child's cry here? How pitiful. Chapter 6. Going to school together the next morning, as dawn broke, Suze was roused from his slumber by his diligent steward, Zhouzhan. As he opened his bleary eyes, he saw Zhouzhan standing by his bedside with a respectful expression. Suze was startled. Had he forgotten to close the door when he went to bed last night? Turning his head to gaze out the window, he noticed the faint light of dawn on the horizon. He reached out to grasp the alarm clock on the bedside table, glancing at the time with a lingering sense of confusion. His mind was still somewhat foggy. Last night, he had once again experienced that dreadful nightmare from before he turned 5, awakening in the middle of the night and struggling to return to sleep. Was it truly necessary to rise so early at this hour of 7? Suze felt somewhat exasperated. He cast a sidelong glance at Zhouzhan, tossed the alarm clock beside him, and turned over to continue his slumber, hoping to indulge in a brief respite. After all, it was merely the first day of reporting in. Arriving a tad late hardly seemed consequential. With his eyes closed and his head nestled into the plush pillow, Suze mumbled to himself. If given the choice, he truly wished to avoid school altogether, having just graduated in his previous life. Yet, transcending into this new existence had its merits. Where else could he have become the scion of a wealthy family, residing in such a grand villa and sleeping on such a sumptuous bed? Although, perhaps it was not entirely genuine. Suzai's mind was still somewhat hazy. Young master, Miss San has instructed that you should accompany Miss Liu Yao to school for registration today, Zhouzhen remarked. Unable to resist the urge to remind the lingering Suzai, Miss Liu Yao is already waiting for you downstairs in the dining hall to share a meal together. Suzai, what? Suzai suddenly rose to his feet, instantly dispelling all traces of drowsiness, contemplating that quirky little child. He gazed incredulously at Zhouzhen by the bedside. Are you telling me that my aunt wants me to accompany that little imp, Liu Yao, to school? Suzai fixed his gaze on Zhouzhen, seemingly unable to fathom the reality before him. Indeed, the third young lady had issued such an instruction, Zhouzhen replied candidly. He found it perplexing why the young master harbored such a deep-seated fear of Miss Liu Yao, even exhibiting a tendency to avoid her as if she were a ferocious beast. To his eyes, Miss Liu Yao was undeniably charming, albeit prone to occasional indiscretion in her speech. Furthermore, the young master and Miss Liu Yao hailed from families of comparable standing, with their households being long-standing friends. And they were of similar age, with the young master being merely 2 months her senior. They were undeniably a match made in heaven. Suzai does not believe that he and Liu Yao are a match made in heaven. From the perspective of a mature man in his 30s, he is drawn to women possessing the elegance and beauty akin to that of his aunt, rather than a noisy little child, regardless of how endearing she may appear. But as the saying goes, cuteness pales in comparison to allure. If only she could be a bit quieter. Suzai enjoys tranquility. Yet Liu Yao is evidently far removed from such serenity. What would happen if I chose not to accompany Liu Yao to school? Suzai, somewhat unwilling to accept the reality, inquired. Then you might have to work to earn money to continue your studies at the Yunnan Martial Arts Academy. Zhouzhen replied with a look of deep regret. What? Suzai's eyes narrowed slightly. Such cruelty? I am merely 10 years old. Where could I possibly find work to earn money? What sort of enchantment did Liu Yao cast upon my aunt? Just yesterday, I had provided her with a regional alloy formula to cut off the bridge after crossing it, to be ungrateful. Cursed capitalists. Suzai grumbled in dissatisfaction. In response to his complaints, Zhouzhen chose to turn a deaf ear, selectively ignoring the grievances expressed. Between the third young lady, who paid his salary, and the young master, who was under the strict orders of the master, he found himself in a difficult position. Glancing at his watch and then at the young master still sulking in bed, Zhouzhen could not help but remind him, it is already 7:20. The young master still needs to wash up and have breakfast. If you do not rise soon, Miss Liu Yao may arrive late. If that news reaches the third young lady, I'm getting up. Is that not enough? Suzai, in a fit of anger, interrupted Zhouzhen's words and stormed into the bathroom to freshen up. After changing his clothes, he descended the stairs. His gaze immediately caught sight of Liu Yao, who was seated on the sofa, appearing obedient and understanding after finishing her meal. It seemed as though yesterday's events had been entirely forgotten by her, and the previous shyness was nowhere to be seen. Suzai cast a fierce glare in her direction. What? Why has brother Suzai risen so late? Do you not wish to accompany your sister to school? If you are unwilling, that is perfectly fine. I can manage on my own. I shall speak with Aunt Xuan myself. The moment she laid eyes on Suzai, especially after he had shot her a glare, Liu Yao, who had already enjoyed her breakfast and was seated on the sofa awaiting Suzai, swiftly stood up and spoke. After finishing her words, she playfully blinked at Suzai. A rich aroma of tea wafted towards him. Do you sell tea at home? Suzai cast her a glance, thinking how could she possibly articulate the manner of her demise. Then, amidst Liu Yao's triumphant little gaze, Suzai finished his breakfast. Stepping out of the villa, he made his way to the estate's parking lot, halting before a sleek black car. You shall sit in the passenger seat. Liu Yao, observing the vehicle before her, turned her eyes and addressed the maid standing behind her. Liu Yao's maid was a young woman in her 20s, possessing a fair and delicate appearance. Yet her looks paled in comparison to the maid who had tended to Sue's family back home. Suzai can only give her a score of 6, as her physique is rather unremarkable. Suzai vaguely recalled that her surname might be Li. Upon seeing her arrive at the front passenger door, Suzai felt a jolt of surprise. If she were to occupy the passenger seat, it would mean that I would have to sit in the back with Liu Yao. No way. Absolutely not. Sisterly, do not heed her. I shall sit in the front passenger seat. Suzio immediately spoke up. Upon hearing his voice, Sisterly paused and glanced at her young lady, then at Suzier, feeling somewhat caught in a dilemma. Will you heed my words or his? Seeing this, Liu Yao placed her hands on her hips, tilted her head, and shot Sisterly a piercing glance with her bright, round eyes. Instantly, Sisterly understood. Since her salary was paid by the young lady's family, it was only natural to follow her wishes. It was a simple truth. There was no reason for her to feel conflicted. Perhaps if the young lady were pleased, she might even reward her with a raise. With that thought, Sister Lee opened the passenger door and promptly took her seat inside. Suze, no, Sister Lee, you. Huh. Suze was at a loss for words. It seemed this was indeed my family's car. Am I not even entitled to sit in the passenger seat? Brother Suze, am I truly a ferocious beast? Are you so fearful of sharing a seat with me? Liao lowered her hands from her hips and, with a gentle tug, grasped Suze's hand. Wrapping her arms around his arm, her round, sparkling eyes fixed on him, exuding an air of great grievance. You are not a ferocious beast. You are even more terrifying than one. Suze cast her a glance, withdrawing his arm from her embrace before opening the rear door and slipping inside. Humph. Liao, feeling irked, stamped her foot and followed him into the back seat. Upon entering, she noticed Suze had settled into the farthest corner. With a displeased huff, she shifted her petite frame closer to him. Despite the ample space in the rear, Suze found no refuge, his attention diverted to the car's interior decor. In this world, automobiles harness energy transformed from source power. A single energy crystal brimming with source energy enables a vehicle to travel 10,000 kilometers, remarkably efficient and convenient. However, the cost is exorbitant, making such source-powered vehicles a luxury for the affluent. The average person relies on public transportation, akin to buses and subways on Earth. The distinction lies in the fact that public transportation here is provided free of charge, though boarding necessitates a scan of one's identification code. This code resembles a barcode on Earth, unique to each individual. Those without an identification code risk being apprehended by enforcement officers, who, upon confirming their non-threatening status, assist in acquiring a code. The technology in this realm develops around a theoretical framework of source power, bearing some resemblances to Earth's advancements while remaining starkly disjointed in others. Although superior building materials exist compared to Earth, the tallest structures here seldom exceed 10 stories. While televisions and computers do exist, they are technologically primitive, and the entertainment industry remains underdeveloped. Communication devices resemble archaic models, limited to text and voice, having stagnated for centuries. On the broad thoroughfares, public buses outnumber private vehicles. The architecture lining the streets showcases a blend of Eastern and Western styles, embodying both classical and modern elements. The city's layout exudes a peculiar fusion of cultures, where a predominantly modern environment coexists with figures reminiscent of ancient warriors bearing longswords. In terms of attire, one can observe modern suits and shoes, jeans, and skirts alongside antiquated garments such as hemp robes and long skirts. Men sport both short and long hairstyles, while women display a variety of styles, from loose tresses to ponytails, even intricate hairstyles reminiscent of those seen in period dramas. In summary, to Suze, this world perpetually emanates a sense of disconnection, leaving him with an ever-present feeling of unreality. Chapter 7. Yunnan Zhongwu. Brother, is that sister in red beautiful? That's an older brother. Brother, why is that building surrounded by tin sheets? It's a hazardous building undergoing demolition. Brother, do you smell something fragrant? Oh, it's just the waste pit over there exploding. Throughout the journey, Liao urged Suze to roll down the window, excitedly pointing out various sights along the way. Her youthful exuberance on full display, her chatter incessant and lively. Suze found the noise overwhelming. Initially, he responded to the questions with a semblance of seriousness. But soon he ceased to lift his head, merely reading and replying haphazardly. As he sat in the car, traversing the various streets of Yunnan City, he gazed at the surroundings, which bore a striking resemblance to the architecture of a past life. Apart from the absence of towering skyscrapers, the similarities were undeniable. In a moment of clarity, Suze felt as though he had returned to Earth. Half an hour later, they finally arrived at the entrance of the Yunnan Zhongwu Academy. The entrance wall, adorned with gleaming white marble tiles, was crowned by 4 resplendent golden characters spelling Yunnan Zhongwu. On either side of the entrance stood security personnel clad in sleek black uniforms, standing tall and resolute like ancient pines. Their vigilant gazes pierced through the crowd, seemingly searching for any suspicious individuals. This is what professional security looks like. Not the type who, with a thermos of goji berries in hand, lounges in a security booth, merely opening the door at the sight of an approaching visitor. Suze nodded in approval, thoroughly satisfied with the security measures of the school. Zhoushan, seated in the driver's position, alighted from the vehicle to assist Suze in opening the door, his right hand extending to support the top of the door. Suze descended from the vehicle, clutching his file bag and carrying a backpack, with Lu Yao closely trailing behind him. "Young master," she remarked, "the martial arts academy prohibits the entry of outsiders. I shall wait for you outside after I have parked the car." Miss Lu Yao commenced her studies a few days prior. Should you encounter any unfamiliar matters, you may consult her. In the event of any troublesome situations, do not hesitate to reach out via phone. Zhou closed the car door and gestured towards the black earpiece resting on his right ear. Suze made an okay gesture. And amidst the peculiar and envious gazes surrounding them, he slowly walked into the school with Lu Yao. As previously mentioned, very few students own private cars, which accounted for the envy directed towards them. "It's 8:20. You only have 10 minutes before you're late. You should hurry to class." Upon entering the school and noticing Lu Yao closely following him, Suze glanced at his watch and spoke. His aunt had already clarified the school schedule with him yesterday. There were no early morning classes. The first lesson commenced at 8:30. "If I go to class, will you be able to find where to report, Brother Suze?" Lu Yao asked, blinking her large eyes. It was evident that she was reluctant to part ways with Suze to attend her class. "I have a mouth but cannot find anyone to ask for directions. And you, do not even think about skipping class." Suze cast her a glance. "Do you think I am a mere 10-year-old child like you?" "Humph." Upon hearing Suze's words, Lu Yao stamped her foot in frustration. Yet, she turned away, paused for a moment, and her large, sparkling eyes darted around as if an idea had struck her, instantly brightening her mood. Then, under Suze's watchful gaze, she skipped joyfully towards her classroom, exuding an air of exuberance. "Indeed, it seems that a change of expression relies upon you." Suze was utterly astonished. Did the emotions of a young girl fluctuate so dramatically? With a file in hand, he followed the sounds and inquired for directions, ultimately arriving at the door of the grade director's office. Along the way, he witnessed some upperclassmen exhibiting extraordinary feats. Some hurried along, covering 4 to 5 meters in a single stride, while 2 individuals clashed, sending one flying a good 10 meters with a kick, only for the fallen to rise unscathed and dust off their clothes. Observing such scenes, Suze couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. Why? As an ordinary person, would he choose to attend a school teeming with little superheroes? If he were to be kicked like that, he would likely find himself hospitalized. Gazing at the mahogany door before him, he raised his eyes to the sign that read Grade Director's Office. Suze's eyes transformed into lifeless orbs, devoid of any glimmer. Not only was he plagued by concerns regarding safety within the confines of the school, but also, why on earth was the first-year principal's office situated on the 10th floor? Suze ascended the stairs for half the day, his breath becoming somewhat labored. With no elevator available, he had to rely solely on his legs to make the ascent. Fortunately, his physical condition was comparable to that of an adult. After all, how could an average 10-year-old manage such a climb in one go? Was the director's office situated here to deter children from coming up to lodge complaints? With a disgruntled heart, he paused to steady his breathing before knocking on the door. Knock, knock, knock. On the other side, in the first-grade teaching building. On the 3rd floor lay the entirety of Class 3's educational space. This floor housed classrooms for theoretical studies, a dojo for practicing combat techniques, and various facilities for physical training. Yunnan Middle School of Martial Arts consists of only 4 grades, each corresponding to the 4 stages of body refinement: flesh, sinew, blood, and organs. Each student is permitted a maximum of 8 years at the institution. Failure to complete the 4 stages of body refinement within this time results in expulsion. Conversely, those who successfully complete their training advance to various high-level martial academies. If a first-grade student does not complete their training within 2 years, they are reassigned to the remedial class for the entire grade. Students in the remedial class are essentially regarded as forsaken by the school. Each year, the top 10 classes are predominantly filled with newly enrolled students. Lu Yao's class is situated in Class 3. The classroom contains 40 desks arranged in 4 columns, with 2 desks per column, totaling 5 rows. However, there are only about 30 students in the class, all 10 years old and of similar height. The seat beside Lu Yao was vacant. A chubby boy had recently attempted to sit next to her but was rebuffed. Lu Yao had joined the school a few days prior to Suze, and during these days, several classmates had sought to be her desk partner, all of whom she had declined. Her desk partner was reserved for her brother, Suze. In terms of appearance, Lu Yao stood out among her classmates, far surpassing the other girls. The first lesson was a theoretical class, taught by a lean middle-aged man with the surname Su. The lesson covered fundamental combat techniques, which Lu Yao found somewhat tedious, and she was on the verge of dozing off. She had risen early that day and was indeed feeling drowsy. Having already learned these techniques at home, she felt indifferent to whether she paid attention or not. It was not that she looked down upon her classmates. In her view, having trained alongside Suze and taken supplements from a young age, even though she lacked his strength, she could easily defeat all 30 classmates combined. Liao rested her head on the desk, her eyes fixated on the classroom door, uncertain of what she was anticipating. Meanwhile, on the other side, knock, knock, knock. Suze gently tapped on the door and then quietly waited for a moment. But there was not a sound from within the office. Was no one there? Or had they simply not heard? After a brief hesitation, Suze knocked on the door once more. Tap, tap, tap. This time, the sound of knocking was slightly louder. Yet after a while, there was still no response. Suze furrowed his brow, casting a glance at the door handle that glimmered with a metallic sheen. After a moment of hesitation, he extended his hand towards it. He refrained from using his abilities to ascertain whether anyone was present in the office. Not only did he fear exposure, but he also found such an act somewhat impolite. With a creak, the office door swung open as the handle turned. Suze peered inside, where he beheld a wooden desk behind which sat a middle-aged man in his 40s, slightly portly. Reclining in a leather office chair with his eyes tightly shut, his physique appeared somewhat corpulent, and his broad face was adorned with excess flesh, giving him a rather greasy appearance. He seemed to be in a slumber, cradling a white, jade-like board, the dimensions of an A4 sheet, made of an unknown material in his hands. His breathing was remarkably steady. Is he truly asleep? What a remarkable position for a grade director. Sleeping in the office during the early hours, how can he justify the nurturing from the holy court and the expectations of the people? Suze secretly cursed him a couple of times, then gently closed the door and took a seat in the chair opposite his desk. Well, let us sleep then. I shall see when you wake up. Chapter 8. Tension in the air dingling. At 9:30, the school bell rang, signaling the end of class. In the office, the somewhat portly grade director's eyelids, which had been tightly shut, finally began to flutter slightly. Are you finally awakening? Suze sat opposite him, eyes closed in quiet contemplation. Having had a restless night, he rose early today and felt a touch of drowsiness. Yet, while he rested his eyes, he subtly directed his mental focus towards the grade director across from him. Noticing the twitching of the director's eyelids, Suze opened his eyes before the other could react. Leaning back against the chair, he crossed his legs, rested his elbows on the armrests, and supported his chin with clasped hands. Adopting a neutral expression as he regarded the director with unwavering intensity, he intended to assert his presence before this grade director. Meanwhile, the ringing of the dismissal bell echoed through the classroom as teacher Sue exited. There was a 30-minute break between classes. Only 2 lessons were scheduled for the morning, the second being a theoretical lecture. It seemed to cover the habits and weaknesses of common dark beasts, but that was of little consequence. Lu Yao had been staring at the classroom door throughout the entire lesson, yet Suze had not arrived, causing her brows to furrow in confusion. What was going on? Lu Yao's eyes reflected her bewilderment. Hadn't Aunt Shui said that Suze would be assigned to their class after reporting? She had even saved him a seat. Aunt Shui would never deceive her. Could it be that Suze had yet to discover where to report? What a silly boy. They had already offered to guide him, yet he insisted on being obstinate. Now look where that had led him. When he finally arrived, she would certainly have a good laugh at his expense. With this thought, the corners of Lu Yao's lips involuntarily curled upwards in a subtle, mischievous smile. In the office, Jiang Zheng's mental clarity returned, a hint of satisfaction flickering across his oily visage as he allowed a slight smile to grace his lips. He had made some progress. Upon opening his eyes, he was met with the sight of a youth seated across from him, striking a bold pose, expressionless yet unwavering in his gaze. Jiang Zheng was taken aback, nearly dropping the jade-colored board he held. His eyes widened instinctively. Glancing around the office, with its familiar layout, he confirmed. This was indeed his office. But who was this boy? Turning his attention to Suze, Jiang Zheng furrowed his brow and inquired, "Which grade are you from? And what brings you to my office instead of attending class?" His voice was deep and commanding. "Let us set aside whether I'm attending class properly. Are you diligently fulfilling your duties as a teacher?" Suze replied expressionlessly, "You can really sleep. Let him have company while he sleeps." After waiting for nearly an hour, it was astonishing that Yunanzheng, a person so unproductive, could occupy such a significant position as the grade director. Suze's impression of the school instantly deteriorated by several degrees. Jiang Zheng felt utterly bewildered. What on earth was going on? How could this student imply he wasn't doing his job properly? Moreover, since when was it a student's place to question whether he, the grade-level director, was fulfilling his duties? The sheer audacity. And furthermore, class had just ended. Yet here the student was in his office, clearly having skipped the previous lesson. Which grade and class do you belong to? What's your name? Tomorrow. Bring your parents in for a meeting. And take your legs off the chair. That insolent posture. Glaring at Suze, who remained unfazed by his interrogation without even adjusting his stance, Jiangzheng barked with authority. Have students these days lost all respect for their teachers? Humph. My professor. Quite the authoritarian display you're putting on. Suzier curled his lips in disdain, his voice languid. You were napping and slacking off in the office during work hours, and now I have caught you in the act. Why are you shouting so loudly? Suze wore an expression of assured confidence as he raised an eyebrow at Jiangzheng. During the hour of waiting, he discreetly captured Jiangzheng's sleeping posture on his phone. His device, the latest model, resembled the oversized, antiquated phones prevalent on Earth. Yet it possessed the ability to photograph and preserve moments in addition to sending messages and making calls. Now, Suze held crucial evidence in his hands. Me? Sleeping and slacking off? Jiangzheng pointed to himself, a look of bewilderment on his face. When did I ever sleep and slack off? I am making progress. Jiangzheng expressed his frustration. Oh, you're quite the actor, aren't you? Just woke up and already forgotten? You put on quite the show. I was right here, watching the entire time. Uffed. You think you can argue your way out of this? Suze wore a hint of sarcasm on his face as he retrieved a black smartphone from his pocket, pulling up the photo he had just taken. He provocatively waved it in front of Jiangzheng, declaring, I have captured it all. Suze was not intimidated by the head of the grade attempting to seize his communicator. Observing the man's corpulent physique, Suze deduced that he was certainly not a martial artist. Such a physique was not befitting of one. His body was laden with excess flesh. It was unclear how he had attained the position of head of the grade. Although Suze was merely 10 years old, his early exposure to performance-enhancing substances had endowed him with the strength of an adult, coupled with a foundation in martial arts techniques learned from a young age. He did not believe that this head of the grade could wrest his phone away from him. What are you recording? Jiangzheng inquired, his expression one of confusion. That was clearly a depiction of his own academic progress. He could not fathom what this child was being so audacious about. What was he flaunting a phone for? Did he think he was the only one with one? And to claim he had caught me in a compromising position, after years of diligent service at this school, what could he possibly have on me? Such nonsensical ramblings. Quickly tell me your name. I will summon your parents tomorrow. Jiangzheng placed the white, jade-colored board gently on his desk, his annoyance palpable. You do have quite the temper. Are you not concerned that I might present evidence of your recent slothful nap to the principal? The one in control of the situation here is undoubtedly me, and you certainly do not wish. Suze straightened his posture, raising an eyebrow with a hint of menace in his tone. Where exactly was I sleeping just now? Jiangzheng was taken aback, then pointed to himself and inquired. Do you truly believe I was sleeping in that manner just moments ago? You were clutching that worn-out board, eyes shut and utterly motionless for at least an hour. If that isn't slumber, are you perhaps engaged in prayer? Suze pointed at the white jade tablet placed on the desk by the director and questioned. Am I supposed to sleep? What is this broken tablet? This is a source pattern book. Jiangzheng shot a disapproving glare at Suze, realizing that the youth had misunderstood him. He had been meditating, synchronizing his mind to study the source patterns. As a source pattern master, he utilized his spare time to learn and improve, yet was mistaken for idling away in slumber. Nevertheless, he decided to let it go, for ignorance is no crime. A book? Suze glanced at the board, his face revealing an expression of disbelief, as if to say, are you trying to deceive me? There are no words here. Do you think I am so easily fooled? The source pattern scroll is not meant to be read with the eyes, but rather with one's mental energy. Jiangzheng patiently elaborated. Mental energy? Suze was momentarily taken aback. It was the first time he had heard the term spiritual power from another's lips. He had long believed that this ability was a unique gift, a secret he had guarded closely out of fear of exposure. To learn that others possessed it too suggested that he was not an outlier after all. With this realization, a sense of inexplicable relief washed over him. Wait, did he just mention the source pattern book? The source pattern? Suze's eyes narrowed suddenly. Since he began learning the art of forging in his childhood, he had constantly heard from his elders that weapons of a quality above the mysterious level could only be deemed complete if they bore the imprint of the source pattern. However, no one had ever explained to him how to engrave the source pattern. Each time he inquired, his elders would simply tell him that he would understand when he grew up. To his surprise, he now found himself in a situation where he was hearing information about the source pattern. Chapter 9, Source Pattern. May I take a look? He glanced at the white jade board referred to as the source pattern book by the headmaster and felt his confidence wane. With a tentative voice, he asked. His desire to see it was profound, and he found it exceedingly difficult to suppress his curiosity as something that had intrigued him since childhood suddenly appeared before him. You cannot see it at this moment. Jiangjing shot him a sidelong glance and explained, aside from those with exceptional gifts, humans typically solidify their mental strength around the age of 20. Our bodies act as a shackle, firmly binding our mental energy within. Only those with extraordinary talents can extend their mental energy through physical contact. By forming a unique frequency with the extended mental energy, one can perceive the source pattern. Therefore, unless you possess exceptional gifts, you will not be able to see the source pattern at your age. After finishing his explanation, Jiangjing noticed the glimmer of yearning in the child's eyes, which starkly contrasted with the arrogant demeanor he had displayed earlier. Feeling a twinge of compassion, he picked up the source pattern book from the desk and handed it to Suze. Well, if you wish to look, then go ahead, but please don't break it. Thank you, headmaster. At once, Suzitung's face lit up with joy as he reached out to grasp the source pattern book. Before his hand could even make contact, his mental energy instinctively penetrated within. Suddenly, his gaze was transported to an unfamiliar realm, enveloped in darkness, yet filled with an array of vibrant, oddly shaped characters resembling tadpole script floating all around. Is this the source pattern? Suze had yet to examine the object closely when a sudden sensation jolted him back to reality. Jiangjing handed the source pattern book to Suze. Give it a try. If you truly possess exceptional talent and can perceive it, I wouldn't mind imparting my knowledge to you. I should mention that I am the only source pattern master in the entire Yunnan Zhongwu. If you are studying here, I am your sole instructor. As he spoke, a hint of pride crossed his face. As a head of grade, he would not have secured this position were he merely an ordinary individual. It is not that he never slacked off. Even if he had been slacking off right in front of the principal would never admonish him. After all, some of the auxiliary cultivation source pattern instruments within the school require his expertise for maintenance. Managing such a large institution can sometimes be quite exhausting. If Suze were indeed able to see the source patterns, he would wholeheartedly teach him, perhaps even alleviating some of his own burdens. However, he would not take on a disciple, for if Suze could genuinely perceive the source patterns, it would signify that he is a genius. Such a talent, capable of forming mental energy early and resonating with the frequency of source patterns, is beyond the qualification of a source pattern master of his caliber to mentor. Give it a try? Suze blinked, realizing that there was no need for further attempts. He had already witnessed it moments ago. However, the director had mentioned that the physical body constrained the spiritual power, and that it could only be extended through physical contact in order to perceive the source patterns. Yet, his own spiritual power seemed to flow freely, allowing him to discern the contents of the source pattern book from a considerable distance. Could it be that he was still an anomaly? No, he must not reveal this. Suze appeared anxious and inquired, How? How do I test it? Come, allow me to teach you. Jiangjing replied with a faint smile, which rendered his otherwise greasy visage somewhat endearing. He grasped the source pattern book with both hands and suggested, Perhaps we could simply press it against your forehead. The center of the brow is the area where human mental energy most readily extends. Now, close your eyes, empty your mind, and enter a meditative state to sense. Jiangjing patiently instructed. Observing the director's genuine effort in guiding him, Suze reluctantly mimicked his actions in alignment with Zhang's voice. After a period of silence, Jiangjing asked nervously, What did you see? How should I respond? Suze hesitated for a moment. Yet his yearning for knowledge about source patterns quelled his doubts. After contemplating his words, he responded, I encountered some vividly colored tadpole script. Suze's tone was laced with uncertainty. He found it challenging to accurately describe the source patterns he had observed. Bang! Jiangjing excitedly slapped the table. You truly can see them. Suze opened his eyes and removed the source pattern book from his forehead, only to be met with a pair of fervent eyes. Jiangjing was immensely excited. He never anticipated that in his lifetime he would encounter a genius whose mental strength had formed ahead of time and harmonized with source power. What was even more significant was that he had the opportunity to be the novice teacher in the realm of source patterns. What a fortuitous day this was. Wait a moment. Did you just mention seeing a myriad of colors in the source patterns? Jiangjing's expression abruptly faltered, and then, somewhat uncertainly, he inquired. How many colors did you see in total? Huh? Is there even a need for clarification? How many colors did I see? I didn't count meticulously. It might be 6 or 7, but I'm not entirely sure. Suze replied somewhat conservatively, 6 or 7 kinds. Jiang Zheng let out a startled exclamation, utterly dumbfounded. Source patterns exist in 10 distinct hues: white, green, cyan, blue, purple, silver, yellow, orange, red, and gold. These colors bear no inherent superiority or elemental attributes. They merely manifest different effects and functions, each requiring a corresponding level of mental resonance. For instance, to achieve a certain purpose through source patterns, some colors may require only a few patterns, while others demand intricate combinations if the practitioner cannot perceive that specific hue. Jiang Zheng himself could only discern 2 colors, indicating his mental resonance aligned solely with those 2. Yet Suze could perceive 6 or 7. What manner of prodigy was this? Such breadth of perception was characteristic only of the most elite source pattern masters in the Western realms. His gaze upon Suze grew fervent, as though beholding a priceless treasure. After steadying his exhilaration, Jiang Zheng regarded Suze with hopeful anticipation and a trace of nervousness. Allow me to introduce myself properly. I am Jiang Zheng, the first-year dean of Yunnan's Central Martial Academy. Would you be willing to study source patterns under my guidance? Suze harbored a certain willingness. Yet he was apprehensive about his secret being discovered by the head of his grade. However, opportunities are often elusive and must be seized when they arise. As the saying goes, great fortune is often found amidst peril. One cannot simply wait until adulthood to pursue knowledge, can one? His intention was to embrace this opportunity. Yet he had yet to complete his enrollment. Suze timidly spoke. Having followed the director for quite some time, nearly half an hour had passed. The second class was about to commence, yet he had not completed his enrollment procedures. Would this leave a negative impression on the teacher? As long as he was willing. Jiang Zheng's expression brightened with delight. Wait, you haven't enrolled yet? Jiang Zheng's joyful demeanor faltered as a sudden realization struck him. He scrutinized Suze with uncertainty and asked, "Are you the young master Suze from the Su family? At such a tender age, you are only 10? Observing Suze's physique, while his face indeed appeared youthful, was this truly the appearance of a 10-year-old? Even if one were to claim he was 15, it could easily be believed. So, does this mean he can perceive source patterns at the age of 10? What a prodigy. Jiang Zheng found it hard to believe. I might appear a bit older than I am. Suze casually claimed that he was indeed only 10 years old, then handed his file to Jiang Zheng. Here is my file. Feel free to examine it. Jiang Zheng accepted the folder with a skeptical expression, opening it to retrieve Suze's identification form. Glancing at the photograph and then at the date of birth, he silently calculated in his mind. Indeed, he was just 10 years old. Yet, his disbelief persisted, prompting him to hold the photograph next to Suze's face for comparison. Is this you? Jiang Zheng inquired. This is me. Suze affirmed with a nod. Is this truly you? It really is. Jiang Zheng hesitated. Well, this is you. He finally conceded to the reality. Chapter 10, Teacher Shinmister. Su has already made the arrangements. I merely need to record your personal file, Jiang Zheng informed him. You have been assigned to Class 3 of the first grade. To be fair, Jiang Zheng's efficiency was commendable, befitting his role as the grade director. Within mere minutes, he had entered Suze's information into the computer. Dingling. At that moment, the bell for the second class rang, marking the arrival of 10 o'clock. As Jiang Zheng heard the bell and completed the file recording, he stood up and said, "Let's go. I will show you to your classroom. It seems your class today is a theory lesson." Overwhelmed with joy, he vaguely sensed that he might have overlooked something. Suze rose to follow Jiang Zheng out of the office. Upon reaching the stairwell, he observed Zhang's corpulent figure, pondering how he would be out of breath and perspiring after climbing such a tall building. He couldn't help but feel perplexed. After all, he ascended and descended 10 flights of stairs daily. How could he not have shed any weight? After a brief moment, understanding dawned upon him. Jiang Zheng halted at the stairwell, and, under Suze's curious gaze, slowly extended his right hand, turning to him and stating, "Observe closely. This is one method of utilizing the source pattern." Oh? Upon hearing these words, Suze's eyes sparkled with intrigue. He then summoned his mental energy and cautiously directed it towards his right hand. He sensed Jiang Zheng's mental force coalescing upon his hand, forming a dozen or so crooked and intangible tadpole scripts. Suze cautiously cast a glance at Jiang Zheng, relieved to find that the latter had not detected his probing mental energy. In his line of sight, he observed the vibrant, multicolored orbs of source energy surrounding Jiang Zheng's right hand, seemingly drawn by an unseen force. The white orb swiftly converged towards Jiang Zhang's hand, ultimately filling the intangible tadpole-like symbols with a luminous white hue, radiating a soft, ethereal glow. Subsequently, Jiang Zhang gently tapped his right hand against himself, causing the white light to dissipate. Suze observed as the crooked characters of the tadpole script instantaneously merged into his being. An invisible force enveloped Jiang Zhang, bestowing upon him the ability known as lightness technique, a rudimentary source art capable of counteracting a portion of gravitational influence, allowing one to move with the grace of a swallow. It is quite simple to learn. I shall teach you in due time, Jiang Zhang remarked with a gentle smile. Suze discreetly nodded in affirmation of Jiang Zhang's words. Indeed, he was quite the eager learner. His extraordinary intellect suggested that he had already grasped the concepts, having memorized the forms of those dozen or so tadpole scripts. Instinctively raising his right hand, Suze wished to make an attempt. Suddenly, a large hand landed upon him, and he instantly felt his body become considerably lighter. It was Jiang Zhang's hand. Suze felt the enchanting buff bestowed upon him, marveling at its wonders. This source technique made him perceive the world as possessing an additional layer of magic compared to Earth. You must be exhausted after climbing up here on your own. With the aid of lightness technique, ascending 10 flights of stairs would be effortless. Take a moment to truly savor it, Jiang Zhang remarked as he made his way towards the staircase. Suze gently lowered his slightly raised right hand and followed Jiang Zhang's retreating figure. Indeed, this was not an opportune moment for experimentation. Perhaps it would be best to attempt it at a later time. Descending the 10 flights of stairs alongside Jiang Zhang was effortless, barely taxing his stamina. It was no wonder that the head of the department, despite ascending 10 stories daily, had allowed his physique to become rather portly. Suze instantly comprehended the reason. The realm of source techniques truly is an extraordinary domain. Suze seemed to have opened the door to a new world. In the classroom of Class 3, as the sound of the class bell rang, Leo felt somewhat despondent, gazing longingly at the classroom door. Her lips instinctively pouted, reflecting her discontent. Where could they be? It was already the second period. Is Brother Suzy directionally challenged? The sound of high heels clicking against the floor echoed in the air. Leo recalled that the teacher for the second period was a strikingly beautiful yet stern woman, surnamed Shin. She always donned professional attire that accentuated her remarkable figure. Standing at over 1.7 meters, she possessed a tall and slender physique, exuding grace and composure. Her features were exquisitely refined, akin to a meticulously crafted work of art. With a demeanor as frosty as snow, resembling an imposing iceberg, her skin was as fair as jade, her facial features delicately sculpted like fine gemstones, and her eyes sparkled like stars in a frigid night, clear and profound, emanating an icy aloofness that made even the briefest eye contact send a shiver down one's spine. Beneath her high-bridged nose lay a pair of pale pink lips, perpetually pressed together, rarely curving into a smile. Teacher Shin slowly entered the classroom, her cold gaze sweeping across the room, instantly silencing the previously boisterous students, who straightened in their seats, hushed into stillness. Leia dared not continue staring at the classroom door, for the frigid gaze of Shin instilled a sense of trepidation within her. After surveying the room and ensuring all attention was directed towards her, Shin began the lesson. Today, we shall explore the black beast that is most commonly found along the borders of Lianzhou, the thorn dog. Please turn to page 12 of your textbooks. As she spoke, Shin took advantage of the students flipping through their books to lower a large display screen hanging on the left side of the blackboard, inserting an information storage card the size of a bank card beside it. Following this maneuver, the screen illuminated, revealing an odd and grotesque canine creature, dark-skinned, hairless, with sharp fangs and claws, its joints adorned with spikes. This is the thorn dog. Shin indicated the image on the display to the class. While the textbook contained an illustration of the thorn dog, it was nowhere near as vivid as the one displayed on the screen. Next, I will elucidate the habits and weaknesses of the thorn dog, as well as the precautions necessary when engaging in combat with it. Students, please take diligent notes. As time drifted by, almost half an hour had elapsed before Jiang Zhang finally arrived at the doorway of Class 3's theoretical classroom, accompanied by Suzy. Suze clutched a pile of textbooks, roughly a dozen in number. In truth, Jiang Zhang's office was quite close to this teaching building. However, he first took Suze to the academic affairs office to collect this set of textbooks, which accounted for nearly half an hour. Inside the classroom, Shin Qinghan was still eloquently imparting knowledge. Knock, knock, knock. The door was ajar, and Jiang Zhang approached the entrance, gently rapping on the door. When he raised his head and discerned who was conducting the class, his body involuntarily stiffened. Oh no, I had the nagging feeling that I forgot something. Jiang Zheng's expression froze, beads of perspiration forming on his forehead. How could it be this anti-teaching class? Perturbed by the interruption, Shen Qinghan felt a flicker of annoyance. Her eyes narrowed slightly as she turned her impassive gaze towards the door. Upon recognizing the visitor, her expression turned even colder, her frigid gaze locking onto Jiang Zheng. In that instant, the air seemed to solidify. An unspoken tension enveloped the classroom, and the students held their breath, afraid to utter a sound. After a prolonged moment of silence between the two, Jiang Zheng's forehead glistened with beads of sweat, resembling yellow beans, trickling down his cheek and onto his attire. I ask you, what are you doing blocking the door here? Suze waited behind Jiang Zheng for quite a while, growing increasingly impatient as he nudged him aside with his shoulder. It seems that since you were clutching the book, you do not feel fatigued, do you? The classroom is just ahead. Even if you were to be punished with standing, you ought to set the book down first. Suze is a person of action. As he squeezed his body into the classroom, he lifted his gaze and met the cold, piercing stare of Shen Qinghan. Ah, she is a stunning beauty. Suze's eyes lit up. The appearance of this teacher perfectly aligned with his aesthetic preferences: fair skin, striking beauty, and long legs, though her demeanor was somewhat aloof. She would likely have a captivating smile. Hello, teacher. I am Suze, the new student in this class. I look forward to your guidance. Suze cradled the book and slightly bent his body in a gesture of respect, unperturbed by her frosty gaze. Shen Qinghan cast a glance at him, remaining silent, and redirected her attention to Jiang Zheng. It seems you. Shen's voice was icy, devoid of any emotion. Jiang Zheng wiped the sweat from his brow, hastily interjecting. Shen, Teacher Shen, he is indeed a new student in this class. I did not intend to disturb you. Oh? It appears that this beautiful teacher's surname is Shen. At this moment, Suze also sensed that the atmosphere was somewhat peculiar. He turned around to glance at Principal Jiang. How is it that he is drenched in sweat? Why does he feel that this esteemed director seems to harbor a certain apprehension towards Teacher Shen? Suze could not comprehend why a beautiful woman would evoke fear. To him, her presence merely brought delight. Chapter 11, The Art of Swordsmanship. Excuse me, Teacher Shen. Where's my seat? After casting a glance of disdain at Jiang Zheng, Suze turned to inquire, and as he glanced around the classroom, he immediately spotted Lu Yao in the midst of the class, standing and waving at him. Suze's expression momentarily froze. Brother Suze, over here. I saved a spot just for you. Lu Yao, who had been eagerly awaiting Suze's arrival, momentarily forgot her apprehension towards Teacher Shen. In an atmosphere where the entire class dared not utter a sound, she stood up, waving her hand and calling out to Suze. With her other hand, she patted the seat beside her. To be honest, at that moment, Suze felt a twinge of resistance. How could he possibly be in the same class as this little princess? Sumu Shui, what are you up to? Suze found himself harboring grievances against his aunt. He was certain that this was a deliberate arrangement on her part. Upon closer inspection, he noticed several vacant seats in the classroom. However, in front of so many classmates, Lu Yao had urged him to take his place. If he were to refuse, she would likely feel so wrong that she might cry. What would happen if his aunt found out? Helplessly, he turned to Teacher Shen and asked, Teacher, may I take my seat? Shen Qinghan was clearly taken aback. She had not anticipated that there would be students unfazed by her demeanor. She was momentarily surprised and found herself intrigued by the student. Given his stature, he could not possibly be merely 10 years old. So how had he been assigned to the first grade? Nevertheless, since he was brought in personally by Jiang Zheng, there was assuredly no issue with his identity. She nodded at Suze and then cast a cold glance at Jiang Zheng as she spoke. Non-essential personnel, please exit. We shall continue with the lesson. Upon hearing this, Jiang Zheng seemed to receive a decree from on high. He promptly performed a light technique and swiftly made his way out of Class 3's classroom. Why was he in such a hurry? Suze was somewhat taken aback. What was he afraid of? He slightly bent his waist towards Shen Qinghan, then carried the heavy textbook and sat down beside Lu Yao. After placing the textbook properly, Suze noticed several malevolent gazes directed at him. Suze's gaze swept over them one by one, sending a chill down their spines, compelling them to turn away instantly. The presence of Suze in this class is akin to a dimensional reduction for them. His height surpasses theirs by more than a head, and his stature appears quite imposing. Even if they harbor grievances, they can only suppress them within. Oh, are you all displeased that I occupy this seat? Do you think I desire to sit here? A bunch of childish fools. Now, let us resume our lesson. Shen Qinghan cast a glance at Suze. After class, Suze sought out his classmates for notes on the material he had missed, intending to study it independently, and invited them to approach him in the office should they have further inquiries. The lesson continued. Brother Suze, you may borrow my notes, Liao offered, propping her book up, concealing her face, and turning to wink at him. Higi, thank you. Suze silently tugged at his lips. The subsequent lesson focused on the weaknesses of a creature known as the thorn dog. Suze believed that he need not study at all. Whenever the fierce dog-like creature appeared before him, his eyes would instinctively reveal its vulnerabilities. However, this creature, which fell far from his aesthetic preferences, did ignite a flicker of interest within him. Of course, it was merely a flicker. Thus, he soon found himself growing drowsy. Were it not for the pleasing presence of Teacher Shin, he might have succumbed to slumber. After enduring half an hour, the class bell rang, and Teacher Shin swiftly gathered her books and departed from the classroom, seemingly devoid of any lingering attachment to the space. This habit of not extending class time was commendable. Suze silently gave Teacher Shin a thumbs up in his mind. It was now exactly 11 o'clock, and with only 2 classes in the morning, it felt akin to the end of the school day. The afternoon would consist of 3 classes, commencing at 2 o'clock, with a 3-hour interlude in between. The school offered dormitories and a canteen, yet Suze and Liu Yao had not registered for on-campus living. Why would they choose to reside in a cramped dormitory with a few others when there was such a vast estate available? And why contend with a throng of students for the unpalatable fare served in the canteen? Had they grown weary of the exquisite meals prepared by the esteemed chefs of the manor? Suze initially intended to seek the grade director for further insight into the matter of the source pattern. However, today, Liao accompanied him to school. If he did not leave, she would not be able to either. Thus, he ultimately entered the sleek black car alongside Liao. Under the envious gazes of a crowd of students, half an hour later, they returned to the manor. Upon disembarking, he noticed that Liao was still following closely behind him. Aren't you returning to your own home? Suze inquired, halting his steps and turning to face her. Oh, didn't Aunt Xue inform you? A hint of genuine surprise flickered across Liu Yao's delicate face. Inform me of what? Suze was suddenly struck by a sense of foreboding. Aunt Xue mentioned that it was rather unsafe for me to reside alone with sisterly in such a vast manor, so she suggested that I move in with you. Liu Yao explained, her eyes twinkling with excitement, as if recounting a delightful surprise. This morning, Aunt Xue had someone assist me in relocating my belongings, surely. You are not unaware of this, Brother Suze? Her smile bore a hint of mischievous pride. Suze was momentarily taken aback. What are you doing? Sumu Xue? What surprise? Where's the joy? Suze only felt a sense of shock. With an expression of disbelief, he turned to Zhoujin, hoping to confirm that this was merely a false rumor. However, Zhoujin's gentle nod of his head shattered his illusions. Suze felt somewhat speechless. Is my brother Suze not welcoming me? She asked. Then, should I leave? Observing Suze's expression, Liao pouted, appearing exceedingly aggrieved. Her eyes swiftly glistening with unshed tears, that familiar mist returning. Haha, welcome. How could I not welcome you? Yao, having you stay here fills me with immense joy. A forced smile tugged at Suze's lips as he gritted his teeth to utter the final few words. After gently ruffling Liao's hair, he softly coaxed her with tender words until her emotions settled. The once tear-stained little face instantly blossomed into a radiant smile. Then let us return home together. Liao chimed cheerfully, taking Suze's hand as they strolled into the estate. The household chef had already prepared lunch, and Suze, feeling rather listless, consumed his meal before planning to ascend the stairs for a nap. To his surprise, he discovered that Liu Yao had followed him to the 3rd floor. Moreover, the room assigned to her by Sumu Xue was conveniently adjacent to his own. In just a single morning, that room had been transformed into a princess's chamber, adorned in shades of pink. His aunt truly exerted herself. Such remarkable efficiency. Suze pursed his lips as he watched Liu Yao enter the room across from him. He promptly closed the door and collapsed onto the bed, succumbing to slumber. It was 1:50 in the afternoon. Suze and Liu Yao once again stepped through the gates of Yunnan Zhongwu. The afternoon comprised 3 classes focused entirely on practical exercises and cultivation. Suze, unfamiliar with the school, had no choice but to follow Liu Yao to the swordsmanship dojo, which was also located on the 3rd floor. The dojo was a spacious classroom, at least 5 or 6 times larger than the one they attended in the morning. Along the walls, rows of sword racks held dozens of black wooden swords, crafted from ironwood. These swords bore the weight and form of real blades, yet lacked sharpness, making them difficult to wield dangerously. The first lesson was swordsmanship, an essential course at Yunnan Zhongwu, as the sword is the most commonly used weapon. Every student must eventually undergo a swordsmanship proficiency assessment, and only those who pass will graduate smoothly. Suze had studied swordsmanship since the age of 5. Apart from receiving academic instruction from a private tutor at the Su family estate, he dedicated his time to forging and swordsmanship. 3 months prior, after a significant enhancement of his cognitive abilities, his swordsmanship underwent a transformative change. With the newfound abilities of weak point perception and foresight, he felt no need to practice swordsmanship further. His perspective was on a completely different level compared to the group of preteens in his class. If the instructor were to teach alongside him, Suze doubted he would glean any new insights, believing it would merely be a waste of time. However, if a stunningly beautiful instructor were to lead the class, he might consider that time well spent. The swordsmanship teacher was none other than Teacher Shin, who had taught the theoretical class in the morning. This made Suze think that perhaps this lesson wouldn't be as dull as he anticipated. She donned a white training outfit reminiscent of Taekwondo attire, cinched at the waist with a cream-colored cord that accentuated her alluring figure. Her long, raven hair was tied up in a high ponytail, with a few short strands framing her face. She had swapped her high heels for a pair of white flats. Her demeanor remained cool and captivating, yet exuded a refreshing vigor. The moment Teacher Shin entered the dojo, the temperature seemed to drop several degrees. A group of rowdy children immediately ceased their commotion, behaving obediently. Shin Qinghan surveyed the classroom, her delicate brows knitting together. Her piercing gaze bore down on the children like a sharp blade, instilling a sense of dread even in Liu Yao. Only Suze remained unfazed. "Is this your first swordsmanship class? Are you unaware that you should change into your training attire first?" Shin Qinghan's voice was icy, laced with irritation. "Emma, I'll change right away." A student, unable to withstand her chilling presence, stammered before hastily making his way to the dressing room. The others quickly followed suit, leaving only Suze and Liu Yao behind. Shin Qinghan's gaze shifted to Suze, who had made a lasting impression on her during his registration earlier that day. This child seemed somewhat extraordinary. "Teacher Shin, I just registered today. I haven't prepared my training attire yet," Suze promptly explained as she looked his way. His eyes sparkled with clarity, his voice resonant and confident, meeting her gaze with remarkable composure. Did he not fear her? Shin Qinghan nodded slightly, recognizing that he was indeed different from the other students. Her attention then turned to Liu Yao. "And you?" Her tone remained frosty. I have my training attire. I'll change immediately." Liu Yao trembled under Shin's gaze, casting a pleading look at Suze before scurrying off to the dressing room. "Teacher Shin is so intimidating," Liu Yao lamented as she left. After Liu Yao departed, Shin Qinghan glanced at Suze once more and casually picked up a long sword from the rack. "Choose one for yourself." Taking the long sword, she moved to the front of the classroom, sitting cross-legged and resting the sword across her lap. She then addressed Suze gently. "All right, teacher." Suze nodded thoughtfully, then casually picked up a knife and found a place to sit cross-legged, mimicking the posture of Teacher Shin. Shin Qinghan appeared to observe Suze's every move with an air of nonchalance. After Suze settled down, he too glanced at her with a gaze that was clear and devoid of the predatory nature often exhibited by certain men. Moreover, there seemed to be a hint of admiration in his eyes. Perhaps it truly was admiration? In any case, she sensed an effortless quality about him. This was a unique aura. Shin Qinghan had already perused Suze's profile and was aware that he was indeed only 10 years old. Yet, this demeanor was strikingly incongruous with his age. If only the other students could embody such qualities as Suze, it was no wonder he hailed from the distinguished Su family. Meanwhile, Suze regarded Shin Qinghan purely as a beautiful woman, for admiring beauty was a source of joy. His mind was devoid of any ulterior motives. He merely appreciated the exquisite things in the world. The two of them maintained this mutual gaze for an extended period. After 10 minutes, all the students had changed into their white training uniforms and gradually returned to the dojo classroom. Each selected their weapon, and the 36 students stood in formation of 6 rows and 6 columns. Among the shorter students, Suze's height was particularly prominent, thus he was positioned at the back. Liu Yao, unable to stand beside Suze, wore an expression of indignation, but under Teacher Shin's authority, she dared not voice her displeasure. This marked the 3rd session of the knife fighting class. The previous 2 sessions had covered 4 of the 13 fundamental knife techniques: chopping, hacking, scraping, and intercepting. Today, they would learn the techniques of scraping, flicking, thrusting, and slashing. First, the scraping technique required the blade to shave. At the front of the classroom, Shin Qinghan held the long knife with utmost seriousness as she elucidated the essential principles of the knife techniques, followed by a personal demonstration. She then instructed all the students to replicate her movements. Every classmate was attentively engaged in the lesson, save for Suze. Although Teacher Shin was indeed quite attractive and taught with diligence, he found the class exceedingly tedious. Having already mastered the material, if not for a basic respect for the teacher, he might have yawned out of sheer boredom. It was truly dull. He found himself questioning why he had even come to this school. Suze meticulously perused the textbook on knife techniques. Not only was he well-versed in the 13 foundational movements, but he also mastered various combinations in the dissection of combat maneuvers. Furthermore, he had inherited a family knife technique. His grandfather advised him to cultivate connections at school, yet he pondered which among these children was truly worthy of his acquaintance. Observing his classmates, who appeared utterly rigid even in executing the basic knife techniques, Suze found little potential for greatness in them. As for Liao, although she had long since grasped these movements, she remained obediently attentive under the oppressive gaze of teacher Shin. All right, I have imparted these 4 movements to you. Now practice individually. Should you have any uncertainties, feel free to inquire, declared Shin Qinghan, sheathing his knife and standing tall. After surveying the room, the students promptly dispersed, assuming their stances to commence practice. After changing into her training attire and tying her hair into a ponytail, Liao revealed her adorable, cherubic face. She glanced towards Suze, intending to approach him, but upon catching teacher Shin's watchful eye, she promptly scurried to the side to practice diligently. Suze couldn't help but chuckle. It turned out that this little rascal was also afraid of the teacher. He had thought she was truly fearless. Suze, why aren't you practicing? Seeing Suze standing still, Shin Qinghan furrowed her brows slightly. Teacher Shin, I have already mastered the fundamental movements of the sword techniques you taught. These actions are too elementary. To be frank, I believe my swordsmanship is quite commendable and does not require repetitive practice of these basic movements. Suze responded with remarkable composure, though his tone bore a hint of exasperation and disdain. His reply elicited a flicker of astonishment in Shin Qinghan's cold, distant gaze. The other classmates who had noticed this exchange were equally taken aback by Suze's audacity. How daring of him to speak to teacher Shin in such a manner. Impressive. So, it seems your swordsmanship is quite commendable, then? Shin Qinghan arched an eyebrow at Suze. Suze's words piqued her interest even further. Could he truly be the child of the Su family? It appeared he had begun his martial training from a young age. I merely stated that my swordsmanship is passable. I did not claim it to be exceptional, Suze modestly corrected her. Oh, does it make any difference? Shin Qinghan remained silent, recalling tales of individuals who feigned humility, professing to possess only a rudimentary understanding while their prowess was undeniably formidable. She believed Suze was simply being modest. After all, as a child of the Su family, it was improbable that he had merely scraped by in his training, since being assigned by her uncle to teach here. She had yet to engage seriously with anyone in combat and wondered how capable this young man truly was. A glimmer of anticipation sparkled in Shin Qinghan's eyes. Chapter 13. A duel of swordsmanship. Since you claim your swordsmanship is adequate, why not engage in a friendly spar? Shin Qinghan locked her gaze on Suze, her voice cool and inviting. Perhaps sensing the abruptness of her proposal, she continued, I can see that you seem rather bored. If your skills meet my expectations, future swordsmanship classes will be free for independent practice. Not wishing to give Suze an opportunity to decline, Shin Qinghan sweetened the offer with an irresistible incentive, free time during class. What student could possibly resist such a lure? Certainly, Suze could not. Well then, let us give it a try, he replied, scratching his head in agreement. His swordsmanship was already commendable, and with the ability to perceive weaknesses and foresee the future, he felt confident that he had no equal, unless his opponent vastly outmatched him in strength. Suze believes that among all the individuals he has encountered, the strongest is undoubtedly his master, who has taught him the art of forging. With effortless grace, he wields a pair of enormous iron hammers, each weighing over 500 pounds. According to his master, his strength exceeds 2,000 pounds, enabling him to swing those massive hammers for several hours on end. Suze believed he epitomized the pinnacle of martial prowess in this world. After all, even if one could absorb source energy to enhance their physical form, they remained, in essence, merely mortal. A strength of over 1,000 pounds seemed formidable to Suze. What was even more remarkable was his ability to sustain such exertion for several hours. He felt like a veritable Superman. However, his master was undeniably muscular. In contrast, the beautiful instructor before him appeared delicate, with fair skin and a graceful figure, clearly lacking in raw strength. He hoped he would not inadvertently discourage this enchanting teacher. Should he perhaps yield to her? Suze hesitated within himself. Wow. The eyes of the entire class sparkled as they looked at Suze's agreement, as if they had witnessed a superhero. The new student displayed remarkable courage, daring to challenge teacher Shin. Upon witnessing this, the classmates immediately cleared a space, adopting a spectator's demeanor to provide ample room for the two. Only Liao appeared somewhat anxious. Although she was aware of Suze's extraordinary abilities, she still believed he would not stand a chance against teacher Shin, a true martial artist. Moreover, it was a case of an adult sparring with a child. Wasn't that an unfair advantage? Will brother Susie be all right? Have you ever sparred with anyone? If not, shall we first test our moves against each other? Shin Qinghan inquired tentatively while holding a knife with one hand, standing before Susie. The notion of testing moves refers to an initial exploratory attack during a sparring session, where both parties maintain a degree of restraint. The purpose is to familiarize oneself with the opponent's techniques, thereby preventing accidental injuries during practice. Although Susie claimed his swordsmanship was adequate, he was merely a 10-year-old child. Shin Qinghan remained apprehensive that an unforeseen moment could lead to harm. All right. Susie contemplated briefly and nodded in agreement. Understanding Teacher Shin's techniques would allow him to discreetly hold back. Both individuals possessed ample confidence in their abilities. Begin. Once they were prepared, Shin Qinghan launched a swift attack. Moving with unparalleled speed and almost instantly closing the distance to Susie. Gripping the sword with both hands, she aimed a powerful slash at Susie's face. The speed was so remarkable that it created an afterimage, a fundamental technique known as the chop. The motion was fierce and rapid, prompting gasps of awe from the onlookers. Yet, Susie remained unfazed, instinctively activating his foresight and ability to perceive weaknesses. Only when the blade was perilously close did he grasp the long sword to intercept. He exhibited no signs of panic, his movements graceful and composed. When the two wooden swords clashed, they produced a sound reminiscent of metal striking metal. Shin Qinghan's gaze sharpened as she sensed the force emanating from Susie's sword. Such strength? He certainly does not resemble a mere 10-year-old. It was evident he had trained diligently. This realization eased some of Shin Qinghan's concerns, prompting her to slightly increase her strength. In an instant, she retreated a step before delivering a horizontal strike aimed at Susie's waist. Susie, however, was taken aback. The force was truly formidable. The previous strike had nearly caused him to lose grip due to his momentary lapse in concentration. It dawned on him that, despite her seemingly delicate appearance, Teacher Shin was an adult and a martial artist capable of teaching at this school, which undoubtedly meant her strength surpassed his. How foolish of him to even consider holding back. Susie promptly shifted his mindset, dedicating himself fully to intercepting her second strike. The moment the blade made contact, he sensed a slight increase in Teacher Shin's strength. However, even after exerting all his effort, it remained within his capacity to endure. Was this truly the extent of Teacher Shin's power? Perceiving that her strength was not significantly greater than his own, Susie began to underestimate her. From that point onward, regardless of how fiercely Shin Qinghan attacked, Susie managed to intercept each move with alacrity. Shin Qinghan's eyes sparkled with growing excitement as she gradually lost herself in the sparring, even forgetting that she was merely engaging with a 10-year-old student. Her techniques became increasingly sharp, and Susie could feel an ominous chill in the air. His expression gradually turned serious. The onlooking classmates were captivated, and Lu Yao, observing Susie's grave demeanor, anxiously clenched her fists. She rarely witnessed such an expression from him, indicating that he was indeed feeling the pressure. Indeed, Susie was under substantial strain. Beads of sweat formed on his solemn face, nearly soaking him through. He felt a pang of regret, realizing he had overestimated his abilities. Perhaps he had become somewhat complacent after acquiring these two skills. Was his notion of being nearly invincible in knife techniques merely an illusion? Shin Qinghan's relentless assault came one after another, her seasoned strikes targeting vital points with swift, unending motions. Susie found himself worn down, his heart racing with trepidation. This was evidently a set of mature, offensive knife techniques. Moreover, she had integrated these techniques into her own distinctive style. Initially, he had relied solely on defense, acknowledging that he had been somewhat arrogant. The consequence was that he had fallen into Shin Qinghan's rhythm, rendered to passive defense, devoid of any means to retaliate. Although his eyes could identify her weaknesses and predict her future moves, his body was incapable of responding. Seeing did not equate to reacting. Shin Qinghan's movements were far too swift, beyond the realm of normal human speed. The weaknesses refreshed faster than her actions, and within the haze of his foresight, he was unable to discern which phantasm was the strike he was about to face. How was one supposed to contend with this? Had he truly become this inept? It seemed he needed to practice more. In that moment, the confidence instilled by his awakened abilities suddenly faltered. The school bell rang. Yet both Shin Qinghan and Susie remained engrossed in their sparring, oblivious to the sound. Their classmates were equally entranced, mouths agape in astonishment. They had not anticipated that the new student would be so formidable, able to withstand a duel with Teacher Shin for such an extended duration. Those few students who had expressed dissatisfaction with Susie in the morning now felt a twinge of apprehension. Meanwhile, several girls gazed at him with admiration. Only Lu Yao's eyes were filled with concern. She could see that Susie was beginning to struggle. At that moment, Suze's hair was damp with sweat. His clothes soaked through and clinging to his muscles, his breathing heavy. Finally, with a clang, Suze's long knife was dislodged from his grasp by Shinchihan, clattering onto the floor. The tip of her blade hovered mere centimeters from Suze's eyes, though it was merely a wooden sword. The proximity of the blade still caused a sharp sensation in his gaze. He instinctively swallowed hard. The outcome was clear. Shinchihan retracted her weapon. Suze exhaled a deep breath, panting heavily, his expression one of dejection. I have lost. Shinchihan raised an eyebrow, observing Suze with a perplexed look. Do you still wish to win? She queried, somewhat astonished. Was it truly embarrassing to lose to oneself? I was holding back. Compared to Suze, her condition appeared significantly better. She was merely slightly perspiring, her breath somewhat labored. Was her full effort merely enough to warm her up? Observing Shinchihan's state, Suze felt a twinge of discouragement. Since I have lost, I might as well practice with my classmates, he said resignedly. No, you need not practice with them. Shinchihan shook her head. I was quite satisfied with our exchange earlier. Such juvenile practice is indeed a waste of your time. From today onward, you may attend your swordsmanship classes at your leisure, but the price is that you must spar with me once a week henceforth. What do you think? Consider it. Huh. Even I, who am so inexperienced, can satisfy you? Suze was taken aback, his expression one of surprise. After their earlier bout, he instinctively relegated his standing from an invincible swordsman to that of a novice. Novice? Do you harbor some misconception about yourself? Shinchihan was at a loss for words upon hearing Suze describe himself so disparagingly. Since arriving at the school, only Suze had endured so long in their exchanges. Yet she relished the sense of parity, though she had been holding back. She had still employed a reaction speed and innate physical prowess beyond the ordinary. In her eyes, Suze's swordsmanship level surpassed all the instructors in the school. Save for her, she had triumphed over him so effortlessly due to her initial advantage and the enhanced speed granted by her fortitude. In terms of swordsmanship, the two were, indeed, evenly matched. Moreover, this young man seemed to possess an uncanny ability to discern the weaknesses in his own techniques. Having engaged in combat for the first time, he had already grasped the intricacies of her swordsmanship, even anticipating her moves. Shinchihan recognized Suze's exceptional talent from their recent confrontation. Had their physical capabilities been on an equal footing, the outcome would have remained uncertain. Thus, hearing Suze declare himself a novice left her somewhat speechless. Though you may be a novice, it is only in comparison to me. So, what will it be? Will you agree? Shinchihan shot him a sidelong glance. Of course, I agree. How could I not? Suze nodded vigorously. To be able to move freely. Only a fool would refuse such an offer. The price was merely to engage in sparring with Teacher Shin once a week, which hardly seemed like a sacrifice. With Teacher Shin's delightful figure and captivating beauty, such an exchange could only be considered a reward. Moreover, battling with a master of her caliber would undoubtedly enhance his swordsmanship, rendering it a veritable win-win situation. Chapter 14. What is this lightness technique? So, does that mean I can move freely now? Suze's eyes flickered as he immediately inquired. Of course, Shinchihan nodded, then recalled something and continued. You need not attend the third period training class. The first-year training class focuses on the initial stage of body tempering. Through rigorous exercise to push the muscles to their limits, combined with a specific breathing frequency, one absorbs source power and enhances the flesh after transformation through the source repository. Having reviewed Suze's profile, Shinchihan knew he had not awakened his source repository, thus making the training class a futile endeavor for him. Moreover, during their earlier confrontation, she noted Suze's considerable strength, equivalent to that of an adult. At his age, possessing such power prompted her to speculate about his lineage. It was likely that he had already utilized pharmaceuticals to complete the tempering of his flesh. No, it was not merely the flesh. He had likely even perfected his sinews and bones. Although the orthodox approach to cultivation involves absorbing source power through breathing techniques in conjunction with the source repository, many substances in this world can also convert source power into the energy required for cultivation. However, these substances are prohibitively expensive. And for ordinary individuals who have not awakened their source repository, the efficacy is diminished to less than 10%. Truly, the Su family is willing to invest. However, you must inform me of your whereabouts beforehand. Should you wander aimlessly, your privileges for free movement will be revoked. After a moment's consideration, Shinchihan added a stipulation. As a teacher, she had to be accountable for her students. No problem. I will be in the office of the head of the junior grade shortly and will return before the end of school. Without a moment's hesitation, Suze readily agreed and immediately revealed his whereabouts. The morning's directive from the director had urged him to seek guidance on the study of source patterns whenever time permitted. And now, did he not have the opportunity? His thirst for knowledge regarding source patterns had rendered him somewhat impatient. Jiang, what business do you have with him? Upon hearing Suze's words, Shen Qinghan's expression darkened slightly. With a subtle furrow of his brow, he harbored no fondness for the grade director, Jiang. Suze's expression faltered as he pondered the underlying tensions between his teacher, Shen, and director Jiang. He was contemplating whether to disclose his intention to learn about source patterns from the grade director. Before he could arrive at a decision, Shen Qinghan waved her hand dismissively, saying, "Never mind, it is not a perilous forbidden zone. If you wish to go, then go ahead. Just ensure that he does not lead you astray." Upon her arrival at the new position, Su Suqinghan was struck by Jiang Zheng's lecherous gaze, a rather disconcerting sight for a man in his 40s. Although he became considerably more subdued after she set him straight, that initial impression lingered, casting a shadow over her perceptions. It was simply a matter of his lasciviousness. And Suze was merely a child of 10, completely oblivious to such adult nuances. Shaking her head, Shen Qinghan exited the classroom. Having broken a slight sweat, she decided to take a shower and change her clothes before classes commenced. After Shen Qinghan departed, Suze approached Lu Yao, informing her of her need to step out for a while, urging her to behave and attend class diligently. "Are you going to play, Brother Suze? Can I come along?" Lu Yao expressed her discontent, reluctant to be separated from Suze. Additionally, she had already studied the content related to the sword techniques and found it equally mundane. "You do not possess the privilege of free activity." Suze cast a fleeting glance at her before departing the classroom. As she watched him leave, Lu Yao huffed in annoyance, her round, glistening eyes darting about before breaking into an inexplicable smile. "Hee, I shall challenge Teacher Shen later." Downstairs in the office building, Suze stood at the stairway, feeling somewhat exhausted after engaging in a nearly hour-long spar with Teacher Shen. Gazing up at the 10 flights of stairs before him, he perceived the ascent as a veritable ordeal. Why not take the elevator? Was it a matter of finances? With a hint of resentment, Suze commenced his climb. Upon reaching the 3rd floor, a sudden recollection of the lightness technique demonstrated by Director Shi in the morning surfaced in his mind. The white points of source energy. Those source patterns seemed to resemble. Suze extended his right hand, unleashing a torrent of mental energy that precisely captured the surrounding white points of source light. Gradually, these points coalesced in his palm, forming a series of crooked white tadpole-like symbols. Gazing at the nascent symbols in his hand, Suze hesitated for a moment before decisively striking them against himself. A resounding thud echoed as if he had been dealt a powerful blow. Suze suddenly knelt down, his knees aching from the impact. It felt as though he bore the weight of 1,000 pounds on his back, rendering him unable to lift his head or straighten his back. What on earth is happening? Wasn't this supposed to be the lightness technique? Suze trembled all over, his face contorted in anguish, struggling to rise but failing after much effort. Had he made a mistake? Had he known better, he would not have recklessly experimented, only to inflict upon himself a debuff of uncertain duration. Suze felt a profound sense of despair. As the saying goes, one sleeps where one falls. Seeing that he could not stand up, Suze simply lay down on the ground, and in his exhaustion, he fell into a deep slumber. "Wake up. Classmate, wake up." Suze suddenly felt someone shaking his body. Gradually, his consciousness began to awaken. The overwhelming weight that had burdened him dissipated, prompting him to turn over and open his eyes. "Oh, it's you, Suze. Why are you sleeping here?" Jiang Zheng was somewhat taken aback upon seeing Suze, who had just flipped over. The lifestyle of a wealthy young master certainly had its peculiarities. He even enjoyed napping on the ground. Jiang had just passed by the 3rd floor and noticed a student lying at the staircase, which had startled him greatly. He had feared something untoward had occurred, only to discover it was Suze, the prodigious talent he had encountered that morning. Sleeping? What a ridiculous notion. Suze inwardly cursed. Yet he felt too embarrassed to disclose his reckless use of source techniques. Having just exhausted himself from climbing the stairs, he took a moment to rest. Suze whimsically elaborated, "So, have you rested well? Climbing 3 flights of stairs has left you so fatigued. It seems your constitution is lacking. You ought to engage in more exercise." Upon hearing Suze's words, Jiang Zheng patted him on the shoulder and retorted, "Not able? It is you who is incapable." Suze cast him a sidelong glance. Checking his watch, he noted that it was only 3:40 in the afternoon, indicating that he had not slept for long. The 2nd class had only just commenced. Did you not mention that you would teach me about the source patterns?" "I have some time now." So I came to seek your guidance, Jiang Zheng inquired somewhat hesitantly. No need. My swordsmanship has garnered the approval of Teacher Shun, and she has granted me the privilege to move freely during this class. Su Zhe explained. You think your swordsmanship could earn the approval of Shenqing Han? Jiang Zheng's voice rose in disbelief as he took a step back, scrutinizing Su Zhe from head to toe, his expression one of incredulity. He was well aware of Shenqing Han's prowess in swordsmanship. In the entire school, there was not a single individual who could endure a half-hour examination under her scrutiny. The notion that she could recognize Su Zhe's abilities seemed utterly implausible. What? You still doubt it? Shall we inquire with Teacher Shin? Su Zhe felt somewhat displeased under his skeptical gaze. I truly believe. Jiang Zheng immediately nodded, for he dared not seek confirmation from Shenqing Han. After all, it was Su Zhe who spoke those words. Even if they were false, he would at least have an excuse. Moreover, the allure of teaching a prodigy like Su Zhe the art of source patterns was simply irresistible. Once Su Zhe ascended to prominence in the realm of source patterns, he would bask in reflected glory as his mentor. Come, let us proceed to my office where I shall instruct you at a leisurely pace. We have 7 flights of stairs to conquer. Allow me to bestow upon you a levitation technique. With that, Jiang Zheng extended his right hand, and a radiant orb of white source pattern energy coalesced in his palm before he directed it towards Su Zhe. Upon this realization, Su Zhe felt an instantaneous lightness in his body. Indeed, this time, Su Zhe observed with great clarity. The shapes of the tadpole characters forming in Jiang Zheng's hand were unmistakably identical to those he had been attempting to replicate. Yet, why did the outcomes diverge so drastically? Su Zhe's extraordinary intellect began to engage as he meticulously compared the formation of 2 distinct tadpole scripts frame by frame. He swiftly discerned a divergence. Jiang Zheng's tadpole script developed in a sequential manner, whereas his own manifested multiple tadpole scripts simultaneously. Could this indeed be the crux of the matter? Chapter 15. Is Teacher Shun of great significance? Contemplating this possibility, Su Zhe felt a surge of restlessness. However, casting a glance at Jiang Zheng seated before him, he ultimately refrained from making another attempt. If he were to recline on the ground once more, he would find himself at a loss for an explanation. Ascending to the 10th floor in one breath, the two entered the office. They settled into their seats across from one another at a desk, and Jiang Zheng retrieved the source pattern book from his drawer, the same one from the morning. Observing Su Zhe for a moment, he hesitated before inquiring. You are the nephew of President Su. Logically, you should have been acquainted with source patterns long ago. How is it that you are unfamiliar with the source pattern book? The Su family is renowned in the southern 3 states of the Western realm. Their forged alloy weapons account for at least 80% of the market in these regions. For decades, the Liu family, bound by a deep friendship with the Su family, has been engraving source patterns onto Su's alloy weapons, possessing mastery over nearly 100 varieties of source pattern arrays. Presently, the highest authority in the field of source patterns in the southern 3 states is none other than Lu Hongxian, the current head of the Liu family. While Jiang Zheng merely occupies a modest position within this intricate domain, Su Zhe is the sole male descendant of the 3rd generation of the Su family. Given the relationship between the 2 families, if they were aware of Su Zhe's innate talent for source patterns, it would be unlikely for him to be assigned as Su Zhe's mentor. Can it be that the Su family remains oblivious to his abilities? I have spent my life in Su Town, dedicating the majority of my time, aside from cultural studies, to the arts of forging and martial prowess. I am aware that weapons of the Xian level and above require the engraving of source patterns to be deemed complete. Yet I have not delved into the specifics of how to imprint these patterns. Whenever I inquired about it, I was met with the response, "You will understand when you are older," and was thus denied the opportunity to engage with and comprehend source patterns. Su Zhe gradually elucidated the matter. So that is the case. Jiang Zheng's heart was enlightened. He formed some conjectures, having acquired a certain understanding of the development history of the Su family. The Su family rose to prominence through the wealth derived from the richly endowed mine adjacent to Su Town. Old Master Su initially gained fame through his unparalleled forging skills, unmatched by anyone else. The 2nd generation of the Su family consists of remarkable masters of forging. As the 3rd generation heir of the Su family, it is quite reasonable for Su Zhe to have been immersed in the art of forging from a young age. As for the reluctance to let him comprehend the intricacies of source patterns, it is likely out of concern for his self-esteem. After all, a blacksmith must endure countless trials to craft a weapon that is both resilient and sharp, whereas a source pattern master merely needs to inscribe a series of source patterns to significantly enhance its quality. The disparity between these 2 disciplines can indeed be challenging for one with a fragile psyche, especially for a child like him. However, Jiangzheng believes their apprehensions are unwarranted. Suze is extraordinary. He is a genius of source patterns. Such a disparity can only arise when one yearns for something unattainable. Once he is capable of inscribing source patterns himself, how could such feelings still persist? The Su family remains oblivious to Suze's remarkable talents, which indeed benefits me greatly. With this thought, Jiangzheng smiled. Your family may be concerned about you experiencing a blow to your confidence. Jiangzheng calmly articulated his assumption. Upon hearing this, Suze pondered for a moment and concluded that even if he lacked the talent for source patterns, it would not undermine his confidence. His psychological resilience was far beyond that of a mere 10-year-old. On the contrary, the wondrous effects of source patterns piqued his interest even further. Are you suggesting that source patterns can amplify the strength of weapons by several times? Is this applicable to weapons of any grade? Suze found it somewhat implausible. After all, the Earth-grade weapon he forged yesterday was capable of cleaving through a millennium-old ironwood. If its strength could be enhanced severfold, how formidable would that be? Perhaps it could be improved by a few percent at most? Suze had never encountered weapons crafted from heavenly-grade alloys. Yet he couldn't help but feel that they would not surpass those made from earthly-grade alloys by several magnitudes. If the source patterns could yield such significant effects, then what was the purpose of further research into heavenly-grade alloys? With earthly-grade alloy weapons enhanced several times over, what could possibly withstand their cutting edge? No matter how formidable the black beasts might be, they were merely flesh and blood, after all. Suze's perspective was undeniably limited, shaped by his 10 years spent in Su Town, where he had scarcely glimpsed the broader world. In his mind, a warrior merely possessed physical strength that surpassed that of an ordinary person by several folds, reminiscent of the heroes depicted in martial arts novels. At most, he believed that they could transform source energy into a form of internal power, yet fundamentally, they remained mere mortals. The black beasts, in his view, were merely grotesque and formidable creatures analogous to warriors. He was entirely unaware that truly powerful warriors could move mountains and split seas, just as truly formidable black beasts could raise cities and conquer strongholds. Indeed, in response to Suze's skeptical expression, Jiangzheng offered an affirmative reply. You are still young and have yet to encounter source patterns, which may account for your lack of understanding. However, as you progress in your studies of source patterns under my guidance, you will come to realize that the realm of source patterns transforms the impossible into the possible. We are not akin to those crude warriors who merely engage in combat. We possess the ability to reshape this world. Jiangzheng grew increasingly animated as he spoke. His face flushed with excitement, even expressing some controversial opinions. Suze found himself somewhat perplexed. Why was he so agitated? Nevertheless, he remained skeptical of Jiangzheng's words. Setting aside the issue of intensity for the moment, he pointedly remarked, Director, you claim that you are the only source pattern master in our school. Do you not fear retribution for such a statement? Who would dare to confront me? Jiangzheng retorted, his eyes widening as he asserted. I would boldly declare this even in their presence. However, this morning, when you faced Teacher Shin, you were certainly not as audacious as you are now. Is Teacher Shin not a martial artist as well? Suze hesitated, his emotional intelligence advising him against uttering the words that lingered on the tip of his tongue. For doing so would undoubtedly embarrass the director. You see, Teacher Shin is an exception. Who in the school does not fear her? Even the principal is intimidated by her. Isn't it perfectly normal for me to feel the same? Jiangzheng instantly wilted, his face flushing red, his speech faltering and hesitant. The principal is afraid? Could it be that Teacher Shin possesses some formidable background? Upon hearing this, Suze felt a flicker of interest. Teacher Shin was undeniably beautiful. Apart from her somewhat aloof demeanor, there seemed to be nothing intimidating about her. Why should one feel fear? Could it be that she possessed a formidable background? Indeed, her uncle held the esteemed position of the director of the Law Enforcement Division in Yunnan City, a fifth-level official directly under the Holy Court. It was precisely this connection that led to Teacher Shin being personally assigned to our school by her uncle. Given such a formidable background, who would dare to provoke her? Jiangzheng smacked his lips, a hint of envy crossing his features. After all, a fifth-level official was no trivial matter. In contrast, his role as the grade director barely scraped the 10th level in terms of administrative ranking, and he was not even directly affiliated with the Holy Court. Thus, his apprehension towards Shin Qing'an was hardly unwarranted. Suze nodded in agreement. Indeed, the functions of the Law Enforcement Department bear resemblance to that of the Public Security Bureau on Earth, with the director holding a position akin to that of the bureau chief, albeit wielding far greater authority. As a fifth-level official, The exact extent of their power remains a mystery to Suze, who is not well versed in the administrative hierarchy of this world. However, the principal harbors a sense of trepidation towards him, leading Suze to conclude that it would be wise to avoid inciting the ire of Teacher Shun in the future. He is uncertain whether he possesses the means to provoke this director of the law enforcement department. Moreover, no matter how affluent their family may be, they are merely merchants, and he is aware that merchants should not contend with officials. Suze was a model student in his previous life, consistently excelling in his studies and frequently receiving commendations from teachers at school. He certainly does not wish to find himself in trouble in this world. By the way, have I inadvertently offended Teacher Shin today? Suze reminisced for a moment. Surely, there was nothing, right? Moreover, it seemed she was rather pleased with me. Oh, does that mean I could cling to her for support? Su Zitan was instantly filled with joy. His grandfather wanted him to make friends. But what was so commendable about befriending that group of children? It was someone like Teacher Shun who truly deserved to be his aspiration. Suze's expression brightened as he resolved to cultivate a strong rapport with Teacher Shun. He vowed to exert his utmost during their weekly swordsmanship sparring sessions, refusing to exhibit the carelessness he had displayed today. As for Teacher Shin's friend, Suze was determined to establish a firm connection. Chapter 16. Source Patterns. However, that was a matter for the future. For now, let us return to the main topic. After a moment of reflection, Jiang Zheng began to elucidate the concept of source patterns to Suze in detail. Source patterns represent the unique rules of this world, with individual patterns possessing simplistic yet profound effects. Take, for instance, the most elementary fire pattern. As Jiang Zheng explained, he extended his right hand to demonstrate. A crooked, white source pattern coalesced in his palm before suddenly erupting, transforming into a fireball the size of a fist. After burning for several breaths, it vanished into thin air. Suze could feel the intense heat emanating around him. It was marvelous. His hands itched with the desire to give it a try. Suze seemed to have discovered a new world. This method of conjuring fire from thin air was far more intuitive than the effects of the lightness technique. Glancing at Jiang Zheng and recalling the recent adverse effects of the lightness technique, Suze refrained from experimenting further. Without having systematically studied it, it was best not to take reckless risks. Jiang Zheng continued his explanation. However, the individual effects of most source patterns were not particularly pronounced. It was their combinations that yielded various results. Much like the lightness technique I previously demonstrated, we, the source pattern masters, prefer to refer to it as source art. Yet in the broader public's understanding, it is known as source pattern arrays. Source pattern masters are further categorized into various branches, including source technique masters, source instrument masters, and source array masters, depending on their areas of specialization. The applications of source patterns are exceedingly vast. They permeate every facet of our daily lives. The devices we use today, mobile phones, televisions, cars, elevators, are nearly all infused with source patterns. It can be said that source pattern technology has made the world a more beautiful place. How did the conversation drift so far afield? Suze was taken aback. Yuan technology? Is it not Yuan energy technology? Suze was only aware that the technology of this world revolved around a theory centered on the popularization of source energy. However, he did not anticipate the existence of source patterns. Are you suggesting that this thing also contains source patterns? Suze, somewhat incredulous, retrieved his phone from his pocket. The black metallic casing gleamed, and the smooth screen mirrored his youthful visage. Of course, Jiang Zheng nodded knowingly. Every phone is equipped with a source pattern array, and it is precisely this that facilitates communication. Is that true? Suze cast a suspicious glance at the phone in his hand, then found himself irresistibly drawn into its depths. Since awakening his abilities, he had been utilizing his mental prowess to delve into the atomic structures of various singular substances. However, he had yet to explore a technological product like the phone. As Suze's vision shifted, he discerned the atomic sequence of each component of the mobile phone in his hand. He understood that with a mere thought, this phone could be deconstructed into its atomic form. But what of the source pattern? Where could the source pattern be found? Suze did not see. No, that is incorrect. There is no need to activate any abilities. Suze recalled this morning's experience with the source pattern book, where he had merely engaged in a simple mental infiltration without activating any abilities. As his vision receded from the microscopic realm, he soon beheld a peculiar expanse. Hundreds of differently hued tadpole scripts were densely arranged in this space, exhibiting an array of strange layers. It seemed as though an unseen force tethered them together, with subtle, ineffable waves circulating among these tadpole scripts. Could this be The source pattern array? Suze could not help but murmur. It resembled the circuit board of the source pattern version, or perhaps CU. How could such a diminutive phone accommodate so many source patterns? His extraordinary mind began to engage, imprinting all the tadpole script of this space into his memory. You see, don't you? Jiang Jing's expression was filled with excitement. This is why I assert that only we, the source pattern masters, can transform this world. Otherwise, people today would still be relying on carrier pigeons for communication, just as they did centuries ago. Without us, the source pattern masters, travelers would still have to use horse-drawn carriages. Where is the comfort of automobiles? Jiang Jing's face radiated enthusiasm. Suze refrained from commenting on this matter. So, are the source pattern masters essentially the scientists of this world? However, are there many source pattern masters? After all, such mobile phones are quite common. Or is it that the production of these mobile phones is relatively simple? Suze could not help but inquire. Indeed, the number of source pattern masters is quite limited. Jiang Jing shook his head, explaining that aside from the families of hereditary source pattern masters, the chances of an ordinary person becoming a source pattern master are exceedingly rare. While the probability of a martial artist unlocking their source repository stands at 50%, the likelihood of becoming a source pattern master is merely 0.01%. Furthermore, once one becomes a martial artist, the prospect of transitioning to a source pattern master becomes nearly impossible. From this perspective, we source pattern masters possess a certain nobility that surpasses that of martial artists. Jiang Jing seemed to take pleasure in drawing comparisons. Perhaps out of his own inability to become a martial artist? Given the scarcity of source pattern masters, how then have they managed to disseminate various technological products throughout the entire Western realm? Surely, the esteemed source pattern masters do not merely labor in factories inscribing source pattern arrays upon these technological creations? Suze could no longer contain himself and spoke up. He envisioned a group of source pattern masters seated along the assembly line of a factory, cradling their products in their hands, then closing their eyes to imprint source patterns upon them. The sight was unbearable. You must be joking, Jiang Jing exclaimed, springing to his feet. Unable to restrain his exasperation, Suze discerned his urgency and chose not to take offense at the insults directed towards him. Jiang Jing, blushing, began to clarify. How could a noble source pattern master ever engage in such menial work? Long ago, source instrument artisans developed devices capable of mass imprinting such simple source pattern arrays. These devices enable ordinary individuals to transcend the limitations of their physical forms, allowing them to imprint these arrays under the guidance of the machine, expending their mental energy in the process. However, they can only inscribe specific source patterns under the apparatus's direction. If any patterns within the products become damaged, it is only we, the true source pattern masters, who possess the skill to effect repairs. Ah, now I understand, he replied. It is akin to the workers in an electronics factory, who typically lack the knowledge to repair electronic components. Suze nodded and summarized. So you are the equipment maintenance technician for our school? He hesitated for a moment before continuing. Well, I suppose that's one way to put it. Jiang Jing was about to respond with irritation, but soon realized that Suze was not entirely incorrect. After all, not every school had a source pattern master like him to handle equipment repairs. Whenever the equipment at nearby schools malfunctioned, they had to summon him for repairs. His status was quite elevated, indeed. Jiang Jing argued somewhat defiantly. Then what level do you hold in the realm of source patterns? Suze inquired. Following Jiang Jing's line of questioning, Jiang Jing's tone faltered. What level? Just a minor karami. He felt a twinge of insecurity, yet he could not reveal the truth. Otherwise, Suze might lose interest in learning from him. This was an opportunity to achieve renown. Regardless of my level, I can certainly guide you through the basics. Just tell me whether you're interested in learning. Jiang Jing shot Suze an exasperated glare. Of course I want to learn, Suze replied immediately. Then I humbly request your guidance, Director Jiang. Since he was required to pay tuition, why would he pass up the chance to acquire knowledge for free? Moreover, he was genuinely intrigued. Director Jiang? You should call me teacher to foster a closer relationship, Jiang Jing suggested, hoping to bridge the gap between them. All right, Director Jiang, no problem. Director Jiang. So, when shall we commence our studies? Suze blinked innocently, feigning seriousness. Humph. Disobedient disciple. I shall begin teaching you right now. Jiang Jing chose to swallow his frustration. Although Suze did not address him as teacher, once he imparted knowledge, the title of the enlightening mentor would surely belong to him. Chapter 17. The world has a master. Every source pattern serves a distinct purpose. Jiang Jing seated himself and gradually began to explain. As I demonstrated earlier, The fire pattern can transform into flames and generate heat. The source pattern array within a mobile phone allows for the transmission of sound and text through the omnipresent source force. Similarly, the operation of vehicles relies on extensive arrays composed of numerous source patterns. Only by comprehending the function of each source pattern can we, as source pattern masters, effectively combine them to create arrays that fulfill our desired objectives. Indeed, it is akin to writing equations. Suze possesses a distinctive understanding. He nodded thoughtfully. Some source patterns may share identical shapes, yet their different colors yield varied effects. Similarly, certain arrays of source patterns may have the same form, but a divergent sequence of imprints will also result in different outcomes. Each individual entity, in the eyes of us source pattern masters, encapsulates an internal realm accessible through spiritual energy. Thus, despite the diminutive size of a mobile phone, it can easily accommodate the engraving of thousands of source patterns. The realm of source patterns is profoundly intricate, with the known quantity of patterns being nearly impossible to quantify. There are at least millions. After studying source patterns for over 20 years, I have only mastered a few thousand patterns, 5 source techniques, and a mere dozen types of source arrays. At this point, Jiangzheng chuckled self-deprecatingly. Is it truly so difficult to learn? Upon hearing this, Suze furrowed his brow. He did not find it particularly difficult to learn. After merely observing Jiangzheng employ the lightness technique, he had memorized the more than 10 source patterns, although he had achieved the opposite effect. Who could argue that he had not grasped a form of source technique? A debuff is still a form of buff, is it not? In combat, when one applies it upon an opponent, the latter is weighed down by immense pressure. Even if one does not personally gain a buff, the opponent suffers a debuff, effectively granting one an advantage. Surely, learning it must be quite simple. Jiangzheng chuckled. But I am not a genius like you. With my mental frequency, to remember and accurately inscribe a source pattern requires me to painstakingly trace it in the source pattern book for several hours, akin to practicing calligraphy. Merely memorizing and inscribing is insufficient. One must also dedicate time to researching and comprehending how to utilize the source pattern. A bitter expression crossed Jiangzheng's face. His innate talent was indeed lacking, yet he had a genuine passion for source patterns. Apart from essential obligations, he devoted nearly all his time to studying them, which had only led him to his current level of proficiency. The physical body is a shackle of the spirit. And is it not true that one's talent serves as another form of constraint? Is there truly no one who can memorize these source patterns at a glance? Suze cautiously inquired, casting a glance at Jiangzheng. Yes, there are certainly individuals capable of such feats, but it certainly isn't you or me, Jiangzheng affirmed, nodding. Then looking at Suze with conviction. Why is that? Suze asked, perplexed. He believed he could manage it as well. However, given Jiangzheng's absolute assertion, he hesitated to refute him. It was said that only the descendants of the family that governed the holy court might possess such a talent. There is a notion that sharing a mental frequency with the world equates to wielding dominion over it. The more source patterns one masters, the greater the authority one gains. Yet, this world has its rulers. Jiangzheng revealed an astonishing piece of information to Suze. The world has a master? The realm lord? Suze's eyes widened in disbelief. What kind of mythological narrative was unfolding here? Indeed, Jiangzheng nodded. Thousands of years ago, the ancestors of that family, who governed the holy court, created this world, thereby leaving a backdoor for their bloodline descendants. Periodically, a descendant emerges who shares a complete mental frequency with this world. Mastering source patterns becomes as effortless as drinking water, and they can command source power with ease. Once matured, within the confines of the world, they are akin to deities. Jiangzheng spoke with a hint of longing, but then his expression faltered, tinged with regret. However, in the past 200 years, that family has not produced such a successor. Otherwise, our Western realm would not have been so severely eroded by the black mist. Suze fell into a profound silence. Now, he was even less inclined to reveal his unique circumstances. Who could fathom how that formidable family would respond upon discovering his abilities? Would they choose to nurture his growth, or would they perceive him as a threat to be extinguished? Life is but a singular thread, and he dared not gamble it on the goodwill of others. However, Suze suddenly recalled the haunting nightmares he frequently experienced before the age of 5. If he were not a member of the Su family and possessed such abilities, could it be that he was indeed a descendant of the realm sovereign, as he had mentioned? Yet, he hesitated to affirm this notion. If that were the case, being lost and adrift, who could ascertain whether there existed some insidious conspiracy? Why not attempt to see how long it would take to master a source pattern? Jiangzheng extended the source pattern book towards Suze, his face adorned with a glimmer of anticipation. Well then, shall I give it a try? Suze regained his focus. It was time to showcase his true acting skills. Taking the source pattern book from Jiang Zheng's hands, Suze recalled the scene from the morning, then placed it upon his forehead and closed his eyes. 1, 2. A total of 1,324 source patterns. Suze meticulously counted each pattern, committing to memory the shapes of these source patterns after merely a single glance. By the time he finished, nearly 10 minutes had elapsed. Then, opening his eyes, he calmly spoke in response to Jiang Zheng's expectant gaze. Yes, I have memorized one source pattern. Behold. As Suze spoke, he extended his right hand, attempting to condense the fire character pattern that Jiang Zheng had just demonstrated. Wait, don't. Upon witnessing Suze's action, Jiang Zheng suddenly grasped his right hand in a fit of urgency, interrupting the spell casting. Wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, Jiang Zheng felt a lingering fear. It was far too perilous. How could this child be so reckless? The source patterns must not be experimented with indiscriminately. Jiang Zheng stated earnestly. The demonstration I provided was deliberate. I knew that particular source pattern would not inflict harm upon me. Even the source patterns used in lightness technique are within the human body's tolerable limits. However, some source patterns are simply beyond human endurance, such as those inscribed upon weapons. If you had attempted to imprint such a pattern on your hand, the force of the condensed source pattern would have caused your entire hand to explode. Jiang Zheng's expression was exceedingly grave. Is it truly that severe? Suze was also taken aback, a bead of cold sweat forming on his forehead. Had he not chosen the fire character pattern just moments ago, and had Jiang Zheng not interrupted him, the consequences would have been. Suze shrank his neck slightly, gazing at Jiang Zheng, a hint of gratitude flickering in his eyes. Thank you, teacher, for the reminder. At this moment, Suze spoke with utmost seriousness. This is indeed the benefit of having someone to mentor you. Jiang Zheng's face lit up with joy. He chuckled. Well, doesn't that make you my teacher? He then produced a board that closely resembled the material of the source pattern book and handed it to Suze. This is a blank source pattern book. If you wish to try, you can practice on this. Once it is filled with source patterns, you can even sell it for money. Suze glanced at the previous source pattern book. So this one is also. Indeed, Jiang Zheng replied. The patterns within were inscribed by someone else. I haven't finished learning, and it cost me quite a bit. Are source pattern books expensive? Suze inquired. They are quite costly for me, but for you. Surely not a burden, Jiang Zheng remarked, well aware of Suze's financial background. How about this? Once you complete your studies with this book, I will gift you another one? Suze blinked, recognizing that although he could acquire knowledge of source patterns without cost, it was essential to express gratitude. Since the source pattern book was not expensive, he decided to gift one to Jiang Zheng. This is unnecessary, Jiang Zheng replied, feeling somewhat embarrassed. His intention in teaching Suze about source patterns was not driven by a desire for wealth, but rather the fulfillment that comes from nurturing talent, as well as the meager reputation that might follow. We shall certainly make use of it. Our Su family has always understood the importance of gratitude. You nearly saved my life just now, Suze asserted. The source pattern you were about to engrave might not have harmed your body after all. So perhaps it's best to refrain, Jiang Zheng replied, still feeling a touch of embarrassment. Even if it was harmless this time, what about in the future? Therefore, I implore you to accept the goodwill of your student. Suze spoke solemnly. Well, very well then. Jiang Zheng ultimately acquiesced. Chapter 18. Astonishment. 5:50 in the afternoon. Suze arrived at the training room of Class 3, carrying 2 volumes of source pattern books and a thick tome, thicker than a brick. The source pattern books had already been completed by Jiang Zheng, while the hefty book contained his own analyses and summaries regarding the functions, effects, and combinations of the source patterns within the 2 volumes. Suze observed his classmates, each one exhausted and seated on the ground, nearly synchronizing their breathing patterns. Their garments were largely soaked with perspiration. The training room was expansive, nearly twice the size of the swordsmanship classroom, filled with various fitness equipment. Judging by their appearance, they seemed to have been utterly worn out from their training. He glanced at the instructor. It was none other than Teacher Shin. No wonder I was excused from attending the 3rd period. Suze understood. It turned out that the teacher for this class was also her. So, how many salaries does Teacher Shin actually receive for teaching so many classes? You're back? Shin Qinghan casually inquired, glancing at Suze as he entered. Upon noticing the 2 volumes of source pattern books he held, a flicker of surprise crossed her cold, clear eyes. Source pattern books? She finally comprehended why Suze sought out Jiang Zheng. Surely, didn't he return with those books merely to collect them at home? The only plausible reason was for study. Yet, he was merely 10 years old. His mental fortitude had already stabilized. Truly, a genius. Nevertheless, it was also true that most children do not possess his level of composure. However, given Jiang Zheng's limited capabilities, could he truly impart valuable knowledge to him? Shen Qinghan harbored some doubts about that. Yet, none of this was her concern. Her sole interest lay in Su Zhe's swordsmanship. If only his strength were a tad greater, it could be even more exhilarating. She believed that even if she restrained her own strength during their sparring, it would enhance her own sword skills. Nonetheless, considering his age, she felt it was unreasonable to expect too much. Indeed, Su Zhe nodded, then found a spot to sit down. He felt the source pattern book in his hand was somewhat cumbersome. He had already mastered it. Yet he still had to hold onto it to maintain appearances. He would have to pretend for several more days, with less than 10 minutes left until class ended. Please wait a moment, Shen Qinghan said softly before closing his eyes and falling silent. Su Zhe nodded, observing his fellow students engrossed in their cultivation. In a moment of ennui, a spark of interest ignited within him. Bored and restless, he unleashed his mental energy, infiltrating the body of a nearby male classmate. He had yet to entertain any such peculiarities towards his female peers. He then witnessed the luminous points of source energy flowing into this classmate's body with each breath, subsequently absorbed by the source reservoir located in his lower abdomen. Following that, a surge of energy radiated from the reservoir, permeating throughout his entire being, ultimately assimilated by his physique. Su Zhe's mind suddenly began to contemplate, simulating various scenarios. It seemed as though his brain was convinced that it too could achieve such feats. How could that be possible? After all, he had not activated the source repository. Su Zhe shook his head, dismissing the unrealistic sensations in his mind, and promptly retracted his mental energy. The school bell rang punctually, signaling the end of classes, unperturbed by whether his classmates had heard it. Shen Qinghan stood up and exited the classroom. Liao opened her eyes and immediately spotted Su Zhe returning to the room. "Brother Su Zhe," she exclaimed joyfully, rushing toward him with open arms for a hug. However, Su Zhe raised a hand to gently press against her forehead, expressing mild disdain. "You've sweated so much. No hugs for you. Go wash up and change your clothes before heading home." "Humph. You've also sweated profusely. I didn't complain about you," Liao retorted. Her cheeks puffed in indignation, feeling a twinge of grievance within. Shortly after Su Zhe departed, emboldened by her years of training alongside him in swordsmanship, Liao challenged teacher Shen, hoping to gain some freedom of movement. To her dismay, she could barely endure for even 10 minutes. Consequently, during their practice session, the diligent teacher Shen intensified the training regimen, leading to even more perspiration. After all, where else would such sweat originate? Moreover, it was undeniably fragrant. "I want to wash up too." Su Zhe cast her a sidelong glance before striding towards the bathroom. Although the sweat on her body had dried, the salt crystals clinging to her skin remained quite uncomfortable. The school's communal shower offered privacy with its partitions, allowing one to maintain a semblance of modesty. After finishing their showers, the two reunited. On the way home, Zhouzhen and Sister Li occupied the front seats, while Su Zhe and Liao nestled in the back, clutching their bags. Su Zhe sat by the window, while Liao squeezed her way over, settling closely beside him. Perhaps the day's training session had been particularly exhausting, for she lacked the vibrant energy she had displayed in the morning, remaining unusually quiet. Su Zhe suddenly found herself quite fond of her current state, so adorable. "Uncle Zhou, do you know where I might procure a source pattern book?" Su Zhe suddenly spoke up. "I know, but why does the young master ask about this?" Zhouzhen glanced at the rearview mirror and inquired, regarding the matter of the source patterns. The master and the others do not wish for the young master to be overly informed at this time. Su Zhe discreetly placed the 2 source pattern books given by Jiang Zheng into his bag, so much so that Zhouzhen did not notice at first. Our grade director is teaching me about source patterns, and I wish to present him with a source pattern book as a token of gratitude," Su Zhe thoughtfully expressed. Ultimately, he resolved to reveal his endeavors in studying source patterns, as concealing it was futile. As long as he did not disclose his unique abilities but merely admitted to perceiving source patterns, it should pose no significant issue. Suddenly, a black car screeched to a halt at the roadside. "What did you say, young master?" Zhouzhen turned his head, his usually calm demeanor showing a hint of astonishment. The abrupt stop caused both Su Zhe and Liao to lurch forward involuntarily. Su Zhe immediately realized the situation, propping himself against the seat in front of him while shielding Liao with his other hand. Was it truly necessary to be so astonished over merely studying a source pattern? Su Zhe was somewhat at a loss regarding Zhouzhen's performance. Had it not been for his quick reflexes, he might have collided headfirst. "Are you saying you can now perceive the source patterns?" The answer was obvious. How could one learn without sight? "Young master, I must report your situation to the family head." With Suzai's affirmative response, Zhou tone took on a distinctly formal air, and his expression was tinged with excitement. Once relegated to the humble existence of an ordinary person, he now suddenly possessed the qualifications to become a source pattern master. This was indeed a momentous development. Had he known this sooner, the patriarch would undoubtedly have refrained from sending him to the warrior academy. He ought to have been enrolled in the source pattern academy. Just say it. It's not such a monumental affair. Suzai appeared somewhat indifferent at first. However, he quickly realized that something was amiss. He noticed that Sister Li, sitting in the passenger seat, was staring at him as if she had seen a ghost. Lu Yao, leaning close to him, exhibited a hint of admiration in her eyes. "Brother Suzai is truly remarkable," she exclaimed with a melodious voice, and Sister Li nodded in agreement. Indeed, it was impressive. In the Lu family, renowned for their bloodline inheritance of source pattern masters, the most gifted ones typically stabilize their spiritual power and perceive source patterns only around the age of 15 or 16. Those who can discern source patterns before the age of 20 are generally considered to possess exceptional talent. Essentially, the earlier one perceives them, the greater their potential. 10 years old. What kind of talent is this? She dared not even contemplate it, having never heard of such a thing. The ability to perceive source patterns earlier signifies a greater opportunity to study them and master more of these intricate designs. If the members of the Lu family who opposed Lu Yao accompanying Suzai to Yunnan's martial arts school were to learn of this news, they would likely fall silent immediately. Is this truly impressive? Suzai felt a sense of unease. Jiangzheng had not informed him that this matter would be so astonishing. Suzai had indeed underestimated the vibrations produced by the source patterns that could be perceived at the tender age of 10. His exceedingly busy aunt arrived at the manor that very evening. Even his grandfather, who was equally occupied with affairs, expressed a desire to carve out some time to pay a visit. Jiangzheng, a registered secondary source pattern master, is not someone whom the aunt looks down upon. Rather, it is my candid opinion that, given his qualifications, he falls short of being your source pattern instructor. The following morning, after enjoying a sumptuous breakfast with his aunt, who had just arrived the previous night, she gently spoke while holding a document. The document meticulously detailed Jiangzheng's information. Suzai also realized that Director Jiang was rather lacking in the field of source patterns. The registered source pattern masters are classified into 9 levels, with level 1 being the lowest and level 9 the highest. However, Director Jiang is merely a level 2 source pattern master, still in the early stages of learning. Thus, there are not many expectations. Suzai shook his head, pondering deeply. He still preferred to learn from Jiangzheng. Every path has its merits. Although Jiangzheng did not appear particularly astute, Suzai was confident in his ability to deceive him. If it were someone else, Suzai could surely safeguard his own secrets. "It seems you have your own thoughts. Thus, I shall refrain from persuasion." Su Muxiue listened to Suzai's words and nodded. She was aware that her nephew was always very opinionated. Once he made a decision, it was challenging for others to alter it. Furthermore, he was still young, and the foundational education on source patterns seemed sufficient for him, according to Jiangzheng. "Nevertheless, I am still curious about how many colors of source patterns you can perceive." Su Muxiue held a cup of milk, taking a small sip before inquiring, "Perhaps 6 or 7 varieties. I'm not entirely certain, as I haven't counted them meticulously." Suzai employed the same rhetoric with his aunt. 6 or 7, cough, cough. The overly astonished Su Muxiue was choked by a small sip of milk. She took out a napkin to dab at her delicate lips, and in that moment, she expressed a hint of regret. "I still believe it would be better to have you assigned to a different source pattern instructor. With such exceptional talent, wouldn't it be a waste to have a mere second-level source pattern master teach him? No need for that. It has been decided. It's time to head to school." Suzai picked up his backpack and stepped outside. Chapter 19. An Obstruction, Equality Among All Beings. The subsequent days were unremarkable, marked by a monotonous routine of home, classroom, and office. However, the theoretical classes had indeed become somewhat tedious. Having tasted the freedom granted during the swordsmanship classes, he swiftly memorized all the textbook content using his remarkable intellect. Consequently, he passed the assessment conducted by his instructor and was excused from attending classes. This situation left Leo feeling somewhat frustrated for a time. Nevertheless, the tale of his duel with teacher Shen spread among their classmates, elevating him to the status of the second-best swordsman at Yunnan Zhongwu. This newfound notoriety introduced a few unexpected challenges into his life. Just then, "Are you Suzai?" A senior student, towering at 1.7 meters, obstructed Suzai's path to the office building. His gaze was filled with disdain as he scrutinized Suzai from head to toe. "You? The second-best swordsman at Yunnan Zhongwu? I, Chen Ming, wouldn't dare make such a claim. Do you truly think you are worthy? Suze gazed at him, somewhat speechless. The second-best swordsman in Yunnan? Who on earth spread such a ludicrous rumor? This was not the first time someone had sought him out due to this unfounded claim. However, the senior's attitude genuinely irked him. Thus, he spoke up. Your cowardice is evident. If you had any courage, what would it matter to proclaim yourself the second-best swordsman in Yunnan? As for whether I am worthy or not, is your family a locksmith? Why ask such a question? He had no intention of indulging this inexplicably confrontational senior. It was clear they were seeking trouble, and retreating now would only invite more complications. You sharp-tongued brat. Do you dare to compete with me? Chen Ming immediately changed his demeanor, annoyance creeping into his voice as he unsheathed a wooden sword from behind him and offered it forward. Ah, you even brought 2 swords. How well prepared you are. However, Suze did not accept it. Instead, he looked up and loudly questioned with a hint of disdain. What is this? Bullying a child because of your age? How old are you, and how old am I? Whatever strength you possess, I possess as well. Compete with me? Would defeating a child bring you pride? Within the school, age served as his greatest shield. Bullying was strictly forbidden at Yunnan. At this moment, a small crowd had begun to gather, and as they listened to Suze's words, they began to point and murmur at Chen Ming. His face flushed crimson as he retorted, I can hold back. But how strong are you? 237 pounds. Fine. If you wish to fight, I accept. With the number of onlookers increasing, Suze grew impatient. It was best to resolve this quickly so he could return to his studies. He took the wooden sword and casually tapped it against himself twice. The motion was so swift that others barely noticed. This was Suze enhancing himself with 2 source techniques, lightness technique and strengthening technique. To him, seniors were like superhumans, yet he had ways to bridge that gap. With the 2 buffs, both his speed and strength were significantly augmented. As the duel commenced, Suze took the initiative. Although the senior demonstrated respectable swordsmanship, to Suze, who had activated his ability to perceive weaknesses and foresee the future, he saw nothing but flaws. Aside from possessing considerable strength, estimated at around 700 to 800 pounds, Suze found little that piqued his interest in the other aspects. Within 10 minutes of engagement, he had the senior pinned down at a critical point. You have lost. Suze spoke calmly, while Chen Ming stood frozen in place, as if struck dumb. Tossing the wooden sword in front of him, Suze passed by his side, muttering, with such poor swordsmanship, how dare you obstruct me? Unbeknownst to Suze, the senior named Chen Ming had already ascended to the 4th grade at the tender age of 16. And he was the top student in the 4th grade swordsmanship class. Following his defeat, no one dared to trouble Suze again. It is noteworthy that even the 4th grade swordsmanship instructor could not vanquish Chen Ming within 10 minutes while holding back his strength. This incident indirectly solidified Suze's reputation as the second-best swordsmanship expert at Yunnan Academy. Subsequently, Suze immersed himself in the study of source patterns. During this period, his grandfather made a brief visit, explicitly expressing his full support for Suze's pursuit of knowledge and source patterns. Time passed swiftly, and before long, a semester had elapsed, bringing with it a chill in the air. Despite Suze's intentional delay in his learning pace, he had thoroughly exhausted Jiang Zhang's knowledge of source patterns a month prior. Meanwhile, the source pattern books and various source techniques and formations that the Su family acquired within the Western realm were diligently studied by Suze. Throughout this learning process, he sensed a remarkable evolution in his cognitive abilities, and his mental power grew increasingly robust. The most tangible manifestation of this was his ability to manipulate objects from a distance with his mental energy. Although he could currently control only items weighing up to 100 jin, Suze could distinctly feel this capacity expanding day by day. With a clang, the long sword fell to the ground, and Shenqing Han's blade halted before Suze, reminiscent of their initial duel at the beginning of the term. This time, however, Suze managed to hold his ground for a full 2 hours, demonstrating significant improvement in his swordsmanship throughout the semester. Suze achieved a perfect score in swordsmanship. Retrieving her longsword, Shenqing Han softly announced the results, her expression still as icy as ever, yet inwardly, she felt a profound satisfaction. In the state of enhanced source techniques, Suze allowed her to experience a greater thrill. As for Jiangzheng, he proved to be quite formidable as well. This semester of battles had been mutually enriching for both Suze and Shenqing Han. Were she to face the Suze of the semester's beginning now, she would likely secure victory in less than half an hour. Suze exhaled deeply, a smile gracing his face. After a semester of interaction, he had become quite familiar with the beautiful teacher before him, and he finally understood that her strength was far greater than he had initially perceived. He reckoned it must surpass 1,000, for even with the enhancement techniques he employed, she still appeared effortlessly in control. Today marked the final day of the semester, and he was the last student in the class to participate in the swordsmanship examination. Some of his classmates had already departed after completing their assessments, leaving only a few who were eager to witness the duel between him and Teacher Shin. Despite the winter chill outside, the classroom felt as warm as early summer, with everyone dressed in lightweight practice attire. After a round of combat, they were left feeling somewhat disheartened. Was this Suze truly of the same age as them? How could he be so formidable? After a semester of training, nourished by the source energy, their physiques had expanded as if they had been on steroids, gaining over 10 centimeters in height and significantly increasing their strength. Although they could not compare to Suze, their transformations since the beginning of the term were nothing short of astonishing. Having studied swordsmanship for an entire semester, they found themselves unable to last more than 5 minutes against Teacher Shin, except for Liu Yao, who was always by Suze's side. In stark contrast, Suze managed to duel with the teacher for 2 hours. What an immense disparity! It was indeed no wonder he was recognized as the second-best swordsman in the school. Ah, let us go, there is nothing more to see, one student sighed, a hint of dejection in his tone as he left the classroom, followed closely by several others. As for Liu Yao, she had already exited earlier. Being the second to last to take the test, she had learned from her previous defeat and, with renewed determination, managed to last a full 30 minutes this time, emerging from the bout drenched in sweat. Having witnessed the duel between Suze and Teacher Shin before, she had a fair idea of how long he could endure, so she had stepped out 10 minutes prior to take a shower. Suze was merely breathing lightly, without breaking a sweat. His condition was significantly better compared to the end of the battle at the beginning of the school term. Teacher Shin, I am quite curious. What level of martial artist are you? Suze picked up the knife from the ground and returned it to the rack, casually inquiring. He had already enhanced himself with the source technique, yet this Teacher Shin still seemed to be holding back. This piqued his curiosity. As Shin Qinghan was tidying up her belongings, her movements paused momentarily, and her previously aloof expression darkened instantly. An aura of cold detachment enveloped her as she replied icily. This has nothing to do with you. After uttering those words, she hastened her efforts in packing her things. Huh? Did I say something wrong? I merely thought that your swordsmanship was so remarkable. You must be an exceptionally powerful warrior. I meant no offense. Suze sensed her transformation and recognized her anger, prompting him to hastily offer an explanation. He felt that after a semester of camaraderie, he should have rightfully earned her friendship. Why then was she inexplicably upset? Regardless of the level of martial artist, are they not all the same in the city? Here, all beings are equal. Thus, what is the true purpose of cultivation? After coldly uttering these words, Shin Qinghan had already packed her belongings. Donning her winter coat, she departed the classroom without a backward glance. What, precisely, did that mean? And why was she truly angry? Suze scratched his head, somewhat perplexed. On his way home, he recounted Teacher Shin's words to Uncle Zhou, expressing his confusion. Zhou fell silent for a moment. It appeared that the young master was indeed lacking in common knowledge. So he began to explain, the concept of equality among all beings is a binding source pattern barrier that restrains a martial artist's source power. Almost every city has such a barrier. For martial artists, it is akin to being shackled. He glanced at the rearview mirror. Miss Liao appeared quite fatigued. She had leaned against the young master and fallen asleep shortly after getting into the car. Meanwhile, the young master listened intently, prompting Zhou to continue. However, this barrier is the foundation of urban order and stability, for the power of martial artists is so formidable that coexisting peacefully with ordinary people becomes exceedingly difficult. Yet, with this barrier in place, regardless of how powerful a martial artist may be upon entering the city, the force of the barrier will confine their internal source power, rendering them a relatively ordinary person. Moreover, it is not only the source power that is affected, even the enhancements to physical attributes gained through source power will be partially suppressed. But why do I not feel any restraint? Suze examined his body, feeling a hint of confusion. Hadn't his physique been enhanced as well? Could it be that his strength was simply too feeble? Zhou sensed that his young master seemed rather ignorant of the power wielded by martial artists. With a slight parting of his lips, Zhou pondered his words before elucidating. Martial artists at the body tempering stage are not subject to the constraints of the barrier. The barrier operates by utilizing the martial artist's own source energy to impose confinement. The body tempering realm merely fortifies the physical form, and thus, there is no source energy within to be suppressed. In fact, in the eyes of true martial artists, those at the body tempering stage are not much different from ordinary individuals. Moreover, The law enforcement personnel within the city are predominantly martial artists of the body tempering stage or higher, and they possess the authority to temporarily lift certain restrictions. Consequently, few martial artists dare to cause trouble within the city. So, martial artists cannot utilize source energy in the city? Yet, how is it that source pattern masters can manipulate source energy within the city? Upon hearing Zhou Zhen's explanation, Su Zhe nodded, then shifted the conversation to inquire further. Source pattern masters, in essence, are merely ordinary people in terms of their physicality. Their mental prowess can only extend to inscribing source patterns through physical contact. Although some source pattern arrays can unleash destructive power comparable to that of top-tier martial artists, the materials capable of withstanding these arrays are heavily regulated. Furthermore, the bodies of source pattern masters can only endure simpler source pattern arrays, which they refer to as source techniques, and their potency remains within controllable limits. Su Zitan suddenly comprehended the situation. In simple terms, the source pattern masters posed no threat in the eyes of the city's administrators. In fact, the source pattern devices that enhanced the comfort of life within the city required the maintenance of these masters, rendering them indifferent to the manipulation of source energy. This, in a way, was advantageous. However, while others' mental energies must extend through physical contact to imprint source patterns onto various objects, he possessed the extraordinary ability to project his mind directly. Not only could it reach great distances, but it could also penetrate into the bodies of others. For Su Zitan, inscribing source patterns was merely a matter of thought. Other source pattern masters needed to gradually imprint the form of the source pattern using their mental energy. Subsequently, this form would autonomously attract surrounding source energy to fill it, and only upon completion would the source pattern be deemed properly inscribed. This process was excruciatingly slow for Su Zitan. His formidable mental energy allowed him to instantly imprint the form of a source pattern, capturing the necessary source energy with precision while simultaneously filling the pattern with brute force at the moment of its formation. This was exponentially faster than traditional source pattern masters. Wait a moment. If he could inscribe source patterns on himself, could he not also inscribe them on others? If he were to inscribe patterns that the human body could not withstand from a distance, the scene would undoubtedly be gruesome. Su Zhe dared not dwell further on his thoughts, shaking his head to cast aside such perilous notions. Unbeknownst to him, Zhou Zhen was oblivious to the dangerous thoughts occupying the young master's mind. Observing Su Zhe's expression in the rearview mirror, he calmly remarked, "Young master, perhaps it is for the best that you have not activated the source repository." In Zhou Zhen's perspective, with Su Zhe's extraordinary talent in source patterns, he was destined to become a significant figure within the realm of source arts. Even the Su family might ascend to greater heights under his guidance. Should he activate the source repository, it might jeopardize his innate talent, for it is rare for one to possess both martial and source pattern abilities simultaneously. Would that not squander his potential in source patterns? Moreover, source pattern masters thrive in the city, enjoying safety and respect, while martial artists, alas for them, the city resembles a cage, confining those who dwell within to a stifling existence. Thus, formidable martial artists often eschew urban life, though city living is aesthetically pleasing. They prefer the freedom of the wilderness. Is it not unjust for martial artists? Su Zhe furrowed his brow, feeling that such a situation was excessively corrective. If strength leads to shackles rather than liberation, what is the purpose of striving for power? Would this not diminish the enthusiasm for martial cultivation? Does the young master also perceive this as inequitable? Zhou Zhen chuckled softly, continuing, "Yet the sacred court deems this approach to be fair, as embodied in its name, equality for all beings. Is it not just that all creatures coexist in equality? An ant and an elephant may share the same space. Yet a moment's inattention from the elephant could spell doom for the ant. The same applies to ordinary people and powerful martial artists. Without the protective barrier, ordinary individuals could not coexist with those formidable warriors, as a mere casual gesture from the latter could lead to fatal consequences." Zhou Zhen shook his head, finding it challenging to provide an impartial evaluation on this topic as a martial artist himself. How can this be fair? Martial artists, the guardians of this world, possess no privileges and endure such discrimination. Will they not rise against it? Su Zhe could not help but inquire. Furthermore, how fearsome are martial artists, truly? While possessing several thousand pounds of strength is indeed superhuman, does it not allow for harmonious coexistence with ordinary folk? His forging master, remarkable in his prowess, lived quite harmoniously among the surrounding commoners. He did not perceive this as fair. Suddenly, Zhou Zhen's demeanor shifted dramatically, his hands gripping the steering wheel tightly. With a screech, the black car abruptly halted at the roadside. Su Zhe seemed to anticipate the moment, swiftly extending his hand to shield the peacefully slumbering Liao. He ensured that she felt not the slightest disturbance, allowing her to continue her sweet dreams. Uncle Zhou, why did you suddenly stop the car? Su Zhe inquired, puzzled. Young master, such words should never be uttered carelessly. Zhou Zhen replied, turning his head with a grave expression. Why not? Su Zhe questioned, his confusion deepening. He glanced at Sister Li in the passenger seat, noticing a shift in her demeanor as well. Is it truly forbidden to even speak such words? How can such formidable warriors appear akin to the vulnerable? Su Zhe felt somewhat perplexed, for your recent words echoed those of the disciples of the Source God cult. Zhou Zhen, with a grave expression, elucidated further. What exactly is the Source God cult? Su Zetian was immediately intrigued. The name itself suggested a powerful and formidable villainous organization. The Source God cult is a sinister sect that seeks to overthrow the egalitarian order established by the Holy Court. Oh? Su Zetian's eyes suddenly brightened. Aiming to overthrow the Sacred Court, this truly is a formidable antagonistic organization. Zhou Zhen spoke in a deep, resonant voice, recounting a tale from centuries past. Several hundred years ago, the power of the Sacred Court was significantly weakened, leading 5 of the most elite warriors to rally a group of dissenters against its rule. They established 5 chaotic kingdoms, where warriors reigned supreme while ordinary people lived lives akin to that of slaves. At that time, the Sacred Court, unable to muster the strength to quell the rebellion in order to safeguard its borders, tacitly accepted the existence of these 5 realms. It was not until a century later, when the Sacred Court regained its strength, that it swiftly eradicated these kingdoms with a force akin to plowing through weeds. The remnants of these realms, struggling to survive, formed what they termed the Source God cult. They venerated a fictitious deity known as the Source God, believing that warriors who could harness source power were the earthly representatives of this god, thus asserting that the world ought to be governed by warriors. They believed that warriors should possess privileges that allowed them to exercise life and death over ordinary people. Consequently, in their eyes, the Sacred Court, which endeavored to uphold the interests of common folk while relinquishing such privileges, was a traitor to the Source God. They covertly attracted discontented warriors dissatisfied with the Sacred Court's order, silently growing in strength until they recently caught the attention of the Sacred Court. If the Enforcement Division were to hear what you just said, it might lead to some trouble for you, Zhou Zhen cautioned earnestly. Well, I'm not as extreme as they are. Su Zetian hesitated for a moment, acknowledging the madness of the Source God cult's ideology. However, I still believe that warriors should enjoy certain privileges. Otherwise, how could they protect this world? In truth, privileges do exist, but not every warrior possesses them, Zhou Zhen paused. Only those who have achieved military merit in defending the Western realm are granted certain privileges. Military honors are classified into 4 tiers: Soldier S Merit, General S Merit, Marquis Merit, and King S Merit, corresponding to the extent of their achievements in battle, with each tier offering specific privileges. However, these privileges exist solely within the warrior community in the Sacred Court, remaining imperceptible to ordinary people. In that case, it seems somewhat reasonable. Su Zhe nodded, deeming this to be quite reasonable. Only through merit can one obtain privileges. Such privileges serve as a reward for their accomplishments. Otherwise, to enjoy privileges without any contributions would be akin to a malignant growth. Zhou Zhen revved the engine and continued down the road. In truth, martial artists do not despise urban life. Rather, it is the inherent dangers of city living that give them pause. Zhou Zhen resumed the light-hearted conversation. Is it due to a lack of security? Su Zhe pondered before inquiring. Precisely, Zhou Zhen replied with a nod. To have that exhilarating sense of power stripped away in an instant is profoundly distressing. Moreover, martial artists prefer to have their fates firmly in their own hands. Outside, they can rely on their formidable strength to ensure their safety, whereas within the city, they must entrust their lives to the whims of order. Accustomed to the brutality of combat, the thought of being surrounded by millions, any one of whom could potentially bring about their demise, is indeed terrifying. It is said that several years ago, a renowned military hero was mercilessly beset by a throng of ordinary citizens, incited by the Source God sect in Yunnan City. Meeting a tragic end, this esteemed warrior was reportedly a relative of a prominent figure in the city, and even someone of such standing could meet with misfortune. Following the dissemination of this news, many martial artists grew increasingly resistant to the idea of entering urban environments. Chapter 21. A glimpse of equality. Upon returning to the estate, after a sumptuous dinner, the night descended into a profound stillness. Su Zeping reclined on his soft and comfortable bed, reflecting on the words spoken by Zhou Zhen in the car. What a magnificent array of source patterns must it be to encompass the entire city. How many source patterns would be required? Now that he had stepped into the realm of source patterns, he felt an insatiable desire to explore any knowledge about source patterns that he had yet to grasp. Tossing and turning, sleep eluded him, so he resolved to forego slumber altogether. To his eyes, the city appeared perfectly ordinary. Yet, where did this barrier actually exist? With a swift thought, Suze's mental energy quietly seeped through the floorboards, penetrating downwards. Uncle Zhou had mentioned that powerful warriors are bound by the restrictions of the source pattern barrier. In Suze's recollection, Uncle Zhou was indeed a formidable warrior. Otherwise, he would not have been assigned by his grandfather to safeguard him. Thus, it was certain that he possessed a restraining power as well. Now, let me observe how this unfolds. The second floor is where Zhoujin and Sister Li reside, with Zhoujin's room directly beneath Suze's. Suze observed that Uncle Zhou had fallen into a deep slumber, his hands resting on his abdomen, lying perfectly still with steady breaths. This posture of repose. How should one describe it? Suze felt rather unwell. Moreover, could one truly find slumber in such a posture? In any case, Suze could only manage to sleep while lying on his side. His mental energy extended like tendrils, gently brushing against Uncle Zhou's body, causing him to furrow his brow, which startled Suze. However, it was merely a fleeting expression, as he quickly returned to his usual demeanor. Suzesong let out a sigh of relief and began to gradually permeate his spiritual energy into Zhou Shu's body. It penetrated through the skin, flesh, bones, and organs, scanning every part of Zhoujin's physique. No abnormalities? That was inconceivable. As his abilities activated, Suzesong beheld the atomic structure of the various components of Zhoujin's body. Intricate and precise. What a remarkably robust physique. Suze was utterly astonished. Prior to this moment, he had never fathomed that the human body could surpass even the strongest of metal alloys. This must indeed represent the pinnacle of martial prowess. He could only wonder about the magnitude of strength that surrounded him. At this moment, Suze felt that Uncle Jean was even more formidable than his forging master. However, where was the binding shackles? Suze intensified his mental focus, aspiring to perceive the deeper layers of space. Subsequently, he beheld a luminous point resembling a black hole at the dantian of Zhoujin. Suze understood that this was the source repository of the martial artist. Without hesitation, he directed his mental energy towards the luminous point. In that fleeting moment of contact, Zhoujin's form transformed dramatically before his eyes. A chain, composed of an intricate web of dense, tadpole-like symbols, emerged from the void, weaving through the light and tightly coiling around Zhoujin's body. Countless filaments, resembling strands of hair, penetrated from the chain into Zhoujin, as Suze's mental energy extended along these delicate threads. Observing the multitude of these filaments infiltrating every cell of Zhoujin's being, it resembled a parasitic invasion. As Zhoujin inhaled, absorbing the source power, this energy was converted by the source repository and subsequently assimilated by his cells. Should he exceed a certain threshold, he would be consumed by these threads. Is this what is meant by the equality of all beings? Suze swallowed hard. No wonder Uncle Zhou remarked that warriors are averse to entering cities. If warriors must endure such treatment, it would indeed be more pleasant to live as an ordinary person. But from whence does this chain originate? Suze extracted his mental power from Zhoujin's body, extending it along the chain into the void. Allow me to see your true form. Suze's expression radiated excitement, akin to a child who has discovered their cherished toy. The entire world transformed into a canvas of darkness. Gradually, glimmers began to emerge in his vision. 1, 2, thousands upon thousands of densely packed beams of light materialized upon the ground. Upon closer inspection, these luminous pillars were intricately adorned with an abundance of source patterns. The earth itself shimmered with a soft glow. Suze beheld the intricate array of source patterns that permeated the subterranean expanse of the entire city. White, green, azure, blue, purple, silver, yellow, orange, red, and gold, 10 distinct hues in total. Countless source patterns sprawled before him. Such a formidable array could never have been orchestrated by a single individual. Suze could not fathom the exact number of source patterns. His mental faculties swept through them one by one, his mind racing as it instinctively began to memorize. The purpose of those luminous pillars of source patterns was, as they gradually merged with the realization of the world, Suze discerned that the locations of these luminous pillars coincided with certain buildings, ingeniously intertwining with the array of source patterns deep within the earth. Was there a specific significance to this? Suze gradually lost track of time. By noon the following day, Suze was still asleep, having exhausted his mental energy the previous night, leaving him utterly fatigued by morning. Zhoujin, unaware of any irregularities, assumed he had stayed up late studying source patterns and did not rouse him. After all, it was a holiday. Only Liu Yao who had not seen Suze that morning, sat in the living room on the first floor, sulking while having lunch. At the dining table, Liu and Sisterly were seated on the left, while Zhouzhen occupied the right side, facing Sisterly. Despite the wintry weather, the villa, equipped with air conditioning, was quite warm, and the three wore light clothing. Is Suze brother a pig? It's already noon, and he still hasn't gotten up. Liu, clad in a delicate strawberry-patterned pajamas with her hair casually draped over her back, looked quite adorable. She set down her chopsticks and, visibly irritated, addressed Zhouzhen, who was quietly eating his lunch. Zhouzhen glanced at Liu and, with a hint of exasperation, replied, Miss Liu, the young master's room is locked from the inside. I cannot enter. Why don't you just kick the door down? Then you can get in, Liu exclaimed. And why does Suze brother lock his door? Who is he trying to keep out? And Shuai says we are all family. So why should there be a door at all? It's simply a sign of distrust among family. With a mischievous glint in her big, round eyes, Liu lightly tapped the table and declared, I've made up my mind. Sisterly, you will go and take down the door to my room. Uncle Zhou, you should now kick down Suze brother's door and call him to get up. After kicking it down, take the door off its hinges too. There should be more trust among family. Upon hearing her words, Sisterly choked on her food and anxiously patted her unremarkable chest. Master Su, whom are you truly guarding against? Miss Liu, the young master may not concur with your decision. Zhouzhen set down his chopsticks and quietly wiped his mouth, responding with composure. Compared to their initial encounter, Zhouzhen had grown somewhat immune to Miss Liu's remarks. He began to comprehend why the young master harbored such trepidation towards her. Ahem. Brother Zhou, my young lady is merely jesting. Haha, just joking. Sisterly, who was momentarily choked, hurriedly took a sip of water, her expression awkward. She desperately wished to cover her young lady's mouth. The tension was palpable, as if the proverbial beads of calculation were on the verge of bursting forth onto her and Zhouzhen's faces. Why did Master Su lock the door? It was undoubtedly due to his own young lady. She distinctly recalls that not long after they moved in, the young lady stealthily crept into his room while he was deep in slumber. She even climbed onto his bed and cuddled with him for a nap. The next day, she had the audacity to accuse him, claiming that since they had shared a bed, he must take responsibility. From that moment on, Master Su developed the habit of locking his door at night. Are you truly unaware, or merely pretending to be so? Who is jesting here? Liu, in a huff, slammed her palm on the table. Uncle Zhou, you must go and break down the door. I will report this to Aunt Shui at once. As she spoke, she fished out her phone, searching for Su Mushui's contact information. Her little finger glided across the screen, and several times she feigned ignorance as she passed over the contact labeled Aunt Shui. Stealing a glance at Zhouzhen, she found him utterly unfazed. Humph. Is my voice truly so ineffective? Is living under someone else's roof such a demeaning experience? Liu's theatrical instincts flared up. She felt the urge to weep. But with Brother Su not present, who would witness her performance? Forget it. I seem to have misplaced Aunt Shui's contact. Let's eat first. Liu quietly set down her phone and resumed her meal. I have the third Mrs. Contact information here. Miss Liu, let me offer it to you. Zhouzhen, with a serious demeanor, presented his phone to Liu. In an instant, her face flushed crimson, the color spreading to her neck, resembling a freshly ripened tomato. She did not reach for Zhouzhen's phone. Eating is for eating. Why all this chatter? Liu's voice was barely audible, as she nearly buried her head in her bowl. Chapter 22. The Oracle. It became evident that Liu was merely a verbal warrior, an intellectual giant yet an action-oriented dwarf. It was easy to babble and feign bravado, but the thought of calling Su Mushui filled her with dread. She was merely a 10-year-old child, prone to shyness. Any occasional boldness in her speech stemmed from a childhood remark made by Suze, expressing his preference for mature women. Liu, unaware of the true meaning of maturity, mistakenly believed that audacity equated to it. Thus, at times, she would unexpectedly act with boldness, uttering words that caught others off guard. Her fondness for Suze originated from an incident in her early years when he bravely retrieved a lollipop snatched away by a rowdy child. He even taught a lesson to those who bullied her, which fostered her dependence on him. She had once declared before both families her intention to marry Suze. However, he remarked that she favored mature women. After swiftly finishing her meal, with her cheeks aflame, Liu hurriedly retreated to her room, closing the door she had threatened to dismantle, and buried her head beneath the covers. What? Dismantle the door? At 4 in the afternoon, Suze rose, invigorated. As he enjoyed the meal prepared by the kitchen, listening to Zhouzhen recount Liu's astonishing statements from lunch, he was taken aback. Indeed, such words seemed fitting for her. Oh no, please do not divulge this matter to my aunt. Suze placed his chopsticks down, his expression grave as he earnestly cautioned Zhojin. He understood that if his aunt were to hear of today's events, with her penchant for revelry, she might very well come to assist him in demolishing the door. His aunt delighted in amusement, and she held a particular fondness for Liao. When Liao had expressed her desire to wed Suze, she was the first to voice her support, even suggesting an arranged marriage. Had Suze been willing, Liao would now be regarded as his fiancée. With Zhojin's nod of acknowledgement, Suze felt reassured enough to resume his meal. In a chaotic bar, the music blared deafeningly. Within a particular room, a dozen or so men clad in black were kneeling on the ground, their dark attire concealing them completely. Only one man stood, impeccably dressed in a suit, his robust physique complemented by long hair cascading behind him, his face obscured by a black mask. Useless. All of you are worthless, he bellowed, fury etched across his features. 6 months prior, he had dispatched them to locate the child of the source god. Guided by divine oracle, yet half a year had elapsed without a shred of progress, and they had suffered significant losses. The masked man, a knight commander of the Western Order of the Source Church, was second only to the bishops. 6 months ago, the church leader received a prophecy declaring that the child of the source god had been born in Yunnan City. The leader proclaimed that this child would descend with the authority of the source god and would become a deity among mortals, capable of obliterating mere sanctuaries with a mere gesture. Although Yunnan City had become a forbidden territory for the Source Church due to past events, they hastily dispatched a multitude of Source Knights into the city for the sake of the Church's glory. Yet, half a year later, they had suffered casualties without even a whisper of the child's existence. The bishops, in their desperation, feared for the child's safety and sent the Knight Commander to rectify the situation. My lord, over the past 6 months, we have meticulously examined every child born within the time frame indicated by the oracle, yet we found nothing unusual. One of the kneeling men protested, feeling wronged. They had risked their lives to fulfill the church's demands, working diligently and without complaint, only to be labeled as worthless by the Knight Commander. Could it be that the oracle was mistaken? He pondered silently. Bang! Before he could finish, the masked man forcefully pressed the man's head to the ground. Pain surged through him as blood trickled out, yet he dared not resist, his expression morphing into one of sheer terror. He realized he had spoken out of turn. Within the Source Church, the Source God was supreme, and the oracle could not be questioned. The consequence of his transgression could be death. The mere thought sent shivers through him. Are you questioning the church leader? Or the exalted Source God? The masked man's grip tightened, his tone chilling. And no, I wouldn't dare. I merely... The man trembled, pain radiating from his head, the dread of death clouding his thoughts, rendering him incoherent. Witnessing this, the other black-clad men were overcome with a sense of shared despair. After a prolonged silence, one of them summoned the courage to speak on behalf of his comrade. My lord, it is a crucial time for manpower. The church's presence in Yunnan City is already sparse. Perhaps we should spare him, allowing him to redeem himself? Are you instructing me on how to conduct my affairs? The masked man shot a fierce glare at the speaker before reluctantly releasing his grip, delivering a swift kick to the trembling figure before him. Bang! The two black-clad men collided, the latter choking slightly, suffering minor internal injuries in his effort to catch his companion. Yet at least, he had preserved a life. Thank you for sparing my life, my lord. Blood streaming down his face, the black-clad man immediately knelt, pressing his forehead to the ground in gratitude, feeling an overwhelming sense of relief from the near-death experience. The masked man, akin to a deity presiding over life and death, surveyed the prostrate figure with satisfaction, his inner self reveling in fulfillment. Since we have examined the births from that period, let us also search for those born a year before and a year after, until we find the child. Do you understand? He commanded, settling into the sofa behind him. Understood. The black-clad men responded in unison, their heads bobbing in agreement. Then hurry and carry out your duties. With that, the room was soon left with the masked man alone. He poured himself a glass of red wine and removed his mask. Beneath it lay a sinister visage, marked by a scar across the bridge of his nose. His eyes narrowed in a posture of indulgence as he savored the wine. Suddenly, he hurled the glass to the floor, his expression darkening. This cursed barrier makes me feel utterly uncomfortable, he exclaimed, loosening the top 2 buttons of his attire, as if that might alleviate his discomfort. In the office of the chief of the law enforcement department in Yunnan City, a man nearing 50 bore graying hair. A stark contrast to what one might expect given his capabilities. Several years prior, a remarkably talented subordinate had perished within his jurisdiction, a deed attributed to the machinations of the Source Church. This tragedy dealt a significant blow to him. In the subsequent years, he had thoroughly purged the city of all connections to the Source Church. Yet, In the past half-year, the church's influence had begun to resurface, igniting his rage. The audacity of the Source Church to send a knight commander into Yunnan City. What could their intentions possibly be? Clad in a dark green enforcement uniform, the robust Shinzoming perused the intelligence report from the Holy Court, his eyes narrowing with a lethal glint. Though a knight commander may not suffice for vengeance, it shall serve as a measure of interest. He curled his fingers slightly, tapping rhythmically on the desk. Bang! The office door swung open abruptly. Master, the rat we captured a month ago has finally spoken. A young man, appearing to be in his 20s and dressed in a light blue enforcement uniform, burst in. His slender frame strikingly handsome, with sharp brows and bright eyes. His expression was one of exhilaration as he handed a folder to Shinzoming. How many times must I remind you to address me by my title during work? Shinzoming glared at him, snatching the folder and opening it, his brow furrowing at the contents. Oracle, child of the Source God. After reading the document, Shinzoming gazed out the window. The cold wind howled. Dark clouds gathering ominously over Yunnan City, casting a foreboding shadow, as if an impending storm were about to descend. The year-end approached, and the winds of snow threatened to arrive. Chapter 23. The current state of the Su family as sudden snowfall blanketed the night without warning, transforming the world into a pristine white. Wow, the snow is so thick. Suze, let's go outside and build a snowman. After enjoying a hearty breakfast, Leo gazed at the thick blanket of white snow enveloping the estate, playfully tugging at Susie's hand. Her demeanor was endearing, her voice sweet and delicate, exuding an air of charming innocence. Yet, Susie remained utterly unmoved. He had spent the previous night observing the egalitarian source pattern barrier in the underground realm. Although he hadn't stayed up all night, he still felt quite drowsy. Ever since witnessing the source pattern barrier through Zhojin, he realized that even without that intermediary, he could penetrate the depths of his mental energy to perceive it in a more profound manner. However, this approach demanded greater mental exertion, which is why he preferred to observe through Zhojin. Suze estimated that in a few days, he would completely memorize this array of source patterns. Once he deciphered the function of each individual source pattern, he was confident he could replicate it. With his extraordinary intellect, he might even devise a reverse array to dismantle the barrier's restrictions. I do not relish engaging in such juvenile pursuits. With this weather, it is far more comfortable to remain indoors and slumber. It is so cold outside, one might catch a chill. After expressing his thoughts, Suze ascended the stairs without a backward glance and collapsed onto his bed, succumbing to a deep slumber. Playing in the snow on such a frigid day? Only a fool would engage in such folly. Time passed, and then he heard, "Hey, snow ant, do not hide. Witness my snowball assault. Yell yell in battle. One must not be modest. You must unleash your abilities to claim victory. Take the snowball. Ah, I've been hit again. Sisterly, please assist me. Ah, miss. I dare not." Suze was awakened by a cacophony of playful sounds. Is the soundproofing of this room truly so inadequate? Suze furrowed his brows, opened his eyes, rubbed them to dispel the lingering drowsiness, and walked to the window. To allow for ventilation, a small gap was left in the window. Suze pushed open the window and gazed downwards. He couldn't help but smirk. His aunt, accompanied by Lu Yao and Sisterly, was clad in thick winter attire, playfully tossing snowballs at one another in the snowy expanse. His aunt appeared immaculate, while Lu Yao and Sisterly were dusted with remnants of snow. Beside the desiccated rose garden, stripped of its blossoms and foliage, stood 3 misshapen snowmen of varying sizes. Indeed, there were fools reveling in the snow. As he watched Lu Yao get struck once more by his aunt's snowball, her attempts at retaliation were effortlessly evaded by his aunt. Suze disdainfully clicked his tongue, knowing all too well the tendency to bully the young. "Oh, Ace, have you awakened? Come down and play in the snow." Sumu Shui spotted Suze standing by the window and waved at him. "Ah, brother Suze, you're awake? Come down and help me." Liao turned around, her eyes lighting up upon seeing Suze. She then puffed out her cheeks, appearing to be aggrieved, and exclaimed, "I won't play." Suze declined and then securely closed the window, drawing the curtains. "Ah, now it is quiet. It is only 11 o'clock. I shall rest a while longer." At noon, Suze, who had slumbered through the morning, was summoned to the dining table for a meal. Sumu Shui occupied the main seat, with Lu Yao and Sisterly seated to her left, while Suze and Zhojin positioned themselves to her right. The room was warm, prompting them to shed their heavy winter coats. Ah, a chill. Sumu Shui and Sisterly were in good spirits. Yet Lu Yu seemed to be suffering from a slight cold. Her small face was flushed, and her hands were icy. She held her tiny hands to her mouth, exhaling warm breath while sneezing intermittently. "Are we still going to play in the snow?" Suze gazed at Lu Yao with a serious expression and then turned to Su Muxue, expressing his discontent. You too. Being so grown up, yet still enjoying bullying a child. Lu Yao is not sensible, but are you any better? On such a cold day, wouldn't it be better to stay indoors where it's warm? Why insist on taking her out to play in the snow? Even though Suze was only 10 years old and his voice was quite youthful, he carried an air of authority akin to that of an adult. As if he were the head of the household. Faced with Suze's reprimand, Lu Yao lowered her head in embarrassment, while Shun Muxue also shrank her neck. It was not out of fear, she simply recognized her own fault. Come here, Yao Yao, drink some hot soup to chase away the chill. This little cold will pass soon. Shun Muxue awkwardly served a bowl of hot soup to Lu Yao from the table. Seeing Lu Yao unwell tugged at her heartstrings. Stealing a glance at the rather stern Suze, she couldn't help but feel a twinge of resentment. You cheeky little rascal. If it weren't for wanting to cheer up your girlfriend, would I engage in such childish antics? If you don't understand, fine, but why scold me? An inexplicable sense of grievance welled up within her. Thank you, and Shui, Lu Yao murmured, accepting the hot soup and keeping her head down, sipping it cautiously. Afraid to look up, she was acutely aware of her mistake, recalling how Suze had warned her earlier that she might catch a cold. Yet, she and T listened. Why was she so playful? She felt decidedly immature. By the way, Ace, are you returning to Su Town for the new year this year? Su Muxue sensed that the atmosphere was somewhat off and attempted to alleviate the discomfort. What is the point of going back? This vast mansion feels so empty with just me in it. It's far more pleasant to stay here. Suze shot her a glance. He had heard that the beautiful maid had married this past 6 months. Thus, there was little left in the old residence to which he felt any attachment. Haha, indeed. Shin Muxue chuckled awkwardly, taking another few bites of her meal. Although the Su family was affluent and their enterprises spanned 3 provinces, the family was notably small. It consisted of the elder, his eldest son and daughter-in-law, the second son and his wife, along with herself, totaling merely 8 individuals, including her niece and nephew. Among them, her niece Su Weiwei had just begun her training in advanced martial arts, while her nephew Suze had only recently started in intermediate martial arts. A decade ago, the second brother had returned Suze, who was just an infant, to Su Town, and shortly after returning to the border outpost, he had vanished. As his body was never recovered, the elder refused to acknowledge the military's announcement of his demise, so they had not even erected a memorial for him. Consequently, the vast family estate had to be managed by just the 4 adults. The elder's apprentices, whom he had taken under his wing in his youth, were also lending a hand. Throughout the year, they were perpetually occupied, and family members scarcely had the opportunity to see one another. Suze was raised by the maid of the Su family, and it was the apprentice of the elderly gentleman who remained in Su Town to assist in its management that taught him the art of forging. In previous years, during the festive season, Suze often found himself alone in the ancestral home of Su Town. Thus, when confronted with this topic, Su Muxue felt a pang of guilt. She initially intended to alleviate the awkwardness, but, unexpectedly, found herself feeling even more uncomfortable. Could you come to my house to celebrate the new year, Brother Suze? Lu Yao lifted her head, her small hands cradling a bowl filled with steaming soup, her eyes brimming with anticipation as she gazed at Suze. Why would I, an outsider, intrude upon your family reunion? Without a moment's thought, Suze shook his head in refusal. But, Aunt Shui said we are family. Lu Yao pouted softly in rebuttal. If we are family, then Brother Suze is not an outsider. Don't listen to her nonsense. Just drink your soup. Lu Yao lowered her head sadly once more. Observing her nephew's rejection of Lu Yao's invitation, Su Muxue subtly shook her head. How can you bear to turn down such a lovely girl? Given the relationship between our families, what harm would it be for you to celebrate the new year with us? Your matchmaking skills leave much to be desired. I must strive harder in the future. By the way, your Aunt Qing will be coming to take Lu Yao home for the new year tonight. So make sure to dress formally. We will go out for a meal together. Su Muxue suddenly spoke up. The Aunt Qing she referred to was Lu Yao's mother. She had discussed this matter with Lu Yao earlier that morning, and upon hearing it, Lu Yao had been quite displeased. However, knowing that her mother had come to pick her up in person, she understood that she could not refuse. In an effort to placate her, Su Muxue took her out to enjoy the snow. Could they not dine at home? Suze clearly preferred to remain indoors. It was so cold outside. He longed to stay within the warmth of their home. Besides, the chef at home was quite skilled. Why venture out to eat? Do not be ungrateful. Your Aunt Qing specifically came to treat you as a gesture of gratitude for your care towards Yao Yao this semester. I have set aside time to accompany you. You cannot decline, Sumu Shui stated earnestly as she set down her bowl and chopsticks. Fine, fine, I understand, Suze replied, resignation evident in his voice. Chapter 24. Action as night fell, the city lights began to twinkle. Delicate snowflakes floated down from the sky, blanketing the ground. Zhou drove several people towards the Bailong restaurant near the estate. This was a prestigious dining chain in Shizhou, renowned for its excellence, where patrons were typically affluent. The snow on the roads had been cleared, allowing their party to arrive smoothly at their destination. The sleek black car halted before a grand building, adorned with a white dragon-shaped sign. Numerous luxury vehicles lined the entrance. Though dusk had settled in, the entrance remained aglow under the bright lights. Elegantly dressed individuals laughed and chatted as they entered the restaurant. Sir, be careful of your head, a doorman greeted, rushing to open the car door with a smile as he noticed Suze's vehicle come to a stop. Suze shivered involuntarily, observing the doorman clad in a thin uniform on such a chilly night. Once the group exited the car, Zhou Jun retrieved several bills from his pocket, tucking them into the doorman's uniform before handing over the car keys. Please park our car and deliver the keys to the Ziyan Hall on the 6th floor. Thank you, sir. The doorman expressed his gratitude, bowing deeply as Zhou Jun's silhouette disappeared into the restaurant. With a hint of envy, the doorman stashed the bills, which equated to several days' wages, into his pocket. Stepping into the elevator, they ascended to the 6th floor. As the doors opened, they were greeted by a row of young female attendants in Bailong restaurant uniforms. Each was youthful and striking, their figures graceful, with long legs that captivated the eye. Please lead us to the Ziyan Hall, instructed Shinmu Shui. Certainly, this way please, one attendant replied with a smile, extending her right hand in a gentle bow. The Ziyan Hall lay to the right on the 6th floor. Upon entering, they found a large table, with only 2 seats occupied at the far end, Yao Yao's mother and her secretary. They were engaged in a hushed discussion. Mom, Yao Yao exclaimed joyfully as she stepped through the door. Qing Xin looked up, revealing a somewhat alluring countenance. Her light brown hair cascaded in gentle waves over her shoulders, framing her exquisite features. Her enchanting eyes, reminiscent of peach blossoms, were accentuated by a delicate beauty mark beneath her left eye. Her lips, soft and rosy, complemented her smooth, flawless skin, untouched by time's passage. Upon spotting the rosy-cheeked little girl at the entrance, she beamed. Yao Yao, come here. Let me see how much you've grown. Rising from her seat, she moved to an empty spot nearby, bending down with open arms. The restaurant's warmth enveloped them as Qing Xian, clad in a black turtleneck, looked remarkably youthful at nearly 40, reminiscent of a woman in her 20s. She had hardly changed since Yao Yao's childhood. It seemed time had left no mark upon her. Yao Yao joyfully rushed into her mother's embrace, nuzzling her cheek against her chest. Mom, I missed you so much, she whispered softly. I missed you too. Well, Yao Yao, you've grown so much taller. Wonderful. Qing Xian praised as she affectionately ruffled her daughter's hair. And I've become prettier too, Yao Yao chirped. Of course, our Yao Yao is becoming ever more beautiful, Qing Xian remarked, pinching her daughter's cheek playfully before turning her gaze towards Suze and Sumu Shui. Hello, Aunt Qing. Suze greeted promptly. Hello, Qingjia. Sumu Shui also smiled and waved at her. Suze had seen her infrequently, only recalling her gentle demeanor. Mu Shui and Qin Xian first nodded at Sumu Shui, then turned to Suze with radiant smiles, saying, Aze. Thank you for taking care of our Yao Yao this semester. Later, Auntie will give you a generous red envelope. There's no need for that. We are all family. Why be so formal? Suze hurriedly waved his hands in refusal. But brother Suze, you said at noon today that you felt like an outsider and declined to come home with me for the new year. Liao pouted in dissatisfaction, lifting her head from Qing Xian's embrace. Suze's expression was one of embarrassment, while Sumu Shui couldn't help but laugh out loud. Suze could not help but cast a sidelong glance at her, leaving Qing Xian somewhat puzzled. Had Yao Yao invited Suze back home for the new year? Qing Xian bent down to ask her adorable daughter in her arms. Yes, but Suze did not agree. Liao pouted, her face reflecting her displeasure. Subsequently, Shinmu Shui stepped forward to recount the events. After listening, Qing Xian extended another invitation on her daughter's behalf, yet Suze still politely declined. Although Qing Xian was an elder, refusal was refusal. Noticing this, Qing Xian refrained from saying more. She understood that the child had a somewhat reclusive nature and did not wish to press the matter. The group swiftly took their seats, and the dishes were served. Meanwhile, in the law enforcement department, in a combat preparation room, Shinzong Ming donned a fitted black combat suit that accentuated his muscular physique. Despite his hair being partly gray, He maintained an air of authority. A black long knife rested on his back. In front of him stood 100 elite law enforcement officers, also clad in black combat attire and bearing long knives. The interrogation unit had pried open the mouth of a rat from the source god sect yesterday, obtaining a list of personnel who had infiltrated Yunnan County City over the past 6 months, along with several gathering points. Today, arrangements were made for reconnaissance, and they were poised to capture the culprits tonight. Shinzong Ming, the chief of law enforcement, would personally lead the operation. Remember, our objective tonight is to apprehend the infamous terrorists of the source god sect. They disregard life, so do not hold back during the confrontation. If you cannot capture them alive, killing them will not incur any blame upon you. I will provide an explanation to the Judgment Department. I hope that when the mission concludes, all of you will still be alive. After finishing his address, Shinzong Ming raised his right hand, clenched his fist, and placed it over his heart, solemnly declaring, "May your martial prowess flourish. May your martial prowess flourish," echoed the 100 elite officers in unison, performing the same gesture with fervor. Following this, dozens of black and white law enforcement vehicles sped out of the department. At a nearby intersection, a lithe figure clad in a black bodysuit, bearing a long knife, sat astride a sleek black motorcycle, one foot planted on the ground. The motorcycle's streamlined and robust lines resembled a muscular warrior. Its glossy black paint shimmered under the dim streetlights, exuding a mysterious and profound luster, as if encapsulating the infinite night. The mechanical structure was flawless, with wide tires featuring deep and clear treads akin to a ferocious beast's claws, gripping the ground tightly. This iron beast contrasted sharply with the graceful figure, whose face was obscured by a black helmet. Once no more vehicles exited the law enforcement department, she gently twisted the throttle and chose a direction to follow. Accompanied by the roar of the engine, she swiftly melded into the darkness. At the Divine Realm Bar, the onset of night gathered men and women, each harboring an array of emotions. They swayed to the deafening music and dazzling lights. The women, clad in revealing attire, exuded allure, while the men's gazes were hazy, lost in lewd thoughts. The mingling scents of alcohol, sweat, and women's perfume filled the air. Under the influence of alcohol and atmosphere, their behaviors became increasingly uninhibited. Creak. 5 law enforcement vehicles halted at the bar's entrance, and 20 fully armed officers disembarked. Upon witnessing this display, the surrounding crowd began to retreat apprehensively. "Leave half outside to disperse the crowd. The rest follow me inside." Shinzong Ming unsheathed the long knife from his back, leading the way into the bar. Chapter 25, Combat and Escape Boom. As he pushed open the bar's door, the deafening sound wave caused Shinzong Ming to furrow his brow. Who are you?" The bar's security guard, a diminutive and unsightly figure, instantly changed his expression upon seeing Shinzong Ming and his team in law enforcement attire, his voice trembling. He had joined the Source God sect 2 months prior. Once impoverished, he now enjoyed a salary that far exceeded his needs and frequently indulged in revelry with inebriated beauties at the bar. His life had transformed dramatically. However, he was acutely aware that the Source God sect operated in the shadows. Thus, seeing Shinzong Ming and his colleagues in their uniforms filled him with panic. "This is the Divine. What are you doing?" Before he could finish, Shinzong Ming seized him with one hand. "Humph, a rat." With a surge of muscular strength, he hurled the repugnant security guard towards the sound system atop the bar's platform, sending him crashing into it. Bang! The guard was knocked unconscious. Creak! The sound system shattered, emitting a piercing noise, prompting the DJ on the platform to abruptly halt the music, plunging the bar into silence. Only the men and women continued to sway instinctively. However, they soon became aware of the music's cessation. What happened? The dazed patrons glanced around, confusion etched on their faces. "Resume the music. Who dares to cause a ruckus here?" A towering, muscular man bellowed from the platform. Upon seeing Shinzong Ming at the entrance, his pupils constricted. As the head of this gathering point for the Source God sect, he could not possibly be unfamiliar with the chief of law enforcement in Yunnan City. He swallowed hard, feigning calmness. "I have no idea what the law enforcement officers are here for. I'm merely a law-abiding businessman, absolutely not involved in any illegal activities. There must be some misunderstanding." "Misunderstanding? Humph. There is no misunderstanding. You dare to claim to be law-abiding in the rat's nest of the Source God sect?" Shinzong Ming surveyed the bar, noting the glazed expressions of the patrons. Pure alcohol could not account for such stupor. They must have ingested some illicit substances. "Wah! What Source God sect? Sir Law Enforcement, you must be mistaken." Wu Ming attempted to feign innocence. His bar had been running for 6 months without any warning. How could it suddenly attract the attention of law enforcement? Wu Ming, a 4th-level knight of the Source God Sect's Knight Brigade, a Qi realm martial artist. Am I correct? Shen Zhongming leisurely revealed the information obtained from the rat. Hearing his own details spoken by Shen Zhongming, Wu Ming fell silent. He realized he had truly been exposed. A bitter smile crept onto Wu Ming's face. He ceased his pretense. I always knew this day would come. I never expected my name, as a mere pawn, would reach your ears. He gazed at Shen Zhongming with a sense of contemplation. There are 9 realms for martial artists, and he himself was merely at the 4th realm, while Shen Zhongming had already ascended to the 7th realm 3 years ago. Such an adept should not be lingering in a small place like Yunnan City. The 7th realm, known as Tongtian, allows one to sense the world and harness the elemental forces of their surroundings. Those who attain this level are revered as masters, recognized as formidable figures throughout the Western realm. It remained a mystery why someone of such caliber would forsake advancement to remain here. Today, by unfortunate chance, he found himself confronting him. What is the matter? Are you afraid? If so, surrender. I can grant you a swift end. Shen Zhongming remarked with a cold smirk. Haha, afraid. Wu Ming's face bore a sneer of disdain and madness. If we met outside the city, I would surely be terrified, no doubt fleeing at once. But here in the city, your realm does not wield such overwhelming intimidation. Thus, I genuinely wish to test your mettle. As he spoke, a contingent of security guards had already assembled on stage, around 20 armed individuals with fierce expressions. The tension between the two factions caused the patrons of the bar to gradually awaken to the gravity of the situation. They desired to flee but were intimidated into stillness by the escalating confrontation. I wonder if my blade shall be fortunate enough to taste your blood. Wu Ming grinned wickedly as he accepted a long knife handed by his subordinate. Kill. With a soft command, his followers leaped from the platform toward Shen Zhongming and his companions, covering the 10-meter distance in an instant. Don't you dare run. Do you wish to die? Shen Zhongming shouted, parrying the assaults of the bar's security while addressing the petrified patrons within. Murder. Actual murder. As the two factions clashed, chaos erupted in the bar. Clear the entrance. We'll drive them inside. Observing the tumult, Shen Zhongming frowned. The elite enforcers of the law, all skilled in the art of combat, swiftly executed their superiors' orders. In contrast, the followers of the Source God cult were evidently lacking in training. Despite their numerical advantage, they were being steadily subdued. With the entrance cleared, the bar's patrons finally found their escape route and began to surge toward the exit. Some were even inadvertently injured, but paid no mind to their wounds, desperate to flee. Soon, only the battling enforcers and the thugs from the Source God cult remained in the bar. Wu Ming, having pulled up a chair, reclined nonchalantly, the long knife resting across his lap, observing the retreating figures of his followers with a calm demeanor. Several of his comrades had already fallen. The enforcers were ruthless, their skills precise, targeting vital points, seemingly intent on leaving no survivors. He understood that he likely wouldn't escape today, given his aptitude. Reaching the 4th realm at his age was already a monumental achievement. He had no time to learn the intricacies of knife combat. He was utterly unskilled with a blade, and even his barehanded techniques were clumsy. All he could do was buy some time for the master. In a narrow alley behind the bar, a robust man with long hair clambered through a small window. After ensuring no one was watching, he dashed forward a few steps and mounted a dilapidated red motorcycle. What a wretched bike! He muttered in dissatisfaction as he felt its near-wreck condition. But there was no time for complaints, survival to precedence. He inserted the key and pressed the starter several times before the engine sputtered to life. Casting furtive glances around, he quickly sped away from the alley. At that moment, a lithe figure on a powerful motorcycle halted at the alley's end. The black chassis melded seamlessly into the darkness. Just as the graceful figure was about to dismount, she spotted the suspiciously departing man. After a moment of contemplation, she decided to follow him. Inyuan was furious. He sped away, fleeing for his life. Ever since his promotion to Knight Commander of the Source God cult, he had never endured such humiliation. He had thought only the Divine Domain bar had been compromised. But upon reaching another rendezvous point, he discovered that it too was under siege, guarded by several enforcers clad in combat uniforms. He dared not stop for a moment. The same fate awaited the 2nd and 3rd locations. And Yuan's countenance grew increasingly grim. What was going on? The organization had just dispatched him to oversee matters. And the very next day, everything exploded? Were they toying with him? How could he possibly achieve merit under such circumstances? Lost in his heavy thoughts, He failed to notice the motorcycle beneath him losing power, the worn-out machine trembling intermittently. The speed diminished until it finally halted beside a white dragon-shaped neon sign. Damn it, no energy left. And Yuan cursed as he brought the motorcycle to a stop. A screech of brakes echoed behind him. Turning around, he beheld a formidable black motorcycle halting just behind him. His eyes lit up as he gazed upward. Hey, the owner of this bike is just a woman. Not bad looking. Could this be? Chapter 26, Teacher Shin? Enraged. On the 6th floor of the White Dragon restaurant, at the entrance to the Ziyun Hall. The dinner had come to a close. Lu Yao, cradled in Qing Xian's arms, wept like a rain-soaked pear blossom. Wah. I don't want to part with Brother Suze. All right. It's just a matter of a few days without seeing Brother Suze. Stop crying. If you keep this up, you won't look pretty anymore. Qing Xian gently patted Lu Yao's back, soothing her. She cast a glance at Suze, who had once again declined to spend the new year with them, feeling a sense of helplessness. What was she to do with her daughter? Though she had encountered lovesick individuals before, she never imagined her daughter would exhibit such tendencies at such a young age. Yao Yao won't cry anymore. Yao Yao wants to be pretty. Liu quickly wiped away her tear-streaked cheeks, her voice still trembling. Sumu Shui gazed at Suze with a hint of frustration. Unable to comprehend why, for him, the location of the New Year celebration held no significance. Why was he unwilling to acquiesce to Lu Yao's wishes? Observing Lu Yao's tearful demeanor, her heart felt as if it were melting. Suze remained silent, merely following them into the elevator. At the entrance of the restaurant, the sky had completely darkened, leaving the streets nearly devoid of pedestrians. The fine snow had ceased to fall at some point, leaving only a delicate layer on the ground, with the edges beginning to melt, revealing the dark pavement beneath. Qing Xian, cradling Li Yao, chatted and laughed with Su Mu Shui as they exited the door. Goodbye. Brother Zhe, goodbye, and Shui. Li Yao waved farewell to the two. Goodbye. Yao Yao, goodbye, Sister Qing. Goodbye, Yao Yao, and farewell to Aunt Qi as well. Sumu Shui and Suze waved their farewells in unison, then turned their gaze towards a crimson automobile before them. Aunt Qing, cradling Li Yao, opened the rear door and gracefully entered the vehicle, while her capable female assistant took the driver's seat. The engine roared to life, and they gradually vanished from sight. Let us depart as well, came the suggestion to return home. Sumu Shui tightened her warm outer garment, as the winter night was exceedingly frigid. Suddenly, a resounding bang echoed through the air. Suze and Sumu Shui looked up and discovered a robust, long-haired man suddenly crash onto a dilapidated red motorcycle not far away. The already battered motorcycle instantly fell apart, with one tire rolling askew and coming to rest at their feet. Suze's gaze continued to drift in that direction. The white neon sign obscured his line of sight. Suze instinctively penetrated with his mental strength, revealing a motorcycle parked behind the signboard. In front of the motorcycle stood a live figure clad in a form-fitting black suit, adorned with a black helmet, gradually retracting the right leg that had been kicked out. Who could this figure be? Suze felt a sense of familiarity. Damn it. You were courting death. And Yuan cursed as he climbed to his feet, rummaging through the wreckage of the motorcycle to extract a long knife concealed within the frame. The blade, measuring a meter in length, glimmered with a dazzling cold light under the illumination of the signboard. His motorcycle had just run out of energy. And behind him was a seemingly expensive motorcycle, owned by a petite woman. This ignited a nefarious thought within him. He initially intended to steal the motorcycle and make a hasty escape from Yunnan County before the enforcement division noticed him. However, as he approached, the woman effortlessly flipped herself onto the motorcycle, and before he could react, she kicked him away. Now, the motorcycle lay in ruins. His pent-up fury from the night erupted entirely. Upon seeing an Yuan armed, the figure slowly drew a long knife from her back. Mouse of the Source God Cult. You cannot escape. A cold voice emerged from beneath the helmet, causing in Yuan's rage to dissipate, and his eyes narrowed in shock. How did she know I am from the Source God Cult? Is she an enforcer? But she doesn't look like one. He glanced around. Aside from two onlookers at the entrance of the tavern, no one else seemed to pay attention. He finally exhaled in relief. Are you an enforcer? And Yuan asked. Still uncertain. I am not. The enforcement division is still busy capturing your underlings, completely oblivious to you. Unfortunately, without me, you might have actually escaped today. The icy tone seemed genuinely regretful, yet laced with an eerie chill. Huh? Such arrogance. And Yuan sighed in relief. As long as she is not an enforcer. It's fine. If you are not an enforcer, what business do you have meddling in affairs? You sound so youthful, it would be a pity to die. And Yuan scoffed. Die? The only one who will die is you. With that, the figure abruptly removed her helmet and hurled it to the ground. revealing a stunningly exquisite face. She then gripped her knife tightly, adopting a combat stance. This is Teacher Shin. Upon seeing the face beneath the helmet, Suzai's eyes widened in disbelief. Before he could process the situation, In Yuan swung his long knife at Teacher Shin. Although she was a beautiful woman, In Yuan had always been one to cherish the delicate. Moreover, she seemed intent on taking his life. Clang, clang, clang. The blades clashed, producing a crisp sound. My goodness. Drawing weapons in the street, has the security of Yunnan City deteriorated to such an extent? Upon witnessing this scene, Sumu Shui could not help but express her disdain. Meanwhile, Suzai was somewhat bewildered by his aunt, who remained motionless, merely offering a subtle critique. In a similar situation during his past life, onlookers would likely have shouted in panic and discreetly called for help. Why was his aunt so composed? Shouldn't we flee, or at least alert the authorities? Suzai couldn't restrain his curiosity. Although one party involved was his teacher, he was unarmed and acutely aware of Teacher Shin's superior prowess. If Teacher Shin was unable to contend with that man, what chance did he have? Furthermore, his bodyguard, Zhou, had gone off with the doorman to fetch a vehicle, and it was uncertain when he would return. Why should we run? She replied. This is a conflict between them. It has nothing to do with us. We are strangers to them, harboring no grievances or animosities. Unless they are deranged cultists who would seek trouble for no reason. As for calling the police, what if the authorities fail to arrive in time and the assailant escapes? Wouldn't that put us, the ones who reported it, in jeopardy? It is better to avoid unnecessary complications. Staying out of others' affairs is the key to survival. Sumu Shui earnestly imparted wisdom to her nephew, questioning whether this truly reflects the universal perspective of the world. Suzai remained silent, casting a worried glance towards Teacher Shin. Although her demeanor had been somewhat off on the day of the holiday, he had long since forgiven her, treating her as a friend. Naturally, he wished for her safety. At the Divine Realm Bar, all the security guards lay sprawled on the ground, each bearing multiple fatal wounds, their bodies seeping crimson blood, creating a gruesome tableau of carnage. Some had already breathed their last, while those who remained clung to life by a thread. Shin Zhongming flicked the blood off his blade and effortlessly leapt onto the platform, confronting Wu Ming with an air of authority. Director Shin, your swordsmanship is commendable, Wu Ming remarked as he rose to his feet, a hint of mockery in his tone. What devious scheme are you concocting? Shin Zhongming sensed something amiss, yet the reason eluded him. Wu Ming sat there, observing his subordinates fall one by one, his expression betraying no emotion. Now, only he remained, unchanged and unfazed. This demeanor did not align with Shin Zhongming's previous impressions of the Source God sect. Only the brainwashed, lowly followers would display such reckless disregard for death. Yet Wu Ming, a fourth-level knight, possessed the capacity for independent thought. He could have fled amidst the chaos, but he chose not to, unless he was acting under the orders of a higher-ranking disciple. Shin Zhongming's eyes narrowed. He recalled the secret intelligence from the Holy Court. The Knight Commander? It seems you've deduced the truth, but alas, by this time, the Knight Commander has surely escaped from Yunnan County. Wu Ming sneered, the amusement on his face igniting Shin Zhongming's fury. You are merely stalling for time. Shin Zhongming gritted his teeth, intending to sacrifice the Knight Commander's life in honor of his nephew's memory. Yet, he had allowed him to escape. Chapter 27. The mysterious white robe. He was transported back to that rainy night 3 years prior. Shin Zhongming unconsciously clenched his fists, the nightmarish vision seared into his memory, causing his heart to ache with every recollection. He could almost see the mangled corpse, bloodied and butchered. The pain of his nephew's death on the battlefield paled in comparison to the agony he felt now. This city was his territory. His ineptitude had led to his nephew's demise. If only he had acted sooner to eradicate the Source God sect's hidden rats within the city, his nephew would have lived and his niece would not have suffered. But there were no ifs. The nightmarish reality filled him with guilt and regret. You seem quite enraged, Wu Ming taunted, gripping his long knife, his robust frame making the weapon appear almost unwieldy. His tone was laced with a light-hearted provocation. The task was complete. Now, he merely awaited his demise. He had long since accepted his fate. Death was nothing to fear. It was not an end, but a return to the embrace of the Source God. He was a knight of the Source God, bound by loyalty and life itself. From the moment he joined the sect, he had been prepared to offer his life at any time. Wu Ming reassured himself. Truly, there was nothing to dread. He tightened his grip on the long knife, ready to meet his end. Clang. The long knife clattered to the ground as Wu Ming lost the last vestige of strength in his body. Shin Zhongming silently withdrew the knife from the heart of the kneeling Wu Ming. Wu Ming's swordsmanship was abysmal, relying solely on his physical prowess and reflexes. His skill was inferior to that of a child who had trained for merely a year or two. Shen Zongming had effortlessly pierced his heart. How could such a person be a fourth-level knight of the Source God sect? The Source God sect truly accepted anyone. Collect the bodies. Shen Zongming instructed his subordinates before stepping out of the bar and gazing skyward, where ominous clouds loomed heavy. Thinking of fleeing? You cannot escape. A cold smile crept onto his lips. Not far from the Divine Realm bar, atop a tall building, a slender figure clad in a white robe stood against the biting wind. The frigid gust rustled the loose fabric of his robe, yet he exhibited no discomfort. Beneath the hood, an aged face with distinct British features emerged, his graying brows and mustache framing eyes of a pale, murky blue. A strand of golden hair was tousled by the wind. He held a thick book, open to its center, gazing intently at its contents, not words, but the recent events that transpired at the Divine Realm bar. Perched on his right shoulder was a small, glossy black creature, resembling a lizard with delightful charm. Its eyes fixed on the book, its long tail swaying playfully behind it. Isn't it a pity that Wu Ming has met his end? It mused, shifting its front paws. Death is not the conclusion, the white-robed elder replied softly, his voice hoarse yet imbued with a gentlemanly tone. Though his eyes remained clouded, a hint of nostalgia flickered within. Wu Ming had been like a child to him. He recalled a similar cold night, when a shivering little one had approached him, desperate for refuge. In that moment of kindness, he had taken Wu Ming under his wing, leading him to the Source God sect. The choices made by Wu Ming then had culminated in this inevitable conclusion. This was his choice, Black Fu. We must not interfere too much, the elder said, gently stroking the creature's head before turning a page in the book. The scene shifted to the entrance of the White Dragon restaurant. Zhoujin had finally arrived with the car. Adhering to the principle of avoiding unnecessary trouble, Sumu Shui tugged at Suze, urging him to enter the vehicle. Yet, Suze stood rooted, watching teacher Shun, who was increasingly outmatched. Aze, why are you dawdling? Get in the car. Sumu Shui called out. Aunt, the woman fighting over there is my swordsmanship teacher. Suze hesitated for a moment before slowly speaking. Your teacher? What is your relationship like? Sumu Shui couldn't help but furrow her brow. The relationship is acceptable, mainly due to her identity. Suze paused briefly and continued. She is the niece of the director of the enforcement department. The niece of Shen Zongming? Sumu Shui's eyes brightened. That complicates matters. Although the Su family was formidable, the elder was merely a martial artist at the sixth realm, a practitioner of the mountain-moving realm. In contrast, Shen Zongming had already broken through to the seventh realm 3 years ago. Even without considering his prestigious position, he was someone the Su family should seek to ally with. If they could leverage this opportunity to have Shen Zongming owe them a favor, it would be quite advantageous. Ding, 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 blades clashed in a dazzling display. Each move fraught with peril. Shen Qinghan was already showing signs of defeat, her delicate brows tightly knit. She had somewhat overestimated her abilities. Although her swordsmanship had reached an exceptional level in the past 6 months, her strength paled in comparison to the robust man before her. As the knight commander dispatched by the Source God sect to oversee the situation, In Yuan was no ordinary opponent, though his swordsmanship was slightly inferior to Shen Qinghan's. His overwhelming strength and physical prowess allowed him to maintain a firm upper hand. In the city, individuals could only exert the power of their bodies within the limits of the body refinement realm. However, physical attributes varied greatly among individuals, and the disparity between men and women was even more pronounced. The most common body refinement realm martial artist, having completed all 4 stages, would possess a physical strength of merely 600 to 700 pounds. Yet, some could double that figure. While Shen Qinghan was not the most ordinary practitioner at the body refinement level, In Yuan's strength was clearly superior. Teacher Shen is about to reach her limit. Aunt, can you assist her? Observing Shen Qinghan's retreat, Suze turned to Sumu Shui with a plea. Although he had never witnessed his aunt in action, he believed she must be a formidable expert. Do you want me to help? Sumu Shui extended her index finger, pointing at herself, her face adorned with an expression of incredulous bewilderment. I can hardly bring myself to slaughter a chicken, and you expect me to wield a knife against a person? Sumu Shui hurriedly waved her hand, but as she observed Shen Qinghan increasingly struggling, she realized this was indeed a splendid opportunity. Brother Zhou, do you have confidence in dealing with that individual? Sumu Shui bent down and inquired of Zhoujin, who was waiting for them in the driver's seat. Zhoujin turned his head to glance and hesitantly replied, the master has only entrusted me with the safety of the young master. The identity of that person remains unknown. My suggestion is that it would be prudent to avoid complicating matters. Su Mushiwe fell into silence, her brow furrowing slightly. Brother Zhou was not an ordinary servant of the Su family. She could not compel him to do something he was unwilling to. Yet, she yearned to assist her. Suze spoke directly, aware that his devoted butler would not take the initiative to act. There was no choice. He was simply that stubborn. Thus, he had no option but to allow him to assist passively. Suze opened the trunk of the car and retrieved the tang sword that he had placed there before his enrollment. Chapter 28. Interference. Allow me to take charge. As Suze was about to draw his sword, a delicate hand, as white as jade, rested gently on his wrist. His aunt, Su Mushiwe, gazed at him with an expression of calm. Did you not claim that you lacked the courage to even slay a chicken? Suze glanced at her and replied. To save a life does not necessarily require taking one. It suffices to dissuade him from proceeding with his attack. Su Mushiwe cast him a glance, raising her hand in an attempt to seize the knife from Suze's grasp. However, Suze tightened his grip on the scabbard, deftly flipping his hand to evade her delicate fingers, and swiftly drew the tang knife from its sheath, then handed her the scabbard tied with a red cord. Never mind. I believe it is more prudent for me to refrain from intervening, Suze remarked, shaking his head. If he wished to assist Teacher Shin, he must take matters into his own hands. Witnessing this, Su Mushiwe grew anxious, exclaiming, Ace, are you overestimating your own abilities? Although your swordsmanship is commendable, your strength. Su Mushiwe's expression was one of urgency. Although they had administered medication to assist Suze's youthful body in the refinement of flesh and bone, he had yet to mature. At merely 10 years of age, he was no different from an ordinary adult when compared to those who had completed the first 2 stages of body refinement. No matter how adept he was with the sword, how could he intervene in their battle? Aunt, have you forgotten my other identity? Suze smiled. With his right hand gripping the sword and his left hand slightly raised, an invisible array of source patterns began to coalesce in the palm of his left hand. Su Mushiwe observed a faint silver glow gathering in his hand. He then patted himself, and the silver light merged into his body. This is a strengthening technique. I feel incredibly powerful now. This surge of strength. As the light entered his body, an overwhelming force surged within him, leaving Suze invigorated, nearly unable to suppress a groan. He then cast a lightness spell upon himself. Are you really, all right? Su Mushiwe still harbored some doubts. After only a semester of half-baked source techniques, could it truly be effective? Rest assured, just sit back and watch my performance. Suze felt a surge of confidence. Meanwhile, Shinqing Han was being pushed to the edge of the road by Yuan. With a crack, the blue and white iron railing at the roadside was effortlessly sliced through by Yuan, who then swiftly lunged forward with his blade aimed at Shinqing Han. She gasped for breath, her waist-length ponytail disheveled. The formidable strength of her opponent forced her to exert herself fully with every collision. Unlike her encounters with Suze at school, she felt no ease in this battle. She had barely fought for a short while before her arms began to tingle, and Yuan's strength far surpassed her own. She realized she might not be able to hold on much longer. Dread filled her. Would she, like her brother, perish in this city? The light in her eyes gradually faded, and a sense of helplessness began to take root. And Yuan's attacks became a blur in her vision, and she could only respond instinctively. Suddenly, a diminutive figure appeared before her. Someone raised a sword to block an attack she had failed to react to. Who are you? Teacher Shin, why do you always zone out during battle? A teasing voice rang out. The colors in Shinqing Han's eyes slowly returned. It's you? She recognized the figure standing in front of her, her brows furrowing in surprise. What are you doing here? This is not a fight you can interfere in. Shinqing Han's cold expression revealed a hint of urgency. If she was no match for this man, how could a mere 10-year-old like Suze stand a chance? This was not merely a sparring match. It was a life-and-death struggle. Haven't I just felt that? Suze gritted his teeth as he spoke, his hand gripping the long knife beginning to tingle. He had anticipated that with the enhancement technique, he would be able to engage in a balanced exchange with his opponent. However, he had underestimated the strength of his adversary. After merely enduring a single strike, he could already perceive the disparity. Even with the enhancement, his strength paled in comparison to that of the robust adult warrior. Where did this insufferable brat come from? Annoyed, and Yuan applied an extra measure of force, sending Suze staggering backward into Shinqing Han's embrace. Suze's head collided with a soft surface, prompting Shinqing Han to quickly extend her hand to support him. You should not have intervened. Shinqing Han shook her head, a sense of regret washing over her. At that moment, she found herself lacking in strength, while her opponent merely breathed heavily. The disparity in their physical capabilities was stark. Her own demise would not have been of great concern. But now that Suze had stepped in, The situation was dire. Given the modus operandi of the source god sect, they would undoubtedly not spare Suze. If I hadn't intervened, Teacher Shin, wouldn't you be in grave danger? Suze chuckled lightly, his expression suddenly relaxing. I have no desire to change my swordsmanship instructor, he exclaimed. Heh, you little brat, do you think you can thwart me? And Yuan coldly replied, his already sinister visage appearing even more chilling. The abrupt appearance of this young boy had incensed him. Yet, merely blocking one of his strikes, how could that be akin to vanquishing him or rescuing that beautiful woman? A gallant hero saving a damsel? Can you truly save her? Just as he took a step forward, preparing to strike again, an ominous feeling surged within him. A hand suddenly rested upon his shoulder. If you cannot impede me, then what of myself? Zhou Zhan emerged from behind in Yuan, adjusting his glasses and inquiring softly. The moment Suze declared his intention to intervene, Zhou Zhan had disembarked. There was no choice. The master had commanded him to ensure the young master's safety. And while the young master was secure, he could remain uninvolved. However, with the young master now in peril, Zhou Zhan had shed his bulky winter coat. Donning a crisp white shirt beneath a black-striped waistcoat, his arms were adorned with striking steel bracers. He approached In Yuan stealthily, then placed his right hand upon In Yuan's shoulder. Who are you? In Yuan instinctively withdrew, swiftly countering with a backward slash. Zhou Zhan raised his arm, effortlessly deflecting the blow. The quality of the steel bracers was evident. The strike left no mark upon them. Strength, acceptable, Zhou Zhan remarked, adjusting his glasses with a nonchalant tone, seemingly dismissive of the adversary before him. Preposterous. And Yuan scoffed, continuing his assault. His strength ranked among the top within the ranks of the Source God Sect Knights, a point of pride for him. Not to be trivialized by a mere declaration of acceptable. He intended to teach this individual a lesson. Who is he? Watching Zhou Zhan engage in Yuan, Shen Qihan paused momentarily, gazing down at Suze and inquiring. He is Zhou Zhan, my personal steward and part-time bodyguard. Su Ziyang raised his head with a hint of pride, then steadied the precarious form of Shen Qihan. Upon hearing this, Shen Qihan immediately sighed in relief. His gaze towards Suze, the one who had saved his life, was somewhat complex. He quickly spoke, that individual belongs to the Source God sect, and his status is likely quite significant. If you let him escape this time, you may find yourself in trouble. The Source God sect? Suze's expression turned peculiar. He had scarcely heard about the Source God sect from Uncle Zhou not long ago. And now he found himself in contact with a member of that very organization. So, it was indeed someone from the Source God sect. No wonder you ended up in a conflict with him. At this moment, Su Mushiwei also approached and interjected upon hearing Shen Qihan's words. She glanced at Shen Qihan, who was being supported by Suze, and scrutinized her from head to toe, her gaze revealing a hint of peculiarity. Aze certainly spoke no falsehood in his youth. May I inquire who this is? Su Mushiwei glanced at the approaching woman, whose beauty was on par with her own. As she felt the woman's scrutinizing gaze upon her, a flicker of wariness arose within her. Do not be alarmed. She is my aunt, named Su Mushiwei. Suze promptly introduced, then turned to Su Mushiwei, saying, Auntie, this is my swordsmanship teacher, named Shen Qihan. Upon realizing he was the esteemed Su, Shen Qihan relaxed, offering a slight nod in acknowledgement. Oh, this whole Mr. Su business is unnecessary. I cannot be much older than you. As you are A's teacher, we are of the same generation. Simply call me sister. Su Mushiwei waved her hand and remarked with a hint of insinuation. Then shall I call you Su, Sister Su? A tinge of awkwardness appeared on Shen Qihan's otherwise cold face. It had been quite some time since anyone had attempted to establish such a connection with her. Chapter 29. The Ultimate Body Refinement, Source Restriction and Confinement. Suze rolled his eyes as he could somewhat surmise the intentions of his aunt. How absurdly imaginative. Although Teacher Shin is young and beautiful, perfectly aligning with his aesthetic preferences, she is still over a decade older than him. Is there really a need for such caution? Moreover, if there were any mutual feelings between the two of us, would simply having her address him as sister suffice? Does one not recall the tale of Yangguo and Xiaolongnu? Alas, this world knows not of such a narrative. However, the relationship between Teacher Shin and me is utterly pure, characterized solely by the bond of teacher and student. Only you would entertain such fanciful notions. Uncle Zhou appears remarkably relaxed. To avoid any awkwardness, Suze deftly shifted the topic, and Yuan's attacks were fierce and cunning. Yet Zhou Zhan handled them with remarkable ease and composure. It hardly seemed like a battle of equal ranks. Is that not the case? What prowess does Brother Zhou possess? Dealing with a mere Kalami from the Source God sect is surely child's play. Su Mushui raised an eyebrow. What level of strength does Uncle Joe actually possess? Suze inquired with growing curiosity. He had always been intrigued by Zhozhen's abilities. Among the few disciples our elder took in his early years, Brother Zhou's talent is unparalleled. As for his current level, you should be at the 5th realm. As for how far he has progressed within that realm, I cannot say. However, during his body refinement phase, he reached the pinnacle of physical forging. Sumu Shui elucidated slowly. The pinnacle of body refinement? Upon hearing this, Shenqing Han's seemingly eternal icy demeanor revealed a hint of surprise, as if taken aback by the revelation. What does the pinnacle of body refinement entail? Suze asked, somewhat perplexed, for he had yet to delve into this concept. He had not even thoroughly understood the levels of martial artists. It is the process of maximizing one's physical capabilities through 4 stages of body refinement: copper skin, iron bones, blood marrow like mercury, and organs like pumps. Shenqing Han, diligently fulfilling her role as Suze's mentor, provided a thorough explanation. Body refinement merely polishes the physique to adapt to source energy, typically. Individuals abandon further refinement once their bodies are sufficiently prepared for the next stage of cultivation. This is because the strength gained from spending extensive time and resources in body refinement pales in comparison to the power attained from breaking through to a new realm. However, this applies primarily to martial artists living in the wild. In urban settings, those who achieve the pinnacle of body refinement are akin to superhumans with ironclad physiques, standing as the elite among many. Such individuals are exceedingly rare. Shenqing Han glanced at Sumu Shui and remarked, I never anticipated that your Su family would invest time and resources into cultivating such a remarkable individual. This was not a deliberate endeavor by our Su family. It was entirely Brother Zhou's own choice. Had he not squandered so much time in body refinement, he might have already reached the 6th realm. Sumu Shui shook her head, her expression tinged with a hint of melancholy. She had once aspired to reach the pinnacle of body tempering. Yet it proved to be an arduous endeavor. So, just how immense is Uncle Zhou's strength? Suze interjected. Well, it is close to 5,000 pounds, I believe. That measurement was taken long ago, though I'm uncertain if it reflects his full capacity. Shenqing Han pondered before responding. Suze's eyes narrowed. 5,000 pounds of strength. Is such power truly attainable by mere mortals? It seems that the martial artists of this world are far more complex than I had imagined. Shenqing Han turned his head, observing the battle unfold, which had taken on a decidedly one-sided nature. Although In Yuan wielded a weapon while Zhozhen relied solely on his fists and feet, every strike from In Yuan was effortlessly parried by Zhozhen's protective arms. It was as if a cat were toying with a mouse, calm and unhurried. In Yuan's longsword had already suffered several dents during the skirmish, while Zhozhen's armor bore not a single mark. What a worthless sword. It simply cannot cut through. What caliber of alloy is that armor made from? Truly astonishing. On the rooftop of a nearby building, Cartwell, dressed in white robes, gazed at the scenes displayed in his book, his expression tinged with irritation. This fool. Others risk their lives to create an opportunity for your escape. And what are you doing? Are you courting death? He was the white bishop of the Source God Church. Given the significance of the matter concerning the son of the Source God, how could the church merely send a muscle-headed knight to oversee the situation? And Yuan was merely a visible executor, while he conducted investigations in the shadows. He was also there to safeguard this knight, who still possessed potential within the sect. After all, in the Source God Church, which had been driven into hiding by the Holy Court, a talent like In Yuan, who had reached the 5th realm at merely 30-something, was a rare find over the years. It was unclear how he had strayed from the path. Yet now, Cartwell questioned whether this fool, who was all brawn and no brains, was truly worth his intervention. Oh dear. Little One seems to be on the verge of collapse. The demon-like creature, Hei Fu, perched on Cartwell's shoulder, bared its teeth and let out a gleeful sound. Hei Fu, you may need to assist him, Cartwell sighed softly. He had resolved to protect this rare talent within the church. However, Cartwell, this lad shows no respect for me, and I have no desire to save him. Hei Fu shook its small head, expressing strong reluctance. If you intervene to save his life, I will ensure he treats you to 10 lavish meals afterward. Cartwell proposed a condition that was impossible for Hei Fu to refuse. Is that a promise? Hei Fu's dark, beady eyes brightened, instinctively licking its lips. If he refuses, I shall transfer his salary for the next 3 years into your account, Cartwell assured. I shall reluctantly accept this arrangement. Hei Fu nodded with a hint of pride before jumping off Cartwell's shoulder, its fleshy wings flapping as it soared into the night sky. Which direction is he in? Hei Fu turned its head to inquire. Over there, Cartwell indicated the location of In Yuan, and with a flap of its wings, Hei Fu vanished into the darkened sky. At the entrance of the Divine Domain Bar. Want to run? You cannot escape. Shinzoming uttered this line with fierce determination, as if making a resolute decision. He glanced back at his subordinates, who were cleaning up the aftermath, and drove his vehicle back to the Enforcement Bureau with a grim expression. He ignored everyone who greeted him along the way and headed straight to his office. Upon entering the password, he opened the corner safe, which was level with him. Inside, there hung a dark golden longsword. Without a sheath, its surface faintly shimmering with a flowing light. Shinzoming took a deep breath and retrieved the longsword. The spirit of his deceased nephew still lingered in the city's air, so he could not allow a single rat from the Source God Church to escape, no matter the cost. He ascended to the rooftop of the enforcement building with the dark golden longsword in hand. One hand gripped the hilt while the other held the blade, and he gently pulled. The longsword sliced into his palm, blood trickling down the blade. Slowly absorbed by the weapon, words command the source to bind. Shinzoming's voice resonated, seemingly issuing an order. The dark golden longsword began to tremble gently, its blade transforming inexplicably from cold to hot, emanating a faint blood-red glow. If Suze were present at that moment, he would have observed the source pattern chains that had been entwined around Shinzoming gradually withdrawing from his source repository, shifting slowly towards the longsword. The chains wrapped tightly around the blade. As the source pattern change transferred, the glow of the blade dimmed, ultimately becoming an unfathomable black, akin to a black hole drawing in the surrounding light. Shinzoming released his grip, and the longsword slowly hovered above his head. He spread his arms wide, and Shinzoming began to ascend. He felt a long-lost power returning. The surrounding source energy rapidly converged towards him, flowing into his body with each breath, increasing in magnitude, until it formed a storm, dark clouds swirling overhead, lightning illuminating his figure. Strikes of lightning began to manifest, as if undergoing a tribulation, incessantly striking the pitch-black longsword suspended above Shinzoming's head. Chapter 30. Confrontation. Shinzoming closed his eyes, attuning himself to the world around him. 1 kilometer, 2 kilometers. The range expanded until it encompassed the entire city. The source energy of the city seemed to awaken, akin to a long-lost pet discovering its owner, beginning to rejoice. All responded to him, continuously transmitting information. This transformation occurred in the blink of an eye. He surveyed the city from a divine perspective, until he caught sight of a somewhat familiar, disheveled figure. His eyes widened suddenly, and his emotions spiraled out of control. "Are you seeking death?" Cartwell had just pointed the way for Hei Fu and was about to close the book he held when he felt the surrounding source energy stir. His expression changed abruptly as he quickly reopened the book. Flipping to another page, upon seeing the displayed image, his pupils constricted, and he involuntarily exclaimed, "He has gone mad." In the image, Shinzoming floated in the air, surrounded by a gathering storm, with thunder and lightning accentuating his divine presence. He could not comprehend why Shinzoming would choose to unleash his full power, especially in such a grand manner. Wasn't their operation at the Enforcement Bureau that night quite successful? All the infiltrators from the Source God Church over the past 6 months had been apprehended, leaving only that fool in Yuan to escape unscathed. Did he truly need to go to such lengths for that imbecile? He was utterly baffled. The longsword above Shinzoming was a specialized device of the Enforcement Bureau used to lift restrictions. After issuing orders, once it was stained with blood, it could transfer the source pattern restraints from its owner to the sword for a limited duration. However, such an action would lead to severe repercussions. This complete removal of restrictions would result in the return of the original restraints with amplified intensity after the time elapsed. For a powerhouse like Shinzoming, transferring all restraints was not merely an enhancement, it would double the burden. No one could endure such a doubled restraint, rendering them more fragile than a child, rendering even simple movement a challenge. At that point, not just the body would be restrained, but also the spirit. He would become akin to a frail and ailing vegetative state, finding even the slightest movement of his fingers to be an arduous task. To engage in activities akin to a normal person, one must escape the confines of the city, which in a sense equates to a total expulsion from urban life. Why must it be this way? Cartwell revealed a perplexed smile, realizing he must now exert himself to the utmost. He was uncertain whether this old man could withstand the challenges ahead. Closing his book, he lifted his white robe to reveal a resplendent platinum staff hanging at his waist, which he then removed. He secured the book at his side, biting his left thumb until it bled, and smeared the crimson blood upon the staff. "O divine source, your servant greets you." He released the staff, closed his eyes with a solemn expression, and ascended slowly into the air. A tempest of energy began to coalesce around him. Another formidable opponent, Shinzoming, once consumed by rage due to the danger threatening his niece, immediately sensed the newly formed source energy storm. Without a moment's hesitation, He propelled himself towards his niece's location. He paid no mind to this sudden expert or the reasons for their presence within the city. His remaining niece could not be harmed. 3 years ago, he had been unable to act in time. Today, he would not repeat that mistake. However, halfway through his flight, he was intercepted by a golden-haired elder clad in white robes. "Sir Enforcer, this path is blocked." Cartwell floated in midair, standing before Shinzoming. He bowed slightly like an old gentleman, a smile upon his face. Above him hung a pitch-black staff, while a long, dark blade hovered ominously above Shinzoming. Their gazes met in the air, one calm as still water, the other ablaze with fury. "Cartwell, it is you." Shinzoming gritted his teeth. As a high-ranking figure in the Source God Church, he was well acquainted with Cartwell's dossier. Yet, it was evident that the Holy Court's information had some discrepancies. "I never imagined you would still be able to break through at your age." Shinzoming could not help but mock. According to the records, Cartwell was over 180 years old and at the pinnacle of the 6th realm. Now, witnessing him soaring above, it was clear he had ascended to the 7th realm, for only those at that level could manipulate the surrounding source energy to enable flight. "I am indeed honored that the Enforcer knows my name. As for my strength, it is thanks to the grace of his divine source that I have advanced further." Cartwell replied, placing his right hand over his heart and bowing his head in reverence. "Nonsense. The divine source does not exist. You delusional madmen are beyond redemption." Shinzoming retorted vehemently. The world was indeed shaped by the Holy Court, yet they fabricated the existence of a false deity, the divine source, and revered it as truth, while viewing the true creators of the world as traitors to this fictitious god. Was this not an inversion of reality? How could anyone still believe such fallacy? The divine source is a reality. Only he can truly dispel the encroaching darkness. Cartwell passionately countered, shedding his gentlemanly demeanor. "The prophecy has been revealed. The child of the divine source has been born, and it will not be long before he returns." "Humph. The authority attributed to the child of the divine source in your prophecies clearly pertains to the Holy Court's future saint, which has nothing to do with your so-called deity." Shinzoming could not suppress his disdain. Yet, the Holy Court has not seen a saint wielding that authority for over 200 years. With divine authority waning and darkness rampant, it is the divine source expressing his discontent. Cartwell's voice was low yet resolute. "Indeed, you are hopeless." Shinzoming shook his head, unwilling to engage further, for his niece awaited him. "I have no time for your nonsense. Step aside," he ordered coldly. "Absolutely not. As I stated, this path is blocked." Cartwell calmly shook his head, indicating he would not yield. Even if he were to step aside, it would only be after the black fog rescued that young man on Yuen. "You seek death." Shinzoming's fury ignited. As his anger surged, lightning crackled in the sky, and a tempest of energy swiftly gathered around him. Sighing, Cartwell resigned himself to the confrontation, beginning to sense the world's energies as he contended for control over the source power within the city's confines. The two opposing forces were on the brink of collision. At the entrance of the White Dragon Tavern, On Yuen found himself retreating step by step. The blade in his hand now riddled with chips, completely devoid of his previous bravado. His face, once sinister, now bore the marks of desperation. He gritted his teeth, breathing heavily, his chest rising and falling rapidly, his long hair disheveled. His suit had burst open at several buttons, and his shirt was drenched. He realized he had indeed encountered an immovable obstacle. Had he known the iron wall would be this formidable, he would never have targeted that motorcycle. Yes, the motorcycle. With a crash, the long blade snapped in two, the severed piece flying through the air and severing the energy source of the dragon-shaped lantern, plunging the surroundings into sudden darkness. The night had deepened. The cold wind swirled, and faint rumblings of thunder reverberated in the sky. All the shops, including the White Dragon Tavern, had shuttered their doors shortly after the conflict began. Such is the world. There are no meddling bystanders, no spectators. Everyone lives by the mindset of better to avoid trouble than to invite it. On Yuen glanced at the broken blade, then at the calm demeanor of the man across from him, his gaze covertly drifting towards the black motorcycle not far from him. He felt a wave of exhaustion wash over him, his strength waning. Chapter 31. Mercy? He sought to escape. With a swift motion, On Yuen hurled the broken blade towards the unperturbed Zhoujin and turned to flee toward the motorcycle. Thud. Zhoujin deflected the broken blade with his forearm. The blade clattered to the ground, a light sound echoing loudly in the stillness of the night. Observing On Yuen's dash toward the motorcycle, Zhoujin's expression hardened slightly. He had overheard the earlier conversation with Su Zhe. This man hailed from the Source God Church, known for their penchant for vengeance. If he allowed him to escape today, He could only imagine the troubles that would ensue in the future. Meanwhile, Su Zhe and his companions, who had been watching from the sidelines, were equally taken aback by An Yuan's sudden attempt to flee. Su Zhe and Su Mu Shui were faring well, but Shen Qinghan's expression suddenly shifted. He absolutely could not allow the escape of the assailant. With a resurgence of strength, she forcefully hurled the long knife in her grasp towards the fleeing An Yuan. Whoosh! Simultaneously, Zhou Zhun bent his legs slightly and leapt with great force, causing a massive crater in the solid ground, with spiderweb-like cracks radiating outward. Su Zhe's eyelids twitched at the sight. To exert such power to distort the ground was something he had only witnessed in films in his past life. Zhou Zhun soared high, instantly positioning himself above An Yuan, ready to deliver a crushing blow. An Yuan's gaze was fixated on the motorcycle just within reach, his beacon of hope for survival. Just a few more steps, and he could escape. Yet, he had already sensed the impending attack from behind, a flicker of despair crossing his face. Boom. Bang. Accompanied by a tremendous thunderous roar, a shadow plummeted from the sky. A pair of enormous, ebony wings unfurled, enveloping An Yuan within their protective embrace. At that moment, He Fu made his entrance. The creature had now manifested into a size akin to that of a ferocious tiger. Dark skin adorned with deep purple markings rippled over bulging muscles. The long knife clattered harmlessly against the wings, leaving only a pale imprint before falling to the ground with a metallic clang. Meanwhile, Zhou Zhun's kick landed squarely on He Fu's back, causing the creature to grimace in pain. Zhou Zhun executed a backflip, landing gracefully as he regarded the sudden apparition before him with a grave expression. A monster? This situation seemed to be spiraling out of control. Shen Qinghan, who had just poised to pursue An Yuan, abruptly halted. Her expression darkened. Unlike humans, who required gradual body conditioning to adapt to source power, monsters inherently absorbed it. Thus, in terms of physical prowess, monsters held a distinct advantage. The creature that had appeared before them, resembling a dragon, was renowned for its physical strength. "Ha, little one. How utterly wretched you are." He Fu cackled, baring his teeth, the tone of the youth tinged with mockery. Although he was somewhat injured, witnessing An Yuan's predicament brought him great joy. Folding his wings, he shielded An Yuan with his imposing 2-meter frame. Hey Fu. An Yuan turned to regard the suddenly appeared creature, his expression shifting from despair to astonishment and gradually transforming into elation. Thank the source god. There truly is a glimmer of hope. Though he and He Fu had previously harbored mutual disdain, the creature's timely arrival now seemed immensely fortuitous. If you are here, does that mean Lord Carter is as well? An Yuan scanned the vicinity, seeking the familiar figure clad in white robes. Stop looking. Carterville hasn't come this way. How much strength do you have left? Can you still run? He Fu glanced at Zhou Zhun, who had just kicked him, and the 3 humans by his side, feeling a twinge of trepidation. Aside from the young human, the remaining 3 appeared formidable. Having seldom engaged in combat, he was uncertain of his chances. Moreover, that kick had truly hurt. Can't you fly? Why not just carry me away? An Yuan felt a pang of disappointment at He Fu's words, momentarily stunned before retorting. Do you think we're outside the city? At my size, I can't even lift myself off the ground, let alone carry you. If you can run, then hurry. I'll hold them off for a while. Despite the anxiety gnawing at him, He Fu resolved to uphold his sense of loyalty, knowing that a full belly was at stake. Remember, you owe me a life after this. He Fu turned his head, as if having made a momentous decision. In the city center, within the mayor's office of the administrative building, the mayor, a fatherly figure of the city, was still attending to affairs late into the night. Adorned with golden-rimmed glasses and possessing a broad, dignified demeanor, he exuded an air of scholarly refinement. Bang! Mayor, this is Dyer. His secretary burst in, drenched in sweat and visibly anxious. The office door swung open violently, allowing a gust of wind to swirl into the room. What is happening? The mayor set down his documents and turned his gaze toward the window. Unbeknownst to him, the sky outside had turned ominous, with flashes of lightning illuminating 2 figures suspended above the city. Their respective storms of source power cleaved the sky in twain. Mayor, the Inspection Bureau has just sent an urgent report. 2 waves of 7th-level forbidden force fluctuations have emerged in the city. One has been confirmed to be Director Shun of the Law Enforcement Department, while the other remains unidentified. Please advise on how to proceed. The secretary hastily recounted the situation. Shen Zoming, what in the world are you doing? The mayor's brows furrowed as he recognized the familiar silhouette in the sky. In Yunnan City, the Law Enforcement Department had always been Shen Zoming's domain, leaving him powerless to intervene. Hence, he was oblivious to the law enforcement department's actions against the source god sect at night. Now that Shinzoming had caused such a commotion, a myriad of emotions roiled within him. This indicated he would soon depart from Yunnan. The authority of the law enforcement department would finally revert to him. Yet he did not wish for it to unfold in this manner. Two de-restricted 7th-level powerhouses clashing in the city. He could scarcely fathom the consequences. How many lives would be lost? Immediately contact the source control department. Spare no expense on source crystals. We must swiftly restrain these two waves of forbidden force. Simultaneously, reach out to the stationed troops outside the city to secure the perimeter and prepare to capture the criminals. His commands were issued with utmost clarity. The mayor's focus on paperwork had dissipated, as the surrounding turmoil of source power weighed heavily on his spirits. Gazing out the window, he yearned to lift the restrictions and lend assistance. But as a mere 6th-level cultivator, his interference would only hinder Shinzoming. Furthermore, he was reluctant to relinquish his position as mayor. Meanwhile, within the city, aside from those soundly asleep and ordinary citizens, everyone felt the unusual agitation of source power surrounding them. Those with experience paled and sought refuge in secure locations. Others noticed the two figures in the sky and began to flee in terror. At the sight of the standoff in the sky, Carterville appeared utterly resigned. At over 180 years of age, despite being of the 7th level, the frailty of his aging form could not compete with the vigor of the youthful law enforcer before him. If possible, he truly wished to avoid conflict. "Are you certain you wish to fight me within the city?" Carterville inquired softly, his tone imbued with an indescribable calm as he glanced down at the city below. Those who had noticed their confrontation were fleeing in fear. Carterville sensed the terror in their eyes. How pitifully weak these ordinary people are. Look. The very citizens your holy court aims to protect seem to fear you. If you and I were to engage in battle here, how many do you suppose would perish? Some may even die in their sleep. Perhaps that would be a mercy? Chapter 32. Escape. Cartwell spoke with an expression of apparent sincerity, as if genuinely considering the plight of ordinary people. But, my dear enforcer, they need not perish if you simply remain calm here. A smile crept across Cartwell's lips. Given the holy court's modus operandi, he believed that the other party would be loath to instigate a conflict within the city. He felt he had seized upon the enforcer's Achilles heel and could maintain this standoff indefinitely. Once the Black Veil rescued on Yuan, he could extricate himself from this predicament. The price he had paid to save that fool was exorbitant. However, he underestimated Shun Zoming's resolve. "Are you threatening me?" Shun Zoming's voice was low and grave. He glanced at the city below, devoid of any expression, and slowly began to speak. 3 years ago, your source god sect murdered my nephew here." Shun Zoming's voice was devoid of emotional fluctuation, as if recounting a trivial matter, yet his gaze was chillingly fierce. "And now, you seek to impede my rescue of my remaining niece." His tone grew increasingly frigid, causing Cartwell, who had felt assured of victory, to flinch. "Niece? What niece?" A flash of realization struck Cartwell as he recalled the young woman who had initially fought alongside on Yuan. Could it be she is the enforcer's niece? Fool. You truly know how to stir up trouble. Cartwell cursed inwardly and quickly said, "Your Excellency, please remain calm. Your niece is not in any immediate danger." "Calm? How can you expect me to be calm?" Shun Zoming bellowed, his composure shattered. He had just sensed his niece's presence, her demeanor desperate, while chaos unfolded around her. And now, a formidable adversary like Cartwell stood in his path, obstructing not just his body, but the very perception of half the city. He could no longer see. He was oblivious to the situation surrounding his niece. The enemy claimed she was safe, but could he trust that? In that moment, he lost all rationality. My abilities are limited. I cannot attend to everyone. Thus, I must press on. With a thunderous boom that resonated like thunder, the glass of several nearby buildings shattered. Startled citizens screamed and scattered. Shinzoming surged toward Cartwell, leaving a trail of white mist behind him, his right hand clenched, radiating formidable power. The very fabric of space seemed to warp around him. "Get out of my way." Bang! Cartwell attempted to block the attack, but he failed. A shock wave erupted outward, akin to a tempest of gale-force winds. The vigor of a seasoned 7th realm practitioner was indeed beyond what the ancient Cartwell, aged over 180 years, could withstand. With a single strike, he felt immense pressure. To dissipate the force, his body was forced backward repeatedly. Bang! 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 Several barriers of source energy coalesced behind him, only to be shattered by his own form. After several impacts, Cartwell finally regained his footing, though he felt as if his old bones might shatter. Truly formidable. The vitality of youth is undeniable. It seems I cannot withstand his onslaught directly. Cartwell could not help but exclaim in awe. Boom. Just as he steadied himself, he realized that Shen Zongming had already propelled himself toward An Yuan. This cannot be allowed. Desperation surged within him. He positioned himself once more in front of Shen Zongming, but the moment he appeared within the enforcer's line of sight, another attack followed swiftly. Having been rattled by the previous strike, Cartwell hastily sidestepped. Shen Zongming's fist narrowly grazed his body, striking empty air. The force unleashed in that moment created a powerful shockwave that crashed down upon the ground. Boom. A 10-story building crumbled instantly, debris cascading in all directions, leaving behind only a metal column, riddled with cracks and shimmering with light. Amidst the ruins, dismembered limbs lay gruesomely exposed. The occupants of the building had no time to escape. You have truly gone mad. Cartwell's expression shifted dramatically. That strike surely claimed numerous lives. This enforcer seemed even less concerned about the lives of ordinary people than he was. Mad. I have been mad since 3 years ago. Shen Zongming's eyes were bloodshot. At that moment, he cared not for such trifles. He struck at Cartwell once more. All he knew was that as long as this old wretch remained, he would continue to obstruct him. Cartwell evaded, but the shockwave from the punch created a massive crater on the wide road. Reluctantly, Cartwell ascended higher, striving to minimize casualties during the battle. Otherwise, he would be unable to re-enter the city afterward, and should this conflict result in excessive loss of life, the Holy Court would undoubtedly pursue him relentlessly. Municipal building. Observing the escalating conflict between the two, the mayor's expression darkened further. Was the Sourceband Bureau moving so slowly? Did they intend to wait until these two had wreaked havoc across an entire district before preparing? Mr. Mayor. The personnel from the Sourceband Bureau report that the nearest band pillar they just activated has been destroyed and they need to reactivate another. The secretary, wiping the sweat from his brow, hurriedly relayed the information, then urged them to expedite. The mayor huffed coldly, near the entrance of the White Dragon Tavern. To hell with it. An Yuan cursed at Hifu, hastily mounting his motorcycle and revving the engine. Get on. I refuse to believe they can outrun a vehicle. The engine roared to life. An Yuan pivoted on one foot, maneuvering the motorcycle in place. Hifu turned, his eyes filled with confusion. Was this meal truly coming so easily? However, upon glancing at the three evidently formidable humans, he swiftly reverted to the size of a house cat, leaping onto the motorcycle's rear seat with a swift motion. Do not let him escape. Shen Qing'an interjected, her gaze frantic as she watched An Yuan readying the engine, her eyes darting to the black car parked in front of the tavern. Just as she intended to speak, a thunderous boom erupted nearby, louder than the earlier entrance of Hifu. No, this was no mere thunder. Everyone present felt an unusual energy in the air. The winds around them intensified. Suze instinctively extended a fragment of his mental power, and the luminous orbs of source energy surrounding his body seemed to exult in jubilance. This perplexed him greatly, prompting him to concentrate. With a surge of mental force, he forcibly calmed the restless orbs, which immediately succumbed to tranquility. This brought a measure of relief to Suze. It was Lord Carter, and Yuan, who was poised to flee, looked up to see Carterville being relentlessly pursued and assaulted by Shen Zongming. Oh, old Carter appears to be struggling against that formidable adversary. Hei Fu, seemingly unfazed, continued to jest. Is this an attempt to rescue me? And Yuan's expression grew complex as he regarded the retreating figure of his esteemed mentor with profound respect. He pondered that Bishop Carter's presence in the city at this moment was likely to facilitate his escape. He could not allow him to be disappointed. He had to break free. With determination, and Yuan slammed down on the throttle, roaring away at breakneck speed. You shall not escape. In a moment of desperation, Shen Qihan seized the Tang sword from Suze's hands and hurled it with all her might towards the motorcycle. The blade sliced through the air. Ouch. That hurts. The flying sword embedded itself into the wing of Hei Fu, who was seated on the motorcycle, causing him to tumble off. He rolled uncontrollably on the ground, the Tang sword exacerbating his wounds. However, the wind rushing past was too loud for Yuan to notice that Hei Fu had fallen, as he continued his frantic flight. Curse it. Su. Sister Su, I wish to borrow your vehicle. Observing Yuan's successful escape, Shen Qinghan's expression darkened. She still yearned to pursue him. Forget it. The speed of our vehicle is simply insufficient to catch up to that motorcycle. Su Muxue furrowed her brow and hesitantly declined, a sense of unease creeping over her. The commotion was quite significant, It seemed that an important figure from the Source God sect was involved. Allowing him to escape this time could lead to immense trouble in the future. Moreover, as she glanced up at the powerful beings continually engaging in battle above, a hint of trepidation surfaced on her face. We should prioritize our escape. As her words fell, Cardaville was once again struck by a punch from Shinzoming. His body hurtled through the air like a cannonball, crashing towards them. Boom! With a resounding roar, Cardaville collided with a nearby building, which instantly crumbled, sending dust and debris swirling into the air. Suze stood transfixed before the scene unfolding before him, for the first time experiencing what it truly meant to be a martial artist. Chapter 33. Fear and Doubt. Initially, he had perceived this world as merely a variant of Earth, albeit with a different technological trajectory. He believed that martial artists were simply individuals endowed with slightly greater strength than the average person. The pinnacle of martial prowess, in his eyes, had transitioned from his own mentor, who had taught him the art of forging, to Uncle Zhou, wielding a strength of several thousand pounds. While this bore a resemblance to a mini Superman, it was not entirely beyond his comprehension. Encountering a talking creature for the first time was indeed wondrous, yet still within the realm of his acceptance, for were not parrots on Earth also capable of speech? After spending a semester immersed in the study of source patterns, he began to sense that this world possessed an element of the fantastical, yet it had not stirred his heart significantly. That is, until he witnessed two individuals soaring through the sky, engaged in combat. What was this? Mini Superman. This was nothing short of a true superhero. When the extraordinary scenes reminiscent of a cinematic spectacle materialized before him, he felt a mere tremor of awe. However, upon witnessing Cardaville's body shatter a building to pieces, and glimpsing dismembered limbs amidst the debris, an indescribable fear began to stir within him, leaving him in a state of profound unease. This was the essence of a true martial artist? No wonder Uncle Zhou spoke as he did. To ordinary people, they appeared as mere ants before such power. Su Zhiduan suddenly comprehended the profound significance of the equality barrier among all beings. Until today, he had been oblivious to the true extent of a formidable warrior's strength. Previously, he had regarded this matter from an outsider's perspective, even questioning the very essence of equality among all beings. However, now he found himself entrenched within the situation, for he had not activated the source repository and was merely one among the multitude of ordinary individuals. He lacked the extraordinary power capable of effortlessly demolishing a building. At this moment, he felt a profound sense of insecurity. Anxiety and unease washed over him. Quickly, get in the car. Su Mushua tugged at the somewhat dazed Suze, calling upon the reluctant Shen Qinghan as they hurried toward the car. Zhou Zhen glanced at the collapsed building and then at the direction of the ominous shadows, his expression darkening as he turned to follow Suze and the others. He had warned them to avoid unnecessary complications. The subsequent scene only deepened his distress. Bang! A massive fragment of the building plummeted from the sky, crashing directly onto their vehicle. The debris, larger than the car itself, crushed it into an unrecognizable heap. The group's steps faltered abruptly. The car is gone. I'm so sorry. I've brought this upon you. Shin Qinghan could not help but exclaim in despair, lamenting that had he not pursued that individual to this very place, had Suzy and the others chosen not to intervene and rescue her, they might have departed from this place long ago, thus avoiding such unwarranted misfortune. As for the notion of being implicated, even if the vehicle is lost, does that mean we cannot still flee? Sumu Shuen nonchalantly remarked. Then, noticing the somewhat distracted Suze, she inquired, Aze, what troubles you? It's nothing, he replied. Suze jolted back to reality as if struck by lightning, instinctively glancing back at the ethereal figure in the sky, a deep-seated fear concealed within his heart. Young master, allow me to carry you to safety, Zhou Zhen urged, kicking aside a fragment of debris that had come crashing down, rushing to Suze's side. He sensed something was amiss with the young master. No need. I am capable of managing on my own. Suze clenched his teeth and resolutely refused. The group then chose a direction and swiftly fled. Amidst the crumbled remnants of the building, Carterville's white robe was torn. A trickle of blood oozed from the corner of his mouth, and his golden hair was disheveled. In the chaotic dust and smoke, his appearance was quite dismal. Yet, at that moment, he was laughing. Just moments ago, some of the source power, previously under his telepathic control, had slipped from his grasp, though it was a rare occurrence. His gaze pierced through the haze toward the direction where Suze and the others were escaping, a look of fervent devotion emerging on his disheveled face. The Chosen One truly exists. He had just tangibly sensed that sacred authority, albeit faintly. The essence of the Chosen One seemed to diverge from divine prophecy. However, I have finally found you. Raising his head to glance at Shinzoming, who was approaching him, Carterville rose from the ground and flew away in the opposite direction. The Chosen One was still weak. He could not allow him to be affected by such a level of battle. Meanwhile, the completely unhinged Shinzoming continued his relentless pursuit, shattering countless buildings along the way, ultimately leading both of them out of the city. Fear of death. Suze awoke once more from his slumber, drenched in cold sweat. He surveyed his surroundings, feeling a wave of relief wash over him as he turned on the light and quietly made his way to the bathroom for a shower. 3 days had passed since the last incident, which had been officially classified as an operation by the law enforcement department to thwart a planned act of terror by a white-clad bishop of the source god cult in the city. Suze was perplexed as to why the reports clearly indicating that over 1,000 lives had been lost still proclaimed the operation a resounding success. Were the lives of these 1,000 individuals not deemed valuable? Was the death toll of over 1,000 not sufficiently horrifying? Suze recalled the metaphor that Zhou shared with him about the elephant and the ant. It was quite vivid. The elephant could casually take a few steps and crush thousands of ants beneath its feet. Over the past 3 days, the winds of change swept through Yunnan City. The head of the law enforcement department was replaced, and the military stationed outside the city entered and imposed martial law. The war-torn urban areas began to recover, and those places deemed uninhabitable were evacuated. Yet, the fear within Suze grew ever more profound. Would I one day become that ant, carelessly trampled underfoot? A chilling sensation enveloped his heart. In a world of extraordinary beings, to be merely an ordinary person, how unsettling that is. In the bathroom, Suze reveled in the cascade of hot water enveloping him, the temperature so high that it reddened his skin. Yet, he remained indifferent, as if this was the only way to feel a semblance of warmth. Stepping out of the bathroom, he gazed at the pitch-black sky outside, acutely aware that insomnia would plague him once more that night. Thus, his mental energy penetrated the floorboards, continuing to resonate with the source pattern barrier beneath the city through Zhou. Initially, he aimed to devise a counter-array to break the binding force, but now, his singular focus was on crafting a formation capable of imposing confinement at will. Moreover, the swifter, the better. The intricate array of the source pattern barrier unfolded before him. Perhaps due to the recent fright, Suze sensed a significant surge in his mental prowess over the past 3 days. The speed at which he recalled the source pattern barrier had also accelerated considerably. The following day, upon opening the door and witnessing Suze's exhausted form, eyes tightly shut in slumber, Zhou understood that the young master had once again burned the midnight oil, and so he gently closed the door. It seemed that the incident from 3 days prior had left little impact on him. Sumu Shui departed from Yunnan County the following day. Shen Qinghan accompanied Suze and the others back to the estate, and after a brief rest, he hurriedly took his leave. Suze was soundly asleep, exhausted. Outside his window, a shadow the size of a domestic cat forcefully pried open a small gap, then squeezed in with a long knife clenched in its mouth. After glancing at Suze, who was disturbed by the chilly breeze that wafted in through the open window, it promptly closed the window. In Jinzhou, once a chaotic domain of the Great Jin Kingdom, the Source God sect was most active. Within the upscale ward of a private hospital built in the wilderness, a golden-haired elder, wrapped in bandages, lay in quiet slumber. Beside his bed, a grim-faced man with long hair was peeling fruit with a small knife. They were Cartwell and An Yuan, who had escaped from Yunnan City. Grateful beyond measure for Lord Cartwell's grievous injuries endured to save him, An Yuan was simultaneously anxious about the potential failure of the task assigned by the sect master, pondering the consequences that might follow. As he continued to peel the fruit, An Yuan couldn't help but murmur softly, his expression tinged with unease. The task cannot be deemed a failure, Cartwell spoke softly, having awakened at some point. His eyes barely open. Is it not a failure? An Yuan gasped, his face lighting up with astonishment. Lord Cartwell, have you found the child of the Source God? Cartwell opened his eyes slightly and replied nonchalantly, do not speak of this loudly. I have already sent Hei Fu to approach him. Hei Fu? Shouldn't we inform the sect master first? With the sect master's strength, even if that person still lingered in Yunnan, he could easily bring the child of God away, An Yuan questioned, his brow furrowed in confusion. An Yuan. Cartwell suddenly raised his voice, calling out to him with urgency. What is it? An Yuan asked, perplexed. Cartwell regarded him with a complex expression, unsure whether to trust this young man before him. Yet, in his current state of severe injury, He found himself with little choice but to rely on him. On Yuan, I suspect. The sect master has betrayed His Excellency the Source God. There are matters I need you to investigate for me, Cartwell said with a grave demeanor after a moment of hesitation. Betrayal? No, that is impossible, On Yuan exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief as he sprang to his feet. The Source God is the faith of our sect, and the sect master is his representative. Anyone could betray the Source God, but the sect master, how could he possibly? Calm down. I am merely speculating, Cartwell reassured him. I have located the child of God. However, what I witnessed deviates somewhat from the prophesied revelations. If the child I saw is genuine, it implies that the sect master has altered the prophecy. I am uncertain of his motives for doing so, which is why I need your assistance in uncovering the truth. Will you help me? Chapter 34, Enlightenment, a sudden inspiration awakening in the afternoon. Suze opened his eyes to find the sky outside still shrouded in gloom. As Suze yawned and entered the bathroom to freshen up, he leisurely made his way downstairs. Once he departed from the room, a shadowy claw stealthily emerged from beneath the bed, followed by a dark head peeking out, cautiously surveying the surroundings and confirming the absence of anyone. The shadow swiftly climbed onto the bed and lifted the covers. From the pillow, it deftly extracted a single strand of hair, carefully stowing it away before stealthily making its way to the window, where it opened the pane and soared into the night. The room returned to its former state, as if the presence had never been there, save for the tang knife left behind beneath the bed. Suze's spirit was far from vibrant. As he consumed the delectable dishes meticulously prepared by the chef, it felt as though he were chewing on wax. Zhouzhan, seated across from him, couldn't help but feel a twinge of concern at the sight of his despondent demeanor. After nearly half a year of companionship, Zhouzhan had come to perceive young Master Su as possessing a composure and steadiness that far exceeded his years. Yet, over the past 3 days, he had exhibited a certain unease and trepidation. Was it due to the escaped Source Knight? Young Master, are you troubled about the Source Cult? Zhouzhan suddenly inquired. Huh? Suze raised his head, momentarily taken aback by the worried expression on Zhouzhan's face. What did you just say? His eyes gradually regained focus. Your condition has been rather poor these past few days. If you are concerned about the Source God sect causing trouble, there is truly no need for alarm. Although the Source God sect possesses considerable strength, they dare not act with impunity in these 3 southern provinces. Moreover, our Su family supplies the border defense weaponry for these provinces and is officially recognized by the Holy Court. Under the watchful eye of the Holy Court, they cannot afford to openly confront us. At most, they may create some minor inconveniences. Zhouzhan expressed his concern. However, Suze glanced at Zhouzhan, hesitating momentarily before continuing. However, 3 days ago, those 2 formidable individuals in the sky must surely be from the Source God sect, right? Their actions, are they not exceedingly audacious? They have already claimed the lives of over 1,000 people. As Suze spoke, he recalled the moment when the building crumbled into ruins, and the fear in his eyes involuntarily manifested. Zhouzhan immediately sensed his trepidation. Young Master, are you afraid? Zhouzhan inquired, furrowing his brow. After contemplating for less than a second, he comprehended the situation. Indeed, such a sight would be overwhelmingly shocking for a child. Until now, Suze's composure had led Zhouzhan to forget that he was merely a 10-year-old boy. Thus, the thought of fear had never crossed his mind. How careless of me. Zhouzhan chastised himself. The scene from 3 days prior was indeed a rare occurrence. After careful consideration, he spoke in a gentle tone. In fact, most ordinary individuals go their entire lives without witnessing such an event. Although I do not understand why those 2 powerful beings clashed within the city, it is evident that both parties incurred substantial costs. It was merely an accident, and there is no need for you to be afraid. Zhouzhan's voice was soft, aiming to soothe Suze's anxious heart. Cost. Suze was perplexed. Indeed, those 2 are at least warriors of the 7th realm, Zhouzhan elucidated. Demonstrating a power level of at least the 7th realm within the city is an arduous task, typically achievable only through a method known as source restraint transfer. Source restraint transfer? Suze inquired, puzzled. It entails transferring the restraining force imposed by the source mark barrier within one's body onto something else. However, very few objects can withstand the restraining force of a 7th realm warrior, and those that can are exceedingly rare and precious. Utilizing one essentially renders it unusable thereafter. So you need not be overly concerned, Zhouzhan explained gradually. But what about those below the 7th realm? Despite Zhouzhan's reassurances, Suze's apprehension lingered. Although the strength of a 6th realm warrior may not match that of a 7th realm, There remains a significant disparity akin to that between an ant and an elephant. You need not worry about those below the 7th realm, Zhouzhan asserted confidently. Even if a warrior below the 7th realm employs source restraint transfer, they cannot completely transfer the restraint. Should the city's inspection bureau detect such an unauthorized use of power, they will immediately report it. If the source is unknown, the Source Restraint Bureau will activate their nearby restraint pillars to reapply the restraint. What are restraint pillars? Suze queried. They are devices capable of channeling the barrier's power and reapplying restraints to warriors, typically concealed within the city's structures. The restraints reinstated are often more potent than the previous ones, further debilitating them within the city. Zhouzhan continued his explanation. Thus, unless compelled by dire circumstances, they would not act recklessly. At most, they might resort to using some illicit drugs to temporarily unleash a fraction of their power, and such drugs are difficult to procure. Therefore, the city remains relatively safe, and you truly need not fear excessively. Hidden within the structures? Are they those glowing pillars? Do they possess the ability to rebind a warrior's source power? That sounds remarkably similar to the reversal formation I wish to study. Perhaps it warrants further investigation. As Suze listened to Zhouzhan's words, his apprehension diminished slightly, yet a lingering sense of worry remained. Zhouzhan merely mentioned that the city was relatively safe. However, Suze did not wish to spend his entire life hiding within the confines of the city. Thus, he yearned to grow stronger. Yet, without unlocking the source of his potential, how could he possibly attain that strength? Suze displayed a face akin to a bitter melon. If the physical laws of this world bore a close resemblance to those of Earth, he could leverage his extraordinary cognitive and learning abilities to delve into the study of firearms or even mecha. However, it was evident that this world was fundamentally different. Wait, perhaps it is not entirely impossible. Given that source pattern technology can produce vehicles and smartphones, devices reminiscent of Earth's technology, why should weaponry be any different? Uncle Zhou had previously mentioned that source pattern masters could wield controlled materials to unleash destructive power comparable to the most formidable warriors. Perhaps the sheer might of the warriors in this world has deterred deeper exploration in that direction. They may not pursue such research, but I certainly can. In an instant, Suze's eyes sparkled with brilliance. Hastily finishing his meal, he ascended the stairs under Zhouzhan's astonished gaze and plunged into the study. A week later, Suze held a sci-fi-inspired silver-white pistol, measuring 20 centimeters in length and 3 fingers in width, and nodded in satisfaction. After an entire week of cerebral contemplation, he had finally devised a source pattern array capable of achieving the effects of firearms. Delicate engravings adorned the surface of the silver-white pistol. Suze methodically loaded the magazine. The bullets, resembling the size of peanuts, adorned with various colorful patterns. This pistol possessed 2 distinct modes of attack. The first mode harnessed the weapon's intrinsic source pattern array, allowing it to accumulate energy by absorbing the surrounding source power, thus unleashing a pure energy assault. This type of attack boasted considerable strength, capable of creating a basketball-sized indentation upon striking a wall. However, it required a 3-second charging period and could essentially be utilized indefinitely. The second mode involved the use of alloy bullets crafted from a synthesis of 3 metals, each engraved with a source pattern array. By activating another source pattern array along the firearm's body, it produced varied effects. Thus far, Suze had only developed penetrating rounds, explosive rounds, and freezing rounds. Having just tested the first mode of attack, he was now engaged in loading ammunition for the second. He found himself in the original basement of the estate, a spacious area featuring a moderately sized workbench, illuminated by dim lighting. A week prior, inspired by Zhouzhan's guidance, he had whimsically transformed this basement into his laboratory. Once the bullets were loaded, Suze donned a pair of goggles. He then raised the gun with one hand, aiming at the distant wall, which bore a basketball-sized crater surrounded by spiderweb-like cracks. Chapter 35, Pistol Knife? Bang! With a resounding crack, a silvery bullet erupted from the barrel. The moment the bullet emerged, it radiated a faint white glow. Whoosh! Bang! The bullet pierced through a 2-centimeter thick steel plate that obstructed the wall, burrowing into the structure and leaving behind a minuscule bullet hole. Quite impressive in terms of power. Suze's eyes sparkled with satisfaction as he offered his appraisal. He then slightly adjusted the gun's muzzle and fired a second shot. Bang! This time, the bullet shimmered with a fiery red glow. Boom! The bullet became lodged in the wall, and after a few perilous flickers of red light, it detonated with a violent explosion, creating a deep crater twice the size of a basketball. The power was impressive, yet there was a delay that necessitated further refinement. Suze made an assessment before firing the third shot. Bang! The blue and white bullet darted away in an instant. The deep crater created by the explosive round was immediately filled with ice blocks radiating a chilling aura of blue and white. Instantaneous effect? Quite impressive. Suze's eyes immediately sparkled with excitement. He then removed his goggles and approached the workbench to conduct research on the explosive device that required further refinement. Throughout the week, he had dedicated himself to this endeavor, even neglecting the underground source pattern barrier. Fortunately, he succeeded. Suze believed that even a warrior at the pinnacle of body refinement would find it difficult to withstand the assault of this firearm. This realization significantly bolstered his sense of security, gradually dispelling the fears that had lingered in his heart. Moreover, if such a powerful handgun could be manufactured, it stood to reason that even more formidable weapons could also be developed. Suzatone was suddenly filled with determination. 3 days prior, the new year had already arrived. On that day, Suze was engrossed in the study of handguns, only taking a few calls from his grandfather and aunt. Zhoujin had instructed the servants to adorn the manor, imbuing it with a festive spirit. "Young master, it is time for dinner." The basement door swung open, and Zhoujin called out. Ever since he had offered some guidance to the young master, Suze had confined himself to the basement, seemingly preoccupied with some endeavor. He often forgot even the time for meals. However, at least he no longer detected the fear that had once lingered in the young master's eyes, indicating that his counsel had borne fruit, which brought him a sense of solace. "Dinner? Is it so late?" Upon hearing this, Suze glanced at the time. It was already 7 in the evening. Unbeknownst to him, the night had crept in. He found himself feeling rather hungry. Suze gently caressed his abdomen, set down the bullet in his hand, and after a moment's hesitation, secured the silvery handgun to his waist. Donning a warm coat, he stepped out of the basement. The dinner was still sumptuous. "By the way, young master, Miss Lu Yao will be returning tomorrow," Zhoujin unexpectedly announced, catching Suze off guard. "Lu Yao? Why is she coming back so soon? The new year has just passed, and there is still time before school starts. Isn't and Qing stopping her?" Suze expressed his exasperation, remarking that it had only been a few leisurely days. Zhoujin suddenly let out a light chuckle, then spoke with a hint of significance. However, it was impossible to withstand Miss Lu Yao's persistent cries and pleas. That night, Miss Lu Yao and her companions left early. On their way, they sensed the turbulence of our battle, prompting Miss Lu Yao to insist on returning, though she was restrained by Chief Qing. "These past few days, she has been exceedingly worried about you, young master." A profound smile played upon Zhoujin's face. He held a favorable view of Miss Lu Yao and understood the intentions of the third young lady. Although still young, with Chief Qing's looks, it was certain that her daughter would be equally charming in the future. Furthermore, having grown up alongside our young master, their social standings were quite comparable, making them a well-matched pair. The elders of both families had largely tacitly accepted their association. Yet, why did the young master always exhibit a sense of resistance? Zhoujin found it perplexing. She was not without a mobile phone. What prevented her from reaching out via call? During the festive season, she ought to spend more time with her family. Suze appeared somewhat helpless as he spoke. "Is it possible that, in Miss Lu Yao's eyes, you are akin to family, young master?" Zhoujin countered. Suze remained silent, quietly finishing his meal before ascending the stairs. Zhoujin observed Suze's quiet departure, shaking his head gently. "Miss Lu Yao, the road ahead is long and arduous." Late into the night, Suze found himself troubled by insomnia once more. The words spoken by Zhoujin during dinner lingered in his mind, making it difficult for him to find rest. In his eyes, Lu Yao was merely a child, while his own soul felt far more mature. How could he possibly develop feelings for her? Wouldn't he that be perverse? Thus, his affection for her could only be akin to that of an older brother's love for a younger sister. Moreover, he was not. In his previous life, Suze grew up as a solitary orphan. Although he now has family in this life, he essentially leads a life of solitude. The only difference is that since the age of 5, he has been accompanied by his little follower, Lu Yao, who is inescapable wherever he goes. Yet, this sensation seems rather pleasant. Alas, since sleep eludes him, he might as well delve deeper into his previous research topic. With a sudden thought, Suze's mental energy seeped downwards. Wait, a knife? An instant chill washed over him, and his complexion turned ashen. His hand instinctively reached for the handgun concealed beneath his pillow. Why has the knife, which teacher Shun had discarded that night, suddenly appeared beneath his bed? When did it come into existence? A sense of unease gradually enveloped Suze's heart. This indicated that someone had silently intruded into his room, unnoticed by both himself and Uncle Zhou. If that person had intended to take his life, it would have been a trivial endeavor. What, then, was the purpose of leaving this knife behind? Was it a warning directed at me? Suze recalled that this dagger had ultimately been plunged into the wing of that colossal dragon-like creature. Was it the work of the Source God sect? In an instant, a multitude of thoughts flooded his mind. His mental energy surged dramatically, extending 100 meters, 200 meters, until it reached beyond the city. Suze was unaware that his mental prowess had expanded to such an extensive range. The surroundings were enveloped in silence. Uncle Zhuang and the servants in the manor were peacefully slumbering, while snowflakes began to drift down from the sky. The dim streetlights illuminated the streets outside. A few stray kittens huddled together for warmth. In the distance, shadowy figures lurked in the city streets, dutifully monitored by patrolling officers braving the biting wind. Yet, none of this concerned him. Suze glanced over, finding nothing unusual. Su Zieten immediately sighed in relief, then retracted his mental energy. He stood up and turned on the lights, illuminating the entire room as if it were broad daylight. Su Zitzai felt a slight sense of relief, as if the lights could dispel the shadows within his heart. Glancing at the pitch-black window, he walked over and drew the curtains shut. Returning to the bedside, he lowered himself to the floor and reached for the knife that lay quietly beneath the bed. It was indeed that very knife. The familiar blue flame pattern on the blade sent a chill through his heart. A knife forged by his own hands. He could never mistake it. Now, there were still some congealed black bloodstains on the blade. What could be the purpose of the Source God sect in returning this knife? If it was for revenge, with such a stealthy method of infiltrating his room, he could hardly fathom how many times he might have met his demise already. Suze felt a twinge of anxiety. Regardless of their intentions, it was clear that he could no longer remain in this place. Chapter 36. Moving and Accidental Injury. Moving? Early in the morning, observing the young master, who bore 2 dark circles under his eyes and was resolutely declaring his intent to relocate, Zhou Zhen wore a perplexed expression. Young master, is it really necessary? Miss Lu Yao is hardly a fearsome creature. In fact, she is quite charming. Must you go to such lengths to avoid her? Furthermore, even if you do move, 1T the third Miss promptly inform Miss Lu Yao of your new residence? What purpose does this serve? Zhou Zhen spread his hands and earnestly counseled him. Is it true that knowing Miss Lu Yao is coming has caused you such emotional turmoil that you cannot sleep? Who says I am trying to avoid that girl Lu Yao? Suze rolled his eyes and pointed at the knife placed on the coffee table. Take a look at this knife. Is this your master's? Zhou Zhen exclaimed, his expression shifting dramatically. Isn't that? Last night, I discovered this knife had inexplicably appeared beneath my bed. Do you think it could be the work of the Source God sect? Suze remarked, observing Zhou Zhen's changing complexion. Hearing Suze's words, Zhou Zhen's face turned grim. The unsettling realization dawned upon him that someone had entered his master's room without detection. Damn! A cold sweat broke out across Zhou Zhen's brow. He struggled to comprehend how this had occurred, but it was evident that the estate was no longer secure. You are right. We should indeed consider relocating. Zhou Zhen nodded solemnly. Furthermore, he resolved to reside beside Suze, for only in this manner could he better safeguard his master. There is another estate on the west side of the city. We shall take refuge there. We need not move our belongings, as it is already furnished, thus minimizing attention. Additionally, we must inform Miss Lu Yao. Zhou Zhen immediately began making arrangements, striding towards the garage to fetch the car. There's no need to rush, Suze interjected, quickly grasping Zhou Zhen's arm, who seemed intent on hastening their departure. Since last night, he had periodically scanned the surroundings with his mental energy and had yet to detect anything amiss. Therefore, there was no cause for alarm. Even if they were to relocate, they should at least have breakfast first, having gone a night without sleep. Suze was not only fatigued but also quite hungry. Zhou Zhen halted abruptly, acknowledging that he had perhaps been overly anxious. However, the sudden appearance of the knife beneath his master's bed struck him like a resounding slap to the face, leaving him filled with shame and unease. Seeing Suze's poor state, Zhou Zhen felt a deeper sense of guilt. As the personal steward appointed by the master, how could he rest soundly while his master had spent a restless night in fear? Zhou Zhen felt he had betrayed the trust and nurturing he had received from the master over the years. Glancing at the breakfast already prepared on the dining table, Zhou Zhen opened his mouth. Indeed, given the circumstances, we should eat first. Noon. Suze has already moved into a mansion situated in the affluent district of the western city. This estate is comparable in size to the previous one. For the sake of safety, Zhou Zhen did not bring any of the servants from the former residence. Fortunately, There were already 2 cleaning staff present here. Shortly after noon, Lu Yao was brought over by Sister Li. Suze stood in the courtyard to greet her. After 10 days apart, he couldn't help but feel, whether it was an illusion or not, that she had grown a little taller. As soon as they met, she rushed towards Suze. "Brother Suze, I've missed you so much," Lu Yao exclaimed as she leaped into his embrace. Suze gazed at the clingy Lu Yao in his embrace with a hint of helplessness. What is this?" Lu Yao, nestled against Suze, felt a hard object at his waist. Curiously, she extracted it with ease and, with a puzzled expression, pointed the muzzle towards herself, her finger unconsciously resting on the trigger. "Oh no, stop." Suze's expression shifted dramatically, and he barely had time to deflect the gun's muzzle. Bang! The gunshot echoed. A bullet, shimmering with a fiery crimson glow, struck the nearby courtyard wall in an instant. Suzeduan exhaled sharply, swiftly reclaiming the pistol from Lu Yao's grasp. "This is not a toy," he admonished. "What a miser, it's just a plaything." Lu Yao pouted, preparing to chastise Suzeduan for his stinginess when a deafening explosion suddenly erupted. Boom! The wall of the courtyard, struck by the bullet, was instantaneously obliterated, creating a gaping hole. What just happened? Zhou, who was assisting with the moving, swiftly turned around, gazing at the shattered wall with a wary expression. Sister Li also glanced back, her brow slightly furrowed in concern. Lu Yao, in a daze, turned to observe the wall now marred by the explosion, her mind momentarily blank. Then, her complexion drained of color, as a veil of mist gathered in her eyes. What if Suzeduan hadn't reacted in time? Would I have? Suzeduan, did I almost lose my life?" Lu Yao's voice trembled, her small hands instinctively clutching the hem of her clothing. She appeared utterly pitiable, on the verge of tears. Sigh, it's all right now." Suze gazed at the pitiful Lu Yao, and the reproachful words that had risen to his lips were swiftly swallowed back. He still felt a lingering fear, even though the explosive device detonated with a delay. The proximity of the explosion meant that, even without it detonating, the sheer force of the bullet could have inflicted harm upon Lu Yao. He had initially intended to chastise her, but seeing the young girl on the brink of tears, it would have been rather insensitive to continue with his admonitions. She simply needed to learn not to recklessly handle unfamiliar objects in the future. Suze spoke as he embraced her gently, tenderly caressing her head. "Yes, brother Suze. I will be more careful in the future." Lu Yao quickly nodded, feeling the warmth of Suze's palm, the pallor on her face gradually fading away. "Brother Suze is truly wonderful." On the side, Zhou remained vigilant for quite some time without noticing anything unusual. He glanced at the 2 little ones embracing each other, a hint of peculiarity surfacing on his face. He hesitated to speak, but could not refrain from pointing at the courtyard wall and inquiring, "Young master, what is the situation?" This is merely an accident." Suze felt a bit embarrassed as he released Lu Yao. He then showcased the pistol to Zhou, stating, "That hole was made by this source pattern pistol, so there's no need to be anxious." "Source pattern pistol?" Zhou appeared perplexed. "A gun is merely a gun, and a hand is just a hand. What on earth is a pistol? Is it a source device crafted by the young master? Can such a small gadget truly possess such immense power?" Observing the confusion on Zhou's face, Suze elaborated. "This is a type of energy weapon I developed for self-defense. Don't be fooled by its size. It packs a considerable punch. If you don't believe me, just watch." Seeing Zhou still bewildered, Suze decisively fired another shot at the courtyard wall. Bang! The gunfire echoed, and the bullet lodged itself in the wall. "That's not so powerful." Suddenly, a resounding boom followed. Zhou, who had just begun to articulate a thought, was startled by the sight before him. "It truly possesses such formidable strength," Zhou exclaimed, astonished. He felt that even his body, honed to the limits of physical enhancement, would struggle to withstand several such assaults. "Young master, you are indeed a genius in the realm of source patterns." Turning to Suze, Zhou offered his compliments. He then glanced at the pistol in Suze's hand, expressing his confusion. "However, young master, such a level of energy weapon should require materials of at least the Xin-grade alloy, correct? How did you acquire it?" "In the city. Even the long knives equipped by the Law Enforcement Bureau are merely of Huang-grade quality. For ordinary people, Huang-grade materials are entirely sufficient. Xian-grade and above are considered controlled items within the city. Apart from officially designated units and individuals, others are not permitted to use them." Even Suze's own knife had been registered with the Law Enforcement Bureau. Although it is against the rules, aren't rules meant to be broken? Some still resort to clandestine means. The black market is rife with contraband. However, the young master has had the opportunity to visit the black market lately. So, how did you procure this material? Chapter 37. Teacher Shin's Anomaly. Haha, Uncle Zhou, have you forgotten? I can even procure earth-grade alloys. What is a mere Xian-grade alloy to me? Suze hurriedly laughed, attempting to evade the situation. Indeed, it makes sense. Zhou nodded. If they could produce earth-grade alloys, then producing mysterious-grade alloys would undoubtedly be simpler. He was not particularly knowledgeable about the intricacies of forging, so he refrained from further commentary. Speaking of which, did the young master visit the forge in recent days? His memory on that matter was somewhat hazy. After relocating the items, the group returned to the villa. Zhou sought someone to repair the walls, while Lu Yao and Sister Li, having traveled a considerable distance, were fatigued and retreated to their rooms to rest. Meanwhile, Suze immersed himself in the villa's basement, diligently working to improve the flawed explosive devices. Time passed slowly, and before long, the entire holiday had slipped away. Upon returning to school, it became apparent that a few classmates were missing, including the chubby boy who once wished to share a desk with Lu Yao. Their misfortune had led to their untimely demise that fateful night, caught in the crossfire of the two powerful combatants. Yet, few mourned their passing. Perhaps these 10-year-old children did not yet grasp the concept of death, merely believing that their peers had ventured to another realm. Teacher Shin exhibited an even more severe demeanor, becoming increasingly taciturn, resembling an emotionless machine. Even during sparring sessions with Suze, she no longer held back. Suze can only barely endure for a little longer in her grasp by bestowing upon himself several enhancements. Suze found it difficult to communicate with her. Shin Chi-han had learned the true circumstances of that battle from the Law Enforcement Division, understanding that her uncle had lost his sanity in a desperate attempt to protect her, which ultimately led to the conflict. Consequently, she bore the weight of the demise of those thousands of lives on her shoulders, akin to carrying a burdensome load that rendered her every step laborious. Her uncle, Shin Zoming, due to the backlash of the barrier, would forever be barred from entering any city. Furthermore, for instigating the battle, he faced the judgment of the Holy Court and was relegated to the border troops to atone for his sins. What had once promised a bright future was now irrevocably shattered. All of this stemmed from her own misguided arrogance and her reckless determination to seize that man from the source god's sect. In the end, even after paying such a grievous price, that man still managed to escape right before her eyes. How utterly absurd. She felt like a mere jest. 3 years ago, she had harmed her brother. 3 years later, she had caused the suffering of so many others. What purpose does my existence serve now? Suze noticed that the light in Teacher Shin's eyes was diminishing, and her figure was becoming increasingly emaciated. Her once lustrous black hair had taken on a dull, yellowish hue. The strength she had displayed during their battles was waning as well, until, with a clang, Suze's blade dislodged the long knife from Shin Chi-han's grasp, the tip of his sword hovering before her colorless eyes. This scene bore a striking resemblance to the conclusion of their first sparring match, albeit with their positions reversed. Ah, you have won, Shin Chi-han remarked, gazing at the blade poised before her, a faint wry smile flickering across her otherwise expressionless face. What use is mastering the art of the sword if, in the end, it amounts to nothing? Now, I can barely even hold on to my weapon. That fleeting smile ultimately transformed into bitterness. Her eyes reddened, but no tears would come forth. Perhaps her tears had long since dried up. She felt she had no right to weep. You may leave now. Turning away, she bent down to retrieve the fallen knife, her voice devoid of emotion. With unsteady steps, she returned the blade to its rack. In that classroom, only Suze and she remained. Observing the increasingly haggard Shin Chi-han, Suze opened his mouth. Yet words eluded him. He was unaware of what had transpired with Teacher Shin. Had she not seemed well when he had departed that day? Yet, he could sense an aura of desolation surrounding her, akin to that of a person ensnared in the throes of severe depression, who had lost their sense of purpose in life. Suze realized that this situation was untenable, yet he found himself at a loss for how to offer solace. He was not a trained psychologist. Even the reasons behind Teacher Shin's transformation eluded him. Teacher Shin, Suze called out softly. However, Shin Chi-han seemed oblivious, continuing to gather his belongings in solitude. Like a soulless automaton, he numbly exited the classroom, his eyes devoid of any spark. Witnessing Shin Chi-han in such a state, Suze hesitated to approach, fearing to intrude upon his desolation. At this moment, Suze recalled the background information that Jiang Zheng had disclosed to him about Teacher Shin last semester. Perhaps he ought to be aware of something pertinent. Casting a glance at Shin Chi-han's silhouette, Suze lowered his head to gather his belongings. He then proceeded to the training classroom to find Lu Yao, who was patiently awaiting his return home. Suze handed his bag to her. Yao Yao, I have some matters to attend to today. Please return home with Uncle Shou first. I will make my way back later. Ah, all right. Very well. Glancing at Suzai's somewhat serious expression, Lu Yao puffed her cheeks and nodded. Although feeling a twinge of disappointment, she acquiesced nonetheless. The office building. Suzai once again found himself before the office door of Director Jiang. The light seeping through the crack at the bottom of the door indicated that Teacher Jiang had yet to depart. He let out a sigh of relief. Having cast a lightness spell upon himself, he had hastened over as swiftly as possible after leaving the teaching building. Thankfully, Director Jiang had not yet left, or his journey would have been in vain. He rapped gently on the door, but after a moment, there was no response. Suzai's mental energy swept across the room, revealing Jiang Zheng seated in his position, meditating with closed eyes, still studying the source patterns. It seems he truly desires to improve. Suzai's expression subtly shifted. No wonder he had lingered after classes had concluded. He was engrossed in the realm of source patterns. He gently pushed the door open and took a seat opposite Jiang Zheng, waiting in silence as if it were their first encounter. As the sky outside darkened completely, Jiang Zheng finally lifted his eyelids. What brings you here? Jiang Zheng's eyes widened in surprise upon seeing Suzai in his office, quickly replaced by a smile. Missing your teacher, perhaps? He jested, seeing Jiang Zheng, whom he hadn't met in a while, and hearing his familiar, resonant voice, Suzai couldn't help but smile in return. Yes, I have missed you a bit. After the new year, Jiang Zheng had noticeably gained some weight. By the end of the last semester, Suzai had thoroughly exhausted the knowledge of source patterns that he had acquired from Jiang Zheng, and he hadn't returned since. He occasionally assisted in maintaining some source pattern equipment at the school, but this was his first visit this semester, which had already been underway for a month. Although Jiang Zheng had not imparted an abundance of knowledge, Suzai was genuinely grateful for his guidance. Thus, he was always willing to say a few words to bring a smile to Jiang Zheng's face, and hearing Suzai's words only made Jiang Zheng beam even more brightly. Suzai is the most talented source pattern master he has ever encountered, with a future that knows no bounds. The fact that he could guide him into the realm of source patterns is an accomplishment he considers worthy of a lifetime of pride. Yet, he possesses a degree of self-awareness, understanding that Suzai would not have waited in his office after school solely for the sake of his company. Therefore, there must be a pressing matter at hand. With a restrained smile, he inquired earnestly, "Now that you have amused me, what is it that you truly seek? Speak freely." I cannot hide anything from you," Suzai replied with a grin. "I wish to inquire about Teacher Shin. Her situation this semester seems rather unusual." Chapter 38, The Past of Teacher Shin. Jiang Zheng's face, once adorned with a smile, momentarily faltered, revealing a hint of regret. "How shall I convey this to you?" He hesitated, uncertain of how to proceed. "Please, share all that you know. Teacher Shin's condition is dire, and I wish to assist her," Suzai implored earnestly, sensing that Jiang Zheng possessed some crucial information. Jiang Zheng was visibly moved. This was the first time Suzai had earnestly requested something from him. As a teacher, how could he refuse a student's plea? "Very well. I hope that upon her recovery, she will not seek to trouble me," he sighed, then began to relay the information he possessed. Shin Chi-han was once a student at Yunnan Middle Martial Arts School, endowed with remarkable talent. After graduation, she was pursued by numerous prestigious martial arts academies. However, she ultimately chose the relatively obscure Yunnan Advanced Martial Arts School to remain close to her brother, Shin Qingming. Shin Qingming, also an exceptional student at Yunnan Middle Martial Arts School, had joined the military after graduating from Advanced Martial Arts, eventually being assigned to the border troops in Lianzhou. Her choice to attend Yunnan Advanced Martial Arts was driven by the desire to be nearer to her brother. Shin Qingming was merely 3 years her senior, and during their time together at Yunnan Middle Martial Arts, Shin Qinghan was quite attached to him. In fact, their relationship mirrored that of you and your little companion, Liao, as they spent nearly all their time together outside of classes. Jiang Zheng chuckled at this comparison. Having taught Suzai for a semester and being familiar with the dynamics surrounding him, including the quirky little girl who often lingered by his side. However, in this world, the notion of early romantic entanglements does not exist. Many couples cultivate their bonds from a young age. Jiang Zheng found himself rooting for them. "Hey, let us not bring me into this. Please continue with Teacher Shin's story." Upon hearing these words, Suzai cast him a sidelong glance and promptly interjected, "Haha. Do not be hasty. Allow me to continue." Jiang Zheng chuckled heartily and resumed speaking. "However, they differ from you. They are biological siblings who have relied on each other since childhood. Their parents perished shortly after Shin Qinghan was born. Jiang Zheng's tone grew tinged with melancholy as he spoke. The two were raised by their uncle, the former head of the law enforcement division, Zhongming. 3 years ago, Shen Qinghan graduated from Yunnan's esteemed martial arts academy. To celebrate, Shen Qiming took leave from the border troops and returned to Yunnan County. Yet, an unforeseen tragedy occurred. At this point, Jiang Zheng's expression darkened. What kind of tragedy? Su Zhe inquired, his brow furrowed, sensing that this might be the pivotal moment affecting teacher Shen. Did you know? When Shen Qinghan was studying at Yunnan's martial arts academy, she was not nearly as cold and aloof as she is now. Jiang Zheng's demeanor grew intricate. At that time, I had just become the head of the grade. I recall her as a child who often wore a bright smile, full of vivacity. So much so that when she first joined our school 3 years ago, her icy aura left me unable to recognize her. She appeared significantly more mature, you see. What man could resist the allure of beauty? Thus, I committed some actions that she found detestable. And then, I received a stern lesson from her. Jiang Zheng's expression turned somewhat awkward as he recounted his past misstep in front of his students, lacking the audacity to maintain a composed facade. So, is this the reason you have always feared teacher Shen? Su Zhe regarded Jiang Zheng with a hint of curiosity. He found himself somewhat speechless, unable to fathom that the director, who seemed utterly disinterested in anything other than source patterns, could actually harbor an interest in beauty. How vulgar. It wasn't so much fear as it was a tinge of embarrassment, Jiang Zheng explained, his face flushed. However, Su Zhe remained skeptical. The embarrassment was undoubtedly genuine. Yet his claim of not being afraid was certainly a ruse. After all, Jiang Zheng was well aware of Shen Qinghan's background, the niece of the director of the enforcement department, far beyond his reach. Indeed, this knowledge had troubled Jiang Zheng for quite some time, as he feared losing the hard-won position of grade director. It would have been all too simple for someone of such high authority to deal with him. Yet, as time passed without incident, he breathed a sigh of relief. Noticing Su Zhe's incredulity, Jiang Zheng grew anxious. With his face still aflame, he insisted, I speak the truth. Especially after discovering she was a student I had watched grow up. The embarrassment became even more acute, verging on shame. Henceforth, I have diligently avoided encountering her at school. It is absolutely not out of fear. Observing Jiang Zheng's stubborn defense, Su Zhe remained unmoved. Thus, Jiang Zheng pressed on. However, I am also quite curious as to why that once beaming girl transformed into the frosty figure she is now. After my subsequent investigations revealed the truth, facing her became increasingly daunting. Jiang Zheng's expression dimmed. So, is the catalyst for teacher Shen's transformation the unfortunate incident from 3 years ago? Su Zhe could not help but inquire. Recalling the first encounter, he remembered teacher Shen's exquisite features, flawless in every regard, and could hardly imagine how enchanting her smile would be. What transpired 3 years ago? Indeed, Jiang Zheng nodded gravely and replied, I am unaware of the specific details. I only know that Shen Qinghan's brother perished before her eyes 3 years ago. It is likely from that moment forth that she transformed into her present self. Thus, it became clear that the individual who had died 3 years prior was teacher Shen's brother. Su Zhe recalled the conversation he had with Uncle Shou about this matter. A martial artist of the general rank had perished at the hands of an ordinary person. The excruciating pain of witnessing a beloved one die before one's eyes is indeed a suffering that outsiders cannot fathom. Therefore, it is entirely understandable that such a profound transformation in temperament could occur. However, why does it seem that now, teacher Shen has completely lost all hope for survival? Wasn't everything fine just last semester? He had been so eager to engage in swordsmanship sparring with him. Su Zhe was perplexed and thus conveyed his confusion to Jiang Zheng. It might be related to the fierce battle that occurred during the New Year, Jiang Zheng speculated. He glanced at the tightly shut door and then leaned slightly closer to Su Zhe, whispering, I have received insider information. During that confrontation, one of the combatants was the Archbishop of the Source God sect, while the other was Shen Qinghan's uncle, Zhongming. It is said that this former director of the Law Enforcement Bureau chose to engage in battle within the city because he believed his niece was in peril. Consequently, he faced reprimand from the Holy Court. However, this information has been concealed by the Holy Court. Just listen. But do not speak of it. I will not take responsibility if it gets out. After cautiously sharing his words, Jiang Zheng returned to his seat. That formidable battle? Su Zhe's expression shifted slightly. He was indeed one of the participants. At that time, teacher Shen was genuinely at a disadvantage in the battle against the man from the Source God sect. If he hadn't intervened with Uncle Zhou, teacher Shen would have been in a perilous situation. To think that this could be the catalyst for that conflict, Su Zhe found it somewhat astonishing. It is said that over 1,000 lives were lost in this battle. Considering Shen Qinghan's character, she must be feeling quite guilty. I suspect this is the reason for her transformation into her current state. Well, that's all I know. Time is getting late, and you should be on your way. After speaking, Jiangzheng stood up. Chapter 39. A critical moment. Su Zixin left the office building with a heavy heart. Making her way towards the school gate. Is it truly due to self-reproach and guilt? Has teacher Xin, who had already undergone a profound change in temperament following her brother's death, become even more burdened by the weight of guilt for the thousands of lives lost, thus losing the courage to continue living? Is it really so? Su Zhe sensed that the situation was not as straightforward as it appeared. Upon exiting the school gates, he was about to seek a nearby bus stop when a black car abruptly halted before him. Uncle Zhou, did I not instruct you to return first? Peering through the partially open driver's side window, he was taken aback to see Shoujin inside. Miss Liao expressed concerns for your safety, which is why I waited until now, Shoujin gently clarified, glancing at the back seat where Liao had already succumbed to slumber. An inexplicable emotion welled up within Su Zhe. He felt a twinge of gratitude. Due to the absence of the mansion servant, Sister Li had been compelled to remain at home as the cook. The passenger seat lay vacant. To avoid disturbing the sleeping Liao, Su Zhe settled into the passenger seat. So, can we return now? Zhoujin inquired hesitantly once Su Zhe was inside the vehicle, uncertain whether the young master had completed his matters. Let us head back, Su Zhe replied. Su Zhe instinctively responded, as the car engine roared to life. He recalled the peculiar demeanor of teacher Xin earlier that day. Wait, perhaps it would be wise to visit that place first. Su Zhe spoke up and produced a piece of paper, upon which an address was scrawled in a haphazard manner. This was the current residence of teacher Xin, the last inquiry he had made to Jiangzheng. Recalling the demeanor of teacher Xin when she departed the classroom, Su Zhe felt a twinge of unease. He yearned to visit her. It wasn't too far from here. Zhoujin cast a discreet glance at the note, and then started the car. The sleek black vehicle came to a smooth halt in front of a building. The streetlights cast a bright glow along the roadside. Young master, do you wish for me to accompany you inside? Zhoujin inquired as he observed Su Zhe alight from the car. No need. Yao Ao is still asleep, and it would be unsafe to leave her alone here. Please stay and watch over her. Su Zhe shook his head and then entered the building alone. Teacher Xin's residence was on the 3rd floor, in room 303. Ding dong. Su Zhe stood before an imposing, seemingly expensive security door, hesitating for a moment before finally pressing the doorbell. 1 minute, 2 minutes. Su Zhe furrowed his brow. He had just taken a deliberate glance downstairs and noticed that the lights in this room were illuminated. It was inconceivable that no one was present. Could it be that they had fallen asleep? Perhaps it would be best to return for the time being. Su Zhe turned around, taking a couple of steps before returning to the doorway with a lingering sense of unease. Ding dong, ding dong. Su Zhe pressed the doorbell once more. After a brief wait, observing the still unopened door, he could no longer restrain himself and allowed his mental energy to penetrate within. The bright room was impeccably clean. In the next moment, Su Zhe's expression changed dramatically. He suddenly raised his foot and kicked the door with force. Bang! The door, which appeared to be quite expensive, certainly lived up to its appearance. Su Zhe's kick proved utterly ineffective. Inside the door, in the bathroom, Shen Qinghan lay submerged in a tub filled with water, only her head and arms visible. The surface of the water was strewn with crimson petals. On the wrist protruding from the tub, a deep gash steadily dripped fresh blood. A pool of scarlet blood had already accumulated on the floor. At the center lay a sharp knife. Shen Qinghan's face had drained of color, her consciousness beginning to fade. In a daze, she heard a loud crash, yet she paid it no mind. Brother, I have come to find you. Shen Qinghan murmured unconsciously. What foolishness are you up to? Outside, Su Zhe wore an anxious expression. Bang, bang. After kicking the door twice more, he chose to relent. Taking a couple of steps back, he drew the well-prepared handgun from his waist. He aimed directly at the door lock and fired a shot. Boom. The explosive round shattered the lock. With a deafening roar, Su Zhe felt a rush of air, a fragment of the bullet tearing through his clothing. Su Zhe instinctively raised his hand to shield himself. Then he noticed that the door lock had been slightly deformed. It was effective. Su Zhe's eyes sparkled with excitement. And then he fired several shots in rapid succession. Bang, 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 boom, boom. At last, Su Zhe forcefully swung open the door and dashed towards the bathroom. Inside, Shen Qinghan had completely lost consciousness. In her daze, she seemed to glimpse her brother, who enveloped her in a warm embrace. Su Zhe lifted Shen Qinghan from the frigid bathtub. She was clad only in a delicate gauze garment, her drenched attire subtly outlining her exquisite figure, particularly the gentle rise and fall of her bosom, which stirred one's very blood. However, Suze felt no trace of indulgence in his thoughts. He was consumed by an urgent anxiety, acutely aware of the chilling cold emanating from the fragile body in his arms, as well as the barely perceptible breath that seemed to falter. If he delayed any longer, it seemed certain that Teacher Shun would be beyond salvation. Suze carried Shen Qinghan into the bedroom. It was a room of exquisite elegance, adorned in pristine white. He initially intended to lay her upon the bed and cover her with a blanket for warmth, but upon noticing her drenched garments, Suze bit his lip in frustration. How unfortunate! Suze gently lifted the quilt, positioning Teacher Shun at the edge of the bed. Then, he closed his eyes and, with careful hands, removed her drenched garments. Finally, he tenderly cradled her and placed her in the center of the bed, covering her with the quilt, leaving only her head and the wounded wrist exposed. The wound had begun to scab, yet it still oozed with a faint trickle of fresh blood. Suze opened his eyes and gazed at the feeble form of Teacher Shun, feeling an inexplicable pang of sympathy. He then summoned a soft green light from his right hand, which he gently pressed against the wound on Shen Qinghan's wrist. Gradually, the injury began to mend. What had transpired? At that moment, a visibly anxious Zhou rushed in, accompanied by a slightly dazed Lu Yao. He had been leisurely waiting downstairs when a sudden loud crash echoed from above, prompting him to awaken the still sleeping Lu Yao and hasten her upstairs. Upon entering the room, he was met with the metallic scent of blood, leading him to fear for Suze's safety. However, upon seeing Suze performing a healing spell, he let out a sigh of relief. Is that not Teacher Shin? What has happened to her? By this time, Lu Yao, now mostly awake, also noticed the pale visage of Shen Qinghan on the bed, her expression tinged with surprise. It is a long story. In short, Teacher Shun is in a rather dire state. Suze does not intend to provide a detailed explanation. Although I can assist her in healing the wound, she has already lost a significant amount of blood and is exhibiting symptoms of hypothermia. Yao Yao, you have arrived just in time. Please help Teacher Shun find a set of clothes for her to wear, and we shall take her to the hospital. Suze gently placed Teacher Shun's arm, now fully restored, back beneath the covers and turned to Lu Yao, saying, Teacher Shun isn't wearing any clothes? Lu Yao's expression shifted to one of sudden anxiety. Then, what did you see? She stammered, her displeasure palpable, tinged with a sense of injustice. Even Su Gij has never looked at me like that. Why should Teacher Shun get such treatment? She is so much older than Suze. What are you thinking? Suze tapped her on the head with a hint of irritation. How can you still be thinking about such things at a time like this? Saving lives is of utmost importance. Let us hurry and assist. After speaking, he glanced at the pouting Lu Yao and exited with Shojin, shutting the door behind him. Chapter 40, Persuasion in the Pristine Ward. The air was thick with the pungent scent of disinfectant. Shen Qinghan's eyelashes fluttered slightly before she slowly opened her eyes. Her gaze remained devoid of any vitality. Shouldn't I be dead? Her voice was faint, and her lips appeared exceedingly pale from excessive blood loss. She seemed somewhat dazed, as if lost in recollection. Before losing consciousness, she felt as though she had seen her brother. Was it merely an illusion? I'm truly sorry, Miss Shen, but you are very much alive. A familiar voice pulled her back to reality. Shen Qinghan laboriously turned her head and saw Suze sitting in a chair. Weariness etched on his face. At that moment, his eyes were filled with concern, causing an inexplicable tremor in her heart. Why did you save me? Shen Qinghan asked, her tone lifeless, almost accusatory. Hearing her words, Suze felt an unexplainable anger rise within him. Why do you think I saved you? Of course. It was because I was afraid you might die. I've only just made a friend in you. After escorting Shen Qinghan to the hospital the previous day, he had instructed Uncle Zhou to take Lu Yao home, remaining at her side ever since. He feared that once she regained consciousness, she would once again seek to end her life. And indeed, as expected, the first thing she uttered upon waking was a question of why he had saved her. If I hadn't stayed here, would you have jumped out of the window? Yet, looking at the exceedingly frail Shen Qinghan, he found it difficult to voice his reproach. Miss Shen, death resolves nothing. Suze gently advised, if you are not afraid of death, why not embrace life wholeheartedly? Suze was not particularly adept at persuading others. Yet he felt compelled to articulate something. At the very least, he ought to inspire Teacher Shen to rekindle her will to survive. To live? Shen Qinghan's pale lips curled into a bitter smile. How can you expect me to live with a clear conscience? My brother. And the thousands of innocent lives lost that day, they weigh upon me like an insurmountable mountain, suffocating me. Shen Qinghan's dry eyes reddened slightly, her voice choking with emotion. No one truly comprehends the immense pressure she has borne in recent days. She felt as though her very existence was a mistake. Even the act of breathing seemed to be a transgression. What connection do those thousands of lost lives have to you? Why must you shoulder this burden alone? Suze could not help but raise his voice slightly. You do not understand. You do not understand. Shen Qinghan lay on the bed, gently shaking his head, his face reflecting agony. I know, Suze immediately retorted. Seeing the pain etched on Shen Qinghan's face only deepened his sympathy. I am aware that the party involved in that conflict was your uncle. He believed you were in danger, thus igniting the battle in the city. Yet, even without him, Uncle Zhou and I would have been able to save you. Therefore, this is a misjudgment on your uncle's part. What does it have to do with you? Suze swiftly analyzed the situation, endeavoring to detach it from Teacher Shen. However, if I had not recklessly pursued the matter, my uncle would not have misjudged the circumstances. It is my own weakness that has led to this predicament. I have always been powerless, just as I was 3 years ago. Shen Qinghan's tone grew increasingly frail, her eyes dimming with a lack of brilliance. She swiftly discerned the flaw in Suze's argument. What does your strength have to do with this? Regardless of your prowess, are we not all similar in the city? There is inherently a disparity in physical constitution between men and women. It is entirely normal for you to be unable to defeat that individual. Moreover, even my Uncle Zhou, a master at the pinnacle of body refinement, was unable to stop him. Upon realizing that his words had no effect, Suze hastily continued speaking. It is different. Shen Qinghan shook his head. Moreover, if it were not for the motorcycle I rode over on, that person would not have escaped in the end. Ultimately, it is still my fault. As Shen Qinghan spoke, he closed his eyes and turned his head away, a weary expression marred by a slight furrow of his brow. What is so different? Suze felt a sense of helplessness. Why was Teacher Shen so insistent on trivial matters? If you don't ride a motorcycle, how could you possibly reach that destination? No, that cannot be said. Suze suddenly realized something was amiss and quickly turned the muzzle of the gun towards himself, saying, If I am weak, am I not even weaker? I have not even activated my source concealment. And my ability to complete the first 2 stages of body tempering is entirely reliant on the precious medicines prepared for me by my family. Do you know what I felt when I witnessed those 2 powerful beings clash that day? I felt fear. Suze spoke with a hint of trepidation in his voice. It was this subtle fear that stirred something within Shen Qinghan. In her memory, Suze was composed and mature, entirely unlike a child. Could it be that he too experiences fear? Shen Qinghan slowly opened her eyes, straining to listen intently. Uncle Zhou had constantly informed me about the might of martial artists, yet I never truly grasped its significance. It was not until that fateful day when I witnessed a towering building shatter before my eyes that I comprehended the stark disparity between an ant and an elephant. An elephant, with mere casual steps, could crush countless ants beneath its feet. Panic began to seep into my heart. For the next 3 days, restful sleep eluded me. For I too was a frail ant. Without the medicinal support from home, I might have been unable to even complete the foundational training of body tempering. Thus I am filled with dread. Though admitting fear in the presence of a woman might seem somewhat embarrassing, Suze nonetheless voiced his sentiments. He feared becoming an unintended casualty in the fierce battles of the powerful. I felt utterly powerless, as I could not conceive of any means to bridge the chasm between us. Suze spoke with a faint smile of bitterness, glancing at Shen Qinghan's profile as he continued, But you are different. Director Jiang remarked upon your exceptional talent. Even if that man managed to escape that night, you could diligently train and venture outside the city to capture him. Yet, I find myself devoid of the courage to even leave the city. Upon hearing this, Shen Qinghan could not help but turn her head. The city is quite safe. There is no need for such fear. That night was merely an unfortunate circumstance. Observing Suze, whose vulnerability resembled that of a lost kitten, Shen Qinghan perhaps felt a maternal instinct awaken within her, and thus she softly reassured him. Uncle Zhou told me the same. Suze suddenly smiled, and the sense of helplessness akin to a stray kitten vanished in an instant. He gazed into Shen Qinghan's eyes and said with a smile, Yet, I still feel quite fearful, until I remember that I am a source pattern master. It was only after I crafted this reasonably powerful pistol that my fear began to dissipate. Suze spoke as he drew out the exquisite silver-white pistol, presenting it to Shen Qinghan. A pistol? Shen Qinghan gazed at the firearm in Suze's hand, a hint of perplexity flickering in his eyes. Despite its diminutive size, I used it last night to unlock the sturdy door of your home that appeared remarkably robust. Suze's tone exuded a hint of pride, akin to a child boasting about their favorite toy. Observing that Shen Qinghan had finally begun to take an interest in other matters, Suzu felt a sense of relief wash over him. This indicated that his persuasion had indeed borne fruit. So is this a lock-picking tool? Shen Qinghan inquired, somewhat perplexed. What lock-picking tool? Suze, in a fit of urgency, exclaimed, "It was I who used it to smash your door open." Really? Is that true? Shin Qinghan clearly expressed disbelief. Su Zitong was momentarily tempted to fire a shot to demonstrate his point. However, being in a hospital, he quickly suppressed that notion. "Once you are discharged, I shall provide you with a demonstration, and then you will understand," he remarked, securing his handgun back at his waist. "So, Teacher Shun, I presume you no longer harbor such a desire to meet your demise." Suze could not help but seek confirmation. "Well, let's just try to live on for now." Shin Qinghan's voice was barely audible. After speaking, she turned her head away and closed her eyes to rest. Chapter 41. Taking Teacher Shin home, however. Suze clearly heard her words and let out a chuckle, picking up the freshly cut fruit and taking a hearty bite. Quite sweet. Before long, Zhou Zhen arrived at the hospital, bringing breakfast for Suze and Shin Qinghan. "Teacher Shin, here is your porridge." Suze gently roused the resting Shin Qinghan, one hand cradling a bowl while the other wielded a spoon, offering a spoonful of nutritious porridge to Shin Qinghan's lips. I can manage it myself," Shin Qinghan replied, somewhat at a loss as he propped himself up with one arm, the frailty of his body rendering him momentarily weak. Even the simple act of raising himself required a heavy breath. "How can you possibly eat like this? I fear you can scarcely hold the bowl." Seeing her in such a state, Suze insisted on placing the spoon at his lips. Unable to resist Suze's determination, Shin Qinghan reluctantly parted her lips, appearing somewhat aggrieved and pitiable. Upon witnessing this demeanor of Shin Qinghan, Suze felt a profound sense of emotion. Is it not far more appealing than the previous frigid and icy disposition? Suze fed Shin Qinghan until she had consumed most of the bowl of nourishing porridge, only stopping when she could no longer eat. As she gazed at Suze, who tenderly fed her, a faint blush unexpectedly appeared on Shin Qinghan's pale face. It had been several years since she had displayed such a vulnerable demeanor in front of others. Suze fed Shin Qinghan the kanji before he began his own meal. As he ate, he remarked, "The doctor stated that you have merely lost a significant amount of blood, and your body is fundamentally unharmed. Moving forward, you simply need to focus on recuperation." Suze felt an unspoken envy. The physique of a martial artist was indeed extraordinary. When she was brought in yesterday, she could scarcely perceive her own breath. Remarkably, the doctor performed no elaborate procedures, merely administering 2 bottles of specialized nutritional fluid for martial artists. After just one night, she had merely become a tad weakened. The doctor mentioned that she could be discharged today, yet living alone in her current state was undoubtedly unwise. Once she regained some strength, she should accompany me home. Suze suggested, "Shall I accompany you home?" Shin Qinghan's body stiffened momentarily, and she quickly replied, No, it's quite unnecessary. I can return to my own home just fine. It seems that the door at your place is still broken." Suze could not help but speak up. "In your current state, I find it difficult to feel at ease. You are so frail. How can you take care of yourself? Although the doctor has assured us of your swift recovery, you will still require assistance until you are entirely well. Moreover, I had someone move all your belongings to my home last night. Rest assured, my house is quite spacious, and Lu Yao is also residing with me, so there will be no inconvenience." Suze explained, yet he uttered a falsehood. He was not so audacious as to touch her belongings without the girl's consent. Although Shin Qinghan's residence was rather sparse, being an accommodation assigned by the school, comprising a bedroom, a living room, a kitchen, and a bathroom, it was reasonably sized. The house contained little more than some clothing and basic necessities, lacking any semblance of a true home. The door had been replaced just the previous night. His intention in saying this was merely to dissuade Shin Qinghan from returning to her own home. However, she still harbored some reservations. After all, Suze was merely her student. Although they had engaged in some exchanges, their relationship was only slightly familiar. But what did it mean to stay at his house? There was no room for hesitation. After all, that night, you referred to my aunt as Sister Sue. How could I possibly disregard you? Suze interjected. "Well, all right then." Shin Qinghan had no choice but to nod in acceptance of this rationale. "This is Uncle Zhou, whom you met the other day. You can just call him Brother Zhou." "As my aunt does," Suze explained while gesturing towards Zhou Zhen, who stood nearby. Today, Zhou Zhen sported impeccably styled hair, donned a tailor-made high-end suit, and wore gold-rimmed glasses that added an air of cultured sophistication. Although Shin Qinghan had encountered him that night, and even spent a night at his residence, she had left early the following day, preoccupied with her own thoughts, and thus had not had the chance for an introduction. "Brother Zhou," Shin Qinghan promptly greeted. "Miss Shin." Zhoujin replied with a polite nod. At the entrance of the manor, a black car slowly approached. Suze assisted Shen Qinghan in alighting from the vehicle. I recall that last time, it did not seem to be here. Shen Qinghan gazed at the somewhat unfamiliar estate, filled with curiosity. There was a minor issue at the previous estate, hence we relocated to this one. Our family possesses numerous residences, and we frequently change our abode. Suze casually explained. Shen Qinghan nodded in understanding, feeling somewhat embarrassed about her visit, and refrained from asking too many questions. Supported by Suze, she was guided into the villa. Still feeling quite weak, her room was assigned on the 3rd floor. Observing her evident inability to ascend the stairs, Suze first helped her to the plush sofa in the living room. The cream-colored velvet sofa was quite comfortable. Shen Qinghan glanced around at the lavishly decorated villa. With its magnificent chandelier, expensive furnishings, and artworks by renowned artists adorning the walls, the living room alone was larger than her own residence. Although her uncle's house was also spacious, it paled in comparison to this place. Shall we watch a film? Suze suggested, noticing Shen Qinghan's somewhat lost expression. The entertainment industry in this world differed significantly from that of Earth, yet there were films available, even though Suze had rarely indulged in them. The large screen occupying half a wall had always been used by Lu Yao. No, that's unnecessary, Shen Qinghan replied, shaking her head. Then, she shifted the conversation, saying, By the way, didn't you mention wanting to show me the power of that handgun while you were at the hospital? As she spoke, her gaze instinctively drifted to Suze's waist. She harbored a curiosity about this object capable of shattering the door of her home, which her uncle had custom-made for her safety. In the city, even a person with peak body refinement would find it exceedingly difficult to force it open. It would be more efficient to simply dismantle a wall. I merely mentioned it in passing, and you remembered. Suzedong couldn't help but smile awkwardly, although he was unaware of the realm of martial arts that teacher Shen occupied. He surmised that the power of his firearm might appear as inconsequential as a toy in her eyes, possessing only a modicum of deterrence within the city. How had he mustered the audacity to boast to her? What? Am I not allowed to look? Shen Qinghan winked at Suzedong. Of course you can. How could you not? Upon witnessing this, Suze could only muster the courage to respond. He then rose and assisted Shen Qinghan to the basement. The basement had been transformed, divided into 2 sections. One side featured a workbench adorned with metallic scraps, several bullets, and a disheveled stack of papers, on which faintly sketched designs of peculiar armor could be discerned. Beside it stood a black leather chair. Behind the workbench loomed a substantial bookshelf, cluttered with tomes on source patterns and assorted source materials. The opposite side boasted a small indoor shooting range, designed by Suze, specifically for testing the efficacy of firearms. The illumination in this new basement was significantly brighter than that of the previous one. After settling Shen Qinghan into a chair beside the workbench, she glanced around, feeling a sense of novelty. Chapter 42, Weapon Showcase. Well, although I mentioned that this gun possesses considerable power, it may not seem particularly impressive in your eyes. Perhaps we should just leave it at that. Suze once again hesitated to retreat. He felt that his actions resembled a beggar boasting about his wealth before the king, somewhat oblivious to the vastness of the world. It's all right. My abilities are not particularly formidable, Shen Qinghan replied with a faint smile. Moreover, I am already here. Besides, I am quite intrigued by the power of the firearm you mentioned. In fact, just moments ago in the hospital, Suze expressed that she still has the opportunity to continue her cultivation, and when the time comes to venture outside and retrieve that individual, her emotions are rather intricate. Suze remained unaware. 3 years prior, on the day her brother perished, she too sustained grievous injuries. The damage struck at her very foundation. Once a practitioner of the 4th realm, the Source Chi realm, at the mere age of 22, she was regarded as a prodigy. Yet, since that fateful day, every attempt at cultivation was met with a searing pain emanating from her lower abdomen, where her source was concealed, causing her body to tremble uncontrollably. This agony rendered her incapable of achieving tranquility in her practice. Consequently, for 3 years, her progress stagnated. Her uncle, Shen Zhoming, sought the expertise of numerous physicians and alchemists. Yet none could restore her to wholeness. They merely alleviated her suffering to a slight degree. This became the true source of her despair. Deprived of the ability to continue her training and barred by her uncle from venturing beyond the city, she found herself powerless to exact vengeance. She had hoped that by diligently honing her swordsmanship, she might at least create some disturbance for the Source God sect within the city, yet her efforts proved futile. She berated herself for not exerting greater effort during her physical conditioning, which had resulted in her current inadequacy in strength. Had it not been for Su Zhe and his companions coming to her aid, she might very well have met her demise long ago. Later, she learned of the calamity that befell her uncle's side, over 1,000 lives extinguished. With such compounded blows, she crumbled, engulfed in profound self-doubt, weary and burdened by existence. She chose to end her own life the previous night. Fortunately, Su Zhe arrived in the nick of time, rescuing her from the brink. This marked the second occasion on which Su Zhe had saved her. Coupled with his clumsy attempts at consolation and his heartfelt entreaties, Shen Qinghan found herself momentarily less inclined towards death. After all, there were still individuals in this world who cared for her, be it her uncle or Su Zhe. Could it be that you are deceiving me? Is this merely a tool for unlocking? Shen Qinghan remarked with a hint of amusement at Su Zhe's bashful demeanor. How could that be possible? I truly am not deceiving you. If you wish to see it, then by all means, take a look. Su Zhe gritted his teeth, drew his pistol, and approached the shooting range. After donning his protective goggles, he turned to Shen Qinghan and said, "The sound might be a bit loud. Would you like to cover your ears?" "Oh, all right." Shen Qinghan, seated on a chair, reached up to shield her ears, her eyes brightening with a hint of innocence. Bang! Boom! The gunfire erupted, and the bullet detonated against the test wall. The explosion resonated deafeningly within the confines of the basement, causing Shen Qinghan to furrow her brow slightly. Despite her efforts to muffle the sound, a crater, the size of 2 basketballs, was left in the test wall from the shot. Witnessing this, Shen Qinghan couldn't help but gasp in surprise, her mouth slightly agape. This method of attack had not crossed her mind. It was as if the pistol unleashed a formidable surge of power. What do you think? The power is quite decent, isn't it? While it may not rival the formidable techniques of those powerful warriors outside, I believe it suffices within the city. Su Zhe turned her head and inquired, making an effort to mend her words. Indeed, it is truly remarkable. Shen Qinghan generously praised. To be candid, she was somewhat astonished. The power of this handgun surpassed her expectations by a considerable margin. In the city, while it is said that all beings are equal, the reality is far from it. Even though the barrier suppresses the strength of warriors to the body refinement realm, for ordinary individuals who have never practiced, these warriors are still extraordinary beings. With strength exceeding 1,000 pounds, they can leap several stories high. Consequently, there are few warriors willing to remain in the city. And those who do typically have their own gathering places. They seldom showcase their prowess, which contributes to the city's orderly appearance. However, ordinary people stand little chance against them, unless they are willing to sacrifice lives in exchange. Perhaps dozens or even hundreds of ordinary individuals could offset a single warrior, much like her brother. Yet, the power of Su Zhe's gun is something that few in the body refinement realm can withstand. Even if she were to be caught off guard and struck, she would sustain serious injuries. Thus, her astonishment was warranted. Haha, Teacher Shen, you needn't flatter me. Just speak the truth. I am aware that this level of power is still inadequate. Su Zhe felt somewhat uneasy. Shen Qinghan's praise caught him off guard. He was unaware of Shen Qinghan's current thoughts and mistakenly believed she was merely attempting to console him. In truth, this could only be regarded as a prototype. The materials I employed are of the mysterious grade, possessing power that extends beyond this, with ample room for advancement. However, I have yet to derive a more potent source pattern array. Su Zhe explained, glancing at the bullets on the workbench, hesitating for a moment before continuing. In fact, the second version of the bullet has already been developed, but we haven't had the opportunity to test it yet. You don't need to elaborate so much. Shen Qinghan gently interrupted. I was genuinely praising you just now. Your talent in the realm of source patterns is truly remarkable. You've managed to create such a powerful source pattern weapon. This should fall within the domain of a source weapon master, right? Shen Qinghan, somewhat puzzled, continued. I never expected that after only a semester of studying source patterns under Jiang Zheng, you would be capable of independently manufacturing such an innovative source pattern weapon. I think you are quite impressive. She smiled earnestly. Given your youth, who can say you won't one day create even more powerful weapons? Consider this barrier beneath our feet, which can restrain even top-tier martial artists. It originates from the craft of source pattern masters like you. Your future is boundless. As she praised him, a hint of melancholy crossed her mind, prompting her to reflect on her own frail body. A dull pain flared in her lower abdomen. Perhaps there is still a chance for recovery? Well, I wouldn't say I'm as extraordinary as you claim, Su Zhe responded, feeling a bit shy from the compliment. Scratching his head, let's see just how powerful this upgraded bullet is. He stepped forward, picked up a bullet from the workbench, unloaded the magazine from his pistol, and began to reload. Returning to the shooting range, he assumed the shooting stance, causing Qinghan to instinctively cover her ears. Bang! Boom! The tremendous noise erupted as the bullet discharged, generating a shockwave that made the basement tremble slightly. The force of the blast compelled them to involuntarily shut their eyes, scattering the papers on the workbench everywhere. As the shockwave subsided, Suze and Qinghan slowly opened their eyes, only to be astonished by the scene before them. At the bullet's impact point, the entire test wall was indented, riddled with numerous cracks. Had this been above ground, with a solid backing behind the wall, it might have been completely penetrated. Such extraordinary power. Suze was somewhat astonished. Although he was aware that the improved bullet would possess greater power, he never anticipated such a significant increase. Even Qinghan instinctively covered her mouth, rendered speechless for an extended period. This level of force had entirely surpassed the threshold that a body tempered to a certain degree could endure. She couldn't help but wonder if the supervisory department would detect this. A flicker of concern flashed across her eyes. Chapter 43. Little Blackie? What has transpired? Zhoujin arrived, albeit belatedly. He hastily flung open the basement door and rushed down with urgency. He had just assisted Sisterly in gathering Qinghan's belongings from her residence and had not yet found a moment to rest. Suddenly, he felt the entire villa tremble. The source of the disturbance emanating from the basement, prompting him to descend without delay. Upon his arrival, he beheld the wall, marred by cracks and indentations. Was this truly the work of the handgun? Beneath his gold-rimmed glasses, Zhoujin's eyes widened in bewilderment. He recalled the move. Such power had been absent then. If this weapon could inflict such damage upon the wall, even a direct hit would leave him gravely wounded. He felt as though his career was in jeopardy. Did the young master who crafted such a weapon truly require his personal protection? Well, indeed, he did. Suze turned back apologetically. I must trouble you, Uncle Zhou, to restore this wall. This time, please use superior materials. Suze spoke up. I understand. Zhoujin nodded, deciding to procure some mysterious grade metal from the black market to construct a wall. Otherwise, it would be an inconvenience for the young master to replace the wall after every weapon experiment. This, however, indicates that I still have some utility. For now, I need not worry about unemployment. Teacher Shin, let us ascend, Suze remarked, glancing at the basement, which had become disheveled from the recent experiment. Papers scattered across the floor. Qinghan nodded, rising slowly with a hint of astonishment, supported by Suze, feeling somewhat fatigued. She reclined on the sofa upon returning to the living room and soon fell asleep. On the other side of the city, at an intersection outside the former Su family estate, a shadowy figure clad entirely in black stood beneath a streetlight, observing the Su family mansion in the distance. Addressing the small creature perched on his shoulder, he inquired, "Are you certain that Lord Shensi resides here?" And Yuan, having shortened his hair, appeared almost unrecognizable. The bandage covering the scar on his nose softened his previously ominous demeanor. He gazed with displeasure at the black creature on his shoulder, his tone laden with skepticism. Lord Carter had fallen out with the cult leader. Following Carter's instructions, he conducted an investigation and discovered that the cult leader seemed to have some connection with the Holy Court. After relaying this information to Lord Carter, he unilaterally declared the cult leader a traitor. Nonetheless, others within the cult believed Lord Carter had lost his sanity. Without further explanation, Carter dispatched him to quietly retrieve Lord Shensi and return him to Carter's side. To his surprise, the young man who had intervened to stop him that night turned out to be the Shensi spoken of by Lord Carter. With a powerful body cultivator safeguarding him, he found the task rather daunting. However, even more challenging was the fact that he had been lurking at this intersection for several days and had yet to catch even a glimpse of Shensi. I am certain, the black creature affirmed, nodding its dark head and licking its paw. Chuckling, I even snuck in the other day and returned Lord Shensi's sword. How else would I have acquired a strand of his hair? It spoke with a hint of pride, its youthful voice coupled with an adorable expression, appearing somewhat endearing. Yet, and Yuan was not inclined to share that sentiment. You returned the sword? How did you manage that? And Yuan's voice involuntarily rose, sensing something was amiss. Underneath your bed. Don't worry, such places are rarely searched, the creature nonchalantly replied, convinced that few would investigate beneath their nests. I don't care. Lord Carter has assigned me a ridiculous partner. And Yuan retorted, unable to contain his frustration. Shensi must have discovered it. No wonder I've been waiting here for days without seeing a trace of him. Did you not enter his room previously? Now, immediately, go and check again. And Yuan pointed at the Su family estate, his expression darkening. The thought of having wasted days waiting like a fool was unbearable. Are you ordering me? The black creature pouted, clearly displeased, its small head betraying its irritation, lacking any sense of having done wrong. Do not forget, I saved your life once. You owe me 6. No, 7 meals. I do not care. I demand that you fulfill those 7 meals now. The creature stomped its tiny feet on Yuan's shoulder, throwing a tantrum. Little black. Now is not the time for childish behavior. Yuan sighed, exasperated. Do you creatures not understand the seriousness of the moment? We are on a mission. Little black? Who are you calling little black? The creature immediately became indignant, its body taut with indignation, resembling a cat ready to pounce. Yuan quickly restrained it, glancing around to ensure they were not drawing attention. I apologize, Lord Black. I was wrong. I will add an extra meal. Is that agreeable? Could you please investigate? To fulfill the mission, Yuan had to humble himself. Humph, that is more acceptable. Lord Black huffed, finally settling down upon hearing Yuan's concession. With a swift leap, Lord Black darted from Yuan's shoulder to the nearby wall, effortlessly vaulting over it to enter the Su family estate. It stealthily approached the villa, where an elderly man was tidying the yard. The old man, oblivious to the creature's presence, continued his work as Lord Black quietly infiltrated the villa. Moments later, Lord Black emerged, a hesitant demeanor overshadowing its earlier bravado. It seems that Lord Shinsi might have indeed noticed me, it stammered. Truly worthy of being called Lord Shinsi, such vigilance. I knew it. Yuan lamented, covering his face in frustration. All those days had been in vain. He gently kicked Lord Black at his feet. Let us go. We must find someone to inquire which school Lord Shinsi attends. If he is not home, he surely cannot change schools. Yuan turned to leave, expressing no fondness for this location. Hey, wait for me. Lord Black hurriedly followed suit. Meanwhile, at the new estate, Shin Qinghan had not rested long on the sofa before noon arrived. Sister Li had prepared lunch, including a special nutritious porridge. Zhou Jun had also returned from school with Lu Yao. So, will teacher Shun be living here from now on? At the dining table, while enjoying lunch, Lu Yao seemed somewhat displeased upon hearing Su Zhe's words. What's wrong, classmate Lu Yao? Are you not welcoming me? Noticing Lu Yao's demeanor, Shin Qinghan smiled knowingly. Aware of the young girl's fondness for Su Zhe, the little girl's thoughts were clearly written on her face. Was she worried about competing for his affection? How amusing. Considering Su Zhe was merely 10, while she was already 25. To her, he was merely a younger brother. And no, Lu Yao retorted vehemently, furiously shoveling rice into her bowl, as if to release her pent-up frustration. Su Zhe was also unaware of what she was upset about. Teacher Shun, don't mind her. She is just having a childlike tantrum and will be fine in a while. Upon hearing Su Zhe's words, Shin Qinghan smiled faintly, yet Lu Yao became even more displeased. Brother Suzy is being unkind, offering no comfort to me. Chapter 44, Substitute Teaching. This meal concluded amidst a subtle atmosphere. Lu Yao, feeling quite vexed, stormed upstairs to her room immediately after finishing her meal. Shin Qinghan was also assisted by Suzy as they ascended the stairs, returning to the room that had been prepared for her to rest. The furnishings within the room were primarily brought over from Teacher Shin's home just that morning. Suzy returned to his room to rest. He had barely slept the previous night, having only dozed off briefly on the sofa with Teacher Shun in the morning. This afternoon, he still had classes to attend. Indeed, Lu Yao's anger flared up quickly but dissipated just as swiftly. By the time she awoke from her nap, her ire had vanished. The afternoon consisted of martial arts and meditation classes, which he originally had no intention of attending. However, with Teacher Shun on leave to recuperate at home, he found himself temporarily deprived of the freedom to choose. It remained uncertain which instructor would be assigned to conduct the class. At the school entrance, Lu Yao linked her arm with Su Zhe's as they made their way inside. They proceeded to the martial arts classroom. The bell rang, signaling the start of class, and after waiting alongside his classmates for an extended period, they noticed that no teacher had arrived. The classroom began to buzz with chatter. Surely, they had not forgotten to assign another instructor for them? Su Zhe felt a sense of astonishment. Meanwhile, in the office of the administrative building, Jiang Zheng gazed at the young man before him with a hint of helplessness. Clad in a black faculty uniform and possessing an unremarkable appearance, the young man wore an expression of utter reluctance and resistance. He was the 12th swordsmanship instructor Jiang had approached that day, yet each one had refused to teach the third class, leaving him in a predicament that made his head ache. Director Jiang, how can I possibly go? That student Suze is more than qualified to teach me, exclaimed the instructor, Zhang, raising his hands in a gesture of defeat, his face etched with unwillingness. But you could refrain from teaching him. You still have the ability to instruct the other students. Jiang Zheng encouraged. What kind of statement is that? How could I do such a thing? As an educator, I must treat all students equally. If I cannot teach even one, then I would feel embarrassed to step into that classroom, Zhang declared with righteous indignation. Jiang Zheng was left speechless, utterly baffled. What sort of situation was this? A teacher unwilling to teach because a student was too talented? Had he not just mustered the courage to teach Suze the foundational techniques? The younger generation simply lacked the audacity. Enough, enough. You may leave now. I shall see if anyone else is willing to step in. Jiang Zheng waved his hand dismissively. I doubt you will find anyone else. In my opinion, none of the sword instructors at this school will be able to teach that student. Given his exceptional abilities, why not let him conduct the class himself? Zhang suggested. A glimmer of insight in his words. Jiang Zheng's eyes brightened at this notion. Surprisingly, there was a semblance of logic to it. You are quite clever. Your suggestion is commendable, and I shall give it serious consideration. With that, he dismissed Zhang. After Zhang departed, Jiang Zheng found himself increasingly convinced of the merit in his suggestion. He rose from his seat and made his way toward the teaching building. The swordsmanship classroom of the third class was in utter disarray. A few diligent students had taken it upon themselves to practice their techniques, while a larger group congregated, chatting and playing. Even Liu Yao had gravitated towards Suze, feeling rather bored. However, it was not long before Jiang Zheng entered the classroom, his corpulent figure making its way through the chaos. Upon surveying the raucous scene, he furrowed his brow and bellowed, "Silence." At that moment, Jiang Zheng exuded an air of authority. After all, his years as the grade director had not been in vain. The classroom fell instantly quiet. Those who had been chatting and playing sat obediently, while those practicing halted their movements. Suze gazed at Jiang Zheng, who had entered the classroom, with a hint of surprise. "Why have you come here without arranging a teacher for us? What a commotion you are causing. Why don't you step outside and see if there is any other class in the entire building as noisy as yours?" Jiang Zheng replied, somewhat irked. Then, observing the now quiet classroom, he beckoned to Suze, saying, "Suze, please come here." "Me?" Suze pointed at himself, unsure of what he intended to do. "Yes, it's you," Jiang Zheng nodded. Upon witnessing this, Suze also rose to his feet and approached Jiang Zheng. "I have an announcement to make," Jiang Zheng declared as he grasped Suze's hand, urging him to face the entire class. "Your teacher, Mr. Shin, will be taking a leave of absence for health reasons. During this period, Suze will assume the role of your swordsmanship instructor. As for the training sessions, the essential teachings have been imparted. How you choose to practice will be overseen by Suze. Should any difficulties arise in your training, you may come to me for assistance." Jiang Zheng surveyed the room, inquiring, "Are there any objections?" "No." The entire class responded in unison, some even displaying expressions of delight. They found Suze, a fellow classmate, far more acceptable than an unfamiliar instructor. While they may have harbored fears of their teachers, they did not necessarily feel the same apprehension towards a peer. "Very well. Suze, make sure to conduct the classes diligently," Jiang Zheng replied with satisfaction, nodding approvingly before placing a reassuring hand on Suze's shoulder and preparing to return to his office. "Wait." Suze, with a displeased expression, intercepted Jiang Zheng, who was about to leave. "What is happening? How did I inexplicably become a teacher in my own class? Was it this sudden? Moreover, in your world, isn't it illegal to employ child labor?" "Director Jiang, you made this decision without even consulting me. I came here to pay for lessons, not to take on a job." Suze expressed his dissatisfaction, sighing, "Alas, I have no other choice." Jiang Zheng exhaled deeply, then recounted to Suze the reluctance of the teachers at the school to take on substitute teaching roles. They all believed they could not impart knowledge to you, hence their absence. However, someone must conduct the classes, right? Your proficiency in swordsmanship is more than sufficient for them. Consider it a favor to the school, and also to teacher Shin. Rest assured, there will be remuneration." Jiang Zheng continued to persuade, lowering his stance somewhat. The students looked on in astonishment. Is this still the same imposing teacher from moments ago? Who cares about such trivial sums? Suze cast a sidelong glance at him. This meager salary barely sufficed for his pocket money. Moreover, the regional alloy he had developed last time was already in mass production by the Su family. His aunt had even arranged a card for him, and with each batch sold, Suze would receive a share of the profits. Thus, he was far from lacking in funds. Nevertheless, he could still assist teacher Shin. "I shall take on this task." Suze immediately agreed. "That's wonderful. Jiang Zheng let out a sigh of relief, for he truly feared that Su Zhe might refuse. Once Jiang Zheng departed, Su Zhe glanced at his classmates, who were all gazing at him with eager anticipation. Su Zhe found himself at a loss regarding what to do. To be candid, he truly did not know how to conduct the class. Teacher Shin had already imparted nearly all the fundamental swordsmanship techniques, leaving him with little to teach. Since the very first lesson, he had merely engaged in sparring with Teacher Shin. Given this situation, perhaps, he thought with a mischievous grin. Su Zhe picked up a wooden sword and walked to the center of the classroom. In this lesson, we shall engage in some sparring, allowing me to gauge your abilities for future instruction. Su Zhe surveyed his classmates, a mischievous smile playing upon his lips. Chapter 45, Bullying the Weak. Who doesn't relish the thrill of dominating the feeble in a game? Life itself is but a grand game. Thus, Su Zhe resolved to indulge in a bit of tormenting the weak, for he found himself rather bored in the school. The last encounter with those two formidable figures had startled him. If he couldn't compete with them, could he not manage against these younger ones? One must seize the opportunity to assert dominance while one still possesses the upper hand. Who knows what heights they may reach in their future cultivation? So, who will be the first to take me on? Su Zhe surveyed his surroundings with a disdainful expression. Me. Li Yao exclaimed enthusiastically as she stepped forward, raising both hands as if to ensure that Su Zhe could not overlook her presence. You go ahead and have your fun. Su Zhe shot her a glare, prompting her to reluctantly lower her hand, pouting in dissatisfaction. What, are you all too afraid? Su Zhe surveyed his surroundings and, with a hint of arrogance, posed his question. Yet, no one stepped forward, some even took a step back. Who among the classmates had not witnessed his confrontation with Teacher Shin? No one relished the idea of enduring humiliation. Why would anyone willingly come forth? Very well then, how about I use only one hand? Su Zhe placed his left hand behind his back and, glancing around, inquired, even in such circumstances, do none of you dare to confront me? Su Zhe found it somewhat amusing. Did this group of children lack even this modicum of courage? What then are they doing as martial artists? If they are too timid to engage in sparring, I suggest they withdraw from school at once, lest they squander the tuition their families have prepared for them. Su Zhe scoffed with disdain. Perhaps his mockery had an effect, as a male classmate stood up, his face flushed, exclaiming, Who says I wouldn't dare? I shall. Inspired by his audacity, several other students, both male and female, rose to their feet, brandishing knives. I dare too. What is there to fear? Luo shouting. If you don't stand up, I will look down upon you. Humph. Who prompted your shout? I was already prepared to stand up. Gradually, 10 students, a mix of both genders, gathered courage and stood up. Splendid. Upon witnessing this, Su Zhe nodded in satisfaction, then beckoned at them with a flourish of his hand, exuding an air of arrogance as he declared, Come at me all at once. I can take on 10 of you. Do you dare to underestimate us? Su Zhe's demeanor incited their ire. Although they were inexperienced, they were acutely aware of the disparity between themselves and Su Zhe. Yet, to think that he could take on 10 of them with one hand tied behind his back? Did he truly regard them as insignificant? Enraged, they encircled Su Zhe. Su Zhe stood a head taller than the rest, exuding an aura of distinction amidst the crowd. Upon noticing this, his classmates promptly cleared a space around him. Go for it, brother Su Zhe. Liu cheered encouragingly from the sidelines. Don't worry, it won't take long. Su Zhe smiled gently at him. Humph, Su Zhe. You truly underestimate us. A classmate said with great dissatisfaction. What is your name? Su Zhe turned his head and inquired, but before receiving a response, he continued, Forget it. For someone like you, whose name has failed to leave an impression on me, I shall not hesitate to underestimate you. Is there any issue with that? His expression was exceedingly infuriating. Indeed, the essence of battle lies in the pre-fight banter, especially in a contest where victory seems assured. It filled him with an invigorating thrill. How dare you? My name is Zhang Xiaoming. Remember it well. I will ensure you understand the consequences of your disdain. Enraged, Zhang Xiaoming raised his blade and charged towards Su Zhe. Su Zhe narrowed his eyes slightly. A flaw. An abundance of flaws. He clicked his tongue in mild disappointment. Having initially thought the fervor in your words indicated great prowess. But was this all? My apologies, but your name may slip from my memory. With his hands clasped behind his back, Su Zhe nonchalantly tilted his body to evade several consecutive strikes. At that moment, his foresight revealed a blade poised to descend upon his head from behind. In perfect synchrony, as if choreographed, Su Zhe bowed his head, allowing the long knife to sweep just past the tips of his hair. An ambush, was it? Su Zhe raised an eyebrow, then extended his long blade, employing a twisting technique to intercept the knife that had stealthily approached from behind, directing it towards another blade that was slashing at his side. The clash of the two blades resonated with a resounding thud, creating the illusion that the assailant had inadvertently aided Suze by deflecting an incoming strike. Yet, this was merely the beginning. Suze's blade remained entangled with his opponent's, leading them to the other side. With a resounding clash, two blades collided once more. Luo shouting, "Which side are you truly on?" A classmate exclaimed in anger. "You've already deflected 2 strikes for Suze. Can't you see this isn't my intention?" Luo shouting responded, a hint of embarrassment coloring his cheeks. He didn't wish for this predicament either. Yet, the blade refused to be released unless he relinquished his grip, which would signify his defeat. What was the point of continuing the fight without a weapon? Allow me to assist you in freeing yourself from his entangled blade. Another sword lunged towards Suze's long blade, prompting him to reluctantly retract his weapon. However, it was not so simple. Since you wish to aid him, then you shall take his place. Suze's blade became entangled with his own. His expression instantly shifted. Suze has successfully completed the second stage of body refinement, and he confidently believes that his strength far surpasses that of these students who have yet to complete even the first stage. Entangled by Suze's blade, they find it impossible to extricate themselves. Subsequently, he perceives the impotence of Luo shouting. The relentless barrage of strikes is effortlessly deflected by Suze, who adeptly employs the weapons of others to shield himself. His movements, fluid and graceful, reveal an elegance that captivates Luo, her eyes shimmering with admiration. The other students also express their astonishment at the stark disparity in skill. Although this group of 10 appears to have the advantage in numbers, their lack of coordination leads to chaos, often causing more trouble for one another. The collective strength of 10 does not equate to 10, at best. They amount to a mere 5. Suze silently assessed the situation. The time was nearly at hand. It was time to conclude. Suze had nearly grasped the extent of their abilities. There was not a single capable opponent among them. Previously, he had merely been on the defensive. Now, it was time for him to strike. The first move was his. Suze spoke softly. Then, with precision, his long blade struck the weapon of a fellow student. This moment revealed the most significant flaw in his opponent's defense. In the next instant, the student felt a jolt akin to an electric shock coursing through his hand, causing his sword to fly from his grasp. One by one, the second, third, and fourth blades fell to the ground as Suze continued to speak. They were utterly bewildered, unaware of how they had been defeated. It wasn't until Suze halted his blade before the final student's eyes that the reality set in. The weapon still rested in his grip, yet he had lost the resolve to wield it. He swallowed hard, reluctantly releasing his hold on the sword. The disparity was insurmountable. How could victory even be conceivable? Well, not too shabby. Suze refrained from further mocking them and instead nodded in acknowledgement. At the very least, they were far superior to those students who had not stepped forward at all. You need not console us. We are well aware of our shortcomings, Luo shouting retorted, casting a disdainful glance at Suze. So, what is it? Do you truly believe you can defeat me? If you were to actually best me, would I still be deserving of teaching you? Suze couldn't help but retort, but you are not much older than us. How can you be so exceptional? A classmate couldn't restrain their curiosity and inquired. Talent. This is talent, something you cannot acquire through study. Suze smiled with a sense of triumph. Naturally, there was also a hint of power bolstered by a touch of financial backing. Had the strength of his classmates matched his own, victory would not have come so effortlessly. Observing his surroundings, he noticed a flicker of apprehension in the eyes of his fellow students. Suze then addressed them, stating today, I would like the rest of you to practice independently while I provide feedback to these 10 individuals regarding areas for improvement in their swordsmanship. Subsequently, he meticulously elucidated the deficiencies he had perceived during their recent sparring sessions. The students, enlightened by his guidance, found themselves significantly enriched and promptly resumed their practice with renewed vigor. Chapter 46, Surveillance that evening. At the dining table, Suze disclosed his recent appointment as a temporary instructor for Class 3 by Commissar Jiang. Shenqing Han felt a twinge of surprise, which quickly morphed into a sense of inevitability. Given your swordsmanship, it truly poses no issue. Shenqing Han nodded, then, slightly embarrassed, remarked, I didn't expect to have added to your troubles. Oh, what troubles? I find great delight in dominating the competition. He then animatedly recounted his impressive feat of single-handedly defeating 10 opponents, eliciting rounds of admiration from the onlookers. After the meal, Liu seized control of the media device. Shenqing Han, reluctant to ascend the stairs so soon, lingered in the living room to accompany her in watching a film. Meanwhile, Suze retreated to the basement to refine his handgun. The scattered papers in the basement were now neatly arranged on the workbench. The testing wall, previously marred by cracks, had been restored and appeared to be of even better quality. In another corner of the city, Inyuan and Heifu still had not managed to uncover which school Suze was attending. After the recent incident, their faction, the Source Divine Cult, had been thoroughly purged from Yunnan County. Furthermore, their reputation had plummeted to a point of widespread disdain. Remaining factions of the underworld would politely escort them away upon learning of their affiliation with the Source Divine Cult. This was a direct consequence of the mayor regaining control over the enforcement division and launching a massive crackdown on criminal elements in Yunnan City in the wake of the incident. The once respected director of the enforcement division had been demoted to the border military, inciting outrage among the officers. Their fervor in rooting out the remaining elements was palpable, and the costs incurred to remain were substantial, if not for the fact that they dared not offend the Source Divine Cult. They might have arrested the two of them to claim credit. What to do? In the night, Inyuan and Heifu stood on the street, exchanging glances. Inyuan voiced his despair. They had just been chased away again. The number of setbacks encountered that day surpassed all his previous experiences combined, leaving him utterly at a loss. Don't lose heart, little one. There will always be a way, Heifu reassured him, entirely oblivious to the fact that their earlier oversight had led to the loss of the divine offspring's whereabouts. Let us consider this. A flash of inspiration struck Heifu. The divine offspring is certainly no ordinary individual, so we can eliminate the possibility of comet schools. We should inquire about the martial arts academies in this city and search them one by one. With some time invested, we are bound to find them. Upon concluding, it nodded approvingly, convinced of its own cleverness. It seemed this was the only viable approach. Inyuan resignedly nodded. Even such a simplistic plan was preferable to inaction. The following day, fortunate news arrived. There were only 6 martial arts academies in the city. Relieved, Inyuan and Heifu decided to spend a day at each academy, ensuring they could complete their search in 3 days. Today, you shall visit Yunnan Morning Su-In Martial Academy, while I will head to Yunnan Shopping Martial Academy. Inyuan instructed Heifu. However, the question arose, where exactly is this Morning Su-In Martial Academy? You can't expect me to ask for directions, can you? Heifu replied, looking bewildered. Though the demon and human races coexisted peacefully, his asking for directions would certainly draw attention. Moreover, following the previous incident, the enforcement division had categorized him among dangerous entities, and if noticed, their operation would be compromised. I'll take you there first. Inyuan shot him an irritated glance, then changed direction, inwardly lamenting, what a useless teammate. Opening the map in his hand, he quickly located Morning Su-In Martial Academy in District 7, which was quite far from their current location. Yunnan Martial Academy. After completing another day of classes, Suze experienced a delightful sense of exhilaration, having once again triumphed over his opponents in a competitive match. The thrill of victory provided a fleeting joy, yet the prospect of continued success promised an enduring satisfaction. As Suze emerged from the teaching building, accompanied by Lu Yao, they happened upon Jiangzheng. How are you? Is the substitute teacher role treating you well? Have you managed to bond with the students? Jiangzheng inquired, having paused to engage with him. Observing the cheerful expression on Suze's face, he continued, bonding? Indeed. I have. I've already connected with 2 groups of students. Suze responded with a cheerful demeanor. Jiangzheng, looking puzzled, asked, are we not speaking of the same thing? We are in a hurry to return home for dinner. Goodbye, Director Jiang. Just as he contemplated inquiring further, Suze had already taken several steps away, shaking his head. Jiangzheng felt grateful that Suze had agreed to substitute teach. He had no reason to impose additional requests. Thus, he resumed his own tasks. At the school gate, Zhoujin had been waiting for some time. Once Suze and the others boarded the vehicle, Zhoujin slowly started the engine. The car moved at a leisurely pace, with Lu Yao on the verge of dozing off, while Suze was lost in thoughts of upgraded weaponry and intricate patterns. He was entirely unaware of Zhoujin's repeated glances into the rearview mirror shortly after they set off. After a while, Zhoujin broke the silence, his expression turning serious. Sir, we might be in trouble. Huh? What trouble? Suze's train of thought was abruptly interrupted, leaving him somewhat bewildered. Lu Yao also emerged from her drowsy state. There's a car that has been following us for the past 15 minutes. I deliberately took a longer route, yet it continued to trail us. I fear its intentions may not be benign. As Zhoujin spoke, his eyes darted again to the rearview mirror, eyeing the car closely. Which one? Suze was taken aback, and upon grasping the situation, his expression grew somewhat tense. Could it be that the people from the Source God sect have finally arrived? After moving for so long without incident, Suze had nearly forgotten about this matter. The third vehicle, a black one, For the license plate UN9274S. Zhojin spoke up, although his demeanor was grave. There was a calmness in his tone that suggested he was entirely in control, which eased Suze's anxious heart somewhat. He refrained from turning around to observe. Instead, he quietly employed his mental energy to cover the area. Instantly, the scene inside the vehicle became vividly clear to him. There were 4 men dressed in black. Each wore a black mask and a black cap, leaving only their eyes exposed. Yet, their gazes betrayed a hint of ruthlessness. Each man was armed with a long knife. Sheathed at their sides, Suze's expression grew serious. Carrying a blade, it was highly likely that they were no ordinary individuals. The possibility of them being affiliated with the Source God sect had increased significantly. With a swift thought, Suze unleashed a surge of mental energy. Delving deeper into his vision, he observed that each of the 4 individuals was ensnared by a chain of source patterns extending from the void, tightly binding them through their source repositories. They were at least warriors of the second realm, although he was uncertain of the precise level, considering they were in the city. It should not pose a significant issue for Uncle Zhou, should it? Moreover, Suze instinctively touched the pistol at his waist. He was not without means to retaliate. With this thought, Suze felt a sense of calm wash over him. Brother Suze, are there bad people? Lu Yao asked anxiously, glancing behind her. It's nothing to worry about. Uncle Zhou is here. Upon witnessing this, Suze grasped her small hand and offered words of comfort. I'm not afraid. Lu Yao turned back, feeling the warmth of Suze's palm, and inexplicably found solace within herself. Young master, Miss Lu Yao, hold on tight. I shall attempt to shake them off, Zhojin declared solemnly. Suze and Lu Yao immediately grasped the handrails as the car surged forward with alarming speed. Oh no. It seems we've been discovered. The driver of the car tailing them felt a pang of anxiety upon witnessing their target accelerate suddenly. So what if you've been found? Aren't you the self-proclaimed god of racing from Akin Mountain? Just don't lose sight of them and hurry up. The passenger in the front seat shouted at him. Understood. The driver nodded at the command and pressed the accelerator hard. Chapter 47. The Chase, a shift in mindset as the city lights began to twinkle. The night enveloped the surroundings. On the relatively quiet road, dim streetlights illuminated the pavement. 2 black cars sped forward, one chasing the other. Swiftly weaving through the lanes and overtaking vehicle after vehicle, they maneuvered through turns and lane changes, with the pursuing car sticking to the target like a shadow. Seemingly impossible to shake off. Zhojin glanced into the rearview mirror, noting the relentless black vehicle trailing them, his brow furrowing slightly. The skill of their pursuer was on par with his own. Though he was reluctant to admit it, he had not anticipated such adept driving from the follower clearly. He was an experienced driver. Yet, as a martial artist, one should devote oneself to training rather than honing driving skills. Were they planning to become a personal chauffeur? Zhojin felt a wave of frustration. His own driving prowess stemmed from extensive training ordered by his elder before being assigned as the personal attendant to the young master. With remarkable talent, he had quickly surpassed even a coach who once held the title of racing champion. He had believed himself unrivaled, only to discover an opponent. Perhaps it was the car's limitations. This clunker failed to allow him to fully showcase his driving abilities. A glance into the rearview mirror revealed what seemed to be a mocking glint in the eyes of the driver behind the windshield. Zhojin's irritation intensified. He had been attempting to lose them for half an hour. Under normal circumstances, they would have already returned to the estate and begun their dinner. He cast another glance at the rearview mirror. Although the young master appeared composed, he must be feeling quite unsettled inside. After all, Zhojin vividly remembered the terror etched on his face 2 months ago. He had failed in his duty then, and he could not allow the young master to experience any more fright this time. How could he face the elder's trust and investment otherwise? Damn it. With that thought, Zhojin pressed the accelerator once more. The traffic on the road had thinned, and the black car surged forward. You think you can shake me off? The driver in the trailing vehicle possessed an unwavering determination. Without needing any prompting from his companion, he pressed the gas pedal. At that moment, he felt exhilarated, as if he had found a worthy adversary. Oblivious to the tension in the vehicle, where the other 3 clung to the handrails, their knuckles turning white in anxiety. He remained focused solely on the target ahead. His gaze grew fervent, and the corners of his mouth, hidden beneath his mask, curled into a slight smile. Despite lacking exceptional talent in martial arts, he had made his way through life, working as a bus driver for meager earnings before joining the Source God sect. He had honed his skills in various illicit trades: car theft, lockpicking, burglary, scamming, and identity forgery. Until now, he had lived a life of quiet compliance, with no opportunity to showcase his talents. However, joining the Source God sect had finally allowed him to realize his true potential. and now it was time to display his true skills. The two cars continued their relentless pursuit, unable to create any distance between them. At the estate, Sisterly, who had prepared dinner long ago, began to feel anxious after waiting for a considerable time, typically except for the day of Teacherson's incident. The young lady and her companions would never be so late. Was something amiss again? Teacherson, why don't you go ahead and eat? I'll contact the young lady to inquire about their situation. Sisterly looked at Sumu Shui, who had been called down and was sitting on the sofa. Her expression tinged with concern. No, it's all right. I'm not very hungry. Let's wait for them to return and eat together, Shinqing Han replied, shaking her head. After 2 days of recovery, she felt significantly better, her previously pale complexion now showing a hint of color. However, with Suze and the others still absent, she couldn't shake her worry. How could she possibly enjoy a meal under such circumstances? Seeing this, Sisterly refrained from further persuasion and instead took out her phone, dialing the young lady's contact. Within the rapidly speeding vehicle, the outside scenery blurred into a haze. Suddenly, Liao's phone rang, causing her some discomfort as she furrowed her delicate brows. Gripping the handrail tightly with one hand, she pulled out her phone with the other. It was a call from Sisterly. Should she answer it? Liao glanced at the caller ID and quietly asked Suze beside her. At that moment, she appeared somewhat fragile, prompting Suze to frown slightly. I'll take it. Suze spoke softly, taking the mobile phone from Liao's hand. The connection was established. Hello. Is this Miss? On the other end, Li Jia's voice was tinged with concern. This is Suze, he replied gently. Ah, Master Su, why is it you speaking? Where's the miss? Li Jia's tone grew more anxious. She is right beside me, but we are currently facing a little predicament and will be delayed in returning. You and Teacher Shin can go ahead and have your meal without waiting for us, Suze explained, sensing Li Jia's worry. He then refrained from saying more and ended the call. After returning the mobile phone to Liao, Suze glanced at the pursuing vehicle that had not increased its distance. At this rate, they would likely not shake them off by morning. Surely, they could not take them home, could they? Uncle Zhou, find a secluded spot. Let us resolve this matter. Suze spoke in a chilling tone. Zhouzhen, the driver, was momentarily taken aback. He caught a glimpse of the indifference on Suze's face through the rearview mirror, a demeanor he had never witnessed before. This expression undoubtedly indicated anger. Otherwise, given the young master's character, he would never utter such words about resolving those behind them. Understood, young master. Zhouzhen immediately maneuvered the car onto a different path. Suze was indeed quite furious. Perhaps due to differing worldviews, he had never harbored such relentless emotions towards others. After all, a decade ago, he was merely a law-abiding model student. What ill intentions could he possibly possess? For the past 10 years, he had led a stable life in this world, possessing limited knowledge about it. His understanding had been shaped by the equal order maintained by the Holy Court, leading him to believe that this place was akin to Earth. His mindset remained on the level of seeking police assistance when issues arose. Prior to that battle, he had never witnessed the brutal clashes between true warriors. It was only after that confrontation that he realized conflicts in this world could indeed result in death. When he later discovered that the Source God sect had targeted him, his immediate thought was to relocate. He had never contemplated resolving issues through force. Yet now, glancing at Liu Yao, who felt somewhat unwell due to the excessive speed of the vehicle, an inexplicable anger surged within him. Was it truly necessary to pursue him so relentlessly after merely intervening in one battle? Even after relocating, were they still unwilling to let go? Was the Source God sect being excessively domineering? Suze's impression of the Source God sect has plummeted to an all-time low. He does not regret saving Teacher Shin. Even if it were not Teacher Shin in danger that day, he would likely have chosen to intervene nonetheless. The notion expressed by his aunt that it is better to avoid trouble than to seek it does not resonate with him. However, if this is the consequence of his meddling, so be it. Let us see who ultimately has the last laugh. At this moment, Suze's mindset underwent a silent transformation. Chapter 48. The Arrival of the Source God Sect. Have they finally realized that they cannot shake me off? In the vehicle behind. As Zhouzhen slowed down and changed lanes, the driver could no longer contain a smug smile. He was on the verge of bursting into laughter, believing that he had ultimately triumphed in this chase. With exuberance, he maneuvered his car swiftly towards Zhouzhen's vehicle. However, he was blissfully unaware that what he was approaching was not victory, but rather death. Creak. Zhouzhen parked his car beside a desolate ruin. This was the area most severely impacted by the recent battle, and the municipal authorities had yet to commence repairs. Aside from the debris, several nearby buildings lay in utter disrepair, rendered uninhabitable. The municipal center had long since evacuated the surrounding residents, making this location ideal for settling private grievances. Zhozhen exited the vehicle, unbuttoned his collar, and removed his suit, revealing the metallic gauntlet tightly fitted to his arm. Adjusting his glasses, his expression was devoid of emotion. Yet he was seething with anger. Creak. The black car that followed closely behind came to a halt not far from him. The doors swung open, and 4 figures of varying heights, all robust in stature, emerged from the vehicle. Each individual was clad in concealing attire, obscuring their features. Yet they wielded sheathed long knives in their hands. Indeed, their intentions were far from benign. Zhozhen's expression hardened. Suze noticed 4 individuals exiting the vehicle and promptly reassured Liu Yao. Yao Yao, stay in the car while I go lend a hand. Leo nodded obediently. Yet her eyes betrayed a hint of concern. She understood that she could not be of assistance at this moment and knew it was best to comply. Suze gently caressed her head, then opened the door and alighted from the vehicle, drawing the source-patterned pistol secured at his waist. He stood beside Zhozhen. Although a tang knife forged from earth-grade alloy lay in the trunk, Uncle Zhou preferred not to wield long blades. He believed that the source-patterned pistol was more practical for the current situation. The firearm held a mere 12 rounds, yet this was sufficient for him, as he could gather and reconstruct the fragments of the spent bullets using his abilities. However, this might expose his powers, so it was best to avoid using them unless absolutely necessary. Speak up, you clandestine rats. Why are you tailing us? Zhozhen's expression was cold and impatient as he noted the 4 figures approaching. Ah, no need for such hostility. We are not necessarily your foes, replied the tallest of the 4, stepping forward with a slight smile in his eyes and a teasing tone, seemingly unfazed by Zhozhen's frosty demeanor. He scrutinized Suze, assessing him with a dismissive air. Is this the person the leader instructed us to bring back unharmed? Hardly impressive, he remarked with a slight click of his tongue. Though Cartwell had fallen out with the leader of the Source God sect, he had previously reported the information regarding this divine son, Suze. To prevent the leader from locating Suze, Cartwell had dispatched in Yuan and Heifu to seize him first, unaware that they were already too late. Meanwhile, Yuan and Heifu stood before the now-closed martial arts academy, silently turning away to head towards their designated meeting point. Their luck had not been favorable, as the school they had staked out on the first day proved to be the wrong choice. Lord Steele, this is someone the leader desires. Perhaps you should temper your attitude, suggested the driver nervously at Steele's side. Are you instructing me on how to conduct myself? Lord Steele shot him a glare, his displeasure evident. The driver promptly shrank back, sealing his lips, unwilling to speak further. The hierarchy within the Knights of the Source God sect was rigid. He was merely a 2nd-tier knight, while Lord Steele held the rank of a 4th-tier knight. His unsolicited advice bordered on insubordination, especially considering his tone had been somewhat disrespectful to the leader. However, the leader was not present to witness his loyalty. A mere gesture would suffice. Zhozhen had no time to concern himself with the seemingly discordant quartet. He simply wished to resolve the matter swiftly and return home with the young master for dinner. Nonetheless, the mention of the leader piqued his interest. What did you just say about the leader? The leader of your Source God sect? Zhozhen's brows furrowed, a flicker of unease crossing his icy visage. Indeed, Lord Steele replied, tilting his head in response. I wonder what makes your young master so special that he occupies our leader's thoughts. Since you are aware it is our leader's command, do you still intend to resist? His tone was chilling. Zhozhen sensed impending trouble. Why would someone like the leader of the Source God sect take an interest in the young master? Could it be that the individual who escaped last time was indeed a significant figure within the sect? Might they have even enlisted the leader's aid for revenge? It was plausible, considering even the formidable practitioners had shielded him at that time. However, since they were within the city, even if the leader himself were to arrive, he would not surrender easily, especially against mere foot soldiers. In the city, as long as there were no forces beyond the threshold, he was invincible. The strength bestowed by the extreme body refinement filled Zhozhen with unshakable confidence. Your leader's reputation does not intimidate me. Zhozhen scoffed, flexing his wrist and preparing for combat. What a pity, Lord Steele remarked ominously. Although the leader has instructed us to bring him back unharmed, should you choose to resist. Accidents can occur during battle. Should I accidentally sever an arm or a leg, I trust the leader would be understanding. His gaze towards Suze was filled with disdain. Indeed, his disdain stemmed from the fact that ever since Cartwell had clashed with that director of the enforcement division in Yunnan City for reasons unknown, this territory had become a veritable no-go zone for their sect. Any hint of their identity could lead to the enforcers sniffing them out. In such a perilous location, The leader had tasked him with a mission targeting this seemingly unremarkable youth, who, despite his youth, certainly knew how to stir trouble. Unable to express his irritation towards the leader, he redirected his frustration towards Suze. Such misdirected anger is the mark of the weak. Yet it does provide a modicum of comfort to the feeble. After speaking, he slowly unsheathed his long knife. The three companions beside him followed suit, drawing their blades as they closed in on him. Do you really dare to boast, given your numbers? Zhojin scoffed. You'll find out soon enough if we are indeed boastful. Lord Steele retorted with a cold grunt before charging forward with his three subordinates, their long knives glinting ominously in the night. With a graceful leap, he closed the distance to Zhojin and struck down fiercely. Clang! Zhojin effortlessly blocked the blow with his arm and then pushed the assailant back with a single hand, causing him to stumble 2 steps backward. What tremendous strength! Lord Steele's brows knitted together as he realized the situation was not as he had anticipated. The man before him, bespectacled and possessing an air of refinement, appeared to be quite formidable. Zhojin also furrowed his brow. Is that all? You spoke so grandly, yet this is the extent of your strength? You claim to be formidable, yet you truly are but a minor player? Has the Source God sect dispatched such trifling foes for this task? Are they out of options? Or do they simply underestimate me? Chapter 49, Minor Players and Forbidden Drugs. A stinging encounter. You three, restrain this man. I shall go and retrieve that young lad. Lord Steele swiftly assessed the situation, concluding that he might not be a match for the man before him. While he had attempted to belittle him, placing himself in danger was unwise. Thus, he tactically stepped back and issued orders to his 3 subordinates. The subordinates? The 3 subordinates, armed with long knives, stood frozen in place, unsure if they had misheard. Shouldn't it be Lord Steele who holds him off while they capture the young master? If even he deemed the situation challenging, how could they possibly be his match? What had happened to the dignity of a strong warrior? However, the hierarchy of their knightly order was strict. Understood. They responded in unison, turning their gazes away from Suze and marching directly towards Zhojin. Humph. Cowards who fear for their lives. Upon witnessing this, Zhojin's expression turned disdainful. Do you truly believe you can impede me? With a sudden movement, Zhojin appeared beside one of the subordinates, his speed so astonishing that they scarcely had time to react. The long knives in their hands seemed merely ornamental, posing no threat to Zhojin whatsoever. With an impassive demeanor, he delivered a powerful kick to the subordinate's abdomen. The force, akin to thousands of pounds, erupted violently. A resounding impact echoed, followed by a pained wail as the unfortunate individual contorted in agony, blood spewing from his mouth, his back arching like a shrimp, nearly expelling his bile from the sheer force of the blow. He felt as though his innards had shattered. Then, like a cannonball, he hurtled backward, crashing into a precarious pillar amidst the rubble, before collapsing to the ground, his expression vacant, his body twitching slightly. This spectacle unfolded in the blink of an eye, immobilizing the other 2 in sheer terror. Swallowing hard, the driver among them stammered, Lord Gang, it seems we are unable to stop him. Useless. Lord Gang rebuked, though he too had been taken aback. Yet, he managed to comprehend the gravity of that kick. However, they could only exhibit the strength of the body refinement stage. How could the disparity be so vast? He swallowed hard again in silence. You two, go and retrieve that lad. I shall hold this one off. Reluctantly, he recognized that despite his cowardice, he was compelled to fulfill the task assigned by the leader. Failure would result in punishment. Although this individual was formidable, he believed he could withstand him momentarily. Yet, sending his subordinates to confront Zhojin would be tantamount to sending them to their doom. It would be effortless for Zhojin to dispatch them. If they were to return and impede him thereafter, how could he complete the mission? He resolved to first restrain Zhojin, allowing his subordinates to escort the target away, and then seek an opportunity to escape. This was the only way to fulfill the task. Yes. The remaining 2 subordinates promptly replied, exhaling in relief as their gazes shifted towards Suze. Suze remained composed. He discerned that these 4 individuals were no match for Uncle Zhou. How foolish he had been to worry for so long. Setting aside whether these 2 could bypass Uncle Zhou to trouble him, even if they did approach, they were merely 2 inexperienced fools. It would be nothing more than a matter of facing 1 gun each. With a firearm in hand, he felt no fear. Humph. Did you genuinely believe you could stop me? Zhojin scoffed. However, I do not wish to place my young master in jeopardy. So I must first eliminate these 2 insignificant pests. With that, Zhojin swiftly moved and in an instant, he was beside the second underling, delivering a powerful kick. Humph. It won't be that easy. The underling, caught off guard, stood frozen in place, only to find the formidable Zhojin at his side. Bang! Their legs collided. Zhozhen's expression shifted dramatically as he instinctively retracted his leg, nearly losing his balance, a tremor running through one foot. "What the hell, are you wearing shin guards?" Zhozhen exclaimed in exasperation. The pain in his leg contorted his expression. While he certainly lacked in strength, it shouldn't have hurt this much. This man lacks martial ethics. "I practice martial arts. Is it not reasonable to wear protective gear?" Zhozhen shot back with a glance. "And you, with no preparations, dare to take this kick head-on? Your courage is commendable. Damn it, who knew you were hiding shin guards in your pants?" Zhozhen retorted angrily. This man had removed his suit to reveal his arm guards. Was it not a ruse to lower his opponent's guard regarding his legs? Such a cunning ploy. Then, noticing the still-dazed underling, he bellowed, "What are you standing there for? Go and seize that kid. Do you think I can hold him off for long?" Yes, yes. The two underlings finally snapped back to reality and immediately sprinted towards Suze. "Don't even think about escaping," Zhozhen hissed, swiftly intercepting them. "Your opponent is me." The formidable man immediately blocked Zhozhen, brandishing a knife and slashing with force. "Get lost," Zhozhen roared, unleashing a kick that struck the blade. The sound of metal colliding resonated as the knife met Zhozhen's thigh, the sharp edge slicing through his pant leg, revealing the gleam of metal hidden beneath. The man staggered back, his hands slightly numb. Just a moment, he nearly lost his grip on the knife. This force. Could he be an extreme body refinement expert? Zhozhen's heart sank. It turned out that in their previous exchanges, the opponent had not exerted his full strength. This was becoming troublesome. Just as the formidable man felt the situation was dire, Zhozhen had already pursued the two underlings. He saw that the young master was ready to fire. But with him present, how could he allow the young master to act? Bang! Bang! Zhozhen swiftly positioned himself in front of Suze, delivering two swift kicks. The two men flew back like cannonballs. One collided with the formidable man, who caught him with his hand, but the impact forced him to stagger back half a step. The other crashed into a nearby crumbling pillar, which emitted a resounding bang as it toppled over, sending dust flying. Useless. The formidable man glared at the underling he had caught, cursing under his breath. He paid little attention to the pained expression on the man's face, carelessly tossing him aside. "You've pushed me too far." He glared at the composed Zhozhen. "Oh? What other tricks do you have?" Zhozhen raised an eyebrow, seemingly unconcerned. "I never intended to use this, but I cannot disregard the command of the master." The formidable man, clearly reluctant, felt a surge of anger rising. "It's all your fault. Soon, I shall dismantle your bones, one by one." With that, he produced a small black ceramic vial, roughly the size of his thumbs, uncorked it, and tilted his head back, pouring the pale golden liquid into his mouth. Zhozhen's expression finally shifted. This is forbidden medicine. It was the second method to temporarily gain extraordinary strength in the city, aside from source restriction transfer. However, unlike source restriction transfer, this did not transfer the restrictions, but rather allowed for the rapid absorption and dissemination of medicinal power throughout the body, replacing the extraordinary strength that would subsequently be absorbed by the source pattern chains for a limited period. The moment the medicinal power was fully absorbed by the source pattern chains, one would revert to their original state. Some inferior forbidden medicines might even cause irreparable side effects on the cells. In simpler terms, it was a temporary deception of the boundary. However, the extraordinary strength obtained through this method was not particularly potent. Thus, Zhozhen merely paled slightly, not revealing any signs of panic. Chapter 50, Suppression, Inspection Division. "It's all your fault." The formidable man gritted his teeth at Zhozhen, appearing to endure immense suffering. He furiously removed his cap and discarded the obstructive mask, revealing a face marked by thick brows and large eyes, yet looking exceedingly fierce. His breathing grew heavy. This forbidden medicine does not taste good. He sensed the power rising within him, yet simultaneously, countless cells sent waves of pain, as if he were being pierced by 1,000 needles. As a minor figure within the source sect, he could only obtain forbidden medicine that was bound to have side effects. Once he consumed this drug, the breakthrough he was on the verge of achieving, advancing to Knight Commander, would be delayed by several years, potentially affecting his innate talent for cultivation. His talent had never been exceptional. Thus, it was unforgivable. Weaklings must possess the awareness of their weakness. Blame others all you want, but it would be wiser to blame yourself. Zhozhen could not help but taunt as he observed the formidable man's increasingly furious expression. Weakling? The formidable man sneered coldly, feeling the growing power coursing through him. He began to exude confidence. It was visibly evident that his muscles were swelling, stretching his black attire taut. "Now, you're the weakling." The second stage of martial arts is known as the blood chi realm. The body's cells absorb source power, generating blood chi. Blood Qi enhances physical attributes, including strength and speed. The better one refines their physical constitution in the body refinement stage, the stronger they will be in the Blood Qi realm. Although his body refinement was not remarkable, making him no match for the man before him, now he could wield Blood Qi, no matter how strong the man appeared. He could only utilize the powers of the body refinement stage. While it was indeed a rare extreme body refinement, it was still body refinement nonetheless. He was determined to believe that he could match this man of the Blood Qi realm. Bang! Steel Master suddenly exerted force with his right foot. The solid ground beneath him instantly cracked like a spider's web. A sensation of comfort washed over him, a peculiar pleasure amidst the sharp pain that coursed through his body, distorting his expression. Come, let us see who the true weakling is. As Steel Master moved, his speed enhanced by the surge of energy coursing through him transformed him into a fleeting shadow, swiftly closing the distance to Zhoujin's side. With both hands gripping the long knife, he struck fiercely. When the blade met Zhoujin's raised arm, the alloy guard, which had once withstood all of An Yuan's efforts without leaving a mark, was now etched with a white scar. Zhoujin's eyes narrowed slightly. The jarring impact from the arm guard sent a subtle tingle through his arm. Such power. Observing the white mark on his arm guard, Zhoujin furrowed his brow. His arm guard was crafted from a top-tier alloy, while the knife wielded by his opponent was evidently a standard yellow-grade weapon produced by the Su family. The fact that such a weapon could leave a mark on his arm guard spoke volumes about the might behind that strike. Yet, it remained within manageable limits. Ah. So you managed to block it? Steel Master scoffed coldly upon realizing his strike was thwarted. It was only natural, as he hadn't unleashed his full strength. Nevertheless, the ability to withstand that blow promised an exhilarating ensuing battle. His expression turned frenzied as he licked his lips, akin to a hunter discovering its prey. However, a glance at the long knife in his hand, which had developed a notch from the previous strike, revealed a hint of disdain in his eyes. The weapons produced by your Su family are not as impressive as you claim. Just one strike and it's already damaged? With that, he stepped back and launched another attack, only to be met with the same resistance. A new white scar appeared on Zhoujin's arm guard, while Steel Master's long knife suffered another notch. Zhoujin cast a glance at the damage on his opponent's blade but refrained from retorting. After all, there was no comparison between yellow-grade and top-tier weapons. However, he firmly believed in the quality of the Su family's arms. Just because you are impoverished doesn't mean you can blame us for the quality of the weapons you cannot afford. Haha, splendid! Steel Master exclaimed with exhilaration. He swung his long knife with increased force and swifter movements, though his techniques appeared to grow more rudimentary, devolving into mere horizontal slashes and side hacks. His strength also escalated. The madness in his expression intensified, as if he had lost all sense of reason. Could this be a side effect of the forbidden drug? Zhoujin speculated gravely. Despite the lack of coherence in his opponent's attacks, the speed and power behind them surged. Zhoujin's arm guard was now riddled with numerous white knife marks, while Steel Master's long knife resembled a frayed saw. Zhoujin began to breathe heavily, the area concealed by his arm guard slightly reddening from the force of the backlash. Even his copper skin and iron bones felt strained. In essence, he was being suppressed. Meanwhile, at the inspection department building, within an office hall lined with rows of monitoring devices, a slender female inspector in a deep black uniform noticed the screen before her suddenly flicker. A red dot appeared at the center, pulsating rapidly. Having recently joined the inspection department, she immediately recalled her training. The flashing red indicated that a martial artist had employed forbidden power, detected by the surrounding monitoring pillars. She swiftly took action, projecting her screen onto the massive display that occupied an entire wall, showcasing the city's map of Yunnan. As the two images merged, the red dot materialized on the map, pinpointed in a remote area of the 9th district. Zooming in further, she discerned 4 additional, less distinct red dots nearby. Alarm! Alarm! Level 1 forbidden power fluctuations detected on Chongning Road, 9th district. Alarm! Alarm! The entire office hall began to flash with red and blue lights. The on-duty team leader immediately reported the situation to the enforcement division. Chongning Road in the 9th district? ISNT that area currently deserted? Upon receiving the alert from the inspection department, an external enforcement team in the 9th District's division assembled in the preparation room. There were only 5 martial artists present? And merely a level 1 forbidden fluctuation, could it merely be a personal grievance? Do we really need to respond? One enforcement officer inquired while donning his gear. His leader, a stern-looking middle-aged man, shot him a disapproving glance. He solemnly advised, the inspection department can only monitor martial artists. But we must not overlook the possibility of civilians being present. Moreover, while our primary purpose is to protect ordinary citizens, We must also safeguard those martial artists whose powers are restricted. If they refrain from using forbidden powers, we may not need to intervene, but if one has used them, we cannot turn a blind eye. Otherwise, martial artists will become increasingly dissatisfied with this so-called equal order that is anything but fair. Of course, he withheld the last remark. Chapter 51. The Resonance of Liangzhou Fist, Counter-Pressure Bang. The equipment room door swung open. A slender female enforcement officer rushed in, her delicate features betraying a hint of panic. Having exerted herself in haste, she gasped for breath, the contours of her form straining against her uniform. A fragrant breeze wafted into the preparation area. Zhang, team leader. The inspection department has relayed the subsequent identity verification for those 5 martial artists. For remain unidentified, including the one who utilized forbidden power, but one is an important registered personnel from Su Mining. He once achieved a 6th-level military honor along the border and is known as Zhou, the martial artist of Liangzhou Fist. His mission in Yunnan County is to provide close protection for the 3rd-generation heir of Su Mining. As she spoke, she leaned against a nearby cabinet, panting heavily. Upon hearing her words, the preparation room fell silent. Each external enforcement officer paused, then hastened to don their gear. Damn, how could it be him? The already stern-looking team leader Zhang, who exuded an air of composure, now appeared anxious. He felt a weight of pressure. The repercussions of the death of that 4th-level military honor martial artist 3 years ago still lingered. If another renowned 6th-level military honor martial artist were to perish, he could only imagine the chaos that would ensue among the already restless martial artists, especially since he was affiliated with Su Mining. The Su family's mining enterprise dominates 80% of the weaponry trade in Liangzhou. While they may not possess the pinnacle of martial prowess, the individual at the helm of the Su family reportedly ascended to the 6th realm many years ago. Who knows when he might break through to the 7th realm? The 6th realm may not be formidable in itself, but a 6th realm warrior with the potential to transcend to the 7th must not be underestimated. Moreover, the Su family boasts substantial assets and generously donates a plethora of resources to the enforcement division annually. A significant portion of the weaponry they employ is sponsored by Su Mining. Should anything happen to their key figures, or even the 3rd-generation heir within his jurisdiction, his political career would be irrevocably ruined. We must prepare swiftly. This mission is of utmost urgency. Team leader Zhang urged immediately. In no time, a squad of 12 enforcement officers hurriedly departed the substation in 3 enforcement vehicles. Bang! The long sword in Master Gang's hand finally succumbed to the strain, shattering against Zhou's protective arm. The severed blade flew through the air, embedding itself into a nearby crumbling wall, quivering with residual force. The clash between the two was fierce, leaving the surroundings pockmarked and battered. Seizing the opportunity, Zhou retreated a few steps, creating distance between himself and Master Gang. He breathed heavily, fine beads of sweat forming on his forehead. His white shirt was slightly damp, revealing his well-defined muscles. Shaking out his hand, Zhou gently clenched his fist, seeking relief for his swollen arm. He adjusted his glasses, acknowledging that against an opponent fortified by the Vitality Realm, he was somewhat outmatched. Throughout the recent skirmish, he had been on the defensive. Though he believed he could contend with average Vitality Realm warriors in the city, his adversary was evidently superior. But that was then. Now, his opponent was unarmed. As long as he prevented him from retrieving his companion's weapon, Zhou, renowned for his exceptional martial arts skills, known as the Liangzhou Fist, would undoubtedly turn the tide. What utter rubbish! Master Gang glanced at the broken sword in his hand and disdainfully tossed it to the ground with a thud. He too was panting, beads of sweat dotting his forehead. Yet compared to Zhou, his condition was considerably better. He realized that Zhou was not as easy to handle as he had initially perceived. Despite being in the Vitality Realm, he found himself only able to marginally suppress his opponent. What manner of creature is this? Observing the protective arm on Zhou, which, though marked with white scars, remained remarkably sturdy, he could not help but feel a flicker of envy on his frenzied face. The materials used for that protective gear must certainly be of a transcendent grade. Truly, the Su family is formidable. Is it not wasteful to rely on transcendent weaponry for self-defense in the city? While he could afford such weapons, their exorbitant price had always dissuaded him from purchasing them. After discarding the blade, Master Gang's gaze shifted furtively towards the longsword clutched by his unconscious companion. Zhou immediately noticed his movement. As Master Gang moved to close the distance, Zhou unleashed a powerful punch. Realizing the impending strike, Master Gang abandoned his attempt to retrieve a weapon, opting instead for hand-to-hand combat with Zhou. Bang, 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 bang. The exchange of blows ensued. While Master Gang's strength did surpass Zhou to some degree, and his physical attributes were enhanced by vitality. It was evident that he was untrained in unarmed combat. The openings were far too numerous for Zhouzhan to ignore. Do you practitioners of the blade truly neglect the art of unarmed combat entirely? In his moment of derision, he failed to recognize his own lack of swordsmanship. Zhouzhan quickly managed to turn the tables, gaining the upper hand. Watching from the side of the vehicle, Suze exhaled in relief, his grip on his firearm loosening slightly. It seemed that everything would be fine. Damn it. Master Gang's expression darkened, as he found himself increasingly suppressed. The wildness in his eyes diminished, replaced by a touch of rationality. They had been fighting for quite some time now, and the effects of the stimulant would not last much longer. Master Gang grew increasingly anxious. Once the stimulant wore off, he would undoubtedly be no match for Zhouzhan. Cold sweat began to beat on his forehead. At that moment, from the ruins nearby, a figure slowly began to rise. Cough, cough. He coughed delicately twice, the cap on his head having fallen to the ground, his hair now caked with dust from the debris. Struggling to breathe, he instinctively removed his mask, revealing a disheveled face. After coughing a few more times, he spat out a mouthful of congealed blood. Cough, cough. Who am I? Where am I? The recently awakened individual still felt a bit disoriented, but quickly regained his composure. Rubbing his aching head, he recalled his current circumstances. That's right. I am a second-tier knight of the Source God sect, executing a mission assigned by the Master. I was just knocked out. Where is Master Gang? He glanced around and immediately spotted Master Gang being thoroughly overwhelmed by Zhouzhan. Master Gang, I am here to assist you. The figure was none other than the driver from their group. Though in poor condition, he displayed unwavering loyalty as he prepared to rush over. Upon seeing his subordinate awaken, Master Gang felt a surge of joy. However, as he witnessed the reckless attempt to intervene in the battle between him and Zhouzhan, he bellowed in frustration, "What help are you? Where is your brain? Don't you dare come here. Go and take that kid away while you still can." Zhouzhan's expression shifted slightly. He intended to rush forward to intervene, but found himself firmly entangled by Master Gang. Uncle Zhou is fine. Sensing Zhouzhan's concern, Suze glanced at the figure in the ruins wielding a knife. He then raised his firearm to signal Zhouzhan. Zhouzhan was well aware of the power of that gun and felt reassured. However, Suze was merely 10 years old. Must he really stain his hands with blood? This was another failure in his duty. The thought only fueled Zhouzhan's anger further. Master Gang's pressure intensified. Chapter 52. Murder, the shock of the enforcement division. Yes. Hearing Master Gang's reprimand, the individual promptly halted, turning towards Suze. You there, come with me quietly, or should I knock you out first? The person asked confidently, believing that even in his injured state, subduing a mere child would be a trivial task. Apologies, but I have no intention of leaving just yet. Suze calmly declined with a faint voice. The youth's tone was remarkably steady, revealing no hint of panic in the face of his adversary. Humph, this is not up to you. The man scoffed, gripping his long knife behind him, swiftly advancing towards Suze. Clearly, he did not consider it necessary to wield a weapon against a defenseless child. Evidently, having never encountered a handgun, he completely disregarded this armament. As he observed the approaching figure, Suze turned to the somewhat anxious Lu Yao and gently instructed, Yao Yao, dear, turn your head away and close your eyes. Do not look. He wished to spare the little girl the sight of his impending act of violence, for such a scene might terrify her. In the car, Lu Yao, visibly tense, obediently closed her eyes and turned her head. Yet, her slightly trembling form betrayed the fear that lurked within her heart. Noticing Leo had complied and turned away, Suze's expression darkened. He turned back. The man was now mere steps away, reaching out towards him. Suze narrowed his eyes and raised his gun. Bang! As the gunshot rang out, Lu Yao, who had her eyes closed in the car, trembled. She longed to turn around but restrained herself. There was no explosion. Suze glanced at the figure before him, encased in a block of blue and white ice, and he couldn't help but curl his lips in mild disdain. The person trapped within appeared dazed, a blue and white bullet embedded in their chest. Feeling only a slight twinge of pain, they were unable to move, evidently still struggling to comprehend the situation. Why had they been frozen? What had transpired? It was rather surprising that luck had favored them. It was merely a freezing bullet. However, what about this one? Suze aimed the muzzle of the source pattern pistol at the individual's head and, without a moment's hesitation, pulled the trigger. Bang! A silver bullet pierced through the ice layer and, in an instant, penetrated the person's forehead, emerging from the back of their head and shattering through the dense ice before embedding itself in the rubble beyond. A warrior's life signal vanished. The surveillance officer, Observing a red dot flicker twice before vanishing from the screen, changed countenance instantly. He promptly contacted the law enforcement department. What? A warrior's life signal has disappeared? So quickly? Upon receiving the news through his phone, Captain Zhang broke into a cold sweat. It couldn't possibly be Zhouzhan. Hurry up. He couldn't help but pat the shoulder of the driver. They were already rushing at the fastest speed possible, almost there. Yet, one had still perished. The loss of the other four was bearable, but it absolutely could not be you. All he could do now was pray. By the ruins. Zhouzhan heard the gunfire without turning his head. He already knew the outcome. Simultaneously, his expression darkened, for he had failed in his duty. The young master had taken a life himself. This thought fueled his aggression even further. Useless. His gaze flickered towards Su Zhe, and his expression shifted slightly. Seeing the weapon that had slain his subordinate instilled a sense of trepidation within him. He had a premonition that even his enhanced physique would likely not withstand such an assault. Damn it. The cult leader had not mentioned that a peak body refinement expert was protecting the target, nor had he indicated that the target possessed such a peculiar method of attack. Otherwise, how could he have come with just these incompetent fools? The cult leader has misled me. Feeling Zhouzhan's increasingly ferocious onslaught, Lord Gang's heart sank, and he began to waver. As long as the green hills remain, one need not fear the lack of firewood. Let the cult leader's mission go to hell. Unable to fight back, he could only devise a plan to flee. However, it seemed even escape might not be feasible. Zhouzhan relentlessly pressed him down, leaving no opportunity for flight. Moreover, the strength from the forbidden drug was nearly depleted. Bang! Lord Gang's body crashed violently into a broken wall. Dust and debris erupted, rendering him unable to rise. The power of the forbidden drug had ultimately run out. Zhouzhan, panting heavily, approached the broken wall, his fists raw and bloodied. Yet, in the end, he emerged victorious in this battle. Gazing at the unconscious enemy behind the wall, Zhouzhan's fury finally subsided. Yao, you are safe now. But it's best not to open your eyes just yet. Wait a moment, I will go check on Uncle Zhou. Su Zhe gently spoke to Liu Yao, causing her body to relax immediately as she obediently nodded with her eyes closed. Observing this, Su Zhe slowly approached Zhouzhan. At that moment, his complexion was ashen, and he felt a wave of nausea. Though he tried his utmost to avert his gaze, the haunting image of the shattered ice, oozing a mixture of vivid crimson blood and pallid brain matter, was indelibly etched in his mind, inducing an overwhelming sense of physical discomfort. This was the reason he urged Liu Yao to keep her eyes shut. If he found it difficult to endure, how could the young lady manage? Upon reaching Zhouzhan's side, the intensity of his discomfort slightly eased. However, a glance at Zhouzhan's mangled hand brought the ghastly vision rushing back. Struggling to suppress his unease, Su Zhe's hands emanated a verdant glow as he placed them upon Zhouzhan's wounded hand. Young master, there is no need to treat me. This minor injury will heal by tomorrow. Zhouzhan hesitated slightly, shifting his hand aside. It was one thing to have failed to protect the young master. It was quite another to allow him to tend to his wounds. With me here, this trifling injury need not wait until tomorrow. Su Zhe firmly pressed his hand against the surface. At that moment, the enforcement vehicles finally arrived, albeit belatedly. With a creak, 3 cars halted beside the ruins, and 12 fully armed enforcers disembarked to survey the scene. Their eyes widened, particularly upon noticing the figure encased in ice. They all stood momentarily stunned. Subsequently, their gaze fell upon Su Zhe and Zhouzhan, who stood by the crumbled wall. Team leader Zhang exhaled a sigh of relief. It appeared that the worst-case scenario had not materialized. That child must be the 3rd-generation heir of Su Mining, was he not? At merely 10 years of age. How could he exude such formidable presence? Hastily, he led his team toward Zhouzhan and the others. Upon observing the individuals lying amidst the debris, his heart sank. There were 2 bodies on one side, one on the other, in addition to the ice-encased figure. Mr. Zhouzhan was capable of facing 3 adversaries single-handedly while vanquishing a formidable foe at the Blood Qi realm. Such prowess truly befits the reputation of Liangzhou's renowned martial artist. Noticing the green glow emanating from Su Zhe's hand, team leader Zhang's eyelids twitched slightly. This child was, astonishingly, a source pattern master? At such a tender age? Gasped. Team leader Zhang inhaled sharply. If he was indeed a source pattern master, then why? Lord Zhouzhan, could you please provide us with an overview of the situation here? What is the identity of the scoundrels who assaulted you? Team leader Zhang inquired, suppressing the astonishment and questions swirling within him. He was a man of reason, promptly categorizing Zhouzhan and his companions as victims. Even if they were not victims, They must be perceived as such. In the realm of Su's mining, pivotal figures and their third-generation successors face a perplexing choice among 4 enigmatic warriors. The decision seems clear. Yet he is not mistaken. According to their claims, these 4 individuals are members of the Source God Sex Knight Order. They have been tracking us today with the intent to abduct our young master, which led to a minor physical altercation. Zhou Zhun observed the tardy law enforcers arriving, feeling somewhat disgruntled by their delayed response. Nonetheless, he proceeded to elucidate the unfolding events with clarity. Chapter 53, Demonstration, Acquisition. What? This is utterly outrageous. Clearly, the previous sweep was insufficient, as there remain rodents of the Source God sect lurking within the city. Leader Zhang's expression shifted dramatically. He had not anticipated that these individuals were the very ones who had recently instigated chaos in Yunnan City, targeting none other than Su Zhe, the third-generation heir of Su's mining. What could the Source God sect possibly be after? Do they truly believe our law enforcement is ineffectual? He promptly instructed the enforcers behind him to subdue the fallen individuals. Leader. 2 enforcers approached the ice block, peering at the lifeless body within, swallowing hard. The villain appeared to be deceased. Appeared to be deceased? Zhang reprimanded. What do you mean by appeared? They are unequivocally dead. He advanced, inspecting the wound on the deceased's forehead, where blood-red and ash-gray substances seeped forth. This individual was undeniably lifeless. He shot a glare at the enforcer, causing the latter to instinctively retract his neck. The life signal that the inspection department had detected must belong to him. Is this truly the manner of death? This was Zhang's first encounter with such a fate. He reached out to touch the ice block, but recoiled immediately, overwhelmed by the bone-chilling cold. It seemed to be ice forged from pure source power, and possibly hard. Akin to the work of a source pattern master. Even if he were frozen, escape would be impossible in a short time. And what of this small hole penetrating the ice? What kind of attack could achieve such a feat? Zhang recalled the verdant glow emanating from Su Zhe's hand moments earlier. Could it have been the handiwork of that child? Such a degree of source power condensation is not something an ordinary source pattern master could accomplish. Is it true that the third generation of the Su family is a genius source pattern master? Lord Zhou, it seems we may require you and young Master Su to accompany us to the Law Enforcement Bureau for a formal statement. Group leader Zhang stated with a hint of delicacy. If no fatalities had occurred, capturing these ruffians would suffice. However, now that there has been a death, albeit regrettably among the members of the Source God sect, it is imperative to report the incident thoroughly, including the sequence of events and the cause of death. This cannot be merely brushed aside with the brief remarks made by Zhou earlier. Of course, that is not an issue, Zhou replied, nodding. Then glanced at the visibly distressed Su Zhe before continuing. However, it is quite late. And my young master and Miss Lu have yet to dine and have been quite shaken. Might we be permitted to return home for the night? Tomorrow. We will personally come to provide a detailed account of the events. Miss Lu is, upon realizing there might be another individual present. Group leader Zhang quickly scanned the surroundings. He then spotted a demure young lady in the back seat of a black car, her eyes closed. She bears the surname Lu. The Lu family, Zhou remarked meaningfully. The Lu family? Could it be? Group leader Zhang's expression shifted once more. With the surname Lu, and traveling alongside the third generation of the Su family, she must indeed be a descendant of the Lu family. This individual holds a status on par with that of the Su family's third generation. Moreover, the Lu family is not merely comprised of businessmen. With this realization, he could no longer afford to refuse. Absolutely, it is only right. It was due to our oversight at the Law Enforcement Bureau that they have been subjected to such distress. Taking a couple of extra days to rest is no trouble at all. As long as you come by when convenient to finalize the statement, it will suffice. Group leader Zhang nodded eagerly. The following day, Saturday, was a day of rest, perfectly aligning with Su Zhe's absence from classes. At the entrance of a campus, Yuan and Heifu exchanged glances before turning away, leaving without a trace of nostalgia. Why does the Martial Arts Academy have weekends? At their age, should they not be seizing every moment to cultivate? How could they justify taking a break? Squatting by the roadside, Yuan cursed vehemently. Just then, his gaze fell upon several figures clad in law enforcement uniforms, brandishing long blades as they advanced in his direction, checking the identities of those nearby. Curse it. Do law enforcement officers not take weekends off? Upon witnessing this, Yuan cursed again, scooped up the equally distressed Heifu, and took off running. Hey, stop. Not far away, the law enforcement officers spotted someone fleeing and immediately shouted, "Don't run." Seeing that the individual did not halt, they swiftly pursued him. 9th District Law Enforcement Bureau. You mean this contraption was responsible for that man's death? In the records room. After Zhoujin and Suze recounted the entire sequence of events, Group leader Zhang looked on in disbelief as he picked up the source pattern handgun that Suze had placed on the table. Having seen much in his time, he recognized immediately that the material used to create this device was quite extraordinary, likely composed of restricted metallic substances. However, given that the individual in question was from the third generation of the Su family, the Law Enforcement Bureau could indeed turn a blind eye. Yet, despite his extensive knowledge, he could not fathom how this small metal block could produce such a freezing effect and ultimately result in a death. Could it be a source pattern appliance akin to a refrigerator? Yet, wouldn't that effect be rather excessive? It is already April, with the weather warming. Yet the isotope the corpse they brought back yesterday has yet to melt entirely. An autopsy cannot even be performed. Young Master Su, I do not doubt your word, but could you perhaps demonstrate it for us? Group leader Zhang said, returning the source pattern handgun to Suze. It can be done. But, is it to be done here? Suze glanced around the cramped recording room, uncertainty evident in his demeanor. Please follow me, said team leader Zhang as he rose to his feet, guiding Zhoujin and Suze to an unoccupied training chamber. Suze instructed him to retrieve 2 steel plates and arrange them accordingly. The first was the frozen projectile. Suze removed all the remaining bullets from the magazine, leaving only a frozen round and a penetrating round. Since the explosive round had yet to be revealed, it was prudent to conceal it for the time being. Bang! The sound of gunfire echoed in the training room, as the steel plate to Suze's left was instantaneously encased in ice, emanating waves of chilling air. Team leader Zhang's eyes brightened at this sight. Then came the penetrating round. Bang! Suze aimed at the steel plate beside him and fired once more. After the gunshot, a small indentation, 2 fingers wide, appeared on the steel plate, with the bullet ultimately lodging itself into the wall behind. Witnessing such formidable power, Team leader Zhang's eyes sparkled with renewed interest. If their law enforcement officers possessed such a weapon in the city, would those troublesome martial artists dare to cause chaos? Contemplating this, he promptly inquired, Young Master Su, this is referred to as a source pattern pistol, correct? Is it capable of mass production? Your inquiry implies. Suze turned his head and instantly discerned his thoughts, though a hint of uncertainty lingered. The weapon you have crafted, particularly the effect of that freezing projectile, is remarkably effective. It seems tailor-made for our enforcement division. If mass production is feasible, I shall promptly report to my superiors and request funding for its procurement. Team leader Zhang responded without delay. Suze pondered for a moment. If mass production were to be undertaken, the gun bodies and ammunition could be entrusted to the Su family, while the engraving of the source pattern array could be assigned to Liu Yao's family. This arrangement seemed feasible. However, the source pattern array he had developed contained a plethora of colors, which likely could not be accomplished by a single source pattern master. Therefore, the production volume might be somewhat limited. Consequently, the price would need to be set higher to ensure profitability. He nodded and spoke. It is indeed possible, but the price may be a tad steep. Such a remarkably effective weapon warrants a higher cost. Team leader Zhang immediately concurred with a nod. Chapter 54, Astonishment and Misfortune. Returning home from the enforcement division of the 9th District, Suze first descended into the basement to retrieve a blank tome of source patterns. He meticulously inscribed the source array of the current version of the source pattern pistol, along with the arrays for the penetrating and freezing projectiles. Subsequently, he brought the tome to the living room and dialed his aunt's number. Hello, Ace, what can I do for you? Came his aunt's voice as the call connected. However, he sensed it might not be the most opportune moment to call, for her tone conveyed a hint of exhaustion. Are you busy at the moment, Aunt? You don't seem to be in the best of spirits. Suze inquired with a hint of concern. It's nothing. I merely stayed up late yesterday to attend to some matters and didn't rest well. What brings you to me? Su Mushui rubbed her somewhat heavy head and inquired once more. Suze let out a slight sigh of relief. It is as follows. I have crafted a source pattern weapon that has caught the attention of a division within the enforcement department of Yunnan City, who wish to commission us to produce a batch. The materials consist of a newly experimented mystical-grade alloy, yet the source pattern array presents some challenges. Although the quantity may be somewhat limited, they are rather naive and possess substantial funds. When you negotiate with them, feel free to elevate the price a tad. Suze promptly recounted the events. You mean the law enforcement department has taken an interest in the source pattern weapon you created? Wait a moment. Haven't you only been studying source patterns for a short while? You've already managed to research source pattern weapons on your own? Previously, she hadn't thought much of his use of source techniques, but But now he was claiming to have manufactured source pattern weapons? On the other end of the line, Sumu Shui was instantly invigorated, her voice rising a pitch. The fatigue from the previous night dissipated in an instant. She was aware that her nephew possessed extraordinary talent in source patterns, but this was beyond remarkable, wasn't he? The Su family was quite familiar with the Lu family. And as far as she knew, the source pattern masters from the Lu family typically required 2 to 3 years to study theoretical knowledge before. Under the guidance of their elders, they would spend time imprinting existing source pattern arrays. Only after mastering those arrays would they attempt any modifications. As for developing new source pattern arrays, it would take at least a decade. Yet this lad, Aze, had not even been studying for a year. You're not deceiving me, are you? Sumu Shui found it difficult to believe. It was truly astonishing, as if the ancestral tombs were emitting green smoke. Her own nephew was remarkably gifted. Why would I deceive you? Suze cast a fleeting glance into the air and continued. I have even prepared a source pattern array, meticulously inscribed from a source pattern tome, just awaiting your arrival to take it away. Furthermore, the materials of the profound grade alloy and the blueprints for the weapon. How astonishing that they are indeed real. Sumu Shui was overjoyed. In that case, I will head over to your place immediately. I should arrive by evening, so please remember to prepare an extra portion for dinner. Sumu Shui immediately replied, no problem. But you should be aware that I have relocated to a different place, right? Suze inquired. I know. That evening at the dining table, Sumu Shui hurriedly arrived, casting a meaningful glance at Shinqing Han, who sat opposite her. A wave of sarcasm washed over her thoughts. What a young rascal. After a brief absence, he has begun to entertain a woman in his household? And no less than his own teacher? Quite the playboy, isn't he? Does he not fear invoking Liao's ire? Shinqing Han kept his head bowed, silently consuming his meal, while Sumu Shui's gaze made him feel somewhat uneasy. You've been staring at Teacher Shin for quite a while now. Suze kicked Sumu Shui's foot under the table and said, let me see what's going on. Our sister Shun is quite beautiful. Am I not allowed to look? Sumu Shui immediately retorted, little one, you are quite protective of your food. I have already accepted her as my sister, yet you still insist on making a move. Turning her attention to the obediently eating Lu Yao, she added, Yao Yao. It has been a while since I last saw you. Have a piece of rib? As she spoke, Sumu Shui placed a piece of rib into Li Yao's bowl. Thank you, and Shui. Li replied politely. Yao Yao, you are truly well behaved. How has your studying been lately? Sumu Shui inquired with a smile. Well, it's fine. By the way, Suze's brother has become quite impressive. He is now our class's swordsmanship instructor. Lu Yao replied cheerfully. Swordsmanship instructor? What do you mean? Isn't Shin's sister the swordsmanship instructor for your class? Sumu Shui wore a perplexed expression. She glanced at Shinqing Han, scrutinizing her closely. Why does she appear somewhat feeble? Then, her gaze shifted to Suze. A bold thought surged in her mind. Could it be? No, it cannot be. Aze is only 10 years old. Does he possess such capability? However, before she could voice her thoughts, Suze swiftly kicked her. Though unaware of what she intended to say, he was certain, based on his understanding of her, that she was about to utter something nonsensical at that moment. Teacher Shun has encountered some health issues, and there is no one to care for her. Did you not acknowledge her as your sister? Thus, I have brought her home. Furthermore, the other martial arts instructors at the school are reluctant to substitute in our class, which is why Director Jiang has assigned me to take over. Suze succinctly elucidated the matter. Oh, I see. A distinct expression of disappointment clearly appeared on Sumu Shui's face, though one could only wonder what had caused her discontent. After finishing her meal, Suze handed the prepared items to Sumu Shui, then demonstrated the formidable power of the source pattern pistol to her. With a serious expression, Sumu Shui swiftly departed without a moment's pause. Alas, how busy things have become. As he spoke, Suze descended into the basement. He retrieved the design blueprints for the source energy armor, which had long been conceptualized but set aside due to the research on the source pattern pistol. The existence of the source pattern pistol had already been exposed. Although the explosive rounds were still concealed, he believed that with this concept, other source weapon masters would soon be able to produce imitations. In his view, such an effective weapon as the source pattern pistol would undoubtedly become widespread. No matter how stringent the enforcement agency's regulations might be, it was certain to appear on the black market. The duration until that occurred was merely a matter of time. Thus, he needed to update his equipment to prepare for future scenarios. Gazing at the pile of blueprints in his hands, Suze's mind raced. He constantly deduced that this armor could envelop his entire body, with the joints designed like overlapping scales to ensure that various movements would not be hindered. While significantly enhancing his defensive capabilities, it would also greatly augment his strength and speed. In his design, as long as he donned this armor, he would be invincible in the city, even against foes wielding source-pattern pistols. Furthermore, with future upgrades, he might even possess the strength to contend with high-tier martial artists. As Suzai's deductions unfolded, night deepened. Prompted by Zhojin, he concluded his reflections and retreated to his room to sleep. Meanwhile, on the other side of the city, Yuan and Heifu continued their frantic escape, pursued by a cadre of law enforcement officers. Earlier that morning, they had received a report from the Enforcement Division of the 9th District. The newly appointed director of the enforcement agency had ordered idle officers to patrol the streets to identify any remaining members of the Source God cult. Unfortunately for Yuan and his companions, they had encountered officers who were merely going through the motions of their search. Yuan, feeling guilty, fled from the scene. After his hasty departure, it didn't take long for one of the officers to recognize Heifu, a dangerous creature that had appeared during a battle 2 months prior. Following this identification, the enforcement agency promptly dispatched a team to pursue them. Although this team lacked formidable experts, Yuan and Heifu dared not retaliate, leading to a day spent evading capture. Truly, their luck had run out. The next day, having just awakened, Suzai was dining with Lu Yao and Teacher Shun when law enforcement officers arrived with a reminder. They had discovered 2 escaped members of the Source God cult, one of whom was the formidable dragon-type creature that had aided the cult 2 months ago. Despite sustaining some injuries during the pursuit by the entire squad of officers, it had managed to escape and was currently hiding within the city. Given that Suzai and his group had recently been attacked by the Source God cult, the officers came to advise them to remain vigilant. Will this ever end? Suzai remarked, somewhat exasperated after dismissing the officers. I'm sorry. It's all because of me that you have drawn the attention of the Source God cult. Teacher Shin Qinghan, having overheard the unfolding events, felt a surge of guilt. There is no need to blame yourself, Teacher Shin. It shouldn't be your fault. Suzai shook his head. If this were an act of revenge for that incident, they should have targeted you first. Moreover, Uncle Zhou was still a key player at that time, yet those individuals appeared oblivious to his existence. Otherwise, they would not have come with such a small number. Furthermore, their objective this time is me. Suzai carefully recalled the scene from the night before last. That individual stated that the leader of the Yuanshan sect had ordered him to be returned in perfect condition. Perfect condition. Such a command could hardly be construed as an act of revenge. If it were not revenge, could it be an attempt to abduct me in order to coerce the Su family into achieving some ulterior motive? After much contemplation, Su Zisi could only deduce this reason. It seemed that his identity as the 3rd-generation heir of the Su family was the only aspect that warranted the attention of such a formidable force as the Source God sect. In that case, could his sister be in any peril? Suzai's thoughts immediately turned to his cousin Su Weiwei, who was practicing at the esteemed Gaowu Academy in a distant state. Among the 3rd generation of the Su family, he was now the only one left alongside this cousin. Though they seldom met, she was quite fond of him, always bringing gifts whenever she returned to Su Town. Though their grandfather had assigned bodyguards to her, and there shouldn't be any major issues, an extra layer of protection never hurt. Suzai had initially planned to wait until his aunt became proficient in crafting the source pattern pistols before requesting a few finished products to distribute among his close ones for self-defense. But now, it seemed time was running short. The followers of the Source God sect could reappear at any moment, leaving him no choice but to manufacture them himself. However, he still couldn't recklessly expose his abilities. Better to have Uncle Zhou prepare the materials and take him to the previous estate to work on them. The estate had a forging room that could serve as cover. Thus, the car came to a halt before the estate gates. Zhojin gazed at the tightly shut doors, a flicker of confusion in his eyes. He had already contacted Old Li, the caretaker. Before arriving, why hadn't he come to open the gate? Perhaps something had delayed him. Fortunately, he had brought his own key. Without overthinking it, Zhojin stepped out of the car, unlocked the estate gates, and drove inside. He unloaded a pile of metal blocks from the trunk into the forging room. Then Suzai instructed him to wait in the courtyard outside while he entered. Meanwhile, on the 3rd floor of the villa, in Suzai's former room, the windows were sealed tight, curtains drawn. The room was pitch black, save for the faint glow seeping through the frosted glass of the bathroom door. Barely visible was an elderly man with graying hair, unconscious, bound hand and foot, lying on the plush bed. Inside the bathroom, Yuan sat uncomfortably on the floor, his bare upper back pressed against the wall. His left hand gripped a sheathed longsword, while his right clutched the wound on his abdomen, crimson blood oozing between his fingers. a piercing stab wound, though he had torn his shirt into makeshift bandages to bind it. The bleeding refused to cease. Clearly, though Yuan had escaped the enforcer's pursuit the previous night, it had come at a cost. That unreliable Hei Fu. It's been nearly 2 hours, and he still hasn't returned with the gauze and coagulants. If he doesn't hurry back, I might as well bleed to death. Feeling his lifeblood slowly draining away, and Yuan cursed inwardly. His face had paled considerably, his lips devoid of color. His trousers were soaked in blood, a dark pool spreading beneath him. He had already lost a significant amount. Just as his internal tirade reached its peak, he faintly heard the sound of a car pulling up downstairs. No way. Someone's here now. Could it be? Remembering this had once been the divine child's residence, a flicker of excitement stirred in Yuan's heart, a faint flush returning to his pallid cheeks. Leaning on his sword, he wobbled to his feet. Pushing open the bathroom door, he glanced at the still unconscious old man on the bed before painstakingly shuffling toward the window. The abrupt movement worsened his wound, blood flowing faster between his fingers, dripping onto the pristine floorboards like scattered plum blossoms in crimson. Finally reaching the window, he gingerly parted the curtains a sliver to peer downward. The sight of the figure seated calmly at the stone table in the courtyard sent a violent tremor through his pupils. He instantly snapped the curtains shut, his heartbeat accelerating as he slumped back against the wall, not daring to make a sound. It was him, and Yuan held his breath. It was Zhou Zhan, the man who had utterly overwhelmed him in combat 2 months prior. Though he'd been exhausted at the time, even at full strength, he stood no chance against this opponent, because Zhou Zhan was likely at the pinnacle of body tempering. Hey Fu, if you don't get back here soon and I'm discovered, I'm dead. And Yuan screamed internally. Amid his fear, however, a thread of anticipation emerged. If Zhou Zhan was here, did that mean the divine child was also? But in his current state, even if the divine child were present, what could he possibly accomplish? In the courtyard, Zhou Zhan, seated at the stone table, suddenly tensed. Instinctively, his gaze shot toward the third-floor window, a hint of puzzlement surfacing in his eyes. From that direction just now, he'd sensed a fleeting presence, as if being watched. But seeing the shut window and drawn curtains, he dismissed it. Probably just his imagination. Shaking his head, he lifted the teapot on the table, poured himself a cup of clear tea, and took a measured sip. As he drank, his eyes swept over the immaculately maintained estate grounds and neatly trimmed flower beds. Another ripple of doubt arose. Where exactly had Oldley gone? Could something have happened to him? Then he shook his head again. Unlikely. Who would target an elderly? Ordinary man with graying hair? The recent events must have made him overly sensitive. Oldley was probably just delayed by personal matters. With that thought, Zhou Zhan took another sip of tea. On the nearby garden wall, 2 small black claws gripped the edge as a tiny dark head peeked over. Hei Fu's round, gleaming eyes warily observed Zhou Zhan sipping tea in the courtyard. Clenched in his jaws were a roll of gauze and hemostatic medicine, items he'd gone through great pains to procure. Rushing back, he'd been met with the sight of someone already in the courtyard. And of all people, it was that terrifying human. The memory of that kick from before made Hei Fu's back twinge with phantom pain. Not someone to provoke. Sigh. Hang in there, Shawn. Chapter 56. Crafting the gun. In Yuan's severely wounded dusk was approaching. Suzette feigned nonchalance as he emerged from the forge, bearing 5 source pattern pistols of varying hues, 1 black, 3 silver, and 1 pink. Zhou Zhan, stationed in the courtyard, had already consumed 3 pots of tea. Uncle Zhou. The source pattern pistols are complete. Take this one for yourself, and we can head back now. Suze handed the black source pattern pistol to Zhou Zhan, subsequently placing the other 4 firearms into a pre-prepared black briefcase. Lu Yao, Teacher Shin, Sister Li, Uncle Zhou, and his cousin each received a weapon. The black one was designated for Uncle Zhou, while the pink one was allocated to Lu Yao, although Uncle Zhou might not favor it. Possessing a weapon is certainly better than being unarmed. Young master, I still prefer to resolve matters with my fists and feet, Zhou Zhan remarked. Gazing at the black source pattern pistol in his grasp, his expression tinged with reluctance and a hint of internal resistance. The thought that a mere weapon could easily rival the strength he had painstakingly honed through rigorous training and countless trials left him with an unsettling feeling. Despite this armament being a product of the young master's research, he couldn't shake the impression that his own significance had diminished in comparison. Nevertheless, having an additional means of defense is certainly advantageous. Suze smiled and suggested, you might also consider incorporating handgun attacks into your martial arts, blending both close and long-range combat. In my opinion, if I cannot react swiftly within 7 steps against a formidable opponent like you, I might not even have the chance to draw my gun. It is only beyond 7 steps that this weapon holds any deterrent power. Zhoujin silently advanced 7 steps forward, assessing the distance. Young master, it seems the safe distance is not merely 7 steps. He took another 7 steps before turning back to Su Zhe, stating, at this distance, you would have the opportunity to fire. As his words lingered in the air, a hint of embarrassment surfaced on Su Zhe's face. He seemed to have underestimated Zhou Shu's capabilities. Zhoujin, however, had no intention of embarrassing Su Zhe. He merely wished to convey the necessary distance for someone of his prowess to ensure safety. Nonetheless, you make a valid point. I shall accept this gun, Zhoujin replied, tucking the handgun into his waist beneath his suit. With the newly acquired source-pattern handgun, Su Zhe and Zhoujin departed the estate. Observing their departure, Hifu, who had been clutching gauze and hemostatic medicine, quickly scaled the wall, hesitating as he watched the direction they took. If he pursued them now, he could discover where the divine son resided. However, he glanced back at the 3rd floor of the villa and then leaped back inside the wall, scurrying towards the villa on his 4 little legs. Never mind, if I don't rescue Xiaoanzi soon, he might truly perish. The divine son can be sought later. But if Xiaoanzi dies, there would be no coming back. Although Cardaville often claimed that death is not the end and that all would eventually return to the embrace of the source god, Hifa scoffed at such notions. Had it not been for his hunger, he would never have been deceived into joining the source god sect by Cardaville. Over the years, apart from the ambiguous prophecies from the leader, he had seen no miracles bestowed by the source god. If a deity does not respond to their followers, then it is merely a false god. Moreover, as a creature of the supernatural, it was absurd for him to believe in human-constructed divinities. He merely played along, deceiving others without allowing himself to be fooled. Hifa remained ever vigilant. Inside the room on the 3rd floor, In Yuan had lost too much blood and had fainted. Hifu approached the door, using his small paw to force it open just enough to slip inside. His black skin blended seamlessly with the dark room, leaving only his large, luminous eyes visible. His exceptional vision allowed him to navigate the darkness without difficulty. Oh dear, Xiaoanzi, you must not die, Hufu exclaimed as he spotted In Yuan collapsed by the window, unconscious. He hurried over and gently tapped his face. Wake up, Xiaoanzi, please wake up. After a prolonged attempt, he had nearly reddened In Yuan's already pale face without rousing him. Could he truly be dead? A flicker of fear crossed Hifu's large eyes as he extended a paw beneath In Yuan's nose. Huff, there is still breath. Hoof sighed in relief. As long as he lived, there was hope. However, glancing at the still oozing wound and the bandages and hemostatic medicine he had brought, he looked at his own paws with a perplexed expression. If you don't wake up, I can't help you. Hey, wake up. Xiaoanzi, please wake up. Hoofa called out, continuing to pat In Yuan's face with his small paw. After a while, although In Yuan remained unresponsive, Li Bo, bound to the bed, began to stir due to the commotion. What is happening? In the pitch darkness, feeling his hands and feet restrained and his mouth gagged, Li Bo was filled with dread. An expression of terror crossed his aged face. Was it a thief or some nefarious villain breaking in? He recalled receiving a call from Zhou, the steward, early that morning, shortly after finishing his chores in the estate, when an injured man had barged in. And then everything went black. Where am I now? Xiaoanzi, wake up. You must wake up. Clap, clap, clap. Xiaoanzi, wake up. Suddenly, Li Bo heard the voice from the corner of the room. In his panic, he struggled on the bed, emitting muffled cries through his gag. The villain was still here. In his fright, he failed to notice the childlike quality of the voice. Ah, the old human has awakened. Yes, there is another human. Hufa thought. Xiaoanzi, hold on. Help is on the way. With that, Hifa began to grow larger, returning to the size of an adult tiger, unbothered by the darkness, and approached the bed. Observing the struggling Li Bo, Hufu was puzzled by the man's terror. He was not a man-eating monster. Hey, human, I can release you. But you must help me save my companion. Hufu addressed Li Bo woo, 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 hearing the voice nearby. Li Bo could only vaguely perceive a monstrous shadow in the dark, and his fear intensified. Do not be afraid, oh, my apologies. I forgot that you humans cannot see in the dark. Hufa commented, scanning the room before locating the light switch. With a flick of his tail, the room was illuminated. As the lights brightened, Li Bo beheld a large black creature before him, resembling a tiger. He ceased struggling, not because he was no longer afraid, but rather because he trembled in terror. Do not be afraid. I am not a wicked creature, Hufa reassured, extending a paw to remove the cloth gag from Li Bo's mouth. Li Bo gasped for air. We are merely seeking a safe place to tend to our wounds. Look over there. My companion is on the verge of death. Can you help him? Hufu inquired with a glimmer of hope in his eyes. Li Bo followed Hufu's gaze and saw in Yuan slumped by the window, the same injured man who had entered earlier and rendered him unconscious. Is he that badly hurt? After a moment's hesitation, Li Bo spoke. Do you truly want to harm me? I swear by the source god. Hufu exclaimed without hesitation. The source god? Are you followers of the cult? Li Bo's eyes widened in shock. Under the propaganda of the enforcement division, the source god sect had already been branded as a cult in the minds of ordinary people. Hearing that these two were indeed from the source god sect filled him with even greater fear. According to the enforcement division's reports, these cultists were known for their ruthless killings. However, when one finds themselves beneath a roof, they must inevitably bow their head. Presently, his life rests precariously in the hands of this malevolent being, leaving him with no choice but to comply. Chapter 57, Anomaly. A gift of firearms. Zhou drove Suze back to the estate where he currently resided, an unsettling sensation growing within him. Uncle Li had managed the Su family's estate for many years, and he would always request leave in advance should any issues arise. Moreover, he had been in contact with him prior to today's visit. Even if something were amiss, surely he would have found a moment throughout the day to update them via phone. This is highly irregular. Young master, please return for now. I sense that Uncle Li may have encountered some trouble. I wish to go back and investigate further, Zhou declared as he parked the car at the entrance. Addressing Suze in the passenger seat. Uncle Li? Suze was taken aback. Only then did he realize that he had not seen old Li over there today. Perhaps he should try to contact him on his phone first? Suze proposed. That makes sense. Zhou took out his phone and dialed Li Bo's number. On the other end, Yuan had already changed into a fresh set of clothes and lay on Suze's bed. Li Bo had attended to his wounds, applying medication and bandaging them. However, as there was no anti-swelling medicine, his face remained flushed, with faint traces of claw marks visible. Yuan was still unconscious. Li Bo sat on a chair beside the bed, gazing at the still unconscious Yuan, his expression tinged with anxiety. Meanwhile, He Fu retained his formidable size, lying on the floor beside him. This creature was utterly untrustworthy. They had clearly agreed that once I rescued this person, I would be free to leave. Yet now I am compelled to wait until he recovers. It is indeed foolish of me to have believed the word of a cultist. Li Bo felt a sense of despair wash over him. At that moment, Li Bo's communicator rang. Instinctively, he reached for it. But his eyes caught sight of the creature that had risen, staring intently at him. Lord He, this is a call from Steward Zhou. If I don't answer, he will become suspicious. Li Bo quickly exclaimed. You may answer, but refrain from saying anything unnecessary. I will be watching you. He Fu replied coldly. I understand. Li Bo nodded promptly. Hello. As the call connected, Li Bo immediately spoke up, continuing, Little Zhou, it's quite late for you to contact me. Is there something on your mind? As he spoke, his gaze remained fixed on the imposing figure of He Fu before him, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. On the other end, Zhou furrowed his brow slightly upon hearing Li Bo's words, but soon relaxed. It's nothing. I was just worried since I didn't see you today, so I thought I'd check in. Zhou's voice was calm. You're not in any trouble, are you? He glanced at Suze, who nodded and then exited the vehicle. As Zhou posed his question, He Fu's expression turned menacing, exuding an aura that threatened dire consequences for any hint of exposure. Seeing this, Li Bo quickly responded, No trouble at all. Little Zhou, you're overthinking things. How could anything happen to me? Ha ha. Hearing the forced laughter through the phone, Zhou frowned. As long as you're fine, that's good. I'll hang up now. By the way, have you returned home? He feigned casualness in his inquiry. Rest assured, I've been back for quite some time, Li Bo answered promptly. All right, then I'll hang up, Zhou said lightly before ending the call. The moment the call was disconnected, Zhou's expression darkened. Uncle Zhou, let's return and check on the situation. After exiting the car, Suze, who had remained outside, immediately spoke up after witnessing the call's conclusion. You noticed it too? Zhou asked, his expression shifting slightly. I'm not foolish. Suze chuckled. Li Bo has never referred to you as Little Zhou, and despite his efforts to mask it, a hint of tension was still evident in his voice. You should go check. I will not accompany you, for if anything were to happen, I would only distract you from protecting me. Suze slowly spoke, and after finishing his words, he picked up the black briefcase and turned to enter through the gate. The ability to still converse indicated that Uncle Li was momentarily safe. If Uncle Zhou could not resolve the issue, then his efforts would be futile as well. I hope they are not from the Source God sect. Observing this, Zhou immediately turned the car around, heading back towards the original estate. On the other side, after hanging up the phone, Uncle Li noticed the expression of the creature beside him had softened, bringing him a sense of relief. It appeared that it had not detected the small maneuver he had just executed. "Steward Zhou, please hurry. My life rests entirely in your hands. I am only in my 60s. I have not yet lived enough." Su Zhe entered the villa's grand hall, wheeling a suitcase behind him. Lu Yao and Shen Qinghan sat closely together on the sofa, engrossed in a film. Over the past few days of interaction, Lu Yao had shed her previous animosity towards Teacher Shen, now regarding her as an elder sister. Meanwhile, Sister Li had prepared dinner. "Where's Brother Zhou?" Sister Li inquired. Noticing that only Su Zhe had arrived. "Uncle Zhou has some matters to attend to and may not return for a while. Let us eat first." Su Zhe casually placed his suitcase onto the adjacent single sofa and replied. He refrained from mentioning Li Bo's matter, lest it provoke unnecessary concern among them. "Ah, well then. I shall save some food for Brother Zhou," Li Jie remarked as she made her way into the kitchen. Subsequently, Su Zhe called Lu Yao, who was seated on the sofa engrossed in a movie, and Teacher Shen to the dining table. After dinner, Su Zhe opened the black suitcase. "Today, I crafted a total of 5 source-patterned pistols over there, one for Uncle Zhou, and one for each of you. The followers of the Source God sect are still unknown. So remember to keep this pistol with you, but refrain from using it indiscriminately. Its power is rather formidable." As he spoke, he retrieved 3 pistols to distribute among them. Sister Li and Teacher Shen received silver ones, while Lu Yao's was in a delightful shade of pink, perfectly complementing her pink attire. "Will you be able to use them?" Su Zhe glanced at the 3 individuals observing with the source-patterned handgun and inquired. The trio shook their heads. Only Lu Yao had inadvertently fired her weapon once before. While Sister Li had merely heard the commotion, Teacher Shen had only witnessed Su Zhe firing in the basement. None had formally utilized a firearm. "Then let us proceed to the basement, where I shall instruct you on its proper use." He subsequently led the 3 to the basement. This is a freezing projectile. When it strikes a person, it can immobilize them. Su Zhe held up a bullet with blue and white patterns before them, then proceeded to instruct them on how to load it. Bang! A gunshot echoed through the air as they observed a massive block of ice solidified upon the testing wall. Teacher Shen remained relatively composed, having witnessed his demonstrations before, though she noted this iteration seemed even more potent. Meanwhile, Liu and Sister Li were utterly astonished. "This," he explained, "is a piercing round." Su Zhe once again held up a bullet adorned with silver-white patterns, explaining its attributes. The armor-piercing round possesses formidable penetrating power, capable of effortlessly piercing through the blocks of ice formed by the freezing round, subsequently penetrating the bodies of enemies concealed within. However, if one wishes to avoid lethal consequences, it is advisable to refrain from targeting vital areas. With that, Su Zhe proceeded to reload the bullet, demonstrating its capabilities once more. Su Zhe provided them solely with freeze rounds and penetrating rounds. Although the destructive power of explosive rounds is formidable, Su Zhe deemed the freeze and penetrating rounds to be more effective against humans. The explosive rounds, if mishandled, could inadvertently cause collateral damage. Each firearm is capable of holding only 12 bullets. Should your ammunition be depleted, pressing this section will allow you to switch to energy attack mode. Su Zhe pointed to a protruding section at the rear of the Yuan and pistol and said, Chapter 58, Exemption for the Demonic Beings. While Su Zhe was instructing Teacher Shen and the others on how to wield the Yuan and pistol in the basement, Shoujin had already parked his car by the roadside, not far from the manor. He removed his suit jacket, exited the vehicle, and walked towards the manor's entrance, glancing at the large gate he had previously closed. Opting not to enter through the front, he circumvented to a section of the wall, which stood over 2 meters high. With a gentle leap, Zhoujin vaulted over it. Stealthily approaching the villa, he raised his gaze to the third-floor window, where a dim light emanated through the curtains. Was that the young master's room? He recalled the inexplicable sensation of being watched he had felt earlier that afternoon. It seemed his instincts had not deceived him. Frowning, Zhoujin silently entered the villa's first floor, striving to make no sound. He then ascended the staircase until he neared the door of Su Zhe's room. Inside, Yuan remained asleep. Li Bo sat on a chair, restless, pondering why butler Zhou had yet to arrive. From time to time, he observed the nearby He Fu, who yawned, feeling somewhat drowsy. However, it dared not sleep, fearing that if it did, the elderly human beside it would make contact with the outside world. With Yuan still unconscious, there was no way for it to escape with him. Through the crack of the door, Zhoujin caught sight of the scene within. His brow furrowed. Indeed, the followers of the Yuan God sect had come. Observing the demon creature perilously close to Li Bo, he realized he could not guarantee rescuing the man before the creature could inflict harm. With this thought, Zhou drew the yuan and pistol that hung at his waist. He had not anticipated it would be needed so soon. Taking a deep breath, he kicked the door open and instantly fired his weapon. The still-dazed He Fu had just risen when a bullet radiating blue-white light struck it. An ice block instantly encased it. "Li Bo, run!" Zhou shouted as he saw the freezing bullet take effect. "Butler Zhou, you have finally arrived," Li Bo exclaimed, tears welling in his eyes. As he sprang from his chair and dashed toward the doorway. "You must leave quickly," Zhou urged, pushing him out. Li Bo glanced back, seeing the ice block that had ensnared He Fu beginning to tremble. Crack! A fissure appeared in the ice. "I leave it to you, Butler Zhou," he called, turning without a backward glance and hastening downstairs. His movements were surprisingly nimble for a man of 60. Bang! As he saw the demon creature about to break free from its icy prison, Zhou aimed for its head and fired a second shot. This bullet was a penetrating round. As the silvery projectile passed through the ice, the frozen casing around He Fu exploded. Sensing danger, it instinctively raised its paw. "Ow! That hurts!" He Fu yelped, experiencing a sharp pain that made it leap in place, shaking its right paw incessantly. The penetrating round, capable of piercing ordinary steel, had lodged itself in its right paw, blood oozing from the wound. Zhou noted this with a flicker of concern. Truly, the dragon-type demon was renowned for its physical strength. Its body was remarkably resilient. Zhou contemplated that if he were to engage in a contest of brute strength, victory was not guaranteed. Instinctively, he raised his hand, preparing to fire a third shot. "Hey, don't shoot. We're not here to cause trouble," He Fu exclaimed. Stepping back in fear, its 2 feet planted firmly on the ground as it propped itself up, waving its claws like a human in a desperate plea. There was no trace of dignity left in the demon. "I admit we captured that old man, but it was to save my companion. We meant him no harm," it continued, lowering its tone. "You've already injured me. Let's consider it even, shall we?" He Fu's voice was tinged with fear. For the first time in its life, it had encountered a human capable of instilling such a sense of danger. Moreover, it was perplexed by the weapon that had managed to wound it so severely. This is no way to go about things, it thought. An ancient saying rings true. Those who understand the times are wise. Better to submit than to fight. With this thought, He Fu raised its claws to its head, crouching against the wall, its large eyes pleading with Zhou, portraying a pitiful semblance of surrender. Zhou, poised to fire, was taken aback. What was happening? This was not how he had envisioned it. Wasn't there supposed to be an exhilarating battle? Yet, the opponent had surrendered so readily? Zhou furrowed his brow, suspecting some trickery. "You truly cannot kill me, even if I am a follower of the Yuan God sect. A disciple of the Yuan God sect, I am still a demon. In your human cities, I possess exemption rights," He Fu continued. Sensing that Zhou remained vigilant, Zhou paused, slowly lowering his pistol. The exemption rights for demons were part of a peace treaty jointly signed by the Holy Court of Humans and the Demon Court, outlining that any demon committing a serious crime in human cities could only be sentenced to death through mutual agreement from both courts, ensuring fairness. Conversely, humans who erred in demon territory also had corresponding human exemption rights. This arrangement had been the cornerstone of peaceful coexistence between the two races for many years. Was it truly so fearful of death? Zhou regarded the dragon-type demon with a peculiar expression. Despite its formidable physique, it was unwilling to engage him in combat. It was not guaranteed to lose. How had this creature survived thus far? The demon court did not maintain such equitable order in human cities. It was a realm of the survival of the fittest. It was no wonder a demon would align with the human criminal organization of the Yuan God sect. "Are you also here for my young master? Is it for revenge or to carry out your leader's orders?" Zhou questioned, examining the abject He Fu and then glancing at an Yuan, who lay on the bed. Though an Yuan had cut his hair short, Zhou recognized him at once. This injured man was the same one who had escaped before his eyes that fateful night. Zhou recalled that he possessed considerable strength. He could have reached his limits even in the body refinement realm. Is your young master the boy who stood next to you that night?" He Fu asked, scratching its head in confusion, but its expression changed instantly. "Wait, you said also? What other leader's orders?" "Indeed, that is my young master." Zhou nodded, first addressing the initial inquiry posed by He Fu, then continued. "The other night, a 4-member knight squad from your source god sect encountered us, and during the skirmish, they mentioned the Master's mission. However, they remained tight-lipped, refusing to divulge any information even under the interrogation of the enforcement division. Therefore, could you enlighten me on the matter?" Zhou's expression turned grave as he observed the slight change in He Fu's demeanor. "Is it true? Has the master already sent someone to find us? Heifu promptly removed his claws from his head, his face a mask of panic. He then explained to the serious Zhoujin, believe it or not, we harbor no ill intentions towards the Divine Sun. We were dispatched by Carterville. The fact that the Master's agents have already located the Divine Sun indicates that a large contingent is en route. We must urgently escort the Divine Sun away from here. Chapter 59. Explanation. The strong approach. What does this mean? Zhoujin queried, bewildered. First, clarify who Carterville is. Then elaborate on why your master seeks my young master. Lastly, what do you mean by referring to my young master as the Divine Sun? Zhoujin posed his questions one after another. That is, Heifu was at a loss for words, anxious and unsure how to convey the explanation. To put it simply, it's a long story, and we may lack the luxury of time. Your arrival here might have attracted the Master's agents already. The Divine Sun is in peril. We must hurry and see him. No, you must clarify first. Zhoujin insisted, although Heifu appeared frightened. Zhoujin had reason to suspect that it was merely feigning weakness to persuade him to bring it to his young master. Moreover, they were armed with source-pattern handguns. Even in the absence of their master, 2 more squads like the one from the other night would hardly pose a threat to his safety. Why are you so obstinate? The Divine Sun is truly in danger. Heifu pressed, growing more anxious. Then enlighten me as to what this danger entails, Zhoujin countered unwaveringly. Heifu found himself speechless, lacking any knowledge of the specifics of the threat. All he knew was what Carterville had relayed. If the Master's agents reached the Divine Sun first, peril would ensue. Yet, no further details had been provided. Perhaps Xiaoanzi would know? But Xiaoanzi was still unconscious. Heifu shot a disgruntled glance at Ing Yuan, who lay on the bed. Why must you collapse at such a crucial moment? As Heifu pondered its next words, a phone rang. Ring. Ring. Both Zhoujin and Heifu turned to the bed, where Ing Yuan's phone was ringing. Ah, it's Carterville. Excellent. Here, you can ask him directly, Heifu exclaimed. Its surprise evident as it glanced at the name displayed on the screen. Outside in Yuan's county, Carterville donned a white robe and hood. Holding a phone in one hand while the other perused a book, 3 figures stood behind him, and in the distance lay a dazzling neon-lit cityscape, recently recovered from a prior battle. He had rushed back upon receiving news that the master had dispatched a cardinal in red and a contingent of hundreds led by 12 knights, all intent on retrieving the Divine Sun. Moreover, the cardinal was equipped with a device granted by the master to lift constraints, given the current strength of Yunnan City. If he were to lift restrictions within the city, no one could prevent him from taking the Divine Sun away, as he could not enter the city now. He needed to intercept the cardinal outside. The red-clad cardinals of the Source God sect were all 7th-tier warriors, and not the kind who barely broke through to that level. The last time he had tried to stop Shinzoming, he had nearly lost his life. He wondered if luck would be with him this time. Carterville sighed. Knowing some matters were unavoidable. Old Carter, we agreed that after this, our debts would be settled. One of the figures behind him reminded him. Having lived for over 180 years, Carterville still had some connections, and these 3 were the strongest he could muster at the moment. Though they were all merely 6th tier, they could still be of assistance. Of course, Carterville nodded in agreement. The figures behind him ceased to speak further. Shortly after, Carterville dialed in Yuan's number. His gaze remained fixed on the book, where he saw Zhoujin answer in Yuan's phone. He spoke first. In a tone reminiscent of an old gentleman, greetings, Lord Zhoujin. In the room, upon hearing the gentle yet aged voice, Zhoujin furrowed his brow. You are Carterville? You know who I am. Who are you? And why have you sent someone to seek my young master? Zhoujin's brow knitted as he fired off questions. How did you know I was listening? Did you guess? Or are you monitoring us? Indeed, Lord Zhoujin, I am observing you. I apologize for our introduction under such circumstances, Carterville replied, his tone tinged with regret as he noted Zhoujin's reaction. Zhoujin hesitated, and Carterville continued. Time is of the essence, and I regret that I cannot elaborate on your previous inquiries. A 7th-tier warrior equipped with a constraint-lifting device is en route to Yunnan City. Accompanied by hundreds of martial artists, targeting your young master. You must evacuate him immediately and find a safe hiding place, for after today, not only the Source God sect but even the Holy Court will consider him a target. I will do my utmost to delay them, and if I survive past today, I will seek you out to explain everything in detail. Why should I believe you? Zhoujin began to question, but before he could finish, the connection was abruptly terminated. Beep, beep. He attempted to call back, but suddenly, a tremendous explosion erupted from the horizon. The surrounding source energy began to swirl chaotically, rushing towards the city outskirts. A fierce wind started to whip through the skies above Yunnan. What is happening? Zhoujin rushed to the window and flung it open, his eyes narrowing in alarm. There are powerful beings battling near the city. Did they fear the guarding forces of Yunnan? Zhou Zhun recalled Cardaville's words and realized if indeed a 7th-tier warrior was involved. The city's defenses were utterly inadequate. What about the other claims? Was there truth to them as well? Zhou Zhun remained in shock, contemplating how he could escape with his young master if both the Source God sect and the Holy Court were intent on targeting him. Why had they suddenly turned their sights on his young master? What exactly transpired? Impossible. The Su family has always been a staunch supporter of the Holy Court's rule. Zhou Zhun's thoughts became a whirlpool of confusion. When he promised the master to be the young master's personal steward, he never anticipated such troubles. Why are you still dawdling? Even if you do not believe Carter, he truly cannot withstand the opposition for much longer. Once that individual enters the city, the Divine Son will have no chance of escape. The anxious Black Fu in the room hastily reminded him. It glanced at the still unconscious in Yuan and cursed. You really got lucky. Saying this, it lifted its injured paw and bit down on the bullet lodged within, then yanked it out forcefully. Ouch. That hurts. It's killing me. Black Fu's face contorted in pain. It then looked at the blood oozing from the wound and brought its paw to in Yuan's mouth. The searing dragon blood flowed down in Yuan's throat, instinctively swallowed. A surge of vitality instantly coursed to the wound. In less than 10 seconds, the wound began to scab over, ceasing the flow of blood. Wake up. Hurry and wake up. Slap, slap, slap. Wake up. Slap, slap. And Yuan, lying on the bed, suddenly opened his eyes wide, gasping for breath. Black Fu, with its paw raised, abruptly halted and silently withdrew its paw. Black Fu? You finally returned. Wait, my injury? And Yuan, just regaining consciousness, sensed something was amiss with his body. Glancing down, he noticed his wound had been tended to, and, instinctively reaching to touch the area, he found only a slight twinge of pain. What kind of healing medicine did Black Fu use? Its effects are remarkable. However, why does my face feel a bit sore? Chapter 60. Nolan carried outside the city. Carterville, having just ended a communication, observed the approaching group slowly ascending into the air. The white robes billowed continuously. As he watched the advancing entourage, Carterville echoed the words he had spoken that fateful night to Shinzoming. This path is blocked. Boom. As soon as the words left his lips, an overwhelming force erupted, sending waves of energy rippling outward. The boundless source power of the heavens and earth responded to his call, rapidly converging towards him. On the ground, feeling the continuous accumulation of source power, the three individuals summoned by Carterville began to adopt serious expressions. Their formidable aura began to coalesce around them. A 7th realm warrior can sense the heavens and earth calling upon their source power. This source power can be regarded as an unending stream. The 6th realm, known as moving mountains, gathers the refined, high-quality source power within the body like a mountain, capable of creating manifestations of source power, moving mountains and damming rivers. Yet, no matter how abundant the source power within one's body, it will eventually be depleted. Carterville had already informed them that today's opponent included a renowned powerhouse even among the 7th realm. Although he had stated that this formidable foe did not require their direct confrontation, merely needing them to block the subordinates he brought along, they could not remain indifferent. Their lives were not so cheap. This was the pride of their martial artists. Carterville. In the not-too-distant group, a figure slowly ascended, the red cloak rustling in the wind. A white jade scepter hung at his waist, glinting ominously in the silvery moonlight. The features of his face beneath the hood were somewhat obscured, yet his chiseled jawline was evident. Broad-shouldered and tall, compared to the elderly demeanor of Carterville. Even without an impressive aura, he exuded an undeniable presence. You should not be here. The Lord Bishop awaits your acknowledgement of error, he spoke slowly. His gaze fixed on Carterville, his tone remarkably calm, seemingly unfazed by the overwhelming aura being cultivated by the other. The 3 6th realm warriors on the ground didn't even warrant a glance from him. This was the arrogance of a 7th realm powerhouse. Nolan carried, Carterville exclaimed gravely, feeling that he might not survive the night. This under 100 years old 7th realm figure was the most formidable red-robed bishop of the Source God sect. Carterville could hardly believe that this was who had come. Yet, it seemed logical considering the target was the Divine Son. To be honest, I do not wish to be your enemy, Carterville. For once, you were my guide, Nolan Carreed murmured, his voice devoid of any emotion. Gazing at the elderly figure before him, he recalled the days when Carterville had led him into the Source God sect. He was still so fond of meddling in affairs, and his methods remained so unconventional, which was why he was not well regarded within the sect. However, had he not been so inclined to meddle, perhaps there would not be a me now. Therefore, even under the Lord Bishop's command, I can afford to show him a measure of leniency. So now, before I take action, you still have the opportunity to clear the path. Now, tell me your choice. I have already stated. Carterville's expression was solemn. This path is blocked. Boom. With Carterville's voice echoing, Nolan Carried unleashed his own aura. Compared to Carterville, if his aura resembled a raging river, then Nolan Carried's presence was akin to a towering tsunami crashing toward the shore. Bang. The collision between Carterville and Carried sent shockwaves rippling outward, creating a tempestuous wind that swept through the surroundings. In the city of Yunnan, unsuspecting pedestrians began sprinting toward their homes. Thunder and wind. It seems rain is imminent. The two appeared locked in a stalemate. But while Carterville gritted his teeth, Carried appeared distinctly at ease. Carterville, you have grown old. Carried suddenly exerted force, causing Carterville to uncontrollably slide back a considerable distance before stabilizing himself. Why are you still meddling in affairs at your age? Observing Carterville struggle against the force of their clash, Carried offered a somewhat well-meaning admonition. Carterville's face darkened. Carried was clearly not someone comparable to Shinzoming, who had only recently broken through to the 7th realm. Against Shinzoming, he could delay for hours, but against Carried, he doubted he could last even an hour. I hope Black Fu and the others can move quickly. You too are a believer in the Source God and should remain loyal. The Lord Bishop has betrayed. Carterville began, attempting to buy some time with his words. TCH. Source God? Betrayed? Khaled issued a derisive snort, as if he had heard a particularly amusing joke, interrupting Carterville's speech. What source deity? Such words may deceive the ignorant and feeble-minded followers, but how can a powerful being of your caliber still believe in it? The continuation of our source deity sect has never relied on any divine entity. It has always been the formidable strength of each generation of leaders. We are loyal to our leaders, and only you would be so invested in that fictitious deity. Khaled's expression was one of utter disdain, not only for the notion of the source deity, but also for Carterville's inability to grasp the truth. Yet the authority of the source deity. I have seen it. Carterville struggle to defend his stance. Having lived for over 180 years, he was unlike those who merely joined the source deity sect for the sake of camaraderie. In all those years, he had done but two things. One was to believe in the source deity, and the other was something else. Thus, his faith remained unwavering. That authority was originally usurped by the leader from the Holy Court, albeit through less than honorable means. There had been unexpected complications, resulting in the loss of the divine child. But now that the whereabouts of the divine child have been discovered, that authority rightfully belongs back to the sect. Khaled spoke coldly. You are aware of the events from back then. You even executed that mission yourself. What? Has that false deity clouded your judgment to the point where you cannot discern reality? Carterville refrained from responding. He had always suspected there was something amiss with that mission. Moreover, his century-long conviction could not be swayed by Khaled's mere words. Observing this, Khaled shook his head, opting for a more aggressive approach. He could not remain cornered here indefinitely. With such a commotion, it would not be long before the Holy Court reacted. The clash between the two 7th-tier powerhouses grew increasingly intense, the sounds of their battle resonating like thunder, causing discomfort to the ears of those in the nearby city. The Enforcement Division had already recognized the situation and began to mobilize personnel. On the ground, 3 6th-tier individuals manifested their source power, transforming into 3 towering giants to block hundreds of Knightly Order members. However, they only managed to halt the majority. Some still penetrated their defenses, drawing closer to the city. Chapter 61. Convergence of Forces at the Enforcement Division Headquarters Building. The newly appointed director, Li Mingde, stood with a tense expression, respectfully positioned beside his desk. Before him, occupying what was once his own place, sat a remarkably youthful figure clad in a pristine white suit, draped with a white cloak. His short black hair and handsome features exuded an air of authority. Standing behind him was a young woman, equally attired in a white suit, her fair complexion and curvaceous figure captivating. Their gaze was fixed upon the image projected from the watch on the young man's wrist. Carterville and Khaled engaged in fierce combat, alongside the tumultuous battle unfolding on the ground. They also observed individuals breaching the defenses and approaching the city. Has the Enforcement Division assembled? The young man inquired without lifting his head, his attention still on the scene before him. Li Mingde wiped the perspiration from his brow, immediately responding with utmost respect. My Lord Arbiter, the situation arose unexpectedly. We can only mobilize personnel from headquarters at present. What do you suggest? He cautiously glanced at the young man, fearing his words might provoke displeasure. The individual before him held significant status as a direct arbiter of the Holy Court, a third-level official and a seventh-tier powerhouse. Had Shin Zhoming not made a grave error and rejected promotion, he too would have had a strong chance of becoming an arbiter. That will suffice, the young man nodded. Noting that the number of individuals breaching the defenses was minimal, dispatch them immediately to intercept those intruding source deity sect followers. Yes, Li Mingde acknowledged with a nod. Then respectfully exited the office to execute the young man's orders. Inside the office, the young man and woman continued to observe the projected scene with keen interest. What a pity for that old fellow, Cardaville. If he weren't so steadfast in his belief in that source deity, our tribunal would have welcomed someone with such resolute will. The young man remarked, admiring Cardaville's unwillingness to retreat despite being clearly outmatched by Kale. What nonsense are you spouting? Even if you admire his character, the director would never grant him the opportunity to join our tribunal. The woman behind him interjected with a raised brow, clearly unimpressed. Compared to the enforcement division, which upheld city order, and the tribunal, which maintained justice, their tribunal resembled the household retainers of the realm's lord. How could a follower of the source deity like Cardaville ever have a chance to join the tribunal? Don't be so absolute, Hong Yu. Perhaps the director might agree to it. The young man replied with a nonchalant demeanor. Though he is from the source deity sect, he hasn't committed any major offenses except for 2 months ago, and even then, much of the responsibility rests elsewhere. Chen Shu, show some respect for the director, Hong Yu admonished, her brows furrowing in anger. As his aide, she should not have addressed him so informally, yet his unpleasant demeanor made it difficult to respect him. The old man said nothing. Why are you so agitated? Chen Shu replied lazily. Let us go see for ourselves. Given the source deity sect's grandiose mobilization, one must wonder if that so-called divine child is truly the same as the one from back then. Pay attention, Hong Yu urged, unable to contain herself. This task was personally assigned by the director. With your apparent lack of enthusiasm, how did the director decide to appoint you as an arbiter? Why take it so seriously? Chen Shu rolled his eyes. This task is clearly a setup, only you would be so eager. If we are to discuss qualifications, that child indeed has merit. Why not let me venture out to capture Kale and Cardaville while you handle this so-called divine child? Absolutely not. The tribunal's regulations require at least 2 individuals to execute a mission, Hong Yu firmly rejected. I really wish to avoid this murky water, he sighed. Chen Shu helplessly rubbed his forehead before stepping out of the office. On the road, a black car sped past with great haste. The sudden gust of wind reduced the number of vehicles on the street. Zhou could fully unleash his driving skills. With his thoughts now calmed, he resolved to trust Cartwell's words for the time being. After all, the aura of a formidable warrior was undeniably real. As for what to do next, where could the young master possibly hide? One could only take it one step at a time. However, at this moment, it was imperative to ensure the young master evaded the individuals sent by the source god sect. Upon awakening, An Yuan and Hifu sat in the back seat, each on their own side, deliberately ignoring one another. An Yuan was aware that during his unconsciousness, his face had been ravaged by Hifu, which left him in a sulky mood. On the other hand, Hifu felt a sense of indignation. After all, he had allowed the young one to consume his blood for healing, and yet An Yuan still harbored resentment. This thought irked Hifu further. His blood possessed unique healing properties, a fact that had led various creatures to engage in fierce battles over it during his youth, prompting him to seek refuge within the confines of human cities. For years, he had refrained from sustaining injuries to safeguard the secret of his blood's extraordinary abilities. And yet, the young An Yuan seemed utterly ungrateful. The more he pondered, the more agitated he became. With a creak, the car came to a halt at the entrance of the manor. Zhou Zhan alighted with a serious expression, followed by An Yuan and Hifu, who opened their respective doors and stepped out. The human and the creature exchanged a brief glance, each huffing in disdain, before turning their heads away, refusing to acknowledge one another, and trailing behind Zhou Zhan into the manor. Inside the villa's grand hall, Suze sat somewhat awkwardly on the sofa, facing an elderly gentleman clad in a black tang suit, exuding vitality and strength. The 3 individuals who had learned to wield the source pattern pistol, including Teacher Shun, observed the rather solemn elder and discreetly retreated to the upstairs, vacating the living room for the grandfather and grandson. This venerable man was none other than Suze's grandfather, Su Jingshan, the current helmsman of the Su Mining Corporation. Earlier that morning, he had received a call from Cardaville, and after a considerable exchange, he hastened over without delay. He confronted Suze with the matters Cardaville had relayed to him, reflecting on how swiftly time had passed, realizing that this child had grown so much. Yet, his son remained absent. Thus, Am I now inexplicably targeted by the dual forces of the Holy Court and the Source God cult? Must I flee this city at once? Suze listened to his grandfather recount his current predicament, feeling a sense of bewilderment wash over him. He was tempted to ask whether his grandfather was jesting. Yet the sincerity in his expression suggested otherwise. Although the pair had met infrequently over the past decade, Suze was acutely aware that his grandfather was not one to indulge in frivolity. Grandfather? What brings you here? Just as he stepped into the villa, Zhouzhan, who appeared anxious and eager to whisk Suze away, spotted Su Jingshan seated on the sofa, facing Suze. Ah, Zhin, you have returned? Su Jingshan nodded at Zhouzhan, then turned his gaze to Yin Yuan and He Fu, who had followed Zhouzhan into the villa. These two must be the juniors that Cardaville referred to, correct? I entrust my grandson to your care from now on. Su Jingshan looked at Yin Yuan and He Fu with a hint of pleading in his eyes. Although these two appeared somewhat unreliable, he had no choice but to place his trust in them now. It should be so. The elder's earnest request left Yin Yuan feeling somewhat uncomfortable, prompting him to stammer in response. Su Jingshan smiled upon witnessing the scene. He then turned to Suze with a hint of reluctance and said, Xiaoze, you must leave Yunnan with these two individuals immediately. Remember, you must survive. At this moment, Zhouzhan suddenly interjected, expressing his confusion as to why the master would entrust the young master to two unknown persons. No, you have more pressing matters to attend to. Su Jingshan turned to him and said solemnly, you all should leave now. Zhin, hand the car keys to Yin Yuan. Zhouzhan reluctantly relinquished the car keys. Suze, with a hint of reluctance, cast a final glance at his grandfather before following Yin Yuan out of the villa. After a decade of companionship, had the moment of parting finally arrived? Although he had long anticipated such a day, he never envisioned it would unfold in this manner. Suze stepped out of the villa and glanced back, a look of relief gracing his face. Indeed, I never belonged here. I hope that little girl, Lu Yao, won't be too heartbroken when she wakes up tomorrow. Chapter 62. The Enigma of One's Origins. Master, what is my task? Observing Suze and the two others depart, Zhouzhan could no longer contain his curiosity. You must have just spoken with Cardaville, for you wouldn't have returned with those two, gs otherwise. Therefore, you should be aware of the predicament that Ace is facing, correct? Su Jingshan retorted, indeed. Zhouzhan replied. Su Jingshan glanced towards the direction of the battle outside the city and said, the esteemed Cardaville is currently aiding us in detaining the followers of the Source Deity cult. As for the members of the Holy Court, it falls upon us to confront them. If you find yourself unwilling, you may decline this mission. Su Jingshan cast a profound glance at him after speaking. Confronted with the Holy Court, if his disciple chose to withdraw, he would not obstruct him. He was merely his apprentice, having only partaken in a meager portion of the Su family's cultivation resources. Therefore, there was no need to stake his life on this matter. However, he underestimated Zhouzhan's determination. The Holy Court, had he not stated that it would be after today that the young master would draw the attention of the Holy Court? Zhouzhan's pupils contracted with urgency. He harbored no intention of distancing himself from the situation. That would have been the most favorable outcome, but regrettably, the worst scenario had unfolded. The judgment officer of the Holy Court, accompanied by his deputy, had arrived in Yunnan City. We must intercept them. Su Jingshan spoke, as if recounting a commonplace matter. The term judicator. Zhouzhan's pupils suddenly contracted in shock. He understood the profound significance embodied by those three words. That referred to the seventh realm. A sense of unease washed over Zhouzhan. Could he and the old master withstand the might of a judicator from the seventh realm? I too am now of the seventh realm. Su Jingshan spoke with a calm demeanor, a profound confidence illuminating his face. Have you made a breakthrough? Zhouzhan exclaimed with unrestrained joy. On the western outskirts of Yunnan City, a black car sped swiftly towards the city limits. Suze sat quietly in the back seat, his face etched with worry, his heart tumultuous. He remained utterly perplexed by the unfolding events. What had transpired? Why was he suddenly compelled to flee? Moreover, he was accompanied by two complete strangers and an unfamiliar creature. A small black fox, no larger than a kitten, nestled beside Suze in the back seat. Observing Suze's troubled expression, it refrained from disturbing him, curling up against the opposite door in an effort to diminish its presence. Not far from the estate, on the street, Chen Shu and Hong Yu advanced slowly, encountering Su Jingshan and Zhouzhan, who had been waiting. Both parties came to a halt. Chen Shu glanced at Su Jingshan, noting the extraordinary sheathed long knife in his hand. This object bore an uncanny resemblance to a limit-breaking device, prompting Chen Shu to steal another glance. Su Jingshan's presence here did not come as a surprise to him. The Holy Court had long received intelligence regarding his arrival in Yunnan, and there was an expectation that he would make the appropriate choice. However, the current situation was quite different. As for Zhou Zhan, he was dismissed outright, a mere nameless pawn, hardly worthy of his attention. Yet, beside him, Hong Yu directed her gaze towards Zhou Zhan. While Chen Shu could afford to disregard Zhou Zhan, she could not. A clash of kings demands the presence of worthy adversaries. In the impending confrontation, Chen Shu's opponent would be Su Jingshan, rendering Zhou Zhan insignificant. Nevertheless, facing the man known as Liang Zhou's fist of thunder instilled a sense of pressure within her. Hong Yu's expression tightened with anxiety. Su Jingshan, it seems you have already grasped certain circumstances. Is this your resolution? Chen Shu observed Su Jingshan, who stood in her way, and spoke with a hint of amusement. Despite being obstructed, he appeared to wear a subtle smile of satisfaction. Su Jingshan was at a loss as to why. After all, he was merely an aged grandfather. Even if your holy court sought his life, it was unreasonable to expect a grandfather to forsake his own grandson, was it not? Su Jingshan chuckled lightly in response. Ah, indeed. Chen Shu nodded in agreement while pondering Su Jingshan's words. He then inquired, but are you not concerned that your Su mining company might be implicated by the holy court? He raised an eyebrow, eager to gauge the resolve of the elder who dared to oppose the holy court. Despite the Su family controlling a substantial portion of the metal mines and arms trade in the southern three provinces, seemingly holding the lifeblood of the border army's warriors, it was clear that with a mere exertion of power, the holy court could seize complete control of these enterprises. The only reason they had been allowed to maintain such a significant business was their compliance. Now, with the head of the Su family daring to defy the holy court, it appeared that the Su family was no longer suited to oversee these affairs. Chen Shu observed Su Jingshan with keen interest, eager to hear his response. However, Su Jingshan seemed to anticipate his words, stating, "There is no need to intimidate me with such remarks. My presence here today is entirely a personal matter, unrelated to Su Mining Company. Before arriving in Yunnan, I ceased to be the leader of the Su family. Thus, I now represent only myself, a grandfather who wishes to protect his grandson." Su Jingshan wore a serious expression. Chen Shu let out a light chuckle. "Have you truly made such a resolute decision?" He asked disdainfully, "Do you honestly believe that once you step down, the Holy Court will no longer perceive your connection to the Su Mining Company? Moreover, is the grandson you speak of truly your own flesh and blood?" Based on his conjecture, the target this time was undoubtedly that child from years past. That child bore no relation to the Su family. Even if he was merely a child picked up by someone else, he was still the offspring of the old man's son. After being raised for 10 years, what difference does it make if he is considered a true grandson? Su Jingshan immediately retorted. Su Zhe was found abandoned, a fact known to several key members of the Su family. However, for many years, they have chosen to remain silent about it, concealing the truth from Su Zhe himself. They are also unaware of the specifics of his origins. It now appears that his background is quite extraordinary. Since you insist, very well, I hope you do not come to regret this decision. Chen Shu, observing the situation, refrained from saying more. Just as Su Jingshan was preparing to confront the adjudicator before him, he suddenly turned away. "Let us go, Hong Yu. We must apprehend Kaleda." Chen Shu began to slowly move towards the direction of the battle outside the city. Hong Yu, taken aback, exclaimed, "What? We're leaving just like that? Wait, are you truly giving up?" Her astonishment was palpable. Though there were obstacles, they were certainly capable of overcoming them. She understood his lack of enthusiasm for this mission, but this felt far too dismissive. "So what? Did you not see the limit release device in Su Jingshan's hand? They are all cornered here. The target has surely long since fled. Do you expect me to engage him in battle within the city limits? I still wish to relish the pleasures of urban life, and do not wish to be deported." Chen Shu replied in a languid tone. But, Hong Yu struggled to articulate her thoughts, yet she felt she could not effectively argue against him. After all, if a fight were to break out, how many lives would be lost? However, the mission. Well then, fine. Ultimately, Hong Yu conceded. Casting a glance at Su Jingshan before hastily following Chen Shu's retreating figure, Su Jingshan observed the departing figures of the two individuals, particularly noting the two bold characters for judgment emblazoned on Chen Shu's cloak. He quietly exhaled, relieved that a confrontation had been averted. As a newly ascended 7th realm practitioner, he had little hope of prevailing against such a seasoned adjudicator. Yet, his gaze fell upon the long knife in his hand. When did this weapon become a forbidden artifact? While it indeed had the potential to be fashioned into one, he had not inscribed the necessary source runes within it. The Su family had crafted only 4 weapons of this caliber over the years, and now they possessed but one. He was unwilling to squander it on a single encounter. Gradually, he began to comprehend that perhaps the other party was merely seeking an excuse to evade conflict. He gazed thoughtfully at Qin Shu's retreating form. "My lord, what shall we do next?" Zhou, watching the two depart, was momentarily taken aback. He had prepared himself for a fierce battle, only to witness the adversary's retreat without a fight. He pondered whether it would be more prudent to accompany the young master instead. "Let us go and lend our assistance to this esteemed adjudicator." Su Jingshan spoke and hurried towards the direction they had departed. Although he had resigned from his position, his presence here to obstruct the adjudicator could still bring some trouble to the Su family. Nevertheless, if he could assist the adjudicator in capturing heir, it would serve as a means of redemption. More importantly, he needed to ensure that Cardaville could leave safely. He also had to explain the truth of the situation to his grandson. Chapter 63. The Authority of Source Energy. The Supreme Judge in Yuan had just driven Suze out of the city when the sky above the metropolis seemed to ignite with a blazing sun. The entire land was illuminated by this newly risen sun, as if it were broad daylight. Although the temperature on this April evening was typically mild, it suddenly soared to a sweltering heat reminiscent of September. The inhabitants of the city felt as though they were ensconced within a furnace. And gazing up at the fiery sky, a sense of despair welled up within them. What utter nonsense! Not far ahead on their path, a voice of reprimand resounded. As the sudden brilliance of the sun ascended, an elderly gentleman clad in a deep blue, archaic robe, with silver hair neatly bound behind him, furrowed his brow in discontent. Behind him, a middle-aged man in white, upon hearing the scolding, hastily lowered his head. "Do not be alarmed. I am not addressing you," the elder remarked, casting a fleeting glance at the middle-aged man. In the carriage, the sharply rising temperature transformed the night into day in an instant. This spectacle compelled the troubled Suze to glance back anxiously. What on earth is happening? The blinding sunlight was so radiant that Suze scarcely dared to lift his gaze. And Yuan, who was driving silently, stole a glance at the rearview mirror and, unable to suppress a gulp, murmured, "If I am not mistaken, that is one of the 3 adjudicators of the Holy Court's Judgment Division. A formidable being of the 7 realms wielding dominion over the flames and the essence of source energy. Has even he come here?" A hint of trepidation laced in Yuan's tone, mingled with concern for Lord Carter's predicament. Can Lord Carter survive against such a level of power? What is this source energy dominion? Suze instantly recalled what his grandfather had once told him. He bore a certain authority upon his shoulders. It was this very reason that the source god cult and the Holy Court targeted him so relentlessly. Was it truly due to his unique abilities? Yet, in comparison to powers capable of altering the heavens, what significance did his meager abilities hold? Why was the Holy Court so intent on pursuing him? Suze was utterly perplexed. Despite having concealed himself so thoroughly, how had he been exposed? The source of power and authority was Boom. Just as Yuan was about to elucidate the situation for Suze, the vehicle abruptly came to an unforeseen halt. It was as if a colossal hand had seized it mid-air. The engine roared, the wheels continued to spin, yet it could not budge an inch. The 2 individuals and the demon within the car, however, felt no discomfort at all, as if the very fabric of space had been suspended. Yuan lifted his gaze. And in the middle of the road before them stood an elderly man clad in a blue robe. He stood there with an expression of serene indifference, yet exuding an aura of boundless authority. "Allow me to enlighten you," the elder began slowly, his voice soft yet distinctly audible as his gaze pierced through the windshield, locking directly onto Suze in the back seat. Suze furrowed his brow, realizing that the abrupt halt of the vehicle was undoubtedly orchestrated by the elderly man. Yuan's forehead was drenched in sweat, and he couldn't help but tremble as he uttered, He is the Supreme Judge of the Holy Tribunal, an 8 realms powerhouse." As Yuan spoke, a flicker of despair emerged on his face. Heifu immediately recoiled, and Suze's pupils widened in shock. An 8 realms powerhouse. They had dispatched such a formidable entity to apprehend him. A bitter expression crossed Suze's face. Although he was unaware of the exact strength of an 8th realm expert, he had witnessed the might of a 7th realm warrior. The 8th realm. "It seems I am destined to perish here today. What then? Is the purpose of my existence in this world? If I die, can I return to my original realm?" In that moment, Suze felt no fear. Only a profound sense of confusion, perhaps even a hint of anticipation. "Do not be afraid. I may not be here to capture you," the elder gently reassured, his tone as soothing as that of a benevolent guardian. His words appeared to possess an enchanting quality, as the once despondent Yuan inexplicably found solace. The elder then turned his gaze to Suze. In the child's eyes, he discerned not fear, but a vast emptiness, and perhaps a flicker of expectation. He was the supreme judge of the holy court, unlike the vassals of the judgment division, who only sought to uphold the interests of the realm's ruler. He was devoted solely to the pursuit of justice. To him, even if this child had usurped the authority of the realm's lineage, as long as it posed no threat to the world, the offense did not warrant a death sentence. Thus, he had chosen to meet this child in person. Now, he had witnessed the boy and felt no sense of danger emanating from him. However, who could predict what the future held? The source authority, also known as the power of authority, is a gift bestowed upon certain fortunate individuals by the will of this world. The elder gazed at Suze and began to elucidate the question he had just posed. There exist individuals in this world, blessed by fate, who possess the innate ability to wield source power and transform it into unique abilities. These individuals are referred to as authority bearers. The most renowned among them are the three adjudicators of the Holy Court's Judgment Division, each possessing the powers of flame manipulation, storm command, and verdant manipulation. Flame manipulation allows one to transform the world's source power into controllable flames at will, rendering any fire-based attack ineffective against them. Storm command grants the ability to manipulate fierce winds and currents to create tempests with the force of natural disasters, enabling swift movement through the skies. Verdant manipulation permits the control of plant growth and transformation, fostering a symbiotic interaction with flora and allowing the extraction of their vitality to heal. It is due to this ability that the adjudicator is restricted from entering the heart of the plant-based demonic realm, Linzhou. If I am not mistaken, you too must possess a form of source authority, the elder inquired after addressing Suze's confusion. His gaze pierced through the barrier of the chair, resting upon the handgun at Suze's waist. Noticing the elder's attention, Suze's heart raced. I can manipulate metal. Why would such a simple ability be? Suze hesitated momentarily before speaking, contemplating the reason behind it. Ah, indeed, the elder nodded, preventing him from inquiring further. Your abilities should not be so rudimentary. It is merely that you first conceive this power, and thus you possess it. In other words, if you desire. The source energy of this world will ultimately manifest your thoughts into reality. This is a unique authority belonging to the lineage of the Realm Lord, a divine power. Unexpectedly, in this generation, two have emerged simultaneously. The implications of two individuals wielding divine authority are beyond my comprehension. Rationally, he should eliminate Suze, the child forged by conspiracy into the heir of divine power, to maintain the absolute stability of the Holy Court's divinity. Yet, his sense of justice compelled him to acknowledge that this child had committed no wrongdoing. Thus, he could not proceed with such an act. He found himself in a quandary. Upon hearing the elder's words, Suze was momentarily taken aback. He recalled that when he first perceived the atomic structure of matter, it indeed began with thought. He believed in his capability, and then he attempted it, only to realize he succeeded. Now, I wish to depart from this place immediately. He began to concentrate intensely. Yet, nothing transpired. Although I stated that if you think, your thoughts will eventually materialize, the source energy also requires time to respond. At present, you cannot yet embody the notion of I think, therefore I can. The elder seemed to discern Suze's thoughts and chuckled softly. He strolled over to the side of Suze's vehicle, tapped on the window, and casually remarked, "Come down and accompany me for a walk." Without waiting for a response, he ambled toward the city, basking in the radiant sunlight. The sun soared in the sky, seemingly engaged in a fierce battle. Suze's movements momentarily froze. Then, gritting his teeth, he opened the car door and followed suit. He understood that escaping was futile. Once he departed, Inyuan and Heifu instantly breathed a sigh of relief. Inyuan felt as though the car could once again be driven. However, upon glancing back at Suze's retreating figure, he clenched his jaw, turned off the engine, and chose to wait there. "What is your opinion on ordinary people?" the elder inquired as Suze approached. "What do you think?" Suze cast a glance at the elderly man, unable to discern the intent behind his inquiry. "What I mean is, what is your perspective on the Holy Court placing ordinary individuals on a nearly equal footing with warriors?" The elder, noticing Suze's slight confusion, continued to speak. "I have no particular opinion. Existence itself justifies reason. Since the Holy Court has chosen this course of action, there must be a rationale behind it," Suze candidly replied. Chapter 64. A Warning, Zizhou Town. "Is that so? Then allow me to show you this principle." After the old man spoke, Suze suddenly felt a whirlwind of disorientation. When his vision returned to normal, the old man had already escorted him to a room. Outside the window, a fiery landscape unfolded. The cacophony of battle resounded thunderously, and the gales generated by the shockwaves wreaked havoc. Yet, within the confines of the room, a man lay in deep slumber, an utterly ordinary figure. Suze did not observe any source pattern chains upon him, indicating that he was merely an ordinary individual. So, he has entered the city? What manner of trickery is this? Was it not said that martial artists would be prohibited from entering the city? How could he? Suze felt a sudden constriction in his breath. There was but one possibility. His power was so formidable that the barriers of this city could not contain it. Place your hand upon him, close your eyes, and then channel your spiritual energy into his body, observing intently. Wait until you perceive something before you open your eyes. The elder paid no heed to Suze's astonishment. Having spoken, he calmly regarded him. Suze's expression remained unchanged, yet his heart was taken aback. Did he truly not realize that his spiritual energy could extend directly without the need for physical contact? At that moment, a sense of secret delight surged within Suze. The old man had just appeared to see through all his secrets, seemingly in control of everything. It turned out, there were still things he was unaware of. Suze maintained a calm demeanor as he followed the elder's instructions and approached the bedside. He extended his hand, resting it upon the man's arm that protruded from beneath the covers. His mind became deeply immersed in the moment. Initially, he perceived the atomic structure of the man. Yet it was evident that the elder did not wish for him to focus on this. What, then, was he supposed to observe? Suze continually infused his mental energy, his spiritual vision delving into deeper realms. Eventually, he perceived a black thread extending from the horizon, piercing through the man's lower abdomen. There. It should have been the location of the source repository. An ominous black aura surged inexorably along this thread into his source repository. Then, with each breath the man took, luminous points of source energy emerged, expelled from his body. This was. Suze abruptly opened his eyes, a look of astonishment etched upon his face. Was he generating source power? Could that ominous black mist be the infamous dark fog? He turned his gaze toward the elder, his expression one of shock. It seems you have witnessed it, the elder remarked nonchalantly. This is the purpose of the Holy Court, to safeguard the common folk. Our source reservoirs as warriors are utilized to absorb source power and enhance our strength, while the reservoirs of ordinary individuals are employed by the world to purify the dark fog and convert it into source power. Originally, our world possessed the innate ability to transform the dark fog into source power. However, following the fall of numerous territories over 3 centuries ago, this capacity has waned significantly. Source power began to dwindle, and the then ruler of the realms devised this method. Yet, the dark fog harbors an excessive amount of negative emotions, and only those with an abundance of positive emotions in their reservoirs can purify it. Thus, we must not only ensure the survival of these ordinary individuals but also enhance their sense of happiness. Otherwise, we shall face a dire situation devoid of source power. Warriors would be unable to cultivate, and the entire world would succumb to despair. Hence, the Holy Court strives to maintain this seemingly unjust order of equality for the warriors. I share this with you not with ulterior motives, but merely to convey that this equilibrium must not be disrupted. You possess the potential to undermine it. And until you are capable of such, I shall observe your every move. As of now, you are a good child, and I cannot act against you. However, should I perceive any signs of your moral decline, I will personally intervene. The elder's words gradually faded in Suze's ears, ultimately vanishing into silence. Suze's gaze shifted, and he found himself once more on that road. Suze instinctively examined himself and felt relieved to find that his body was not connected to those ominous black lines. After exhaling in relief, he realized that the old man had vanished without a trace. A burning sensation emanated from his arm, prompting him to glance down and discover a newly formed mark resembling a balance scale, one side black, the other white. Suze gently touched the mark, pondering its significance. He glanced at the vehicle still awaiting his return. With an inexplicable emotion, he entered the car. Let us depart. Half a month later, in Zhezhou, one of the southernmost regions among the 3 states. Here, the waters are vast, lakes are abundant, and the mountains are numerous. It is a territory where humans coexist with magical beings, though the latter predominate, leaving humans with scarcely any substantial cities in this area. Only on the outskirts do towns arise, formed spontaneously by martial artists or merchants. The influence of the Holy Court here is negligible, although there is a garrison. It exists merely to assist the magical beings in safeguarding the borders. The defensive forces of the military are not formidable. Thus, This region is the nearest haven of relative safety that Su Zhe and his companions can reach swiftly. Su Zhe trailed behind in Yuan, with He Fu perched upon in Yuan's shoulder. Both were cloaked in black capes, shrouding their figures entirely. They were traversing on foot. As for the car, that black vehicle had already been sold. And why was it sold? Simply due to a lack of funds. The bank card that Su Muxue provided to Su Zhe is rendered useless. Should it be activated, the Holy Court would swiftly ascertain his current whereabouts. As for In Yuan and He Fu, one was once an arrogant and domineering knight commander, whose every journey was meticulously arranged by his devoted followers, never having utilized his own funds, and thus, he has never carried money. The other, a creature who merely languished with Cardaville, exhibiting no desire to contribute, perpetually existing in a state of feast and famine, possesses no wealth whatsoever. Consequently, he was compelled to sell his vehicle to procure some travel funds, opting for a bargain at a discreet establishment to avoid revealing their identities. Fortunately, the sale proved successful. Otherwise, navigating the sparse roads of Zhezhou would have been exceedingly arduous, given the poor condition of the limited thoroughfares. At this moment, they tread upon a narrow cobblestone path, a common sight in the labyrinthine streets of Zhezhou, where the intricate waterways render road construction a formidable challenge. Aside from donning cloaks, their appearances have been entirely transformed since that fateful night. Su Zhe found himself pursued by the Law Enforcement Division, accused of colluding with a sinister cult and attempting to disrupt the established order of equality. Such a grave accusation. Soon, agents from the Law Enforcement Division began their relentless chase. Numerous skirmishes ensued. Fortunately, In Yuan, the former knight commander, still possessed formidable skills, swiftly regaining his strength after exiting the city. In the wilderness, the power of In Yuan, a master of the 5 realms, remained formidable. Moreover, although He Fu had no penchant for combat, he was capable of unleashing his full might outside the city, even liberating his form entirely. The dragon-like creature, massive as a mountain and robust in physique, exuded an undeniable aura of intimidation. Ultimately, the past fortnight passed with more excitement than peril. At this moment, He Fu had restored his demonic energy, transforming himself into the likeness of a black cat, perched atop In Yuan's shoulder. Meanwhile, In Yuan and Su Zhe donned exquisitely crafted metallic masks, which, despite their metallic nature, were a kind of source pattern artifact fashioned by Su Zhe. These masks could alter their appearance, rendering them indistinguishable from genuine human skin. This ingenious creation was birthed from the necessity of evasion, as Su Zhe ingeniously crafted it while fleeing from relentless pursuers. I think, therefore I can. Su Zhe merely wished to conceal his appearance. And soon a plan began to take shape in his mind. After that night, Su Zhe felt that his abilities had evolved once more. The words of that elder acted as a key, unlocking the switch to his latent potential, whatever he wished to accomplish. The mere thought would set his mind into a frenzy of activity, swiftly producing solutions. The incessant whirl of thoughts often left Su Zhe feeling mentally fatigued. Thus, over the past fortnight, he had learned to master his thoughts. Simultaneously, his source pattern pistol had undergone testing. Currently, it was only effective against low-level martial artists of the Blood Chi realm, proving futile against those of the 3rd realm, the Aperture realm. Therefore, he was in the process of deducing modifications, and he was nearing completion. His cognitive abilities had markedly enhanced, influenced by the elder's parting words and the mark upon his arm. For the past 2 weeks, while evading the pursuit of the Law Enforcement Department, Su Zhe had refrained from inflicting harm upon them, fearing that should he strike too forcefully, the elder would materialize before him. As dusk approached, they arrived at a quaint town. Here, there were no towering steel edifices. Instead, a collection of structures, none exceeding 3 stories, adorned with green tiles and blue bricks. The town nestled beside a river, and as the sky darkened, the gradually illuminating lights within the town shimmered in the water, evoking the ethereal beauty of an ancient Jiang'an town. The trio passed beneath a grand archway inscribed with the words Bai Chao Wu. Traversing an ancient bridge and stepping into the heart of the town, Su Zhe observed In Yuan, and in the depths of his spiritual vision, he discerned no chains binding him. Was there truly no barrier of equal existence here? Su Zhe inquired, my lord. Not every small town outside the cities possesses such a barrier. In Yuan patiently elucidated. The gathering places beyond the city limits are predominantly established as private domains led by some esteemed martial artists. Take, for instance, Su Town, founded by your grandfather. The so-called barrier of equality among all beings must be specifically requested from their holy court. Once such an application is made, it signifies that this private territory falls under the jurisdiction of the holy court. although the absence of this barrier may diminish the safety of the gathering place. For martial artists, the sense of freedom from constraints is paramount. Hence, many gathering places remain devoid of barriers. Moreover, considering this as Zhuzhou, where demonic entities abound, they particularly detest the feeling of confinement. Thus, it is no surprise that 90% of the small towns here lack such barriers. Is that so? Suze nodded. Recognizing that the power of the Holy Court in this region was minimal, they had successfully evaded the pursuing enforcers, and the Holy Court's influence here was insufficient. It would not be an easy task for them to track him down again. Chapter 65, The Herbal Hall. How true it is that reading thousands of books pales in comparison to traversing myriad miles. During these 15 days of fleeing for his life, Suze's understanding of the world had expanded far beyond the knowledge he had accumulated over a decade in Su Town. He once believed that the Holy Court held absolute dominion over this world, where order reigned and peace prevailed, save for the looming threat of the Black Mist. He had been marked for death by the Holy Court, a sentence seemingly irrevocable. However, after half a month of discourse within Yuan, Suze realized that at least 30% of the territories remained outside the Holy Court's control. In addition to the Source God sect, there existed the Black God Society, the Death-Cutting Alliance, the Evil Demon Hall, and the 24 Thieves Guild, among numerous other organizations that openly opposed the Holy Court. It turned out that the Holy Court was not as omnipotent as he had once imagined. Moreover, even within the Holy Court, not everyone desired his demise. The esteemed Chief Justice had spared him, albeit under certain conditions. Yet, he mused, surely he could not be so irredeemably flawed. At the very least, Suze considered himself a good person. Therefore, what purpose do you bring me here for? Suze halted his steps and inquired. The evening had descended, and the narrow stone streets of the small town were nearly devoid of pedestrians, with only a few shops still open. Aside from the faint sounds of merriment emanating from a couple of taverns, the town remained relatively tranquil. Lord Carter instructed us to wait for him here, and Yuan replied. This quaint settlement, known as Bai Chao Wu Town, was established by a renowned physician. The Bai Chao Tang at the town center was our intended destination. The proprietor, Dr. Lin, was a master of her craft, and Lord Carter had once saved her life. He had promised that if he survived, he would come to find us here. However, if he had not arrived within a month, we would have to leave. Knock, knock, knock. The back door of Bai Chao Tang, tucked away from sight, was wherein Yuan guided Suze to knock. After a moment, the slightly weathered vermilion door creaked open a crack. A small boy, about 5 years old, peered out. Who were you looking for? He asked timidly, a hint of fear in his voice as he regarded the two, instinctively shrinking back. Perhaps he was intimidated by the figures cloaked in dark capes. And Yuan, surprised to see a child at the door, hesitated momentarily before speaking. We come on behalf of an old acquaintance seeking Dr. Lin's protection. As he spoke, and Yuan presented a wooden plaque. One side inscribed with the character Lin and the other with Bai Chao Tang. The plaque is correct, but the boy took the plaque, scrutinized it, then looked back up at Yuan and Suze, his gaze eventually resting on the transformed black cat. His expression turned skeptical. Please wait a moment. My grandmother is treating someone in the front hall. I'll go find her. With that, the door slammed shut. What just happened? That child looked at us with suspicion. Should we leave immediately? Black Fu, startled by the abrupt closure, asked anxiously. They had been evading pursuit for days, and after shaking off the enforcers, they had been reported multiple times. Black Fu was becoming increasingly jittery. Let us wait a bit longer. Since Lord Carter sent us here, he must have faith in Dr. Lin. It's natural for the child to be frightened by our appearance, and Yuan explained, choosing to trust Carter's judgment. As it turned out, his faith was not misplaced. A few minutes later, the boy returned, accompanied by an elderly lady with silver-gray hair clad in a white robe. She appeared quite aged yet possessed a certain vitality. Surveying Suze and the others, she peered at them with uncertainty. Are you and Yuan? Suze? And Black Fu? Her voice, aged and frail, scrutinized each face as she called their names, her gaze lingering on Black Fu, revealing a similar suspicion as the boys. Indeed, that is us. You must be Dr. Lin. And Yuan nodded, inquiring further. He had not anticipated that the esteemed Dr. Lin mentioned by Lord Carter would be an elderly woman. Is it truly you? Lord Carter is rather unreliable. Yes, I am Dr. Lin, but you do not resemble his description at all. Dr. Lin's voice carried a hint of reproach. The circumstances are unusual. We have made some alterations to our appearances, and Yuan explained, lifting his hand to his face and removing a delicate, gossamer-like mask. revealing his true visage. Upon seeing the prominent scar on In Yuan's nose, as described by Carter, Dr. Lin's doubts dissipated. "Since it is indeed you, please come inside," she said, turning to lead them in while the boy remained behind to close the door. Bai Chao Tang was spacious, featuring courtyards for drying medicinal herbs and areas for critically ill patients. After navigating several turns, a strong herbal scent filled the air. Eventually, they were led through a medicinal garden to a small courtyard. This modest dwelling consisted of 3 simple rooms and a thatched stove, an ordinary rural abode. It had previously been occupied by old Ding, who had left some time ago, claiming family matters, but had not returned since. No one knew if something had happened to him. "You may stay here for the time being. My pharmacy is busy and crowded, whereas this place is quite secluded and rarely visited. I will have my grandson bring you meals. Should you need anything, have him inform me. If you find yourselves with idle hands, you may assist me in tending to the medicinal garden, weeding, or pest control," the elderly lady casually instructed before departing the courtyard. Seemingly wishing to distance herself from them, Suze said nothing and casually chose a room to enter. The air in the room was somewhat damp. Featuring a small table and a bed, the quilt on the bed carrying a faint musty odor, Suze furrowed his brow, and with a swift activation of his abilities, he precisely detected the mold and dust within the room. A fiery pattern emerged on his right hand, giving rise to a flame that incinerated the mold completely. Instantly, an unusual scent filled the air, far more pleasant than the previous mustiness. He then gathered the damp moisture in the room and expelled it outside, closing the door. He laid down on the bed, enveloping himself in the comforter, and succumbed to a deep slumber. For the past half-month of evasion, he had been unable to rest properly. This sleep lasted until noon the following day. The sun shone brightly overhead. Upon opening the door, he found In Yuan propping up a bamboo pole to air out the blankets. "My lord, would you like to air out your comforter as well?" In Yuan inquired upon seeing Suze. He had not slept well under the somewhat moldy comforter the previous night, and upon rising, he still felt a bit itchy. "I do not need it." Suze shook his head. The quilt in his room was likely cleaner now than when it was first purchased. Glancing at the small courtyard, he inquired, "Where is Heifu?" He seemed a bit restless and went to the front hall. An Yuan replied, "The front hall? Is he not concerned about being exposed?" Suze reflected on the previous day's remark by the old lady, who had mentioned that the front hall was bustling with people and their prying eyes. Now it resembles a small cat. As long as it remains silent, who would recognize it as a creature of the supernatural? Zhejiang is its homeland. It is far more familiar with this place than I am. There should be no issues. Moreover, as long as the 3 of us do not appear in the same location simultaneously, it is unlikely that anyone would raise suspicions, An Yuan elucidated. "Very well, then." Suze nodded, choosing not to elaborate further. Shortly thereafter, the young boy they had encountered yesterday approached with great effort, carrying a basket of food. The boy refrained from engaging in conversation with Suze and the others. He simply placed the basket down and departed. Once In Yuan and Suze had finished their meal, he returned to retrieve the basket. After the meal was concluded, Suze returned to the house to continue his refinement of the source pattern pistol and to enhance a portion of the theoretical framework for the source pattern armor. Meanwhile, In Yuan, feeling rather bored, heeded the old lady's advice and began weeding the medicinal herb garden. Chapter 66. News from Carterville. Time swiftly passed, and several days went by. During this period, the only visitor was a young boy who brought meals, yet he never uttered more than a few words to them. They didn't even know his name. And Yuan, having grown increasingly idle, not only cleared weeds and pests from the entire herb garden, but also turned the soil and cultivated a patch of barren land nearby. Suzier could discern his agitation. Perhaps it was due to the prolonged silence from Cartwell. However, Suzier felt that Cartwell was unlikely to arrive. If he had survived that fateful night, he would have reached out to An Yuan long ago. How could there be absolutely no news? After all, that night in Yunnan City, there was not only a formidable 7th-tier flame arbiter, but also an 8th-tier supreme judge. Suze could not fathom how Carterville might escape. "My lord, I may need to be away for a few days," and Yuan suddenly spoke up while eating. Suze paused momentarily as he served the dish. Having observed In Yuan's unease and agitation over the past few days, he raised his gaze to meet In Yuan's and said in a calm tone, "We are not bound by any ties. Your freedom to go wherever you wish is entirely yours. However, it is worth noting that the Holy Court has issued a warrant for your arrest. Though my mask provides some concealment, it is prudent to exercise utmost caution." After Suze finished speaking, he quietly resumed his meal. "Thank you, Lord Shinsi. Rest assured, I shall merely seek information regarding Lord Carter and will certainly return. And Yuan promptly assured. Suze's agreement brought him a sense of relief. Although Suze had consistently asserted that there was no hierarchical relationship between them, protecting him remained the final command bestowed upon him by Carterville. Instinctively, he had long regarded himself as Suze's subordinate. Had Suze not nodded in consent, he would have found it difficult to simply depart. Observing Suze, who continued to eat in silence, and Yuan spoke again. Heifeng will remain to ensure your safety. Though timid and unwilling to engage in combat, when provoked, even a fifth-tier martial artist would find it challenging to contend with them. If the enforcers arrive before my return, you and Heifeng should leave at once. And Yuan continued his discourse, ultimately assuring that even if he were captured, he would not divulge any information about Suze. After noting down Suze's contact code, he donned his mask and cloak, preparing to leave. Even if exposed, it mattered little. I shall find a way to flee. As Suze gazed at the retreating figure, he murmured softly. Although Yuan's departure left him with a tinge of insecurity, he found no justification to impede his leaving. In that moment, an inexplicable sense of solitude washed over him. Reminiscent of his life before the age of 10, living in solitude. While a small girl would occasionally come to intrude upon his thoughts, the majority of his time was spent alone. The distinction lay in the fact that prior to turning 10, he had been free from worries regarding sustenance. Whereas now he was faced with a perilous existence. He felt immense gratitude towards Yuan and Hei Fu for escorting him to this place, as well as to the unfamiliar Carterville. Although he could not comprehend why this stranger would risk his own life to thwart formidable adversaries on his behalf, Suze was genuinely appreciative. Presently, he remained frail and powerless, with nothing to do but strive to survive. Days passed, yet Yuan had not returned, and his phone remained devoid of any messages. Suze's heart gradually sank. He felt an inexplicable irritation while deducing the source pattern array. Days passed, and after having brought him to this small courtyard, the physician Lin unexpectedly reappeared. He bore news that had been almost anticipated. Old Carter would not be coming. He had been arrested by the Supreme Judge of the Holy Court. Following his trial, he was exiled to the Northern Military Department. And only when he atoned for his sins would he regain his freedom. Given his frail condition, it was likely that he would perish in the north. A hint of melancholy flickered in Lin's expression. The black mist in the north was at its most rampant. Carter would likely fight until his last breath. Having shared decades of camaraderie with Carter, she never imagined that her old friend would meet such a fate. After hearing this, Suze nodded with a sense of relief. In his perspective, the mere fact that Carterville had survived was already a stroke of good fortune. Suze was in the dark. The formidable warriors of the Seven Realms constituted the pinnacle of power in this world. In this era plagued by the rampant black fog, as long as one was not utterly malevolent and was willing to submit, the Holy Court would grant them an opportunity for redemption. While feeling fortunate, Suze also harbored a sense of regret, for this implied that he would be unable to uncover the truth behind the targeting he faced. Moreover, there remained the mystery of his own origins. So what you mean is, after the moment of relief, Suze felt a twinge of anxiety. The esteemed physician Lin had taken him in out of respect for Carterville. Now that Carterville was unavailable, would she? Rest assured, I have merely come to convey this message to you. After all, he referred to you as his junior. Physician Lin gazed at Suze, failing to detect any semblance of Carterville within him. It appeared that he was not the type of junior related by blood. If you wish to stay in this courtyard, you may do so. Whenever you decide to leave, just let me know. I would hate for my grandson to make a fruitless trip while delivering meals. With that, Physician Lin departed. Heavily, the black creature by the side lowered its head. It had accompanied Carterville for many years, merely to secure a meager existence. Yet hearing this news filled it with sorrow. That evening, Suze finally received a message from Yuan. He had also gleaned information about Carterville and ultimately resolved to visit the Northern Military Headquarters, hoping to attempt a rescue. Suze advised him against indulging in fanciful thoughts. How could a martial artist of the Fifth Realm possibly have any chance? Nevertheless, Yuan remained resolute in his decision to proceed, and Suze could only wish him well. Hei Fu had initially clamored to join, but Yuan persuaded him to stay behind and continue protecting Suze. After several days of subsisting solely on plain rice, Suze began to feel a twinge of guilt. Previously, he had lived without worry, but now he relied on the generosity of others for sustenance and necessities. He could not continue to feel at ease while others were unconcerned about his situation. Moreover, his source pattern armor and the upgraded source pattern pistol had already been designed, yet he lacked the funds to procure the materials. Thus, he inquired, "Could you assist me in finding a job in town?" Suze rose early, donned her mask, and for the first time ventured beyond the small courtyard, finding Lin, the herbalist, before the shop opened for business. "Work?" Dr. Lin appraised Suze with a discerning gaze, shaking her head in disapproval. "There are no suitable jobs for children in our town, especially considering the complications surrounding your current situation." Hearing Dr. Lin's refusal, Suze felt a pang of disappointment. However, Dr. Lin's tone shifted as she continued, "My apothecary is in need of an apprentice to assist with various tasks. If you are willing, accommodations and meals will be provided, along with a stipend of 200 a day. Would you be interested?" "Absolutely. I would be delighted." Suze nodded with joy. Subsequently, he embarked on his journey at the Baichao Hall. Physician Lin first introduced him to various medicinal herbs, then taught him how to prepare and dispense medicine, and assist the injured with their dressings. He later instructed Suze on how to manage external wounds. With Suze's sharp intellect, he grasped these concepts swiftly, mastering them with ease and even demonstrating the ability to draw inferences. Physician Lin was pleasantly surprised and proposed to teach him the art of medicine. Suze readily agreed. And thus, he was presented with 3 foundational medical texts. Memorize these essential medical books first. After several days of interaction, Physician Lin felt immensely satisfied with Suze and silently expressed his gratitude to Cardaville for sending such a gifted disciple to him in his twilight years. Suze took the 3 medical books and examined their thickness, believing it would not take long to memorize their contents. Dr. Lin turned around and settled at the consultation desk to commence her practice, while Suze positioned a stool behind her and began to leaf through the pages. Indeed, he was merely flipping through the books. With his mental acuity scanning the material, his superlative intellect immediately committed the information to memory without a moment's hesitation. After tossing the 3 volumes to Suze, Dr. Lin paid him no further attention until she had seen her second patient off. Suze approached her examination table. "Dr. Lin, I have finished my back examination." Suze spoke softly, then handed her the medical book in his hand. Dr. Lin responded. "You claim to have memorized it all?" She appeared somewhat incredulous. Glancing at the time, she wondered, have I lost track of time? How could it have been so short? She had only just diagnosed 2 patients, yet this child had completed the memorization of 3 medical texts. Could it be that he is truly a genius? Noticing Suze's affirmative nod, she still harbored some doubts. "Then allow me to test you." Casually flipping to a page, Dr. Lin inquired about the content. "Describe the shape and efficacy of the star source herb. The leaves are adorned like starlight, predominantly flourishing on steep cliffs, possessing a cold medicinal property. Known for its ability to treat." Suze recited the answer as if reading from a book. In conclusion, Suze added, "This content can be found on page 53 of this book." Dr. Lin, upon hearing this, glanced over and confirmed, "Indeed, it is on page 54. What about the function of Xiang grass?" Unwilling to be deterred, Dr. Lin switched to another book, casually flipping open a page to continue his inquiries. On page 35 of this book, the leaves are perfectly round, displaying a purple hue, with serrated edges, and the rhizome is robust. Suze responded fluently, without missing a single word. Shortly thereafter, Dr. Lin posed several additional questions. Ultimately, she became convinced that Suze was a genius with an extraordinary photographic memory. Looking at Suze, her expression radiated immense joy. "Since your memory is so remarkable, come with me. I shall show you my treasured collection of medical books." With that, Dr. Lin rose and led Suze to a room located at the side of the main hall. The room was spacious, adorned with 5 rows of bookshelves, all brimming with volumes. In total, there were 349 books, predominantly medical texts, alongside some detailed case studies of complex ailments. Feel free to browse through these books. If you encounter anything unclear, do not hesitate to step outside and ask me, she instructed before exiting to continue her consultations. 349 books. Suze's eyes sparkled with excitement. Suze approached the first bookshelf, surveying the tomes that adorned it, some thick, some thin. Ultimately, he selected the very first book from the top and began to leaf through its pages with haste. Chapter 67, Departure, Farewell. A fortnight later, Suze responded fluently to any question drawn at random from the book by Dr. Lin, as if he were an enigma in her eyes. Suze not only answered without omitting a single word, but he could also specify which shelf, which row, which book, and even the exact page with impeccable accuracy. His remarkable memory left Dr. Lin feeling somewhat apprehensive. Is this still a human being? Suze not only memorized these texts but also meticulously summarized the concepts he found perplexing. Consequently, Dr. Lin commenced elucidating the material for him. From initially discussing case studies to accompanying him during consultations, she guided him on how to prescribe medications, occasionally allowing him to engage directly. A few days later, after witnessing Suze independently attend to a patient who even she found somewhat challenging, Dr. Lin realized there was little left for her to impart. "You are ready to embark on your journey," Dr. Lin remarked, a sense of nostalgia washing over her. She never anticipated that her lifelong expertise could be grasped by this young man in less than a month, leaving only a few experiential insights to share. To be candid, this realization struck her somewhat dishearteningly. Yet, she simultaneously felt a swell of joy, knowing that her skills would endure through him. "It is all due to your excellent teaching," Suze responded with a hint of unease. His practice of medicine was not entirely reliant on the medical knowledge imparted by Master Lin. Whenever he was uncertain about a patient's ailment, he would employ his mental prowess to scan the internal workings of their body, directly identifying the source of the issue and then deducing the problem based on the patient's symptoms. Through this somewhat unorthodox approach, no patient could conceal their condition from him. "You need not praise me. If my teaching abilities were indeed so exceptional, I would not be without a worthy successor to carry on my legacy," Master Lin said with a gentle shake of her head. Although she understood that Suze's brilliance was the reason for his success, she could not help but feel a sense of pride. After all, he was indeed her prodigy. Yet, upon recalling the words her grandson had shared with her earlier that afternoon, her expression shifted slightly. Gazing at the darkening sky outside, Master Lin expressed her regret. "It is a pity you cannot stay to inherit this clinic from me." Baichaowu Town was established by her ancestors, and Baichao Hall had been a bastion of medicine for centuries. The founders of nearly all the clinics in the town had emerged from Baichao Hall. As she aged, she wondered if she would be able to cultivate her grandson into a competent physician. And as for Suze, her prized disciple, he too could not remain. Observing Master Lin's forlorn demeanor, Suze was about to offer her some comforting words when she continued. Today, 2 law enforcement officers appeared in town, inquiring if anyone had seen an adult accompanied by a child and a creature. It was her grandson who had spotted them while delivering medicine. As she spoke, a trace of reluctance crossed her face. Perhaps aging made one particularly sensitive to the pangs of parting, despite her initial desire to remain uninvolved with them. As Suze abruptly closed his mouth, his expression shifted dramatically. "The pursuers are upon you. It is time for you to depart. Though I am unaware of the transgressions you have committed, my child, you must survive." Dr. Lin spoke to him with palpable reluctance, his gaze imbued with a tender affection akin to that of a grandparent. Suze gazed at her with a momentary daze. He recalled that more than a month ago, when his grandfather urged him to follow in Yuan, he insisted that he must survive. The visage of the old man gradually merged with that of Dr. Lin, both bearing an expression of reluctance and affection. Suze's voice suddenly quivered with emotion. He nodded earnestly in response, saying, "Yes, I will live well. You must take care of yourself, master." Although Physician Lin had only taught him medical skills during this period, and he was still merely an apprentice at Baichao Hall, Lin had never formally allowed him to address him as master. Yet, in this moment, Suze could not restrain himself from uttering the title. "What? I've only taught you for a few days. I can't recognize you as my disciple." Physician Lin chided lightly with a smile. Then, turning away, he waved his hand nonchalantly and said, "Hurry up and pack your things. I must close the door." In that fleeting moment of turning, a glimmer of moisture appeared in his aged eyes. Watching the stooped figure of Physician Lin as he closed the door, Suze's eyes began to redden as well. He turned and walked away. Back in the courtyard, a law enforcement officer had come looking for them. It was time for them to depart. Suze gazed at the black fox basking in the moonlight in the courtyard and remarked, "The enforcer? So soon?" The black fox sprang up instantly. "According to Yuan, we should have departed a few days ago. My studies in medicine delayed us for a few days. Their arrival is not entirely unexpected," Suze explained, then entered the house to tidy up his belongings. "Let us go. Gather your things." Suze departed from the small town, accompanied by He Fu. As they navigated the secluded paths, Suze's mental prowess incessantly scanned the surroundings. He discerned a dozen individuals clad in law enforcement attire within the small town, likely an entire squad. Although the captain of such a team would rank no higher than the 4th tier, Suze was confident that with He Fu's strength, there was no cause for concern. However, He Fu harbored a disdain for conflict, aware that engaging in a skirmish would inevitably lead to exposure, attracting an unending stream of law enforcers drawn by the scent of trouble. Thus, it was prudent to avoid confrontation whenever possible. Thanks to Suze's mental vigilance, they skillfully evaded the scrutiny of the enforcers. Within a tavern in the town, An enforcer overheard a few inebriated patrons discussing a recent arrival at the Baichao Hall, a rather diminutive physician. Is it him? The enforcer inquired, producing a portrait for one of the drunken men. This, hic, the physique bears a resemblance, but the face is different. Master enforcer. Does this count as providing intelligence? Is there a reward? The drunken man replied, slightly dazed from drink, yet still eager to secure some benefit for himself. If we capture the individual, there will indeed be a reward, the enforcer responded casually before departing the tavern. Though the appearance differed, it warranted further inquiry. This guiding artifact pointed directly to this location. One enforcer commented, holding a compass-like device, its needle spinning incessantly. Thus, the squad of enforcers set their course for Baichao Hall. Where do we go next? After leaving the town, beneath the silvery moonlight and feeling the chill of the night, Suze posed the question. Glancing back at the town, a sense of melancholy washed over him. Would he have to return to the days of wandering and hardship once more? Suze felt a sense of agitation. It had only been a few days of tranquility. Before his departure, his master had also given him the wages for these days. Suze initially had no desire for it, believing that mastering her medical skills was already a significant advantage. However, she insisted on bestowing it upon him. Originally, the amount was just over 5,000, but the master mentioned that in the following days, he would be working as an attending physician. Thus he ultimately provided him with 10,000. Although this sum is insufficient to fully forge the source pattern armor, it is adequate for partial creation. Nevertheless, without the armor being complete, the demands on physical strength become somewhat elevated. Given his current physical condition, he would be utterly incapable of enduring it. Therefore, it is imperative to first enhance his physical strength. Suze lacks a source of hidden treasures, leaving him no choice but to resort to consuming medicinal potions for his cultivation. However, the cost of these potions is exorbitant. Fortunately, Suze has acquired medical skills, enabling him to concoct his own cultivation potions. The sole dilemma lies in the fact that the ingredients required for these potions are equally expensive. Suze's entire fortune scarcely amounts to a sufficient sum. Therefore, do you have any brilliant suggestions? Suze articulated his thoughts, and then turned to Hei Fu, inquiring, Are you asking me? Hei Fu raised a claw, pointing at itself with a perplexed expression. It was utterly at a loss, knowing only the pleasures of consumption. However, with a flicker of inspiration, Hei Fu suddenly proposed, though we currently lack the funds to purchase, we can venture out to gather ourselves. This is Zhezhou, a land rich in wild medicinal herbs, though we may encounter conflicts with the beasts. Furthermore, we might cross paths with formidable source beasts. As Hei Fu spoke, its confidence waned, and it glanced at Suze, feeling as though it had dug its own grave. With an yuan absent, any danger would inevitably target it first. Yet, it was not fond of confrontation. Thus, this notion indeed seemed to ensnare itself in a predicament. But fear not. Fortune favors the bold. Suze clapped his hands, cradling Hei Fu in his embrace as he strode forward. Chapter 68, Luoyue Town, Fakana. 4 months later, deep within Zhezhou, Luoyue Lake Town, Suze and Hei Fu ventured deeper into this place. Unlike Baichao Wu Town, which was solely inhabited by humans, here coexisted 2 races. The town's area had expanded several-fold, appearing to Suze almost as large as a county seat. It housed at least 100,000 inhabitants. Over the course of 4 months, Suze and Hei Fu changed their positions multiple times, yet they were consistently tracked down with precision by the law enforcers. During this period, they also encountered a group of Source God sect disciples who were similarly in search of him. Suze and his companions discovered that no matter how hard they tried, they could not rid themselves of these pursuers, utilizing their mental prowess to probe from a distance. They soon realized that the enforcers and the acolytes of the Source God sect wielded a type of tracking artifact. By using the blood of relatives as a lure, it would reveal the location of close kin within a certain vicinity who shared the same bloodline. Suzilian pondered the information he possessed, surmising that his origins were likely intertwined with the Holy Court. Yet, why did the Source God sect also possess the blood of his kin? Could it be that there were indeed relatives of his within the Source God sect? Although he yearned to uncover the truth, it was simply impossible for him to allow them to capture him. Suze devoted half a month to deciphering the intricate source pattern array. Ultimately, he crafted a bracelet-like device to shield against the tracking source. With nearly a month passing without further pursuit, the two settled in the tranquil town of Luoyue Lake. Lacking the funds to purchase a home, they resorted to manual labor, erecting a humble wooden cabin on the town's outskirts, barely sufficient to provide shelter from the elements. Starlight grass, jade whiskers, ghost face vines, Suze meticulously examined the medicinal herbs he had painstakingly gathered in the wooden cabin. This was his third attempt at concocting the enhancement elixir for blood marrow. Although he had become quite adept at the process, he remained cautious. For the collection of these herbs was exceedingly arduous. After absorbing the potency of the elixir on 2 occasions, Suze found that the enhancement of his physical abilities had not met his expectations. He recalled his mentor's words, for an ordinary person without a source repository, the efficacy of the elixir would only equate to a mere 10% of that experienced by an average warrior. Thus, he resolved not to consume this particular potion himself. Instead, he would sell the prepared elixir, believing that this might accelerate the accumulation of materials needed to forge the source pattern armor. Moreover, he contemplated the words of that adjudicator, "I think, therefore I can." Perhaps, if he focused on his ambition to cultivate, he might one day truly embark on that path. Hence, earning money became his immediate priority. Initially, he had intended to establish a clinic in this locale, but the presence of several priests rendered such a venture unnecessary. Indeed, these priests, mere source pattern masters who had grasped a few healing techniques, had garnered the adoration of the townsfolk. Even the warriors treated them with utmost respect. It seemed that his mentor, Jiangsheng, had not been mistaken. In certain respects, source pattern masters held a status that surpassed that of warriors. Fortunately, the atmosphere here was rich with martial spirit, and many talented youths were engaged in the practice of martial arts. However, there were no martial academies. Only private training halls established by individual warriors. Additionally, there were no alchemists skilled in the creation of cultivation potions. Thus, Suze was confident that his elixirs would find a market. Meanwhile, Hefe lay languidly beside him, having endured several battles over the past 4 months to assist Suze in gathering herbs. Its courage had notably increased. Activating his abilities, Suze rearranged and fused the atomic sequences of the herbs, applying source power to heat those that required it and cooling those that needed refrigeration. After this straightforward procedure, he successfully produced 10 bottles of a pale yellow, transparent elixir. With the preparations complete, it was time for Hefe to venture forth and sell the elixirs. Once he earned some money, he promised to treat it to an entire roast bull leg. Suze packed 10 bottles of potions into a modest satchel and then gently nudged the slumbering black wolf. "Beef leg? Where's the beef leg?" The black wolf, drooling, suddenly regained consciousness. "It's at the shop. Come on, let us sell these potions for a good price, and I'll treat you to a meal." With that, he scooped up the black wolf and left the small wooden cabin without even closing the door. Inside the dilapidated hut, there was little of value to anyone. Just a rickety bed made of rough-hewn planks and a simple straw mat. They proceeded into the town. Suze beheld numerous creatures resembling humans, articulating speech with remarkable clarity. Some among them bore unmistakable traits of the supernatural, beastly ears, tails, and sharp fangs. It was evident that they were the offspring of a union between humans and these enigmatic beings. While he was aware that potent entities could assume human forms, he pondered the implications. Did this mean there was no reproductive barrier between humans and these fantastical beings? Initially, Suze felt a sense of discomfort, until Suze entered a martial arts school. "Hello, how may I assist you?" he inquired, gazing at the enchanting figure before him, a receptionist with silvery hair and violet eyes. Her voice melodious and her appearance easily scoring an impressive 8.5 out of 10. Suze believed he could accept it after all. "Well, I would like to discuss some business with the owner of this martial arts school." Suze lowered her head, responding with a hint of shyness. Why was she bashful? Because the attire of this beast-eared girl was decidedly too revealing. It was mid-August, and the heat was stifling. The top she wore barely covered her ample bosom, leaving a tantalizing expanse of snowy skin exposed. Her delicate collarbone and slender waist were fully on display. Below, she donned impossibly short shorts that showcased her porcelain-like, elongated legs to perfection. Behind her, a fluffy, snow-white tail swayed incessantly. In his previous life, Suze had never encountered such a scene, even at the age of 20. How much more so in this life? Although Teacher Shin and his aunt surpassed this beast-eared maiden in mere appearance, the allure of their attire paled in comparison to that of the enchanting creature before him, not to mention the additional charms of beast ears, silvery hair, and heterochromatic eyes. Which man could possibly resist such temptation? With such a captivating receptionist, wouldn't the business of this martial arts hall thrive splendidly? "Oh, may I inquire what business you wish to discuss with our hall master?" The beast-eared maiden inquired sweetly, her demeanor not diminishing in professionalism despite Suze's youthful appearance. After speaking, her gaze fixated on the black cat-like form of Hefe in Suze's hand. her eyes brimming with desire. How adorable. I want to pet it. This made Heifu feel somewhat uncomfortable. Why are you looking at me like that? Heifu puffed up, and just as Suze opened his mouth to speak, it leaped up. Demon? The beast-eared maiden's eyes sparkled with surprise upon hearing Heifu's words. Hello, my name is Fukana. I am a half-demon with feline ancestry, and you are the first of my kin I have ever encountered. It is a pleasure to meet you. Fukana stepped closer, radiating warmth and enthusiasm. Who said we are of the same kind? I am Wowo. Suze swiftly covered the mouth of the protesting Heifu, understanding that although they had likely managed to shake off the enforcers, it was still prudent to minimize exposure. Why was Heifu so agitated anyway? After all, they were both demons. What distinction lay between a cat demon and a dragon demon? What are you? Fukana inquired, bending down to bring her head closer to Heifu. Her two violet eyes fixated intently on the struggling figure before her. She found this little cat-like creature utterly delightful. Naturally, Suze shared her fondness, feeling somewhat overwhelmed by the scene. Fukana's current posture, with her hands resting on her knees and her back arched, accentuated her form, her snow-white tail swaying incessantly. The pristine whiteness of her back and the slenderness of her waist created a flawless curve. The most striking visual contrast was that as she leaned forward. Her partially exposed snowy bosom seemed to beckon even more alluringly. Suze felt a flush rise to his ears. He quickly averted his gaze and said, Miss Fukana, I have come to sell cultivation potions, so could you kindly take us to meet your esteemed curator? Suze spoke haltingly, completely losing the maturity and composure he had exhibited in Yunnan City. The cultivation elixir? Upon hearing Suze's words, Fukana immediately straightened up, given her height. Suze's gaze was directly aligned with her chest. The proximity was overwhelming, and the sight caused him to quickly avert his eyes. Hiki, you seem quite shy, she remarked playfully. If you like looking, feel free to gaze openly. I shan't say a word. Us beings of the are unburdened by the same notions of modesty that your kind possesses. Fukana chuckled at Suze's bashfulness, which only deepened his embarrassment, making him wish he could find a crack in the floor to hide within. If your curator is absent, I shall return another time. I will never come back. As Suze contemplated fleeing with Heifu in his arms, he realized there were other martial arts schools in town. Staying any longer would surely test his limits. Our master is here, he recalled, and just then, he felt a pressing need for some elixirs, making your arrival quite timely indeed. A single remark from Fukana made Suze reconsider his hasty departure. The prologue has concluded. The true tale is about to unfold. Chapter 69. Remarkable results. Fukana led Suze to the threshold of an office. Then, using the excuse that the master disdains cat fur, she took Heifu from Suze's grasp, nestling its head against her chest, unabashedly petting it. Heifu wore an expression of utter despair. Suze cast a glance at Heifu's predicament, stepping into the office with eyes full of envy. Inside, there was a diminutive yet sprightly elderly man, presumably in his 60s or 70s. The office was modest, featuring wooden floors and a set of mahogany desks and chairs. On the wall behind hung several certificates of honor, with the centerpiece being a medal symbolizing the prestigious rank of a fifth-grade general. Suze cast a glance, recognizing that the elderly gentleman had once been at least a practitioner of the fourth or even fifth realm. Greetings, esteemed master, Suze politely addressed him. Zhao Gongming, who had been engrossed in paperwork, gently lifted his head upon hearing the voice. Noticing the young lad who had entered his office, he slightly furrowed his brow. Is this office so easily accessible? Are you here to enroll in training? Our martial arts academy has already filled all student slots. You might want to explore other options. With that, he returned his attention to the documents, showing no interest in the impolite child. Suze paused for a moment, then recalled that in his admiration of Heifu, he had completely forgotten to knock when he entered. He hastily apologized. Esteemed master of the dojo, I sincerely apologize for the interruption. However, I am not here to enroll. Rather, I have come to offer a potion for cultivation. He promptly produced a vial of the potion and placed it on the desk, promoting it with enthusiasm. This is a concoction I personally formulated, specifically targeting the third stage of body refinement. Its efficacy is assuredly on par with any potion available in the market. Cultivation potion? Zhao Gongming lifted his gaze. His eyes fell upon the transparent glass vial containing the pale yellow potion. He then scrutinized Suze, who appeared to be no older than 15 or 16. Could a child of such tender age truly comprehend the art of potion crafting? Doubt clouded his expression as he regarded Suze. Have you ventured out at such a young age merely to deceive? It was evident that he lacked the professional demeanor of Miss Fukana, viewing Suze as a charlatan. I am not a fraud. You may sample this potion free of charge. Should you find its effect satisfactory, we can discuss further arrangements. Oh? Upon hearing that there was no cost involved, Zhao Goming's demeanor shifted slightly toward seriousness. After a moment of contemplation, he called out toward the entrance, "Fukana, please fetch Roy from the training room." Understood. The beast-eared girl outside, who was affectionately stroking a cat, immediately sprang into action. Soon, she returned with a boy of similar height to Suze. He had yellow skin, black eyes, and short black hair, embodying the archetype of an Eastern youth. Clad in black short sleeves and shorts, his slender frame bore the dojo's emblem, a crescent moon. Despite the dojo's name being Full Moon Dojo, its symbol depicted a crescent moon. "Master of the dojo, I have brought the individual," Fukana announced from the doorway before darting off to resume her affection for the feline. Roy stepped inside, apprehension evident in his demeanor. He was uncertain of the purpose behind the master's summons. Having trained at this dojo for 4 years, he had once been favored for his innate talent. Yet, due to his family's constraints, his progress had lagged far behind that of his peers, who had all advanced to the 4th stage of body refinement, while he remained stuck in the 3rd. The once promising boy now found himself at the bottom of the ranks, leading the master to pay him little mind thereafter. Now, as he stood before the master, anxiety gripped him. Could it be that he was being asked to withdraw from his studies? The thought tightened his chest. "Master," Roy stammered as he approached Suze, then weakly addressed Zhao Gongming. "Why are you stuttering? How have I taught you? Speak again." Zhao Gongming shot him a glare. Roy immediately recoiled, gathering his resolve. He straightened his posture and declared loudly, "Master of the dojo, Roy is here to report. Please give your instructions." His voice resonated with such force that Suze instinctively reached to cover his ears. It felt as though he were in a military camp. "Now that is more like it." Satisfied with Roy's display, Zhao Gongming nodded approvingly before turning to Suze to confirm. "You assure me that this trial potion is indeed free of charge?" "Absolutely." Suze nodded, having already surmised the purpose for which the curator had summoned this Roy. As long as there was no monetary exchange involved, it was acceptable. Zhao Gongming acknowledged this with a nod, then gestured toward the potion on the table. Addressing Roy, "You must consume this vial of elixir." "Huh?" Roy exclaimed, utterly bewildered. "Aren't you here to expel me from school? Drink a potion? What sort of potion?" His mind raced back to the earlier conversation between the curator and Suze. "A cultivation elixir? No cost involved. Such an opportunity bestowed upon me." With tears welling in his eyes, Roy gazed at Zhao Gongming. "What is this weeping and wailing about?" Zhao Gongming chided. "You are to drink it, after all. It comes at no expense. Once you've finished, merely express your gratitude to this brother beside you." He pointed at Suze while addressing Roy. Suze's lips twitched, feeling as though he had been made a fool. "However, having used my sample, it would be rather awkward for you not to make a purchase, wouldn't it?" "Thank you, my friend." Roy solemnly bowed to Suze. No, just remember to speak well of it after you've finished." Suze quickly waved his hand. Then Roy picked up the potion and opened the cap, releasing a rich, aromatic fragrance that instantly enveloped the surroundings. So fragrant? Not only Roy, but even Zhao Gongming was momentarily taken aback. The potions they had previously acquired lacked such a potent scent. It must be a quality product. Roy's eyes sparkled, and without hesitation, he gulped it down in one go. "Hey, wait." Zhao Gongming barely had the chance to intervene before witnessing Roy down the potion. Soon, he observed Roy's skin rapidly turning crimson, resembling a boiled lobster, as if steam were about to escape from him. "This feels somewhat uncomfortable." Roy tugged at his clothing, his consciousness slightly hazy as he exclaimed, "Roy, what's wrong?" Zhao Gongming immediately sprang to his feet, rushing to Roy's side with a look of concern. Regret washed over him. What kind of potion emanated such a fragrance? How could he trust this 15 or 16-year-old to concoct a cultivation potion? What if something went awry? "What exactly did you give him?" Zhao Gongming glared at Suze, demanding answers. "A cultivation potion, of course. It's merely a bit more effective than an ordinary one," Suze replied. Suze shrugged his shoulders, feeling that his reaction was rather excessive. Shouldn't everyone exhibit such behavior after consuming cultivation potions? Could it be that they seldom partake in such elixirs? Would the remaining 9 bottles still find buyers? Suze felt a twinge of concern. How could one feel this way after consuming the elixir of cultivation? Zhao Gongming retorted angrily, "Why wouldn't it be so? This is a perfectly normal reaction. He is not like me, lacking a source of energy." He urged, "Hurry and send him to train his body. Otherwise, how can he possibly absorb the potency of the medicine?" Suze did not indulge him. Instead, she shot him a glare in return. "Do you really need to train in order to absorb this potion? Isn't it supposed to be gradually assimilated by the body? Gradually assimilated? How ineffective must the potency be? Oh, I see now. It turns out you have been relying on inferior products all along. Suze cast a disdainful glance at him. Observing Suze's confident demeanor, Zhao Gongming hurriedly pulled Roy towards the training room. Suze followed closely behind. Aware that Roy was his primary test subject, and any mishap was unacceptable, the martial arts school was quite expansive, and the training room was equipped comparably to that of the Yunnan Zhongwu. At that moment, there were a dozen students engaged in their practice within the training room. Upon seeing Roy being escorted in by Zhao Gongming, their expression shifted to astonishment. Goodness! Who is that? What a striking figure! What figure? That is Roy. Roy? What has happened to him? He looks like he is about to steam. Some students who shared a close bond with Roy rushed over, clamoring with questions. What are you doing? Focus on your own training. Roy is fine. Zhao Gongming promptly shooed them away and proceeded to guide Roy through an array of physical exercises. 2 hours later, Roy's skin had returned to normal, and he lay on the ground, somewhat exhausted, yet his expression radiated exhilaration. Master, I feel ready to undertake the 4th stage of training, he exclaimed, reveling in the transformation of his body. Is the effect truly so remarkable? Zhao Gongming's countenance bore a hint of skepticism. However, after witnessing Roy's prolonged absorption, he acknowledged the quality of the potion. But you weren't asked to exaggerate, he mused. It is indeed true, Master. I initially believed I needed at least 3 more months of training before progressing to the 4th stage, yet this potion has directly shortened my training time by 3 months. Roy lay on the ground, feeling the invigorating power coursing through him, his face aglow with excitement. This is indeed a remarkable product. The Master has been exceedingly generous to me, granting me the opportunity to trial such a high-quality potion for free. Suddenly overwhelmed with gratitude, Roy's heart swelled. Yet, Zhao Gongming, harboring some doubt, led him to the strength testing apparatus after he had rested. With a resounding thud, Roy clenched his fist and struck the testing plate with all his might. The plate, appearing metallic, immediately displayed a series of luminous patterns, followed by a deep indentation from the force of his blow. The display above the apparatus then revealed a series of numbers, 874 pounds. At the sight of this figure, Suze's eyes shimmered with astonishment. Roy leapt up, brimming with excitement. Master, it's real. It's truly real. Zhao Gongming gazed at the numbers in disbelief. Could it really be true? He recalled that during Roy's last strength test, he had only registered 637 pounds, but that was 2 weeks prior. It was inconceivable for Roy to have increased his strength by such a margin in merely 2 weeks. Even with regular training, after completing the 3rd stage, Roy's strength would likely have only reached the low 700s. And now, it could only be attributed to the effect of that potion. Moreover, Roy had just finished his workout, and his body had yet to reach its peak condition. In an optimal state, his strength could potentially exceed 900 pounds. At just 16 years of age, even if he ceased training, his strength would continue to rise. Upon completing the 4th stage, it was conceivable that his strength could reach 2,000 by adulthood. To surpass 1,000 in the body refinement stage would be considered outstanding. Exceeding 2,000 would designate him as a genius. As for the limits of body refinement, such thoughts were beyond his imagination, given his family's inability to support him in achieving such extremes. Zhao Gongming turned to Suze, his eyes gleaming with fervor. This child is indeed a remarkably potent alchemist. Roy, proceed to report to the 4th stage training room, he instructed, then took Suze back to his office. With a demeanor vastly different from before, Zhao Gongming wore a broad smile and even requested Fukana to brew a pot of tea. Young brother, may I ask how to address you? Zhao Gongming poured a cup of tea for Suze. I am Su Lu. Yes, Su Lu. Suze instinctively opened his mouth, about to reveal his true name, only to immediately realize the impropriety of his intention and promptly retracted his words. Su Lu? Defeated? That name carries rather unfavorable connotations. Zhao Gongming glanced at Suze and continued, Young Su, I am Zhao Gongming, formerly serving in the Southern military, where I earned the honor of a level 5 general. May I inquire how you intend to market this potion you possess? To be candid, the cultivation potions currently utilized in our martial arts academy were acquired through my level 5 general privileges from the Holy Court at a discounted rate of 15 off. Prior to your arrival, I had already placed another order with the Holy Court. Thus, if your potions are priced excessively, I might find myself somewhat financially constrained. Upon finishing his words, Zhao Gongming's expression betrayed a hint of embarrassment. The efficacy of Suze's potion is remarkably significant. He is quite eager to acquire it. However, The payment for the order placed with the Holy Court has already been processed. There is no possibility of returning the goods from that side. Consequently, his available funds are somewhat insufficient. May I inquire about the price of a single bottle of the potion you purchased from the Holy Court? Suze glanced at him humbly and inquired. It was also his first time selling medicine, and he was somewhat unfamiliar with the market. Well, the original prices from the Holy Court are as follows. The potion for the first stage of body tempering is 5,000 per bottle. The second stage is 10,000 per bottle. The third stage is 20,000 per bottle, and the fourth stage is 50,000 per bottle. However, I can acquire these potions at a discounted rate of 85%. Zhao Gongming elaborated. Only 20,000 per bottle? Suze furrowed his brow. He still had 9 bottles remaining. Even if he sold them all at this price, it would only amount to 180,000. This was still insufficient to forge the source pattern armor. However, if he were to raise the price, Suze's eyes twinkled as he inquired of Zhao Gongming. Master Zhao, might I have a glance at the potions sold by the Holy Court? Only with a comparison can I ascertain an appropriate price. Zhao Gongming hesitated for a moment, then turned to open the safe beside him. He retrieved a bottle containing a pale yellow liquid. Here, take a look, young brother. Upon uncorking the bottle, Suze gently inhaled its aroma, and a visible expression of distaste crept across his face. What is that smell? He muttered. Through his spiritual perspective, he discerned that the potion was predominantly composed of pure water, with a mere fraction containing some impurities of medicinal power. How could the Holy Court dare to sell such a concoction for 20,000 a bottle? Truly unscrupulous. No wonder Roy exhibited such a reaction after consuming my potion. They had evidently never experienced anything of quality. Master Zhao, to be frank, even if you diluted my potion with water to make 10 portions, its efficacy would far surpass that of this bottle. Therefore, I cannot possibly sell it to you at a low price. Suze spoke bluntly. Haha. I have witnessed the efficacy of your potion, young brother, and I fully comprehend this principle. However, if it is too costly, I must regrettably admit that I am unable to afford it. Zhao Gongming appeared quite embarrassed. Suze pondered for a moment before responding. Very well. Although the efficacy of my potion surpasses theirs by more than tenfold, I shall only charge 5 times the price. It is a flat rate of 100,000 per vial, and I have only 9 remaining. If you wish to purchase, then do so. If not, I shall seek out another buyer. To Suze, a price of 100,000 seemed exceedingly generous to the other party. 100,000? I do not possess such funds. Wait, you only have 9 vials? Upon hearing this price, Zhao Gongming was initially taken aback, intending to express his financial limitations. However, upon realizing there were merely 9 vials, he considered the total of 900,000, despite having recently disbursed a substantial sum to the Holy Court. The modest sum of 900,000 was still within his means. I shall buy it. Will it be payment by card or cash? Suze, do you want all of it? Zhao Gongming. Is this what you refer to as being financially constrained? Suze suddenly realized that his pricing was still too low. However, having already made the statement, it would be unwise to retract it. Thus, he honestly placed the 9 bottles of potions from his satchel onto the table. At worst, he could raise the price the next time he sold them. Suze, I do not possess a bank card. Let us proceed with the cash transaction instead. One moment, allow me to take a look. Zhao Gongming turned around once more to open the safe, counting the cash within. The amount here does not even total 900,000. Perhaps it would be prudent for you to obtain a card first. Suze, I am unable to obtain a card. Zhao Gongming, are you an undocumented individual? Suze fell into silence, then gritted his teeth and said, Very well, please purchase as many bottles as your cash allows, and I shall take the remainder to sell elsewhere. Zhao Gongming hastily waved his hands, insisting, No. I desire all 9 bottles. Just wait for me in my office. I will retrieve the money at once. With that, Zhao Gongming hurriedly departed. Half an hour later, he returned with a black briefcase in hand. Here are 900,000. Please count it. Zhao Gongming placed the case before Suze, opening it and nudging it towards him. Suze diligently counted the neatly stacked bills, totaling 90 bundles. After closing the box, the transaction was settled. Brother Su, although you are unregistered, it would be wise to obtain some form of identification for yourself. With proper ID, acquiring a card will facilitate future dealings significantly, advised Zhao Gongming. As he carefully stored the potions on the table, he then produced a sleek black business card and handed it to him. Should you have any intentions, visit this place. Their prices are quite reasonable. Suze's expression shifted slightly upon hearing Zhao Gongming's words. Indeed, I should secure some identification, otherwise I would have to evade any law enforcement officials merely checking identities. Glancing at the black card, he reached out to accept it. Thank you, Master Zhao. Chapter 71. The Reaper's Alliance. After receiving the Black Viper from Fukana, it sulked with its head tilted. The time had already reached noon. Suze resolved to offer some compensation. Do not be angry. I have just sold those medicines for a handsome sum. Allow me to treat you to a delectable meal of roasted beef shank. Heifu turned his head, his expression one of indignation. I want to eat too. With a grand and hearty laugh, Suze remarked, 2 is hardly sufficient. I shall treat you to 3. A promise is a promise. Black Fu's eyes sparkled with delight, instantly dispelling any lingering anger. In the vast expanse of the world, nothing surpasses the joy of a good meal. An hour later, both man and cat emerged from a fiery beef restaurant, their bellies pleasantly round. The meal had set him back over 5,000. Even with a fortune of 900,000 in his possession, a twinge of regret lingered. The past 4 months had imparted a profound understanding of the arduous nature of earning money. Yet, in the future, should funds dwindle, he could always return to selling medicine. After satisfying their appetites, Suze retrieved the business card bestowed upon him by Zhao Gongming. The card read Falling Moon Tavern. Following the address inscribed on the card, Suze arrived at a 3-story tavern. Upon entering, he casually glanced around. It bore the hallmarks of an ordinary tavern, with a lethargic bartender leaning against the bar. A dozen tables were scattered about, occupied by a sparse number of patrons, giving the establishment a rather lackluster atmosphere. Suze approached the bar, glanced around to ensure no one was paying attention, and then quietly inquired of the bartender, Hello, I have heard that one can obtain identification here? For those without a registered status? It is my first visit. The bartender cast a brief glance at him. Suze nodded slightly. After paying 2,000, he donned the mask and ascended to the 2nd floor. The bartender pressed a button on the counter and then placed a black half mask on the bar. To the right of the counter, the wall slid apart, revealing a staircase. Suze opened the suitcase and, under the astonished gaze of the bartender, placed 20 banknotes on the counter. However, he was oblivious to the fact that, as he opened the suitcase, several pairs of eyes from distant tables were fixated upon him. The bartender nodded at the money and said, Very well, proceed. Suze donned the mask and ascended the staircase with his suitcase in hand. As he stepped onto the stairs, the wall behind him slowly closed in. The 2nd floor bore a resemblance to the first. Yet the patrons here were armed and adorned with masks of various shapes. A grim reaper brandishing a scythe marked the counter, while a large display screen loomed on the wall behind it. The contents read, 2nd level bounty, Li Jiming, bounty of 120,000, strength at the 3rd realm. 3rd level bounty, Ning Kunzi, bounty of 470,000, strength at the 4th realm. 2nd level bounty, 2nd level bounty, 3rd level bounty. 4th level bounty, Zhao Gongming, bounty of 500,000, strength at the 5th realm. A plethora of bounties adorned the screen, complete with detailed information and photographs of the individuals. A glance at the display caused Suze's eyes to narrow. To think there was even a bounty on Master Zhao? Master Zhao is at the 5th realm? Suze still believed that he was merely in the 4th realm. Where had he unwittingly found himself? Swallowing hard, he glanced at the dark creature nestled in his arms, and his heart gradually calmed. Summoning his courage, he approached the front of the platform. Greetings. I have heard that one can obtain identification documents here? Suze wore a face of anxiety as he said, Go inside, room 3. The bartender, also masked, gestured towards the side. Suze glanced over, and there lay a corridor. Thank you. Suze expressed his gratitude and proceeded forward. The corridor was lined with rooms on both sides, and Suze glanced around, noting at least a dozen chambers. Room number 3 was the 2nd one on the left. He politely rapped on the door. Please enter. Suze pushed the door open and entered a modest room, barely accommodating a desk and 2 chairs. The individual inside also wore a mask. As he observed Suze's arrival, he gestured towards the chair opposite him, saying, Please, have a seat. What level of identification do you require? After Suze settled into the chair, he inquired, Oh, is there a distinction in levels? Suze was somewhat taken aback. Of course. We have the means to procure identification for the ordinary populace, business elites, low-ranking officials, and even military personnel, albeit at slightly varying prices. The staff member's lips curled into a subtle smile. Such extensive capabilities? Then, how much would it cost to obtain an identification for an ordinary citizen? Suze inquired. 100,000, the staff member replied, producing a folder. Is it really that expensive? Suze exclaimed in surprise. Expensive? How's this exorbitant? The price has remained unchanged for many years, you know. Don't speak so carelessly. Sometimes it pays to inquire further. Enough. Suze interrupted the other's remarks. Is there a cheaper option? None. The staff member glared at him, then returned the folder to its place. If you're not proceeding with the application, you may leave. I will proceed. Now that I've come this far, I must go through with it. Yet, is there truly no way to reduce the cost? Although he possessed 900,000, parting with 100,000 in a single transaction was still quite painful. Reduce the cost? Actually, there is a complimentary option. Would you be interested? The staff member regarded him coldly. Complimentary? Is that truly the case? Suze's eyes immediately sparkled with intrigue. Observing his reaction, the staff member produced a form and placed it before him with a flourish. Here, fill this out. And provide a sample of your blood. Not only will you receive an identity free of charge, but you will also have the freedom to change your identity at will. But do you have the courage to fill it out? Suze glanced at the form before him, which bore a line of bold black text. Application form for the steward of the Reapers Alliance, Luoyue Town Branch. What exactly is the Reapers Alliance? Suze inquired cautiously. Where did this bumpkin come from? You don't even know about the Reapers Alliance? Who recommended you come here? The Reapers Alliance is the largest assassin organization in the Western Realm, encompassing all assassin factions within its fold. The stewards of the Alliance are tasked with supervising the assassins in their jurisdiction, ensuring adherence to the rules. Should anyone transgress these regulations, it falls upon the steward to rectify the situation. It is thus quite easy to offend these assassins. The previous steward in Luoyue Town met an untimely end not long ago, and the Alliance has yet to send a replacement. The one responsible for his demise was a formidable four-realm assassin. To assume this position, one must first eliminate that assassin. So what do you say? Are you brave enough? The staff member cast a disdainful glance at him. Judging by his demeanor, it was evident he lacked the courage. Just as the staff member prepared to reclaim the form, Suze swiftly pressed it down. Are you certain that assassin is merely a four-realm? Suze asked earnestly. If they are indeed only a four-realm, then with Heifu's presence, there should be no significant issue. Can a mere four-realm martial artist truly act so arrogantly within the Reapers Alliance? It was no wonder Suze looked down on the four-realm. The martial artists he had previously encountered were of a much higher caliber. In Yuan, Zhoushan, his grandfather, Shinzoming, Cardaville, the Flame Arbiter, Caird, and the yet-to-be-named Supreme Judge. The least skilled among them was in Yuan, a five-realm warrior. In reality, five-realm practitioners are already considered masters in their own right, capable of serving as knights within the Source God sect. What's more, this is merely a small town. A four-realm warrior is already an elite. However, the staff member's tone rose slightly. He looked at Suze, who stood at barely 1.60 meters, and couldn't help but chuckle in disbelief. Though his appearance was obscured, the delicate skin visible suggested he was quite young, perhaps even underage. Humph. Short stature but grand words. All right then. With such bravado, don't blame me if you meet an unfortunate end. With that, the staff member withdrew his hand. Suze swiftly filled out the necessary documentation, though it was all fabricated information. This would enable them to reasonably issue him an identification proof based on these false details. The most crucial aspect was the blood sample he left behind, which would allow the Death Harvesters Alliance to locate him at any time using a specialized source device. However, Suze was equipped with a jammer, ensuring that by the time they discovered his absence, he would be long gone. He faced almost no loss and even saved 100,000. Why not seize the opportunity? 2 hours later, the staff provided Suze with an identification proof, which reflected his current appearance altered by the mask. The name recorded was Su Lu. Additionally, he was given an identity card representing his status as an officer of the Death Harvesters Alliance, along with a specially designed mobile phone. It resembled an Earth smartphone. Yet it was far from the inexpensive models used by ordinary individuals. It possessed unique encrypted communication channels. Beyond making calls, it featured a section for assassins and a management section. In the assassin section, one could post or accept tasks, while the management section granted him the authority to review bounty applications within the jurisdiction of the Luoyue Town Branch and to cancel bounties within the same area. Once Suze's identity was confirmed, the staff's demeanor shifted to one of utmost respect. Finally, he presented a dossier containing information about the assassin responsible for the demise of the previous officer. Suze was required to eliminate this target within a month's time before he could officially assume his position. Chapter 72. Farewell, Fukana. Suze calmly accepted the documents. The assassin is a man with a face full of flesh, bald-headed. He currently resides in Frosty Mist Town? Suze looked up. his face a canvas of confusion. How could Frosty Dawn Town be dozens of kilometers away from Falling Moon Town? Did I not inform you? The staff feigned ignorance. The administrative jurisdiction of the Falling Moon Town branch is extensive, encompassing a total of 13 towns within the vicinity of Falling Moon Lake. Frosty Dawn Town is one among them. Is it too late for me to express my regret now? Suze was engulfed by a sense of being deceived. Could he truly possess the capability to manage such an extensive domain? Time was running out. The staff responded with a devilish grin. What Suze was unaware of was that prior to his arrival, the branch's steward had changed hands more than a dozen times, including one who was a martial artist of the Fifth Realm. Although that Fifth Realm steward ultimately sustained severe injuries, he still submitted his resignation overnight. The subsequent arrivals were forcibly dispatched by the Alliance, consisting of several martial artists of the Fourth Realm. After the demise of the previous steward, no one dared to take on the role again. Thus, the Alliance permitted the local recruitment. After much effort, they managed to deceive a fool into taking the position. How could they possibly allow him an opportunity for regret? Very well then. Suze nodded helplessly, carefully storing away the information regarding the assassin. The tavern's third floor serves as your office, and room 12 houses the elevator, which can also be used to exit the establishment. Here's the key. Please keep it safe. As he spoke, the staff member handed him another key. Suze took the key and, with suitcase in hand, made his way down the corridor to the very end. Room 12 was the last one on the right side. Upon opening the door, he found the interior desolate, with nothing but 2 elevator doors. One of them bore the inscription of 4 characters designated for the Alliance. Suze approached the exclusive elevator, which required a Union identity card for access. He swiped his card and ascended. The 3rd floor was sparsely furnished, with a dark floor and merely a desk and a chair. It was desolate, lacking even a sofa. He had initially hoped to use this space as a temporary residence, but that was evidently not feasible. Shaking his head, Suze turned back to the elevator and descended to leave. He had a month to deal with that assassin from the Four Realms, so there was no need to rush. He had no intention of returning to that dilapidated shack on the outskirts of town. Therefore, his immediate priority was to find a house, preferably one with a basement. With 900,000 at his disposal, 50,000 would suffice to forge the source pattern battle armor, leaving him with 400,000, which should be enough to acquire a decent house in such a small town. After leaving the tavern, Suze scoured the town for real estate listings. Unbeknownst to him, a few followers had trailed him from behind. Before long, in a secluded alley, all of those who had followed Suze lay unconscious on the ground. A man wearing a black mask brushed the dust off his hands, speaking disdainfully. "TSK, I just managed to deceive the steward, and you dare to meddle?" At that moment, Suze, who had sensed their presence from afar, suddenly halted, his expression a touch peculiar. He had long been aware of these followers, sensing that they were merely at the 2nd or 3rd realm. Suze led them into this alley with the intention of allowing Hei Fu to teach them a lesson. To his surprise, someone intervened to assist them. This figure, was it not the very staff member from earlier? With such prowess, why did they not assume the role of the steward themselves? Shaking his head, Suze chose to disregard the incident and continued his search for a property. Soon, a notice regarding a shop transfer caught his attention. Suze made a phone call and proceeded to the address provided. The landlord was a rather stout middle-aged woman. The shop was modest in size, consisting of 2 adjoining units, and was quite empty, featuring a basement and a 2nd floor suitable for living. The price was quite reasonable, nearly 250,000. It appeared that she was eager to make a sale. Suze made a direct cash payment, signed the contract, and upon receiving the property title and keys, the shop became his. He entered the premises, closed the door, and ascended the stairs. The 2nd floor comprised a modest 2-bedroom apartment with a living room. The furniture was readily available, in a condition of about 70% new. And Suze felt that he had struck a remarkable deal. Suze placed Hifu on the ground, and it immediately leaped onto the sofa, assuming a comfortable position. This scent seems oddly familiar. It feels as though I've encountered it before. Hifu furrowed his brow. Nevertheless, the sofa was simply too soft. Never mind. I shall rest for a while. Suze casually approached a door and turned the doorknob. Oh, it wouldn't budge? Suze approached another room, gently twisting the doorknob, and the door creaked open. It seemed that this door was rather faulty. However, it was of little consequence, for he only required 1 room for his stay. The furnishings of this chamber were exceedingly simple, yet it was evident that it had not been inhabited for quite some time, as layers of dust had accumulated. Suze utilized his abilities to meticulously cleanse the dust within the room, as well as the unsightly remnants embedded in the bed linens. resulting in a significantly more pleasing environment. Hey Fu, do not sleep just yet. Accompany me outside to procure some items. He ventured into the living room and lifted the somewhat drowsy Hey Fu, cradling it against him despite its reluctant gaze, before descending the stairs and stepping outside. A total of 13 types of metals are required. Suze was preparing to forge the source pattern battle armor using the previously acquired Earth-level alloy. Initially, he had intended to utilize the Mystic-level alloy, but with his newfound wealth, he decided to elevate the quality a notch. After wandering through the majority of Falling Moon Town, he successfully gathered the 13 necessary materials, while also collecting some ordinary metals. In the shop downstairs, Suze contemplated opening a knife store to establish a stable source of income. With over 1,000 gene of metal blocks, he found himself unable to transport them alone and thus arranged for the shopkeeper to deliver them to his residence. As the clock ticked past 6, Suze took Black Void to indulge in another meal of fire-cooked beef leg. As twilight descended, he ascended the stairs to his home. Something feels amiss. Upon reaching the second floor, Suze sensed an anomaly. Why was there the sound of running water? Suze switched on the lights and stepped into the living room. A piercing scream echoed, creak. Suze cast his gaze towards the bathroom. A girl with damp hair, her ears resembling those of a beast, had just opened the bathroom door, wrapped in a sheer, snow-white towel. The bright light from the bathroom accentuated her alluring curves, subtly revealed beneath the towel, while her violet eyes displayed a hint of trepidation. Who are you? What are you doing in my home? You better not act recklessly. The security in Luoyue town is quite good. If you dare to harm me, you will certainly face the consequences. Fakana exclaimed, her bravado somewhat faltering. She had just returned home from work and taken a shower, only to find a man standing before her as she opened the bathroom door, startling her like a frightened kitten. Fakana, is that you? What are you doing here? Suze gazed at the enchanting Fakana, who was merely draped in a towel, and swallowed hard. She appeared even more alluring than when he had encountered her earlier at the Full Moon Martial Arts Hall. His pulse quickened at the sight. However, despite her captivating presence, he couldn't fathom why she was bathing in his home. Suddenly, it dawned on him. He had wondered why the scent on the sofa seemed so familiar. Indeed, it was her fragrance. The little black cat, Hifu, immediately leaped to the ground and bounded onto the sofa, sniffing loudly. Having been held and pampered by Fakana for quite some time, it was all too familiar with her scent. It was only due to his earlier days that he had failed to recognize it. Sulu? And the little black cat? How did you end up in my house? Fakana finally recognized Suze's face, letting out a sigh of relief as she patted her ample bosom. Suze's eyes sparkled at the sight. Your house? Isn't this my home? Suze wore a puzzled expression. Your home? Fakana furrowed her delicate brows, as if she had come to a realization. Did that plump woman sell the house to you? Suze nodded. How dare she sell it without my consent? He exclaimed, frustration evident in his voice. As he spoke, tears welled up in Fakana's eyes, and she appeared on the verge of tears. Please, don't cry just yet. Why don't you go change into something else and then we can discuss this matter further? Suze also realized that something was amiss and quickly spoke up. Fakana, too, recognized that her current demeanor was indeed somewhat inappropriate. Her delicate face flushed, and she hurried back to her room. Her room was the one that Suze had not opened the door to earlier that afternoon. Chapter 73. Upgrades in armor and firearms. Dressed in a white short-sleeved shirt and shorts, Fakana stepped outside. Through her narration, Suze gradually comprehended the situation. It turned out that this shop was a partnership between Fakana's foster mother and the landlord. However, a year ago, Fakana's foster mother had passed away. The landlord not only absconded with all the shop's goods and funds, but also intended to sell the establishment. Fakana, however, vehemently opposed this, believing that since the landlord had taken the merchandise and the money, the shop should no longer concern her. Yet, the property title remained firmly in the landlord's possession. To prevent him from selling the property, Fakana had no choice but to remain in the house, thus denying him the opportunity. However, a week prior, she found herself devoid of funds, and after enduring several days of hunger, she was compelled to seek employment. Unexpectedly, this led to the landlord seizing the opportunity. No wonder the landlord was so eager to sell the property at such a low price. At once, Suze realized the situation. However, he was not a fool easily taken advantage of. Having already spent the money, he certainly could not return the house to her. You see, the contract is clearly documented in black and white. I purchased this house with genuine currency. The property certificate is now in my possession. Thus I will undoubtedly not be returning it to you. Suze spoke with a calm demeanor. as she listened to his words. Fukana's eyes began to cloud with tears once more. Do not cry just yet. Suze felt a sense of helplessness. Are all women made of water? Suze saw the shadow of the tearful Liao in her. I cannot return the house to you, but I cannot occupy 2 rooms alone. You may continue to reside here. When you have saved enough, a sum of 250,000, you may repurchase the house from me. What do you think? Suze proposed. Well, it seems we have no choice but to proceed this way. Thank you. Sulu, you are a good human, far superior to that plump woman. Fukana nodded tearfully. She had thought she would be forced to sleep on the streets, but now, not only could she continue residing here, but she also had the opportunity to reclaim her home. Sulu is truly a good person. All right. Even before reaching adulthood. He has already received the commendation of a good person. Having settled matters here, it seems that Heifu is somewhat displeased. Living with this woman, ugh, this she-cat. Is he not inviting trouble upon himself? Never mind, she has endured so much already. I shall not hold this against her in the future. I will simply keep my distance. The next day, when Suze awoke, Fukana had already left for work. On the table, she had prepared breakfast for him and Heifu, along with a note. Thank you for your hospitality, dear Sulu. From now on, allow me to prepare your breakfast and dinner daily as a form of rent. Glancing at the note, Suze instinctively turned his gaze towards Heifu. Miss Fukana, are you serious? Breakfast consisted of a lean meat porridge accompanied by a delightful yellow pastry, which was quite delectable. It appears that Miss Fukana is indeed a talented cook. Even Heifu seemed thoroughly satisfied with the meal, though it was somewhat insufficient. After dining, Suze encouraged Heifu to entertain himself while he transported the metal blocks delivered the previous day to the basement. He commenced the creation of the source pattern armor, transforming the theoretical designs that existed solely in his mind into a tangible reality proved to be no simple task. As he validated and constructed, it was not until Miss Fukana returned from work and prepared dinner that Suze managed to complete a single arm of the armor. To fabricate the entire source pattern armor would require at least a week's time. Exiting the basement, he ascended to the second-floor living room, where he found Fukana continuously embracing Heifu. Suze cast a sympathetic glance at it, yet it could not escape the clutches of fate. The dinner was lavish, with an astonishing spread of 4 dishes and a soup for just 2 people and a cat. The 2 humans hardly consumed much, leaving the remainder to be devoured by Heifu, who appeared insatiable. It was simply too delectable. Fukana's cherry-red lips parted slightly, clearly taken aback. What was happening? Hadn't her mother said that kittens had small appetites? How could this little black cat eat so heartily? She instinctively pinched her wallet. Perhaps it would be wise to prepare fewer dishes in the future. Given Heifu's voracious appetite, even 4 dishes would not suffice to satiate it. Nor was it necessary for it to be fed to fullness at every meal. Upon witnessing this, Suze inquired, "What do you mean?" Heiha immediately rose to his feet, his 2 hind legs supporting his entire body as he fixed an indignant gaze upon Suze. Are you implying that I am a mere glutton? Am I mistaken in my assertions? If I were to allow you to indulge, how would Miss Fukana manage on her salary? She still needs to save for a house. Whenever you feel hungry, just let me know, and I shall treat you to a feast of firebull legs. Suze promptly reassured him. Heia's eyes sparkled with excitement. It's a deal. With that, he bounded over to a nearby sofa and promptly fell asleep. Thank you. Fukana expressed her gratitude somewhat bashfully. She was indeed apprehensive about Heia's appetite, yet she had already left a note for the morning, bracing herself to ensure Heiha was well fed. However, Suze's suggestion to alleviate her burden brought her a sense of relief and enhanced her impression of him. A week later, in the basement, Suze meticulously guided the components of the source pattern armor with his mental prowess, assembling them onto his form. Before long, he was enveloped in a sleek black suit with a metallic texture, adorned with enigmatic patterns. After shifting his body, he found it perfectly fitted, allowing for unimpeded movement without a hint of discomfort. With a mere thought, the armor on his head disassembled into smaller segments, which then coalesced into a metallic belt that encircled his waist. After donning an outer garment, Suze exited the basement. Heiha, come along and accompany me outside to test its power. With that, he took Heiha and ventured forth. In the nearby forest outside the town, a thunderous roar erupted, startling the surrounding fauna into a frenzied retreat. Suze glanced down at the vast chasm beneath his feet, a sense of satisfaction washing over him. The destructive power he wielded was nearly unparalleled among the realms, rivaling even some from the 4th realm. Alas, his physical fortitude remained inadequate, confining the armor's formidable capabilities to this level. In Suze's theoretical framework, this armor, crafted entirely from Earth-grade alloys, could potentially harness the strength of the fifth realm. With a few enhancements, it could easily attain the prowess of the sixth realm. Regrettably, his physical resilience fell short, preventing him from fully unleashing the armor's potential. The next step would be to gradually gather medicinal materials to bolster his bodily strength. Moreover, he still needed to address that assassin from the fourth realm. However, relying on Heifu was still uncertain. A few more days of waiting to upgrade the source pattern firearms before seeking him out for trouble. Suze ascended slowly, his armor shifting colors rapidly, rendering him almost transparent and creating an effect of visual invisibility in the sky. He descended gently at the edge of the town and walked home to continue his research and fabrication. 5 days later, he returned to the same forest. With a thunderous roar, the sound startled the surrounding birds and beasts, causing them to flee in disarray. A massive crater, measuring several meters in diameter, appeared on the ground, surrounded by the remnants of broken tree branches. Suze floated in midair, observing the devastation wrought by the enhanced explosive projectile, swallowing hard. The power it exhibited was likely beyond the confines of the four realms. Yet, a sense of unease lingered. Uncle Zhou had mentioned that within a distance of 14 paces, he could render my firearm useless. Did that imply that beyond those 14 paces, evading bullets was still feasible? After a moment's contemplation, Suze resumed his journey home to further delve into the art of creation. 5 more days passed, and once again, he found himself in that very forest. Suze floated in the sky, his mental prowess honing in on a wild fire bull grazing 1,000 meters away. This wild fire bull boasted exquisite meat, its body enhanced through primal energy transformation, making it a formidable challenge even for an average second-tier martial artist to subdue. Suze grasped a formidable sniper rifle, entirely cloaked in black and resembling a barret, its surface adorned with unique, dark, golden patterns. He had his sights firmly trained on a grazing fire bull, blissfully unaware of the impending peril. A thunderous crack resounded. The dark, golden patterns on the rifle momentarily gleamed, as a shimmering silver bullet, mere inches in length, vanished from the muzzle with breathtaking swiftness. In less than a second, the bull's head erupted violently, its body still frozen in the posture of grazing. How gruesome! Suze's mental perspective observed the blood and flesh splattered across the ground, eliciting a sharp intake of breath. Quite impressive. Coupled with the bullet velocity reaching 1,000 meters per second, I cannot fathom how a mere 4 realms could evade such force. Where did you aim? Heifu reverted to its original form, fluttering its wings beside him, still reeling from the reverberation of the recent gunfire. Come, let me show you. They arrived before the corpse of the fire bull, which lay lifeless on the ground, its muscles still twitching slightly. Can it truly strike from such a distance? A hint of astonishment flickered across Heifu's face. It can reach even further. Suze raised his head with pride. Heifu glanced at the triumphant Suze and then cast his gaze down at the carcass of the firebull. I desire to feast on firebull meat. Bring this firebull home and have Fu Kana prepare it for me. Chapter 74. Undermining and the mysterious number 3 after considerable effort. Suze finally managed to bring the bloodied carcass of the firebull into the town. However, it was inconceivable to actually take it home for Furkana. How long would it take her to process such a large beast? He delivered the firebull's body to the restaurant where they had dined earlier, offering a sum of money to arrange a grand feast featuring the entire bull for Heifu. Only after Heifu was satiated did he take it home. Furkana had prepared a meal, which smelled delightful, yet the now-stuffed Heifu had lost its appetite. Upon entering the house, it promptly leaped onto the sofa and reclined. What was the matter? Furkana felt a pang of confusion as she observed Heifu lying down immediately upon returning. It had always been eager at mealtime. Was it my cooking that had become tiresome to it? A wave of anxiety washed over her. Yet, she reassured herself. It had just consumed an entire firebull and was likely overstuffed. Suze waved his hand dismissively and served himself a bowl of rice. Oh. Fukana nodded and sighed with relief, beginning to eat on her own as well. By the way, Miss Fukana, what is your monthly salary? Suze suddenly inquired while eating. He was contemplating the idea of opening the 2 shops downstairs after dealing with that assassin from the 4 realms. One would sell weaponry, while the other would offer potions. However, he couldn't possibly keep a constant watch over the stores, so he considered hiring someone to assist him. If Fukana's salary was reasonable, he intended to employ her directly. Me? Fukana raised her head in confusion, her violet eyes reflecting a purity and naivety that made her appear somewhat foolish. Yes, I mean you. Would you mind sharing? Suze asked. Why are you asking me this? Are you trying to determine when I'll be able to afford a house? What if it takes too long, and he decides not to sell it to me? At that moment, Fukana's thoughts became tangled. My salary is 8,000. Although she felt a twinge of anxiety, she answered honestly. 8,000? You earn 8,000 as a receptionist at a martial arts school? Suze found it somewhat incredible. Was Master Zhao truly engaged in charity? However, upon further reflection, considering Fukana's striking beauty and her refreshing attire, it was entirely plausible that she could attract a considerable amount of business to the martial arts school. With this thought, he felt a sense of relief. 8,000 was merely a trivial sum. Selling just a single bottle of medicine could nearly cover her annual salary. I plan to open the shop downstairs, but I am currently in need of a shopkeeper. If you are willing, I could offer you 8,000. Or even a bit more. Would you be interested in joining me? Suze extended an olive branch to her. Fukana never anticipated that Suze harbored such intentions. No, the director Zhao has treated me exceptionally well. On my very first day of work, he advanced me a month's salary. I cannot simply depart like this. Fukana hastily waved her hand, shaking her head in refusal. However, entrusting the shop to someone else does not sit well with me either. As you know, we reside on the second floor, with direct access via the staircase, and the thought of leaving it in the hands of a stranger feels inherently unsafe. Perhaps you could consult Director Zhao? I could also advance you a month's salary to repay what he has given me, Suze proposed. Moreover, Master Zhao has taken a liking to the potions I craft. Once you become my assistant, I can permit you to sell the potions to Master Zhao at a discounted rate of 15 off. This would also be a favor to him. Suze's voice seemed to possess an enchanting quality, causing Fukana to involuntarily nod in agreement. Then, I shall inquire with Master Zhao tomorrow at work. If he consents, I will come. Fukana nodded absent-mindedly. Very well, let it be so. However, over the next few days, Heifu and I must venture out. Should Master Zhao acquiesce, you may begin working there for a few days, and we shall prepare to open the shop upon our return. The Falling Moon Tavern, second floor. Office number 3. It has been over half a month, and at long last, esteemed officer, you have deemed it fit to visit this place, lamented the staff member. Clad in a black mask. What's the rush? The task remains unfulfilled. After all, I have yet to be formally appointed, haven't I? Suze cast him a sidelong glance. So, what brings you here today? The staff member inquired cautiously. No rush. Suze waved his hand dismissively and took a seat opposite him. How shall I address you? Suze propped up his leg casually. You may call me number 3, the staff member said. Observing Suze's nonchalant posture, a flicker of irritation crossed his lips. This young man, how audacious. If it weren't for my desire to remain inconspicuous, damn it. Very well, number 3. I have come today to verify the target's information. He is still in Frosty Mist Town, correct? Suze casually inquired. Yet his mental energy permeated through the body of number 3. Hiss, the density of this body is hardly inferior compared to Uncle Zhou. Furthermore, a formidable energy seems to surge throughout every limb and sinew. Suze observed his body with quiet astonishment. He was likely a practitioner of the 5th realm. Perhaps even stronger than in Yuan. How could such a formidable individual humbly serve as a mere clerk in this place? And why did he treat me, a so-called weakling, with such deference? Could it be that he, too, is hiding from something? Suze pondered thoughtfully. However, he appeared to harbor no ill intentions, as he had assisted me earlier. Reflecting on this, Suze calmly withdrew his mental energy. Indeed, the third one nodded obediently. Then, from a stack of documents on the left, he extracted a folder and handed it to Suze. This contains a record of his daily routines and activities over the past half-month. I hope it proves useful to you. Well, thank you. Suze took the folder, nodded slightly, and then departed from the tavern. After his exit, number 3 stealthily rose and followed in the same direction. He could not allow this young man to perish. Otherwise, what would happen if the Alliance dispatched another officer capable of recognizing his identity? It was imperative to help him secure his position as an officer. He murmured to himself, quickening his pace. However, to his surprise, where had he gone? Number 3 never anticipated that, as a formidable master of the 5th realm, he could lose track of someone who had not even perfected their body refinement. Well, I concede you possess some skill. No matter. I shall wait for him in Frosty Mist Town, he muttered as he turned to leave. Meanwhile, high in the sky, seamlessly blending with the environment, Suze watched number 3 depart, a slight smile playing at the corners of his mouth. This is rather intriguing. The words of number 3 were quite thought-provoking. What did he mean by the Alliance sending another person who can recognize his identity? Does this imply that the Alliance has already sent someone? In an instant, Suze recalled the numerous Alliance officials who had previously perished. It appeared that they were not all victims of the so-called assassins. At least one had fallen by his own hand, no doubt. How ruthless. It seemed he wished to conceal his identity, thus appointing me a novice in the realm of assassins, as this alliance official. Since he desires me to fulfill this role effectively, I shall comply, for it bears no adverse consequences. Moreover, I shall receive a salary each month. It seems that when faced with formidable foes, he would also lend his assistance. Where else could one find such a fortuitous arrangement? Wait, could it be that he was responsible for the death of the previous official? Might that Four Realms assassination merely be a scapegoat? Suze flipped through the documents in his hands. The target was named Lu Ren, age 47, a martial artist of the Fourth Realm. Ruthless and merciless. He took pleasure in annihilating entire families during his missions, sparing not even the children. Not only had he found himself on the blacklist of the Grim Reaper Alliance, but he was also wanted by the Holy Court. He was undoubtedly a villain of the highest order. Originally, he was a target that the Grim Reaper Alliance's officials needed to handle. This was fortuitous, for someone like him. Even if he were to take the fall, his demise would be no injustice. After securing the documents, Suze breathed a sigh of relief and, accompanied by Hei Fu, set off towards the direction of Luoxia town. Chapter 75. Lu Ren. As dusk approached, a figure appeared above Shuangxia town. The sky was painted with the vibrant hues of the setting sun, merging with the encroaching white frost, creating a scene of striking intensity. It was said that beneath Shuangxia town lay a cold geologic vein, which caused the ground to be cloaked in white frost even during the hottest days of August and September. However, Suze was not there to admire the scenery, despite finding it quite beautiful. Yet, he resolved that any appreciation would have to wait until after the completion of his mission. On the lofty heights, Suze stood draped in a black robe, the wind of the heavens rustling it with a crisp sound. Gazing down at the quaint town below, Suze's mental energy surged forth. Frosty Mist Tavern, the stronghold of the Death-Cutting Alliance in Frosty Mist Town. Lu Ren strode into the tavern with resolute steps, showing no signs of concealment. Standing nearly 2 meters tall, his robust physique was imposing, clad in a short-sleeved blue shirt and black shorts. 2 incongruous pink round mirrors hung at his waist, one gleaming and pristine, the other dark as night. His bronzed, muscular arms and thighs were knotted with sinew, and the fierce glint in his eyes signified that he was not one to be trifled with. A large sword hung at his back, its broad blade glistening ominously. As he entered the tavern, the patrons, who had previously been engaged in lively conversation, fell silent, fearing to provoke him. Lu Ren surveyed the surroundings with disdain. A gathering of weaklings. He approached the counter directly, and the bartender inside turned pale at his approach, frozen in place and trembling slightly. Unperturbed, Lu Ren cast him a cold glance. Open the door. The bartender swallowed hard and mustered the courage to respond, Mr. Lu Ren. You are now prohibited from entering the alliance. Before he could finish, he saw Lu Ren's hand reaching for the hilt of his sword. Bang! In an instant, he pressed a button within reach, his speed so swift that it left a blur in its wake. Immediately, the wall beside the counter swung open, revealing a staircase. A wise choice indeed. Lu Ren shot him a glance before lowering his hand and slowly making his way to the stairs. Once the wall closed behind him, the bartender finally breathed a sigh of relief, touching his wildly beating heart, grateful for his narrow escape. Although Lu Ren had been barred from entering the stronghold by the Alliance, such rules were merely the Alliance's, whereas life was his own. Did those who issued such prohibitions not consider that members of his caliber could never be restrained? The 2 bartenders who had refused him entry were still in the throes of death, and he had only just cleaned the blood from behind the counter the night before. A cautionary tale indeed. He was still young and had no desire for an untimely demise. Had he hesitated for even a second longer, that large sword would likely have found its mark upon him. As for the Alliance's penalties, they could do as they pleased. The Alliance's officer had been killed by someone else. What could he do? And regarding loyalty to the Alliance? Apologies, but I am merely a wage earner, loyal only to my own life. He steadied his breath, donned a smile, and resumed his duties. On the second floor, upon seeing Lu Ren arrive, the bartender broke into a cold sweat. When Lu Ren approached the counter, the bartender finally regained his senses and forced an awkward smile. Mr. Lu Ren, welcome. Several masked assassins on the second floor immediately turned their attention towards him, but Lu Ren shot them a fierce glare, causing them to avert their gazes. Satisfied, Lu Ren sat at the counter. A glass of white dew red mist. Please, wait a moment. As he awaited his drink, he observed the scrolling bounty information on the screen above. Simultaneously, the assassins on the second floor began to whip out their phones. fingers flying over the screens as they fervently discussed in their group. Spade 7. No way. Lu Ren is back at Frosty Mist Tavern. A bit of red. He dares to linger in Frosty Mist Town? Does he truly believe the Alliance cannot sanction him? See you in Mang. I've heard news that a new officer has been appointed in Falling Moon Town. Scholar, why hasn't he come to eliminate him yet? That arrogance is quite displeasing. Ruthlessly Jia. Who knows? Why don't you go take him down? Scholar, are you instructing me on how to act? Besides, this is an internal Alliance matter. There's no bounty issued, so why should I stick my neck out? Rational man. Can you even defeat him? By the way, do we have any experts at the Fourth Realm in our group? Scholar, nonsense. As the assassins continued their discussion, Lu Ren had already set his sights on a particular bounty. This was not the first time he had seen it. 4th level bounty. Zhao Gongming, bounty of 500,000. Strength at 5th realm. Having made his decision, the reflection of the crimson hue in his wine glass mirrored the madness in his eyes as he stared at the bartender. A 5th realm warrior, valued at merely 500,000? This bounty seems questionable. 500,000? Many at the 4th realm are worth more than that. He glanced at the bounty-esque depiction of Zhao Gongming, an old and stooped figure, licking his lips. This 5th realm warrior must surely have some flaw. The bartender swallowed hard, feeling Lu Ren's gaze bore into him as though he were staring down a ferocious beast. He forced a strained smile. Mr. Lu Ren. Only those who accept the bounty can access the task information. Lu Ren unceremoniously placed his phone before the bartender. Then help me accept it. The bartender's expression grew even more troubled. But you have been prohibited from accepting bounties by the Alliance. Just as he was about to refuse, he noticed Lu Ren's hand slowly reaching for the sword's hilt. Accept it. Help me accept it now. He made the same wise decision as the bartender downstairs. After a series of operations, he respectfully returned the phone to Lu Ren. Upon opening the task information, the madness on Lu Ren's face intensified. Haha. It turns out he has been corrupted by the black mist. What strength could such a 5th realm warrior retain? No wonder it's only 500,000. Killing him would likely be easier than taking down a 4th realm. Yet, taking down a 5th realm warrior would still be quite an exhilarating experience. Haraha. Lu Ren laughed heartily, downing the contents of his wine glass before turning to descend the stairs. As he left, the assassins on the 2nd floor immediately began to chatter. I think he has truly lost it. Has he never considered why this bounty has been posted for a month without anyone daring to take it? Zhao Gongming is a veteran who has retired from the southern border post, a distinguished warrior with honors. Striking against him would be tantamount to declaring war on the military post at the Zhezhou border. I heard a newly appointed 7th realm commander has arrived at the Zhezhou military headquarters, and they won't tolerate any nonsense. It's over. If Zhao Gongming is really killed, will the military purge these assassins in Zhezhou? One assassin suddenly turned to the bartender. Hey, didn't you say a new officer has arrived in the Alliance? Hurry and let him come to take down Lu Ren. The bartender forced a bitter smile. How can I possibly contact the officer? It's said that only the 3rd staff member from the Falling Moontown branch has the officer's contact information. Moreover, the Alliance's rules dictate that once a bounty is posted, it cannot hinder others from accepting it unless the officer withdraws it. Then let the new officer withdraw the bounty. The bartender's expression grew even more grim. But once a task has been accepted, it cannot be rescinded. He realized he might have stirred up trouble. Suddenly, one assassin stood up. It's over. We might not be able to stay in Zhezhou any longer. Let us flee now. After exchanging a knowing glance with the assassins present, he hurriedly departed. He intended to leave Zhezhou under the cover of night, seeking refuge elsewhere. In the vast expanse above, as Suzai's mental prowess enveloped the entirety of Frosty Dawn Town, he had yet to locate his target when his phone vibrated gently twice. It was the device belonging to the Dead Sever Alliance. Suzai retrieved his mobile phone and unlocked the screen, only to furrow his brow in surprise. The bounty issued by Master Zhao had been claimed? What a pity. I had intended to utilize my authority to revoke his bounty once I officially assumed my position. The claimant is Lu Ren. Suzai's lips curled slightly. It seems that the luck of Master Zhao is quite favorable. He must owe me a personal favor. As I spoke softly, my mental energy had already located Lu Ren's position. Suzai carefully removed the obsidian-hued sniper rifle adorned with dark golden patterns from his back, steadying it with precision before peering through the scope. Chapter 76. Mirror Reflection, The Black God Cult, Farewell to Teacher Shun. Below, Lu Ren had just stepped out of the tavern when an unsettling instinct surged within him. A wave of foreboding washed over him, prompting him to instinctively reach for the mirror that hung at his waist. Bang! High above, Suze, having taken aim, immediately pulled the trigger. In the next moment, however, his form abruptly shifted. The space before him shattered like glass from a small hole at the center, splintering outward. Crack! A silvery bullet shot forth with a swift whoosh from the fractured mirror, narrowly missing Suze's hood as it sped towards the rear. What is happening? Beside him, the winged figure of Hei Fu was suddenly taken aback. How did the bullet fired by Suze return? A bead of cold sweat trickled down Suze's armored forehead. Had it not been for the passive foresight that urged him to evade, that bullet would undoubtedly have found its mark. He had nearly been slain by his own assault. What manner of ability is this? The information provided by the Alliance had not indicated that he possessed such a peculiar power. At the tavern entrance, as unease surged within him, Lu Ren instinctively reached for the smooth mirror at his waist, shattering it in one swift motion. The fragmented mirror did not crumble into shards scattered upon the ground. Instead, it dissipated instantaneously into thin air. Whoosh! In that moment, a silvery bullet hurtled toward Lu Ren's forehead. He was caught completely off guard. Yet, mere centimeters from his brow, the bullet came to an abrupt halt. To his astonishment, the space before him resembled an invisible mirror, shattered by the bullet. The projectile vanished through the fractured mirror, and the surrounding space restored itself to normality in an instant. Lu Ren exhaled, still trembling from the close encounter. Who dares to strike at me? His fierce gaze swept over the towering buildings around him. Reflexively, he reached for the darkened mirror again, his expression bordering on madness. Suddenly, a fresh wave of alarm surged within him. Just as he intended to crush the mirror with force, that sense of dread vanished as quickly as it had appeared. Lu Ren remained vigilant, scanning his surroundings. Though he could not ascertain the nature of the attack that had just confronted him, one thing was certain. Had that assault connected, he would have met his demise. The looming threat of death jolted his frenzied mind into a semblance of clarity. His heart raced, and his right hand gripped the mirror tightly. Fortuitously, he possessed the protective measures left by that esteemed individual. But where is the enemy? Had the returned attack vanquished them? These questions lingered in Lu Ren's mind. After cautiously observing his surroundings for an eternity without detecting any anomalies, he ultimately departed the tavern with a somber expression. High above the heavens, Suze was left trembling with fear after the bullet returned to him. In the next moment, he gritted his teeth and once again aimed his gun at Lu Ren, simultaneously activating his foresight ability. However, his expression turned to one of horror as he swiftly diverted the gun's muzzle. In his vision of the future, although he shot and killed Lu Ren, the latter managed to shatter the mirror. Instantly, a frenzied tide of black mist erupted from the shattered glass, engulfing the entire town within mere breaths. Almost all creatures in Frosty Dawn Town were eroded by the black mist, losing their sanity and undergoing a grotesque transformation into hideous black beasts. The mere recollection of that scene made Suze swallow hard. That mirror contained the otherworldly black mist? Could the mist transform humans into monsters? Who had sealed the mist within? And why was it given to Lu Ren? What was the ultimate purpose? In an instant, these questions flooded Suze's mind. Glancing at Lu Ren, who had already departed the tavern, a murderous intent surged within him. Initially, it was for the sake of completing his mission, but now he harbored a genuine desire to eliminate him. However, even if he wished to kill, it would have to wait until Lu Ren left Frosty Dawn Town. Yet, given today's events, it was unlikely he would exit the town anytime soon. After all, within the confines of the town, he could hold the entire populace hostage as a safeguard. A plan was needed to lure him out. In Frosty Dawn Town, at the Chiba Inn, Suze, accompanied by Hei Fu, booked a room. He dialed the number for San Hao and recounted the incident where his attack was reflected back at him by a shattered air mirror. San Hao, your information did not mention that Lu Ren possesses such a capability. Suze's tone bore a hint of reproach, his expression tinged with discontent. What? Came the breathless voice of number 3 from the other end of the line. Wait a moment. I will send you some information. In the midst of a dense jungle, number 3, en route to Frosty Dawn Town to lend a hand, found himself compelled to halt his progress after traversing a considerable distance. He then pulled out his phone, gasping for breath as he fiddled with it before continuing on his way. Meanwhile, his mind was abuzz with questions. What is happening? How could this fellow arrive at Frosty Dawn Town before me? Am I truly at the 5th realm, or is he? In that instant, number 3 began to doubt whether Suze, who had convinced him to become a steward, possessed the strength he had initially believed. Inside the inn, Suze opened the document sent by number 3, and after perusing its contents, he immediately furrowed his brow. The 7 Realms Mirror Demon? According to the descriptions within this dossier, The technique employed by Lu Ren moments ago bears a striking resemblance to a renowned skill of this illustrious demon king, mirror rebound. This ability allows one to return detrimental attacks back to the assailant, even disregarding distance within a certain range. As this demon king belongs to the spirit demon species, he possesses a degree of authority over spatial energies as well. Originally, this demon king was merely a member of the evil demon alliance, opposing the demon court. However, recent intelligence indicates that he has been seduced by the Black God cult. The Black God cult is an organization even more fanatical than the Source God cult. While the Source God cult merely seeks to dismantle the equitable order of the Holy Court, advocating for martial artists to take charge, the Black God cult venerates a fabricated deity birthed from the Black Mist, aspiring to let this black fog consume the entire Western realm, transforming all into subjects of the Black God. No wonder that mirror. Suze recalled the images from his foresight. So, this Lu Ren is indeed a member of that black cult? No wonder he appears so unorthodox. In the following days, Suze remained in the hotel, fixated on Lu Ren's every move through his mental perspective. However, he seemed like a startled bird, clutching the mirror even while sleeping, and only managing to rest for a mere 1 or 2 hours each day. His eyes reddened from fatigue. Suze was also filled with trepidation, fearing that he might inadvertently shatter the mirror. On the 5th day, having not returned for an extended period, Fukana, feeling a swell of anxiety, called to check on him. There are still matters I must attend to here, and I will require a few more days before I can return. For now, Miss Fukana, I must take my leave. After ending the call from the concerned Fukana, Suze resumed his surveillance of Lu Ren. Occasionally, he cast a glance around frosty Twilight Town. Yet he had yet to conceive a strategy to lure him out. Shortly after lunch, as he surveyed the entirety of the town, he suddenly froze. He spotted Teacher Shin. Inside a restaurant, a squad of 12 law enforcement officers entered. Leading them was a woman of tall, slender stature, her exquisite features akin to a finely painted portrait, exuding an aura as frigid as snow, reminiscent of an ice mountain. Her skin was pale as jade, and her facial features were as delicately chiseled as a masterfully crafted gemstone. Her eyes sparkled like stars in the cold night, clear and profound, radiating an air of aloofness that sent shivers down one's spine even with a mere glance. Clad in a fitted black enforcement uniform that accentuated her graceful figure, she bore a silver-patterned handgun at her waist and carried a long sword, tightly bound with red cord, across her back. Upon entering the restaurant, the team requested a private room and ordered a lavish feast. Intelligence indicated that the dangerous figure Lu Ren from the Black God sect was currently hiding here. After their meal, they split into groups of 3 to conduct searches, issuing warnings to remain cautious. He is at the 4th realm. You are no match for him. Moreover, remember, this area is not under the jurisdiction of the Holy Court. Unless absolutely necessary, do not engage with the locals. Shun Qinghan's cold gaze swept the room as her words were articulated with clarity, prompting nods of agreement from the officers at the table. Was Teacher Shin now a part of the enforcement division? Was her target also Lu Ren? Observing from a distance, Suze felt a stirring in his heart as he gazed upon Shun Qinghan's visage, akin to the unique warmth felt by a wayward traveler who unexpectedly encounters a familiar face from home after many years of wandering. Suze suddenly felt an overwhelming desire to appear before her, to inquire about the situation at home following his departure. No, it was imperative that he manifest in her presence. The information regarding the mirror on Lu Ren's side was likely still unknown to Teacher Shun. If they were to approach recklessly, Lu Ren, who had now become a startled bird, might very well shatter that mirror at once. Chapter 77. Recollections. Knock, knock, knock. Outside the private room, Suze, clad in a flowing black robe and cradling a dark object, rapped upon the door. Inside, they had already feasted and were poised to depart at any moment. Suzier deliberately chose this moment to arrive. As the door swung open, a law enforcement officer with a buzz cut stood before him. Upon seeing Suzier cloaked entirely in a black robe, with only his face visible, a flicker of caution crossed the officer's eyes. Who are you? He regarded Suzier, who stood at barely 1.60 meters, his figure appearing robust beneath the intricately woven battle armor. Suzier's face bore the features of a man in his 20s, completely shedding any semblance of childhood. To any observer, he would merely seem like a short man in his 20s. Suze calmly produced a black card and placed it before him, upon which was emblazoned an image of the Grim Reaper wielding a scythe. The enforcer's expression shifted instantly, instinctively reaching for the hilt of the blade at his back. Suze spoke softly. "Your Honor, please do not be hasty. I am not here to cause trouble. I am a first-level steward of the Dead Cut Alliance in the Luoyue Town region, and I wish to discuss a matter with your superior." His voice was deep,